How does a knuckle-headed ninja go from teaching questionable ninja moves to children to nearly blowing up the planet with his attacks? That's right, today we're talking about one of the most iconic manga of all time, Naruto. This classic series by Masashi Kishimoto follows a lovable ninja on his quest to save the world, become Hokage, and make as many friends as he can along the way. We've got 700 chapters in front of us, so let's not waste any more time and hop right into the first arc. The series begins with some exposition about the nine-tailed fox. This creature was a fox spirit so big and powerful that it brought complete destruction everywhere it went. Eventually, one shinobi was able to seal away the fox's soul, but he gave up his own life in the process. That shinobi was the fourth Hokage of Konohagakure, better known as Kohona, or the village hidden in the leaves. Hokage is basically a fancy title for the village's ninja mayor. The village honored this brave warrior's sacrifice by carving him and all the other Hokage onto a giant rock wall, creating an imposing sight that demands respect. And someone just drew graffiti all over it. What kind of villain would do such a thing? Well, of course, it's none other than our fiery MC, Naruto Uzumaki. The latest stunt of his has the entire Leaf Village pissed at him. This even includes his teacher, Iruka. Iruka drags Naruto back to school and chews him out in front of all the other students for skipping class, especially when tomorrow is their final ninja exam. Iruka asks all the students to practice the art of transformation by making themselves look like him. When it's Naruto's turn, he turns into a naked female version of himself. A severely outdated attack that he calls the Ninja Centerfold move. But it's surprisingly effective. As punishment for all this, Iruka makes Naruto scrub the graffiti off the rock wall all by himself. But for as much as he's an irritating and unfocused delinquent, Iruka knows that Naruto is also just lonely and misunderstood, so he treats the kid to a bowl of ramen afterwards. Here, Naruto says it's his dream to surpass everyone who has ever doubted him and become Hokage himself. He will do whatever it takes as long as that doesn't involve studying or trying hard in school. The next day, at the final exam, Naruto is asked to create 3 shadow clones of himself. He's only able to create 1, and it can't even stand up. So Naruto fails for the 3rd year in a row. Another shinobi instructor, Mizuki, suggests that they should just cut Naruto some slack and pass him anyways, but Iruka insists that Naruto just isn't ready. Afterwards, Naruto is forced to watch sadly as every other student celebrates passing the test. Mizuki tells Naruto that Iruka is just being extra hard on him because he sees a lot of himself in Naruto. Iruka apparently grew up without parents, just like Naruto did. Later, Mizuki tells Naruto a way that he can get much stronger very quickly. Ooh, a shortcut? That's exactly what Naruto's been looking for. Naruto takes Mizuki's highly suspicious advice and sneaks into a building to steal a scroll with all kinds of different shinobi techniques inside. Meanwhile, Iruka is thinking about his parents who died fighting that damn nine-tailed fox. Just then, Mizuki shows up with a bunch of other shinobi and blabs about Naruto stealing the scroll. It was your idea, dude. Apparently, the scroll is super dangerous, which kinda makes you wonder why it was so easy for a ninja school dropout to steal it. But regardless, Iruka finds Naruto in the forest where he's been practicing a new technique from the scroll. When Naruto says that Mizuki was the one who told him about this scroll, everything clicks for Iruka, but just a little too late. A bunch of kunai come flying at Iruka, and Mizuki appears in a nearby tree. He reveals that he wanted Naruto to steal the scroll for him so he could learn a forbidden ninja art within the scroll. Mizuki also has one more bombshell to drop, something everyone in the village knows except Naruto. Naruto is the nine-tailed fox. The very spirit that killed Iruka's parents was sealed inside Naruto's body by the fourth Hokage, which is why everyone in the village treats the poor kid like an outcast. Mizuki taunts Naruto, telling him that he'll never be loved or accepted, and goes to finish the job with the biggest ninja star I've ever seen. But Iruka takes the hit for Naruto. From the perspective of the current Hokage, things are not good. Naruto is at risk of setting an insanely powerful spirit on the loose, and he has a scroll of forbidden arts. By the way, the current Hokage is the third Hokage, and his name is Sarutobi, but they rarely call him that. He was the Hokage before the fourth Hokage, but after the fourth died, he decided to take on the job again. The Kohona ninjas are now basically ready to kill Naruto just to make sure the nine-tailed fox doesn't go on another rampage, and in the forest, Iruka asks Naruto to give him the scroll. Only Naruto sees through that deception immediately and knocks Iruka to the ground, revealing it's actually Mizuki. Of course, Naruto figured that out because he's not actually Naruto at all, but Iruka. Yeah, get used to these transformation shenanigans. Now heavily injured, Iruka says that despite what the fox spirit did to his parents, he doesn't have any anger towards Naruto. Just respect that the kid works so hard despite everyone treating him like crap. Naruto overhears this, and it gives him the courage to step in and protect Iruka. Mizuki is confident he can beat this brat with a single blow until Naruto uses what he learned from the scroll to fill the forest with dozens of Naruto clones. Not just shadow clones that disappear when you hit them either, actual flesh and blood copies. The Naruto army dogpiles on Mizuki and lays him out flat. Impressed, Iruka gives his shinobi headband to Naruto and tells him he's officially graduated. Now, it's time for some ramen. Next, Naruto takes his official ninja yearbook photo with some un-ninja-like face paint, which leads him to having a meeting with the Hokage. Out of nowhere, a little boy bursts into the room trying to attack the Hokage. This is Konohamaru, the Hokage's grandson, along with his flustered tutor Ebisu. Naruto and Konohamaru have a lot in common, since they're both loud-mouthed, impulsive brats who want to become the strongest in the village. Of course, this means Naruto is instantly sick of this kid the moment they meet. Konohamaru follows Naruto through the village and asks him to teach the ninja centerfold technique. The little guy opens up to Naruto about how everyone treats him differently because of who his grandpa is. Meanwhile, the Hokage tells us a little more about the fox inside Naruto. Naruto basically just got unlucky by being born right at the moment the fourth Hokage needed a newborn vessel for the fox. However, the fourth Hokage didn't see this as a curse. He hoped that someday Naruto would become the savior of the Leaf Village. Maybe he should have mentioned that to everyone else as well. Ebisu catches up to the two boys and tells Konohamaru to stop hanging out with this good-for-nothing blonde bad influence. Naruto utterly destroys Ebisu by using both his new clone technique and ninja centerfold. An unbeatable combination. Naruto tells Konohamaru that he needs to have more respect for his grandfather, and that if he wants to become Hokage himself, he'll first have to surpass Naruto. Konohamaru says that they are now officially rivals, but you can tell his admiration of Naruto just went way up. Moving on, Naruto heads to his first day of class as a full-fledged shinobi. He sees Haruna Sakura, a girl that he has a massive crush on, but sadly, her heart belongs to the mysterious, brooding Uchiha Sasuke. This love triangle makes Naruto get all up in Sasuke's face, but then he's knocked forward and accidentally kisses Sasuke on the lips, making Sakura extremely jealous. So now it's really more of a hate triangle than anything else. The class gets split up into groups of 3 to each be taught by a jonin, a high-ranked ninja. Naturally, Naruto is on Team 7, along with Sasuke and Sakura, which nobody is too happy about. Later, Sasuke is eating lunch and Naruto notices his guard down. So what else do you expect Naruto to do but tie the guy up and approach Sakura while disguised as the dreamy emo Sasuke? Fortunately, he only uses this disguise to ask Sakura what she thinks of Naruto, and her response is brutally honest. Sakura says that Naruto ruins everything, and she really only cares about Sasuke. But before he can get smooched, Naruto gets a stomach cramp and runs away. The real Sasuke arrives after escaping his ropes, and Sakura just keeps going on about how much she despises a parentless loser like Naruto. This really rubs Sasuke the wrong way, and he tells Sakura that she makes him sick. She really had that coming. Next, Team 7 meets their new Jonin teacher, Kakashi. This legend always keeps one eye hidden under his headband, and I think it's safe to say there would be no Satoru Gojo without Kakashi first. The Jonin starts off with a bad first impression of the group after Naruto pranks him. Kakashi then asks each of his new students what their dreams are. Naruto wants to become the next Hokage, while Sasuke wants to restore his clan's name and kill someone that we'll learn more about later. And of course, Sakura just wants to marry Sasuke. Girl, you need to dream bigger. The next morning, their training really begins. Kakashi tells them that he has 2 bells, and their job is to steal one of the bells from him before noon. Whoever fails will be tied to a tree stump, while everyone else enjoys a delicious lunch, and will also be sent back for more boring school. The second Naruto makes his move, Kakashi counters so quickly that nobody even saw what happened. Yeah, this is not gonna be easy. Naruto attacks recklessly, but Kakashi has a brutal first lesson for him. While he appears to be just reading a book and casually dodging Naruto's blows, he's actually making hand signs to prepare for a devastating attack. 1,000 years of death. AKA Kakashi launching his fingers directly at Naruto's crack. Sasuke and Sakura are both shocked and disappointed to see their new teacher is just as childish as Naruto, only with an enormous skill gap. Even after this humiliation, Naruto is determined to prove himself and launches a bunch of clones at Kakashi all at once. The real Naruto circles around and grabs Kakashi from behind, and a clone is about to punch him, but somehow Naruto ends up hitting Naruto. Naruto assumes that Kakashi must have disguised himself as a Naruto to blend in with all the clones, which leads to all the clones arguing and beating each other up. He eventually realizes it would be a lot easier to just dispel his clones, but when he does, he's left standing there, very alone and feeling very stupid. Turns out, Kakashi didn't transform himself, but rather used a substitution technique to swap places with one of the clones. Naruto then sees one of the bells lying on the ground and assumes assumes Kakashi made a dumb mistake, but of course, it's just the most obvious trap of all time that Naruto just walks straight into. Sakura doesn't do much better, as Kakashi uses the art of illusion to create a heavily injured Sasuke, and just the sight of that is enough to make Sakura faint on the spot. Now, it's all down to Sasuke, who believes that he is leagues above his other two classmates. Kakashi says he's excited to see what an Uchiha can do, since their clan is the most elite in the whole village, or at least they were. Sasuke lures Kakashi into a trap, but that's only to trick him into repositioning to the perfect spot for a frontal assault. Sasuke is putting up a good fight, and actually forces his teacher to put away his book, but he's still unable to grab one of the bells. Sasuke then makes the hand signs for a massive fireball attack, something way too advanced for a shinobi at this level. When the fire clears, Kakashi is nowhere to be seen, because he went into the earth with his groundhog technique and pulls Sasuke neck deep into the dirt. After Sakura briefly believes she's seeing Sasuke's severed head on the ground, Sasuke opens up about feeling disappointed in himself, since there's still someone out there that he really needs to kill. Meanwhile, Naruto realizes that if he isn't gonna pass this test, he might as well eat everyone's lunches now, but Kakashi isn't gonna let that happen. By the time noon rolls around, nobody was even close to getting the bell, and Naruto is already tied to the tree stump. Kakashi tells his students that they are completely hopeless and should give up on ever becoming shinobi. Kakashi says that they completely missed the entire point of the exercise: teamwork. The only chance they ever had was by working together. The fact that he only had 2 bells was meant to distract them from that, and the kids 100% fell for it. To prove his point, Kakashi asks Sakura to kill Naruto, or he'll kill Sasuke on the spot. He's kidding, of course, but this is the kind of situation that a true shinobi needs to be prepared for. Kakashi shows them a memory of fallen shinobi, and they start to realize they need to take this much more seriously. Kakashi offers them one last chance to prove themselves. He gives Sasuke and Sakura some lunch to let them fuel up for the next test, but says if either of them gives any food to Naruto, they'll fail automatically. The second Kakashi is gone, Sasuke gives Naruto some of his lunch anyways, saying that they don't stand a chance unless they're all fighting in top form. After some hesitation, Sakura follows suit. Was that the true test? Well, right at that moment, Iruka learns that no student has ever passed Kakashi's crazy test, so maybe they were just screwed from the beginning. Except, then Kakashi returns and reveals, yeah, that was the test, and by sharing their lunches, they all passed. Hey, I share my lunch sometimes too. Can I be a shinobi? Moving on, the team is now ready for their first ultra-dangerous, super elite shinobi mission, finding a lost cat. After that, they have to babysit, run errands, help with the farming, and inevitably, Naruto loses it and shouts at the Hokage that they need some real action. But the Hokage explains that the dangerous missions are reserved for Chunin, the ninja rank above them, or Jonin, the rank above that. For now, they're the lowest rank, Genin, meaning that they're gonna be stuck with grunt work for a while. However, since the old man has a bit of a soft spot for Naruto, the Hokage decides to give them a slightly tougher C-level mission, escorting an old bridge builder back to his home village. The team starts heading towards the land of the waves, along with the builder, Mr. Tazune. We also get our first geography lesson in this ninja world. Aside from the Hidden Leaf Village, there are 4 other hidden ninja villages: Mist, Sand, Clouds, and Stone. The hidden villages are basically self-governing ninja military forces that protect the nations where they live. The Leaf Village, for example, is inside the Land of Fire. Each nation is led by a daimyo, and they aren't really all that important. The Land of Waves doesn't have a ninja village, which is why they're asking Konoha for help. Each village also has their own Kage leading them, and collectively, they are known as the Hokage, or the Five Shadows. On a mission of this level, though, they shouldn't have to worry about any foreign ninjas attacking them. Right then, a pair of shinobi pop out of the ground and whip some chains around Kakashi. The shinobi pull back on their chains and shred Kakashi to bits. I don't think this is sea level anymore. Sasuke is the first to react, using a kunai to pin the creepy guy's chains to a tree. Sakura immediately puts herself in front of Tazuna to protect him, and Sasuke puts himself in front of her because he can never be outdone. Kakashi then reappears and chokes out both of the shinobi. Never count a ninja out until you've seen his body, and double check that it isn't just a chunk of wood. Kakashi tells Sasuke that he's impressed with his reactions, while Naruto is frustrated that he basically froze up completely and got scratched with a poison blade. Kakashi reveals that these attackers are from the village hidden in the mist, and he knew they were following the group, but let them attack anyways to figure out who their target was. Now that they know they were targeting Tazuna, Kakashi says this is way too dangerous for a couple of genin, and that they should return to Konoha to get medicine for Naruto. Naruto rejects this, and uses a kunai to cut the poison out of his hand so they can continue the mission. Meanwhile, word of the Mist Ninja's failure has reached the guy who hired them, and a much tougher looking rogue shinobi named Zabuza is ready to finish the job. And while his heart was in the right place, Naruto went way too far in cutting the poison from his hand, and Kakashi is genuinely worried he could bleed to death. However, when he checks the wound, Kakashi is surprised to see the wound has already begun to heal. Looks like being the vessel for an evil fox spirit has its perks. Next, Team 7 gets on a boat and heads towards the Land of the Waves, while Mr. Tazuna explains why there are assassins after him. See, a ruthless billionaire crime boss named Gato recently came to the Land of the Waves and pretty much took over every road in and out of the place, giving him a stranglehold over all trade. Mr. Tazuna wants to build a bridge that would break Gato's control, and naturally, Gato doesn't want to let that happen. They know it's only a matter of time before they're attacked again, and Naruto is determined not to freeze up this time. However, his hyper-vigilance only leads him to hitting a poor innocent bunny with a shuriken. Come on, man. But Kakashi immediately realizes it's the wrong kind of rabbit for the current season, meaning it's a decoy. Up in the trees, Zabuza is watching them and decides that the only real threat is Kakashi, due to something called the Sharingan Eye. Zabuza reveals himself, and Kakashi warns his students that they have no chance against this guy. Kakashi is gonna have to get serious, and that means revealing what he has hidden under that headband. Kakashi finally shows off his sweet patterned Sharingan Eye. The Sharingan, also known as the Mirror Wheel Eye, lets Kakashi see through any illusion and read his opponent's moves like a book. Not just that, he can also learn and replicate other shinobi's techniques just by watching them. Sasuke is thrown. He thought that the Sharingan was a technique only possessed by the Uchiha clan. Is Kakashi his dad? Zabuza disappears, and suddenly, Team 7 is surrounded by fog. The students feel an intense bloodlust, and hear Zabuza's voice creepily describing exactly how he's going to kill them all. The kids are shaken, but Kakashi cheerfully lets them know that he would never let anything happen to his comrades. Zabuza appears right in the middle of the team, and Kakashi reacts immediately, stabbing Zabuza only to realize it's a clone made of water. The real Zabuza counters by stabbing Kakashi, only to realize he's also a water clone. Kakashi had already analyzed and copied Zabuza's technique, so he proceeds to put a kunai to the real Zabuza's throat as checkmate. Well, that's all done and dusted. Except except not quite. If you didn't think that the second Zabuza was also a water clone, you're a damn fool. Jeez, how long can this go on? Zabuza kicks Kakashi into a nearby pond and uses a water prison technique to trap Kakashi in a floating water bubble. And even just a water clone of Zabuza is enough to send Naruto flying with a single kick and knock his headband right off. So Kakashi yells at his students to run away with Tazuna, but Naruto looks down at the bandage on his hand and remembers the vow he made to stop running away. He grabs his headband, stands his ground, and tells Sasuke he has a plan to take Zabuza down together. Before they start fighting for real, first, Zabuza needs to establish just how bad of a boy he is. He explains that in the Hidden Mist Village, the graduation ceremony used to be a lot different from what they do in the Leaf Village. They would have all their students pair off and engage in battles to the death. However, 10 years ago, there was one student who was so brutal, he made them stop this practice altogether. That student, who killed over 100 of his classmates, was Zabuza, of course. Now, Zabuza launches forward and slams Sasuke to the ground easy. Naruto dogpiles all his clones onto Zabuza, but he has no trouble batting them away like flies. Sasuke recovers and throws his massive Demon Wind shuriken aimed at the real Zabuza, who's still holding Kakashi captive. Zabuza just catches the shuriken, but failed to notice the second shuriken hiding in the shadow of the first. He's quick enough to jump over the second shuriken, but it was actually Naruto disguised as a shuriken. Let's freaking go! Naruto whips a kunai at Zabuza that he has no time to react to, forcing him to release his water prison. Kakashi is free again, and now he's pissed. Naruto explains that everything, including letting his clones get pummeled, was all part of his master plan. Now, Kakashi and Zabuza start fighting on a scale unlike anything we've seen so far. Zabuza makes lightning-fast hand signs to summon a giant water dragon, but Kakashi can recreate the hand signs instantly and cancels out the attack with his own dragon. Kakashi can read his opponent so well that Zabuza feels like his mind is being read. Then, somehow, impossibly, Kakashi copies a technique faster than Zabuza can even activate it, essentially seeing into the future. Kakashi hits Zabuza with an immense torrent of water, knocking him out. Suddenly, 2 needles fly out of a tree, hitting Zabuza in the neck and killing him instantly. Well, that escalated quickly. Kakashi recognizes this new masked killer as a shinobi hunter from the Mist Village, sent to hunt down Zabuza for going rogue. This hunter isn't much older than the 3 Chunin here, so naturally, Naruto gets super jealous. Kakashi tells Naruto to take it easy, since this guy isn't an enemy, and then follows it up by passing out from exhaustion. All that Sharingan usage pushed Sensei to his absolute limit. Team 7 carries him the rest of the way to Tazuna's house, where they meet Tazuna's daughter. Kakashi then explains that the shinobi hunter's job is to kill rogue ninjas and destroy their remains so that nobody can extract ninja secrets from their corpses. Well, if that's true, this hunter is terrible at his job. Instead of destroying Zabuza's body, he just watches the guy sit right back up. The hunter takes off his mask to reveal that he's a beautiful young man who posed as a shinobi hunter to fake Zabuza's death before Kakashi could finish him off for real. Ninjas always have a backup plan. Nothing gets past Kakashi's eyes though, so back at Tazuna's house, he has already figured out exactly what happened and tells the team that Zabuza is likely still alive. Since it's gonna take a while for Kakashi to recover his strength, he decides to increase his students' training schedule so that they'll be prepared if Zabuza attacks again. Naruto says they'll be ready for sure next time, but Tazuna's grandson Inari waddles into the room and says nobody stands a chance against Gato's men. Naruto is pissed off at this little squirt underestimating him, but something tells me this kid has a good reason to be worried. The next day, Kakashi starts their training from the very basics with an explanation of chakra. Chakra is the energy ninjas use to perform their different techniques and skills. Right now, Team 7's techniques aren't all that effective because they aren't balancing their chakra correctly. The solution? Climb some trees. More specifically, climb trees without using their hands. Kakashi walks straight up the side of a tree and explains that with complete chakra mastery, you can apply the chakra only to the bottom of your feet and use it to stick to any surface. It's a very advanced exercise, but if they can reach the top of the tree, it'll mean they'll have enough control to hypothetically use any ninja technique. Sasuke only makes it a little ways up the tree on his first try, while Naruto can barely get off the ground. Sakura, despite not doing anything yet, reaches the top easily, so she has great chakra control. Can she do anything with it? Over at Gato's hideout, the billionaire and his two bodyguards are disappointed with Zabuza's failure. Gato orders his guards to kill Zabuza, but before they can even move, the boy who is pretending to be a shinobi hunter has two blades against their throats. It's immediately clear who really has the power here. Zabuza calls the boy Haku and tells him to leave Gato alive for now. Now that Sakura has completed training early, she goes to protect Tazuno and the other construction workers while they finish building their bridge. Some of the workers are getting nervous about Gato sending more assassins, but Tazuno is determined to finish this bridge, even if he has to do it by himself. Sakura sees firsthand just how bleak the town is under Gato's control, and is determined to help Tazuno change things. Meanwhile, Naruto relentlessly throws himself at the tree over and over, and is actually able to make some real progress. But Sasuke always stays just a little bit ahead. At dinner, Naruto asks questions about a man in a picture that he assumes is Inari's father, causing the little boy to run away in tears. Tazuno reveals that the man in the picture is not his biological father, and his story is a rather interesting one. Ooh, does this mean it's time for our first backstory chapter? 3 years ago, some local bullies threw Inari's puppy into the ocean right in front of him. If that wasn't enough, they also shoved Inari in, knowing that he couldn't swim. Jesus. These aren't bullies. They're murderers. Inari and his dog were saved by Kaiza, a humble fisherman whose bravery knew no bounds. Kaiza basically adopted Inari as his son, and he quickly became a hero to the town just because he was always there to help out. However, once Gato took over the town and Kaiza fought back, Gato had Kaiza publicly executed as an example. Inari felt betrayed since Kaiza had promised he would always be there to protect him. After hearing this story, Naruto is determined to beat Gato and show Inari that there are still heroes in the world. Moving on, one morning a young girl is out picking herbs in the forest when she comes across Naruto. He's passed out on the ground, completely exhausted from practicing his chakra all night. The girl asks Naruto why he pushes himself so hard. Could it be because he has someone special in his life? This girl has someone special in her life, and his name is Zabuza. Yeah, this isn't some random girl at all, but actually Haku. Look, I told y'all he was beautiful. Instead of attacking Naruto when he has the chance though, Haku just tells Naruto they'll meet again after he gets stronger. Then, after 7 whole days of training, Naruto and Sasuke show Kakashi that they were able to reach the top of the tree. Kakashi is almost completely healed. Zabuza has restored his strength, and it looks like we're headed for a major showdown. Naruto and Sasuke return to Tazuna's house to rest up after their week of non-stop training. Inari gets angry when he sees how hard they've been working. Seeing people being brave reminds him of Kaiza and triggers him hard. Sensitive as always, Naruto just calls Inari a big baby. Later, Kakashi tells Inari that Naruto is probably really scared too, but puts on a brave face to make himself feel better. Maybe Inari should try that, instead of just crying all the time. The next day, Tazuna sets out for the bridge with Team 7, minus Naruto, who overslept, because of course he did. When they reach the bridge, they find the construction workers have already been attacked. The area grows heavy with mist, and it's clear that Zabuza is here for his rematch. The team is surrounded by water clones of Zabuza, but Sasuke obliterates them all with ease. He's clearly grown stronger, but is he ready for that smoke? Haku launches forward and starts clashing with Sasuke, and back at Tazuna's house, Gato's bodyguards show up to kidnap Tazuna's daughter. Inari doesn't want them to take his mom, but he's too frozen by fear to do anything except break down and cry. Then he remembers what Naruto and Kakashi told him and summons the courage to follow the kidnappers outside. Inari shouts at them to stop, but these assholes just laugh and prepare to cut down a child. Right as they swing their swords, Naruto arrives and substitutes Inari out for a log. Naruto takes out these two chumps with his clones like it's nothing and tells Inari that he's proud of him for being a hero. Inari's eyes shine with admiration for big bro Naruto, and Naruto sets off for the bridge to save the day some more. Meanwhile, Sasuke and Haku are still fighting hand to hand. Haku holds off Sasuke with one hand and uses the other to make hand signs. Not an easy thing to do. Haku turns all the water around them into razor-sharp blades, so Sasuke focuses all the chakra in his feet and launches high into the air. Sasuke shows his true speed and starts pummeling Haku, but the Mist Ninja has more tricks up his sleeve. Sasuke is surrounded by mirrors made of ice, each one with a reflection of Haku. Haku jumps between the mirrors with blinding speed, slashing Sasuke each time. Kakashi is blocked by Zabuza, so it's up to Sakura to help her teammate out. She throws a kunai at a mirror that Haku catches, but it's the perfect distraction for another ninja star to land, this one thrown by Naruto. The gang's all here. Zabuza throws some knives at Naruto, but surprisingly, Haku knocks them out of the air. He wants to take on both of the boys by himself. Sasuke is counting on Naruto to find a way to break this ice mirror prison from the outside, and of course, Naruto walks straight inside the circle of mirrors without thinking. Now, both boys are getting slashed non-stop, and nothing they try works. Sasuke's fire attack can't melt the ice, and even when Naruto summons clones to attack every mirror at once, Haku is still fast enough to evade. Kakashi then realizes that an attack this powerful must be a Kakai Genkai, a ninja technique passed down genetically rather than through training. A Kakai Genkai is so powerful that even Kakashi's Sharingan can't copy it. Kakashi knows his boys are in serious trouble, so he prepares a move to end things with Zabuza fast. Zabuza charges to strike Kakashi before he can uncover his Sharingan eye, and he starts talking a whole lot of smack. He says that the Sharingan won't work on him a second time, and that Haku is stronger than anyone here, so they might as well just give up. Kakashi tells him to shut the hell up, but the guy just keeps going. Zabuza says that he figured out the secret of the Sharingan eye. Kakashi can't really see the future. He's just so good at guessing what his opponent is going to do that he can bluff it. Knowing this, all Zabuza needs to do is surround Kakashi with heavy mist and fight with his own eyes closed. Genius! Then, Zabuza attacks Tazuna from behind, because he sucks like that. Over in Ice Mirror Trap, Haku is getting worried. Sasuke keeps getting faster and faster. Sasuke is getting better at evading Haku's slashes, and soon dodges them all completely. Sasuke then focuses his chakra and is able to awaken his own Sharingan in both eyes. Suck it, Kakashi! Haku knows that the longer this fight goes on, the more Sasuke will continue to get stronger, and so he does what desperate villains always do, and targets Naruto lying on the ground. On the other side, we see that Kakashi jumped in to protect Tazuna and got sliced across the chest. Zabuza says that Sasuke is likely dead by now, but Kakashi says that an Uchiha wouldn't go down that easy. Zabuza refers to Sasuke as the sole surviving member of that tragic clan. I mean, I was getting the vibe his family wasn't exactly the Brady Bunch, but jeez. Meanwhile, Naruto finally sits up to see Sasuke standing over him, absolutely filled with needles. Despite how rude, annoying, and insensitive Naruto has always been, Sasuke stood there and protected his teammate with his life. Sasuke tells Naruto that he used to hate him, but now, clearly things are different. Sasuke falls into Naruto's arms and says that he was hoping to stay alive in order to kill his older brother, but it doesn't seem like that'll be happening. And just like that, Sasuke dies. Naruto is shocked, enraged, and he's ready to let the fox out. Naruto lets out a massive blast of chakra, so powerful that it manifests physically around him. His wounds heal themselves, and Haku knows that he messed up big time. Kakashi can feel the immense chakra too, and he knows he needs to act fast to make sure the fox spirit isn't fully released into the world again. Naruto starts fighting like a feral animal, and he's now fast enough to intercept Haku while he jumps between the mirrors. Wild Naruto just pummels Haku, smashing him through his ice mirrors until his mask finally cracks. The mask falls, and just as Naruto is about to land a devastating punch, he stops. He recognizes Haku as the kid he met in the forest that morning. It's clear Naruto is no killer, so Haku decides to take this opportunity to share his tragic backstory. See, the Land of Mists has been at war constantly, going back generations. Ninjas with Kekkei Genkai bloodlines aren't seen as heroes, they're seen as inhuman monsters, weapons used to terrorize people. When Haku was a child, his father learned that his mother was from one of those bloodlines, and he snapped. He killed Haku's mother and tried to kill his own son too, forcing Haku to kill his father in self-defense. Jesus. Zabuza was the only person who ever saw Haku's abilities as a gift, so Haku is deeply loyal to Zabuza. Having failed his beloved master, Haku asks Naruto to kill him. Meanwhile, Kakashi gets help from an unexpected source. A pack of ninja dogs all jump onto Zabuza. Sometimes the best offense is a good old pack of ninja dogs. Kakashi tells Zabuza that it's over, and if he tries to fight anymore, his death is basically guaranteed. If that wasn't enough, he summons a bolt of lightning in his hand that tells me he's not messing around. On the other side, Naruto is genuinely thrown off. This kid really wants to die just because he lost one fight? Haku insists that there's no other way, and Naruto has to kill him if he ever wants to be a shinobi. Naruto charges with his kunai, but at the last second, Haku sees something else he needs to do first. He jumps in between Kakashi and Zabuza and takes the fatal blow for his master. At the same time, Inari is running around town trying to get people to join the fight at the bridge. Everyone is way too scared though, so brave Inari has to go by himself. Back at the fight, Zabuza has literally no respect or remorse for Haku. He truly just saw Haku as a tool and nothing more. Zabuza tries to slice right through Haku's body to hit Kakashi, but Kakashi jumps back in time. Now that the mist is cleared, Sakura sees Sasuke's body and runs to him. She cries over his body, mourning her greatest love. Kakashi and Zabuza are still going at it, but Kakashi is still confident he's already won the fight. Suddenly, Gato shows up with an entire army of mercenaries. He says that his plan all along was to let the ninjas fight it out first, then swoop in and take out whoever was left standing. He was never actually going to pay Zabuza. This scumbag then walks over and kicks Haku's dead body to show just how awful he is. Zabuza tells Kakashi that if he doesn't work for Gato anymore, then technically they have no reason to keep fighting. Kakashi agrees, but Naruto does not. And for once, I kind of agree with him. Sasuke freaking died. We can't just let this guy walk. Naruto asks Zabuza how he could be so heartless that he doesn't even care about someone who gave his life for him. Zabuza says that's just what being a shinobi means. But when he turns around, he's crying just a little bit. He does care. Aww. Zabuza may have been a pretty terrible guy, but here at the end, he decides to redeem himself by dragging Gato to hell with him. If they thought 100 goons was gonna be enough to take down an injured Zabuza, they clearly haven't heard the story of the time he killed 100 ninjas. Zabuza becomes an absolute whirlwind of violence, cutting through dudes until he reaches Gato and dies doing what he loved: beheading people. While all this is going on, Sakura realizes that, hey, Sasuke isn't dead. There should really be a way to check on that sort of thing. However, there are still a bunch of mercenaries left, and even though the guy who was paying them is dead, they want to fight still. Just go home, boys. I'm absolutely confident our boys could have handled it, but they don't need to, because Inari shows up with a whole army of villagers he gathered. Throw in some shadow clones from Naruto and Kakashi, and mercenaries are pretty much soiling themselves. In his dying moments, Zabuza asks Kakashi to move his body so that he's facing Haku. Aww. We then jump ahead 2 weeks. The bridge is complete and Team 7 holds a proper burial for their enemies, Zabuza and Haku. Naruto says he has learned that only he can define what being a shinobi means to him, and that he will find his own ninja path. The team has a tearful goodbye with Inari and Tazuna and set off back to the Leaf Village. As they leave, Tazuna comes up with a perfect name for the bridge: the Great Naruto Bridge. It's got a nice ring to it. The second arc begins back in Konoha, where Team 7 is ready to pick up their next mission. Things are a bit awkward between Naruto and Sasuke after Sasuke nearly died protecting Naruto. Neither of them are very good at talking through their feelings, so instead of taking this opportunity to actually become friends, they just keep acting like they hate each other. Naruto's only focus is getting better than Sasuke, and Sakura feels left behind by both of them, since, she hasn't actually done anything yet. When they finally get a day off, Konohamaru and his squad of kindergarteners ask Naruto to play with them. Sakura shows up, and when Naruto tries to look cool in front of the kids by saying Sakura is his girlfriend, she sends him flying with a punch. Where's that strength during your missions? Suddenly, some strange young ninjas from another land show up, and one of them grabs Konohamaru by the collar. See, it's time for the annual exams to find out which genin are ready to become chunin. The test will include ninjas from across the land, which means a whole lot of new characters to meet, and a whole lot of jealous Naruto. Just as this shady new ninja arrives, Kankuro is about to punch Konohamaru for no reason. Sasuke shows up and throws a rock at the guy, making him drop Konohamaru. When you mess with Konoha, you mess with Sasuke. Over with the Hokage, we see that all 9 genin from the Leaf Village have been recommended for the exams by their jonin teachers. Iruka is shocked. He had these kids as students not that long ago, and he doesn't really think most of them are ready to become chunin. But Iruka is outranked here, so Kakashi and the other jonin get the final say. Anyway, Kankuro is about to unleash some weapon he calls the Crow, when another ninja from his village named Gaara shows up behind Sasuke and tells Kankuro he's a disgrace to their village. Immediately, Kankuro seems terrified of Gaara, and Sasuke is amazed at how quietly Gaara snuck up behind him. Definitely someone to keep your eye on. These genin are from the village hidden in the sand. With a glare, a rivalry between Sasuke and Gaara is born, and of course, Naruto just feels super left out. The day before the exams, Kakashi lets Team 7 know that they'll all be participating. Well, gee, you really didn't give them much time to prepare. Sasuke is excited to fight Gaara. Naruto thinks he can win the whole thing, and Sakura is worried she'll completely flop. The next day, Team 7 arrives to find the door to the exam room is being blocked by some Leaf Village ninjas. These guys have failed the exam a bunch of times, and they're making it everyone else's problem by trying to scare the genin off. Sasuke attacks these troublemakers, but a Leaf Village ninja with a bowl cut jumps in and catches Sasuke's kick with no sweat. He introduces himself as Rock Lee and wastes 0 time in asking Sakura out on a date. Sasuke says this is turning into a real freak show, and because they're all ninjas, there are a ton of people hiding in the shadows just sizing up the competition. Before they can even enter the exam room, Rock Lee asks Sasuke if he wants to fight. Right there, right now. Lee wants to test himself against the last surviving Uchiha, as well as try to impress Sakura, but she's clearly not into this guy. Naruto's just pissed that nobody's challenging him to a fight. Naruto then launches himself at Lee to prove he's the one to beat, but Lee just tosses Naruto aside easily, using plain old strength. Sasuke takes his turn, but Rock Lee is just so fast and strong that he can kick Sasuke away no problem, even with Sasuke's Sharingan eye activated. Before things can get too crazy, Rock Lee is told to stop by a turtle. This turtle transforms into Might Guy, Lee's teacher, who looks exactly like him but taller. He's disappointed in his student for using forbidden moves on a fellow ninja, but their teacher-student bond is so strong that after just a few seconds of tears, they're hugging and making up. Guy-sensei says that he is Kakashi's arch-rival, and that his students will wipe the floor with Team 7. After that, Guy-sensei and Lee leave, and Team 7 heads to the exam room. Kakashi gives them some final words of wisdom, and tells Sakura he's proud of her for actually deciding to take the test. Apparently, if she hadn't, the whole team would have failed immediately. With that, the three young ninjas head inside. Inside, the exam room is packed with Genin. First, we meet another team from the Leaf Village, including Sasuke Fangirl and Sakura's arch-nemesis, Ino, the lazy and unmotivated Shikamaru, and Choji, a round ninja who's always stuffing his face with snacks. The final team from Naruto's school includes the shy girl Hinata, Kaki Kiba with his loyal dog Akamaru, and the ultra-mysterious Shino. If that wasn't enough new names to keep track of, Team 7 also meets Kabuto, an older kid who's taking the exam for the 7th time. Kabuto offers to share some of the knowledge he's picked up over the years in the form of shinobi skill cards. Sasuke asks what Kabuto knows about Gaara and Rock Lee. Lee is just a year older than Team 7, and he has no special talents or skill aside from his incredible physical skills, or taijutsu. Okay, see, all of the sick shadow clone and elemental techniques fall into the category of ninjutsu. On the other hand, taijutsu is about pure speed and strength. It's like characters in JJK who have no cursed energy, but remember, this was the original. A lot less is known about Gaara, except he's done a lot of missions and never once been injured. Basically, there are some real heavy hitters in this exam, and standing out will be harder than they expected. Naruto deals with this by loudly announcing that he will beat everyone. Interesting strategy. Meanwhile, we meet some ninjas from a new village called the Hidden Sound Village. They're scheming a way to make everyone remember their village's name. The Sound Ninjas suddenly attack Kabuto. Even though he's able to dodge the first attack, his glasses are shattered and he starts puking. Everyone wonders what happened, but based on the name of their village, I have a strong guess. Just then, the examiner Ibiki arrives and warns the Sound Ninjas they'll be disqualified if they cause any more trouble. The first round of the exam is Naruto's absolute worst nightmare, a written test. He's doomed. Each ninja will get a test with 10 questions on it. They all start with 10 points, but those points can be lost by getting questions wrong or by being caught cheating. If anyone reaches 0 points, their entire team is disqualified. Oh, so they're all doomed. The test starts, and everyone realizes it's way tougher than they could have expected. Even Sasuke has no clue how to answer most of them, asking them to do crazy stuff like calculate the velocity of a shuriken. Plus, the final question is a mystery one that won't even be revealed until 45 minutes into the test. Naruto realizes his only hope is to cheat, but there are so many instructors watching them that it's not gonna be easy. Sasuke figures out that successfully cheating is the real test. A true shinobi must be able to gather information without anybody detecting a thing. Everyone else has started to figure this out too. Kiba is getting answers from his dog, Shino is getting answers from bugs, and the Sound sound ninjas can tell what people are writing just from the sounds of their pencils. Sasuke uses his Sharingan to copy the movements of someone who looks smart. As the test goes on, more and more students are caught cheating and kicked out, so Naruto is way too scared to try anything. Suddenly, Hinata, who's sitting right next to Naruto, offers to show him her answers. Why would she do this? Well, let's just say Sasuke isn't the only one with fans. She's clearly got a big old crush on Naruto. Naruto is grateful for the offer, but he's not gonna take it. He's just not the kind of ninja who wants to win by cheating. That's not his ninja way. At this point, it's clear that his only hope is the mysterious final question. All the other ninjas have no such qualms about cheating. Ino astral projects herself into Sakura's body to see her answers, and Gaara creates an eyeball out of sand that he uses to look at other tests. Are there points for creativity? Right as Ibiki is about to reveal the 10th question, he also mentions that they're adding a new twist to the rules. Apparently, this guy is an expert in interrogation and torture, which doesn't give me hope for what's gonna happen next. The rule is simple. Before they hear the 10th question, each ninja must decide whether they even want to try answering it. If they refuse to even try, their whole team will fail immediately. But if they try and get the question wrong, not only will they fail, but they can never retake the exam again. A lot of students get psyched out and reject the question, but Naruto stands his ground. Even though he knows he will probably fail, he refuses to let his stupidity drag down his whole team. Naruto announces that he will never give up, no matter how dumb he is. Ibiki says that everyone who stayed has already passed. They make these way too easy. Ibiki explains that the test was really set up to see whether or not the students would risk their own future for the sake of their teammates. Naruto acts confident, like he had figured this out, but really he just got lucky this time, and his stubborn nature worked in his favor. Oh, and I should also say, every single named student we've seen so far passed the test. It's only the first round after all. Before the 78 passing ninjas even have a chance to celebrate, a woman comes crashing in through the window. This is Anko, the examiner for the second phase. She brings them all to the arena for this second portion, a place known as the Forest of Death. Anko explains that the second portion of the test is a no-holds-barred life or death game of capture the scroll. Of the 26 teams left, half will start with a heaven scroll, and the other half will get an earth scroll. Each team needs to collect one of each scroll and bring them to the town in the center of the forest, which means at most only half the teams can pass. This part of the test will last a whopping 5 days, meaning the students are also responsible for keeping themselves alive in a deadly, inhospitable forest. Everyone is ready, including 3 super unsettling grass ninjas with gross, long tongues. Ew. Hinata, Kiba, and Shino are the first to take down another team, using flying leeches. If you haven't picked up on it yet, this team loves animals. Meanwhile, Team 7 is trying to put together a plan when Sasuke wallops Naruto out of nowhere. Clever Sasuke noticed immediately that this was a fake Naruto, and he chases the guy off. Real Naruto shows back up, and they decide to create a password that only they know, to prevent any more imposters from tricking them. Sasuke tells them the password, an unnecessarily long ninja poem, but of course, one of those creepy grass ninjas overhears the whole thing. The grass ninjas attack, forcing Team 7 to scatter and regroup. To make sure none of them were replaced, Sasuke asks Sakura to recite the poem, which she does perfectly. Then, he asks Naruto to do the same thing, and he nails the poem as well. Sasuke immediately attacks Naruto. We all know the real Naruto can never memorize a long-ass poem like that. The grass ninja is impressed by the trap Sasuke just set, and prepares for what should be an interesting fight. Meanwhile, the real Naruto has been kicked far away when he immediately gets eaten by a giant snake. Whether the snake is an enemy attack or just part of the forest, it's not clear. Anyway, the grass ninja with the long tongue swallows his scroll to ensure this will be a fight to the death. If Sasuke wants that scroll, he's gonna have to slice this guy clean open. The grass ninja then generates a bloodlust so powerful that Sasuke and Sakura have visions of their own brutal deaths. Sasuke realizes they're in deep trouble here and stabs stabs himself in the leg just to focus up. He's barely able to escape with Sakura and hide behind a tree. Then, Naruto has the genius idea of summoning so many shadow clones that he explodes the snake from the inside. Just as things are looking bad for his teammates, Naruto arrives, covered in snake guts, ready to be a hero. Unfortunately for Naruto though, Sasuke cares more about surviving than he does winning. This grass ninja is so strong that Sasuke offers to give up their scroll if he lets them live. Sasuke tosses their scroll to the grass ninja, but Naruto intercepts it and punches Sasuke for being a quitter. Naruto attacks the grass ninja, but he's knocked aside quite easily and is about to be eaten by an even bigger snake. But Grass Ninja just made a big mistake. Naruto has once again awakened his inner fox. Meanwhile, Anko and the other examiners find some dead bodies outside the forest. The bodies of the real Grass Ninjas, meaning whoever is fighting Team 7 in there, they're not who they say they are. And this definitely isn't part of the test. Back in the forest, the imposter realizes he's facing the kid with the nine-tailed fox inside of him. He reveals a tattoo that has appeared on Naruto's stomach, representing the seal keeping the fox inside. The fake Grass Ninja slams his hand into the seal, knocking him out instantly. Seeing Naruto put everything on the line, Sasuke realizes this isn't a fight he can run away from. With the Sharingan Eye, Sasuke is able to match the imposter's speed and hit him with a flame attack, but all it does is melt away the ninja's disguise. He reveals himself to be Orochimaru, aka the giant snake. He tells Sasuke that he knows his older brother Itachi and that he's expecting great things of Sasuke. Then, Orochimaru shoots his head forward with a stretchy neck and bites Sasuke. Oh, don't tell me. Did this guy eat the gum fruit? Orochimaru disappears, saying that he'll see them again soon, but his parting gift leaves Sasuke on the ground, racked with pain. The Sharingan symbols manifest on Sasuke's neck where he was bitten, and he's in so much pain he can't even stand up. This sick-ass tattoo is called a curse mark, courtesy of Orochimaru. Naruto, on the other hand, is unconscious on the ground, leaving Sakura feeling very alone, very useless. I mean, she's not exactly proven herself to be a useful ally so far. Meanwhile, Anko has already figured out that Orochimaru is the one who infiltrated the exam, and apparently the dude is one of the greatest threats to the entire ninja world. Anko finds Orochimaru hiding against a tree and grapples him. With no hesitation, she's ready to launch a massive self-destruct attack that would kill them both. But the Orochimaru she's holding onto is just a decoy. She asks Orochimaru what he wants, and he says that he plans to use Sasuke as a vessel to succeed him, whatever that means. He then bites Anko on the neck to give her a curse mark as well. He warns her that he has 3 other assassins hidden amongst the test takers. Those assassins, of course, are the ninjas from the Sound Village, which it turns out is a village entirely under Orochimaru's control. The Sound Ninjas have just found Team 7, and they're in no condition to fight back. Sakura stands guard over her 2 unconscious teammates, ready to react to any threat. But she gets quickly startled by a squirrel and throws a kunai at it. In reality, Orochimaru's assassins had attached a bomb to that squirrel, so Sakura finally may have done something to make herself useful. At the same time, Rock Lee is basically just messing around in the forest, coming up with his own training exercises like he's trying to catch leaves before they hit the ground. He comes across the bomb squirrel and decides that whoever would use an innocent creature like this must pay. Meanwhile, Ino, Shikamaru, and Choji encounter Neji Hyuga, a ninja prodigy from the Leaf Village. Neji thinks he's so far above everyone else that he doesn't even want to stoop to taking their scroll, and nobody from Ino's team wants to argue with him. Next, the Sound Ninjas reveal themselves to Sakura. Despite her preparing by setting booby traps, the Sound Ninjas just blast right through them. Things are looking bad when Rock Lee shows up and hits all 3 Sound Ninjas with a single kick. Lee is ready to take on all 3 assassins at once, and I gotta say, as far as looking heroic in front of his crush goes, Lee is doing a fantastic job. We then flash back to Might Guy training his team, which consists of Lee, Neji, and a girl named Tenten. Guy Sensei tried to teach them all a powerful move called the Lotus Technique. Only Lee was able to learn it, and it allowed him to split a giant log in half with a single strike. However, Guy Sensei immediately told him that the move was forbidden, because using it too much would strain his body and shorten his lifespan. In the present, Rock Lee decides he don't give a crap. Sakura's life is more important than his own. He grabs one of the sound ninjas and uses the Lotus Technique to suplex the guy into the ground. Unfortunately, it isn't enough to even take out that one guy, and it took a lot out of Lee. The sound ninjas then use their sonic attacks to disorient Lee and put him off balance. Ino's team is watching from a distance and can tell things are looking bad for their fellow Leaf ninjas, but they know they don't stand a chance. Regardless, Ino's feelings for Sasuke win out and she throws some ninja stars, but her first instinct was right, and she's captured about 2 seconds later. Sakura, who's being held by her hair, unleashes her ultimate secret move, cutting off her own hair to get free. Sakura goes back to basics, using substitution jutsu to evade the sound ninja's attacks, and right when her opponent gets used to the pattern, Sakura fakes him out and tanks some kunai just to get close to the sound ninja. She's biting, scratching, giving it everything, and Ino can't help but be amazed by her rival's tenacity. Ino thinks back to when their rivalry started, the day they both realized they liked Sasuke. Everyone knows Sasuke likes long hair, so the fact that Sakura was willing to cut her hair to not die, it's a huge deal, apparently. Ultimately, Sakura is no match for all 3 sound ninjas, but Ino is inspired to get back on her feet again. While all this is going on, Sasuke is having some kind of out-of-body experience. He sees a past version of himself, the version that was powerless to do anything while his entire clan was destroyed, and in the real world, Ino's whole team is ready to defend their classmates. Choji wants to just run away and find more snacks, but even lazy Shikamaru knows they can't back down here. Then, one of the sound ninjas calls Choji fat, and he snaps. He uses an expansion technique to blow himself up into a giant ball that rolls towards one of the sound ninjas. The sound ninja tries to get out of the way, but Shikamaru isn't gonna let that happen. Shikamaru sends out his shadow along the ground, and as soon as it touches the sound ninja's shadow, he's frozen in place. Any move that Shikamaru makes, the sound ninja is forced to copy. Ino uses astral projection to possess one of the other ninjas and threatens to make them hurt themselves unless the others give up. With no hesitation, the sound ninjas attack their own comrade, forcing Ino out of their body. The sound ninjas are starting to regain the upper hand when Neji and Tenten show up. If that wasn't chaotic enough, Sasuke wakes up and he's rocking some gnarly new tattoos. It seems that Orochimaru's little bite made Sasuke much stronger and much more emo. Basically, he's made a deal with the devil and he really likes it. Sasuke uses his newfound strength to effortlessly dispatch the sound ninjas. He grabs one of them from behind and brutally snaps both his arms, as his classmates look on in horror. Sakura realizes this isn't the Sasuke she loves and grabs him from behind, begging him to stop. The dark marks fade from Sasuke's skin and he soon is back to normal. The sound ninja left standing says they are clearly no match for Sasuke's true power and hands over his scroll as a sign of respect. As the sound ninjas limp away, Sakura asks them who Orochimaru is and what he wants with Sasuke, but they just replied that they were only following orders. Eventually, Naruto wakes up and is again disappointed in himself for being unconscious for most of the fight. Sakura thanks the other teams for helping her out, and Ino makes a peace offering by trimming Sakura's uneven hair. Their rivalry for Sasuke's heart is still on though. Some things never change. Elsewhere, Anko gets some backup from 2 members of the Ninja Covert Operations Squad. Wait, shouldn't all ninjas specialize in covert operations? Anyway, the 2 ninjas see the curse mark on Anko's neck and say that they should cancel the exam, but Anko says it is vital that the exam continues, and heads to the tower at the center of the forest. There, they learn that the Sand Village ninja have already completed the second phase in only 97 minutes, a new record. Next, we flash back a couple minutes to see just how Gaara and his team beat this test so quickly. Apparently, Hinata, Kiba, and Shino stole the scroll they needed from a couple of ninja chumps and were on their way to the tower when Kiba got greedy. They see the Sand Village ninjas facing off with a team of Rain Village ninjas, and Kiba suggests stealing their scrolls too, so there are fewer competitors in the next phase. As they watch from the bushes, one of the Rain ninjas fires a volley of needles at Gaara. Using sand from a massive jug on his back, Gaara creates a shield that completely blocks every needle. Gaara then tells the Rain Village that he's about to make it rain with blood. Gaara is basically just a sandbender, and while it may sound simple, his power makes him an absolutely terrifying threat. He instantly encases the first Rain ninja in a coffin of sand, lifts him into the air, and crushes him into soup. My god! The other two Rain ninja try to surrender after seeing their friend get liquefied, but Gaara mercilessly does the same thing to them. Kiba sees all this and decides that maybe they should just be happy with the two scrolls that they have. Gaara can sense the presence of other ninjas and wants to continue his kill streak, but his teammates Temari and Kankuro convince him to back down. Kankuro reveals that all three of them are siblings, but Gaara says he's never once thought of them that way. Ouch. Kiba is left terrified, knowing that they came scarily close to being utterly slaughtered. Moving on, we jump ahead a couple of days. After the insanity of the first few hours, it looks like the test has really calmed down. Naruto and Sasuke are fishing with their kunai while Sakura makes a fire. It's basically just a camping trick now. Hey, look at that! Kakashi won the first popularity poll. Unfortunately, they're still missing a heaven scroll, and Sakura is worried that there might not be any left. Naruto, the same ninja who absolutely refused to cheat on a test, suggests making a fake scroll. Way to stay consistent there, bud. Since they don't know what's written inside the heaven scroll, they have to take a look at the earth scroll and just guess what the other one would have. But they were explicitly told not to open the scrolls. Elsewhere, we see another team trying the exact same thing, and opening the scroll knocks them out cold. Naruto is about to open his scroll when Kabuto appears out of nowhere and stops him. Kabuto explains that opening either scroll would hit them with a hypnosis spell and knock them out until the test was over. Ooh, thanks, man! Kabuto says he has both scrolls and is going to meet his teammates at the tower. Sasuke challenges Kabuto to a fight for the scrolls, but Kabuto says he'd rather help them find a scroll of their own. What a helpful guy! Kabuto leads Team 7 closer to the tower to try and find another team to ambush. Eventually, though, they realize they're trapped in an illusion and have been walking in circles. They walked right into a trap of a weird guy in a wetsuit. Team 7 and Kabuto are surrounded by clones of this wetsuit ninja, but they aren't sure what kind of clones they are. Kabuto says their best bet is to just stay put and keep blocking projectiles until the real enemies reveal themselves. Naruto thinks that plan is dumb, so he creates a bunch of clones to attack the enemy clones. Unfortunately, the enemy has more clone stamina than Naruto does, and after a while, Naruto is worn out. The enemy, 3 mist ninjas, finally move in for the kill once everyone is exhausted, but Team 7 had swapped with decoy clones while Naruto was making a distraction. They get the drop on the mist ninjas, and Naruto knocks the 3 creeps into a tree. The mist ninjas keep making more and more clones, which is like the only move they have. Sasuke uses his Sharingan to try and find their real bodies, but activating the eye causes the curse mark to start spreading again. Kabuto realizes that the mist ninjas are hiding their real bodies underground, and he and Naruto are able to defeat them. Team 7 gets the heaven scroll they needed thanks thanks to Kabuto, but Sasuke still doesn't trust him. When they reach the tower though, Kabuto rejoins his teammates and says goodbye without any trouble. Then, we see Kabuto's team reporting directly to Orochimaru, telling the guy everything he learned about Team 7. I never trusted him. Inside the tower, Team 7 finds a sign telling them to open both scrolls together. Team 7 opens their scrolls, which together perform a summoning spell that summons Iruka. The proud teacher congratulates the kids on passing the second part of the test, and Naruto tackles his mentor to the ground with a hug. It's a beautiful moment where all three kids look back at how far they've come, before Iruka lets them know he doesn't think they can pass the next section. However, Naruto's confidence is enough to make Iruka think they might actually have a chance. Meanwhile, Anko reports to the Hokage about Orochimaru. The old guy says Orochimaru is a serious threat, but let's keep going with these exams anyways. 7 teams make it to the third portion of the exam, which again includes every character that's actually important. Might Guy bumps into his nemesis Kakashi here, but Kakashi seems like he doesn't even know Guy's name. Ouch! Next, the Hokage makes a speech to all the remaining students. He explains that the reason they hold these tests with genin from all across the world isn't just so they can all get to know each other. It's basically a way for each nation to display their strength to the world. Plus, it's a hell of a lot cheaper than war. This whole speech is basically a fancy way of explaining that the next round is gonna be to the death. The examiner for the next round is an extremely tired-looking man named Hayate. He says that they still have too many applicants left and asks for volunteers to drop out. Kabuto is the first to raise his hand. Apparently, Kabuto makes it this far in the test every year, and every year he drops out at this point. Turns out, he's spent his entire life as Orochimaru's spy in the Leaf Village. He makes eye contact with Orochimaru himself, who's here disguised as a sound ninja. Sasuke's curse mark is still acting up and causing him pain, so Sakura encourages him to drop out as well, but that wouldn't be emo enough, so he's staying in. Anko thinks they should force him to drop out because she knows Orochimaru did something to him, but the Hokage is a big believer in individual liberties, so he agrees to let the boy fight. The final phase of the exam is simple, a tournament of one-on-one fights that only stop when one applicant is knocked out, killed, or surrenders. The first matchup is Sasuke against one of Kabuto's teammates and another Orochimaru spy, Yoroi. Before the fight begins, Kakashi warns Sasuke not to use his Sharingan, as it will cause the curse mark to get worse. Oh, and he shouldn't use too much chakra either. Considering that, Yoroi is the worst opponent he could have, because he literally absorbs chakra. Yoroi sucks up the little chakra Sasuke is using until he's barely able to stand. Naruto then yells at Sasuke that he's a disgrace, which fires him up. He borrows a page out of Rock Lee's book and uses the Lotus technique to drill Yoroi with a kick to the jaw. Just as Sasuke starts to get the upper hand, his curse mark starts to spread again. However, Sasuke is able to drive it back just through sheer strength of will, surprising Orochimaru. Sasuke is able to copy taijutsu techniques that he had seen Lee perform and uses it to drive Yoroi into the ground, knocking him out. Everyone is impressed with Sasuke's strength except for Gaara. Kakashi tells Sasuke to come with him so he can seal away the curse mark, and everyone prepares for the second match. Shino, the quiet bug guy, against a sound ninja named Zaku. I'm not really sure why the sound ninjas weren't disqualified once it was revealed they were taking orders from Orochimaru, but hey, rules are rules. Then, Naruto asks Sakura what's going on with Sasuke's weird markings. Remember, Naruto was unconscious for most of the encounter with Orochimaru, so he barely knows what's going on. Anyways, Zaku is the sound ninja that got both his arms snapped by Sasuke, so it doesn't seem like Shino will have a very hard time. Elsewhere, Kakashi puts Sasuke in the center of some elaborate markings. He performs a ritual to seal the power of the curse mark, but warns Sasuke that it could still act up if he loses control of his emotions. Then, Orochimaru strolls right up to to the two of them and explains that he is after the power of the Sharingan Eye. Meanwhile, Shino is showing just how terrifying his bug powers are. There are swarms of tiny bugs crawling under his skin, and he warns Zaku that if he doesn't surrender, he'll be devoured by flesh-eating insects. Zaku reveals that he's still able to use both arms despite the bones being broken, and tries to activate air cannons inside his arms. However, Shino's bugs had already gotten inside and jammed up the cannon, so Zaku's arms straight up explode off of his body. Jesus! Ant-Man here's scarier than Sandman! Orochimaru tells Kakashi that he isn't here to fight. He's confident that Sasuke will accept his fate and seek out Orochimaru on his own. Sasuke wouldn't do that though, would he? Back in the arena, after Shino's absolute victory, it's Kankuro from the Sand Village against the final member of Kabuto's team and Orochimaru's last spy. The spy is like a human boa constrictor and immediately wraps his body around Kankuro to try to squeeze him to death. Kankuro's neck is snapped, but it's revealed that this isn't actually Kankuro, but a wooden puppet. The real Kankuro was wrapped in bandages and is controlling the puppet with chakra strings. Kankuro turns the puppet against the stretchy dude and knocks him out easily. Next match, Sakura versus Ino. If you thought that there was a single shred of hope that these two female characters could fight without immediately making it about a man, forget about it. Sakura tells Ino that she'll never let her anywhere near Sasuke. Sakura then remembers her childhood with Ino before they let boys get between them. They actually used to be close friends, and Ino helped Sakura learn to believe in herself. Winning this fight would prove to Sakura that she's actually grown and become stronger than someone she used to look up to. She charges forward and hits Ino with a full strength punch, showing that she is not messing around. Sakura may not have any fancy techniques, but her chakra mastery makes her one of the most powerful rookies in the game. At least, that's according to Kakashi. In reality, it just looks like Sakura and Ino are having an all-out bare-fisted brawl, and they're exactly evenly matched. Ino cuts off her own hair to prove Sakura isn't better than her, and tries to use her astral projection to possess Sakura's body. However, when you know an attack like that is coming, it's super easy to dodge and leaves Ino vulnerable, so everyone thinks she's a fool for using it. Sakura thinks that she dodged the attack and has won, but then realizes she's stepped into a trap made out of Ino's own hair. Ino used her hair as a way to channel her chakra, and once Sakura steps on it, Ino is able to possess her body no problem. Now, in control of Sakura's body, Ino is about to make her surrender. Naruto cheers Sakura on from the stands, and his voice is able to reach Sakura, trapped deep within her own body. Using her immense control of chakra, Sakura forces Ino out of her body. The fight ends with both girls punching each other at the same time, both getting knocked out, and both getting eliminated from the exam. Seriously? After all that? Afterwards, the two girls have a nice moment and seemingly start to become friends again, but they're still arguing over Sasuke. In the next round, Temari from the Sand Village absolutely obliterates Lee's teammate Tenten, off screen no less. Rock Lee is pissed that Temari didn't have the respect to at least beat Tenten on the page and attacks immediately. Guy Sensei tells Lee to knock it off and save it for his match. The next fight is between Shikamaru and a sound ninja named Tsuchi. As soon as the match starts, Shikamaru tries to grab his opponent's shadow with his own, but Tsuchi was prepared for that. She dodges Shikamaru's shadow and throws out needles attached to tiny threads. She thinks she's won, but Shikamaru realizes he sneakily sent his shadow along the razor-thin shadow of the thread. Now, in control of Tsuchi's body, Shikamaru forces her to slam her head against the wall behind her, knocking her out. Next up, our guy is finally getting his moment. Naruto against Kiba. Kiba and his dog Akamaru are psyched. They think Naruto is an easy opponent. After all, he was always at the bottom of the class in ninja school. The dog-loving Kiba fights like a wild animal himself and launches towards Naruto, but Naruto is determined to show his classmates just how much he's grown. Akamaru attacks Naruto and leaves him wounded on the ground, but when Akamaru returns to Kiba, it's revealed that Naruto switched places with the dog. This old dog can learn new tricks, like turning himself into a dog. Naruto has exactly one of his clones holding Akamaru, but Kiba gives the dog a pellet that turns him into an exact copy of Kiba. It's now 2-on-1, and Naruto is put on the defensive. Then, Naruto has the genius idea to make himself look like Kiba too. Now his opponents don't know who's who. Kiba is unfazed though, because he can just smell which one is Naruto, and hits that one with a devastating punch. But that wasn't Naruto, it was Akamaru. Enraged, Kiba hits the other Kiba, but that one was actually Akamaru. Kiba's nose was right the first time, and Naruto was just pretending to be an injured dog to trick Kiba. I swear, this idiot is a genius! Naruto announces he's gonna end this with a brand new killer move, and he farts. With Kiba's enhanced sense of smell, it leaves him stunned. That was unintentional, but it gives Naruto the perfect ability for his real new move. It's basically his version of the Lotus technique, but he makes up for a lack of strength and speed with a bunch of clones. He kicks Kiba into the air and wins the match. Afterwards, a blushing Hinata gives Naruto some healing ointment. The leaf ninja Neji is not happy about that. See, Neji and Hinata are from the same family, but they're not that closely related. Hinata is from the main branch of the Hyuga clan, and Neji is from an offshoot cadet branch. Relations between the two branches are not exactly friendly, but Neji still doesn't like to see a Hyuga flirting with a dope like Naruto. Fortunately, he can express that frustration against Hinata in the next match. Everyone thinks Hinata is gonna be absolutely demolished, and Neji gives her the chance to surrender before their fight even starts. It seems like this is the story of Hinata's whole life. Her family has always seen her as a disappointment, unfit to be a part of the main branch. From Neji's perspective though, she's just a spoiled brat who never had to work hard. The Hyuga clan possesses something called the Byakugan Eye, which is a lot like the Sharingan, but even better at perceiving enemy abilities. Neji has mastered this ability, while Hinata is basically a novice. Nobody thinks Hinata has a chance in hell except Naruto, loudly cheering for her from the stands. The two Hyugas charge at each other using identical stances, and surprisingly, Hinata seems to be winning at first, hitting Neji with blows that damage his internal organs. With the Byakugan Eye, she can see exactly where to hit to cause the most damage. But Neji reveals that even more impressively, his Byakugan can see Hinata's Tenketsu, special pressure points that control the flow of chakra. By hitting them, he completely cuts off Hinata's energy flow. Inspired by Naruto, Hinata keeps pushing on, even when it seems completely hopeless. Soon, Neji has laid her out flat, bleeding heavily, and the referee goes to call the match. Still though, Hinata pulls herself to her feet. Neji is so frustrated that he goes in for the kill, but Kakashi and the referee both jump in to stop him. Neji is crowned the winner of this match, and as her injuries finally catch up to her, Hinata collapses. Neji gloats over his victory and tells Naruto that he will always be a failure. Naruto charges forward, but this time, it's Lee who holds him back. After Naruto has been calmed down, the second to last match pits Rock Lee against Gaara, and I'm very worried for the bowl cut here. The match starts, and Lee charges forward. Without even moving a muscle, Gaara's stand easily blocks every attack. Guy Sensei reveals to Naruto and Sakura that Lee can't use any kind of ninjutsu techniques. His incredible physical abilities are all he's got. But Guy is confident those abilities will be enough to win. Guy tells Lee that he needs to get serious and asks him to take off his ankle weights. Lee removes the training weights that he was wearing and drops them to the ground, and they fall with the force of several tons. One of the most aura farming moments in all of manga. Lee is now way faster, fast enough to do what nobody else has done yet, land a clean hit on Gaara. Lee keeps getting faster, keeps striking Gaara, and Kankuro is starting to get worried, but not for Gaara. Since his sand shield isn't fast enough, Gaara creates a sand armor right on top of his skin. Lee decides to end this with several consecutive lotus kicks, putting a great strain on his own body. He slams Gaara into the ground, but it's just an empty sand shell. Lee winced in pain only for a moment, but it was enough for Gaara to slip out and leave his sand armor behind. Now, Lee is vulnerable, and Gaara is ready to let out his inner demon. Lee thinks back on his past, back to when he was just a kid that was bullied for being unable to use ninjutsu. His dream was to prove that anyone can become a great shinobi, even those without ninjutsu, and Guy Sensei was the only one who actually saw Lee's potential. Lee trained his body harder and more relentlessly than anyone else in the Leaf Village, having almost zero natural talent to rely on. In the present, everyone thinks it's time for Gaara to start dishing out punishment, but Guy Sensei says they shouldn't count Lee out just yet. Guy says that Rock is going to use a technique called the Reverse Lotus, and Kakashi is immediately horrified. It's a forbidden move, way more dangerous than the normal Lotus technique, and it could kill Lee if used incorrectly. See, inside every ninja, there are 8 gates that control the flow of chakra. The more a ninja is able to open, the more powerful they get, but the danger to their own body increases as well. Apparently, Lee is able to open 5 of the 8 gates, a fact that shocks Kakashi. If he were able to open all 8 gates, he would briefly become as strong as the Hokage himself, but he would die shortly after. Right now, Lee only opens up to the 4th gate, and he starts literally juggling Gaara in the air with powerful hits. It's not quite enough to penetrate the sand armor, so he opens the 5th gate. Lee hits Gaara with a reverse lotus, a devastating punch that slams him into the ground and destroys his sand jug. It's still not enough though. Gaara gets back up and uses his sand to crush Lee's left arm and leg. Guy Sensei can't stand to see his protege injured anymore, so he steps in to stop the fight. Gaara is declared the winner, but Lee still somehow gets back on his feet. Guy goes to tell him it's over and realizes that Lee is entirely unconscious and just stood back up out of pure instinct. This guy's the true main character right here. Afterwards, a medical shinobi takes a look at Lee and tells Guy that his body is so destroyed that he can never be a shinobi. If there's anyone that could beat that prognosis though, it is Rock Lee. The final match of the first round is Choji against the final Sound Ninja, and Choji starts off by taking his big balloon form. The Sound Ninja easily dodges and uses a sonic attack that bursts Choji's balloon. It's honestly the most disappointing match yet. At least the first round technically went out with a bang. So for the next round, we've got 5 Leaf Ninjas, 3 Sand Ninjas, and 1 Sound Ninja. But before they even get started, we see Kabuto reporting to Orochimaru how the fights are going. Orochimaru reveals he is planning to trigger a war between the 5 nations, and Sasuke is the weapon Orochimaru will use to ensure his Sound Village comes out on top. He orders Kabuto to kidnap Naruto because he doesn't like the positive influence Naruto has on Sasuke. He wants Emo Boy to be as lonely and brooding as possible. Orochimaru then tells Kabuto that if he wants to bring Orochimaru down, the best way would be to just kill Sasuke. But then he says he's just joking. Why would Kabuto want to defeat his own master? These two seem to have a very strange relationship where they never really trust each other, but then again they're both world-class liars, so it kinda makes sense. Back at the exam, the Hokage says they will be holding the final part of the exam in 1 month, giving them time to grow stronger and learn more about their enemies. Then, we see that Kabuto has slaughtered a bunch of Anbu Black Ops ninjas to reach the room where Sasuke is recovering. As a side note, the Anbu are the village's most covert and secretive division of ninjas, but more often than not, they're just fodders to make the bad guys look tough. It looks like Kabuto may be planning to ruin Orochimaru's fun by killing Sasuke after all, but Kakashi is there to stop him. Kakashi asks Kabuto who he really is, and when he doesn't get any answers, he attacks. Only it isn't actually Kabuto that he attacks, but one of the dead guards that Kabuto was puppeteering. Kabuto gets away, leaving Kakashi worried for Sasuke's safety. Then, the Hokage has the remaining applicants draw lots to decide the order for the rest of the tournament next month. He also explains that the results of this tournament have nothing to do with deciding who gets to become a Chunin. A panel of judges will decide separately based on each genin's performance, and even the ones who were already eliminated last round are eligible. Sakura might not be left behind after all. Naruto immediately goes to find Kakashi to get some training, but Kakashi says he needs to focus his energy on Sasuke. So, he's found Naruto an even better teacher, Konohamaru's tutor, Ebisu. Naruto isn't all that excited to be trained by a guy that he had already beat way back in the second issue, but Kakashi insists that Ebisu is an even better teacher than he is. Unfortunately for Naruto, he's a very technical teacher. He gives Naruto a long lecture about chakra, but it basically boils down to Ebisu saying that Naruto's control of his chakra is trash compared to all the other genin. He's only able to keep up because his natural stamina is incredible, thanks to the nine-tailed fox. For his training, Ebisu takes Naruto to the bathhouse. Remember when he had to learn to walk up a tree? Well, for the next level, he'll need to learn to walk on water. Quite a bit harder. When Naruto tries and fails at that, Ebisu notices some old guy peeping on the women's bath, and when he confronts him, the old dude summons a giant frog and lays Ebisu out flat. Oh boy, here we go. Naruto is naturally intrigued by this powerful pervert and his giant frog. The dude calls himself the Toad Sage, but Naruto only calls him Pervy Sage. Since this weirdo knocked out Naruto's teacher, it's his responsibility to take over Naruto's training. The Pervy Sage refuses until he sees Naruto's ninja centerfold move. He agrees to oversee Naruto's training as long as he can continue to see Naruto as a naked woman. Actually, hey, can we skip this part? No? Anyway, the pervert notices that Naruto has a seal on his stomach messing with his chakra flow. It must have been placed by Orochimaru back in the Forest of Death. He releases the seal and promises to teach Naruto how to control the fox's chakra as his own. Elsewhere, we see the third sound ninja try to ambush Gaara so that he can fight Sasuke in the tournament. Let's just say it goes poorly for him. And finally, we learn from Ebisu about the legendary three great ninjas. One of them is Orochimaru, and another is this massive pervert right here, Lord Jiraiya. Moving on, we see Kabuto plotting his evil schemes along with a representative from the Sand Village. It looks like Sand and Sound are teaming up to destroy the Leaf Village, probably because their names sound familiar. Hayate, the referee from last round, overhears these schemes, but the Sand Ninja catches him and makes sure he can't tell anyone what he heard. Back with Naruto, Jiraiya starts training him to distinguish between his own yellow chakra and the fox's red chakra. Only he never uses the word fox because dumb Naruto hasn't made the connection between his special chakra and the fox spirit inside of him. He just thinks he has a super cool bonus chakra inside him because he's awesome. Jiraiya has Naruto exhaust himself to use up his regular chakra, then try to use his special chakra to summon a toad. And on his first attempt, Naruto only summons a tadpole. He's got a long way to go. Later, the Leaf Village ninjas find Hayate's body, and they start to suspect that one of their allies could be working with Orochimaru. But the Hokage still refuses to postpone the exam. All the competitors train non-stop for the next few weeks. Sakura and Ino buy flowers to bring Sasuke in the hospital, but he already disappeared to go train in the mountains with Kakashi. They bring the flowers to Rock Lee instead, who honestly needs them way more. Despite the doctors telling him he'd never fight again, Lee is already back to training. And now, Naruto is able to summon a tadpole, with legs this time. 3 weeks in, Naruto hasn't made much progress, and Jiraiya is too busy being a perv to help out much. When he's not being a total creep, he's reading and writing adult novels, which is not the kind of hobby you'd expect a great ninja to have. Eventually, Jiraiya decides to use a risky last resort. Just throw Naruto off a cliff and hope he awakens the fox's power. Sink or swim type. As Naruto plummets to his death, he tries to grab onto the walls, but they're too smooth for him to get a grip. Over in the Sand Village, located within the Land of Wind, they're still plotting their evil schemes. The Sand Village leader, the Kazekage, tells his men to continue with their plan to launch a war. Their plan will go into full effect on the day of the tournament. The only one not fully down with this is Temari, but she's not a very important character, so no one really cares. Meanwhile, Naruto comes face to face with the nine-tailed fox on some kind of mental plane. Naruto demands that the fox lend him his strength or they both die. The fox doesn't like being threatened all that much, but he kinda has to admit Naruto's got a good point and lets Naruto access his chakra. Naruto then summons an absolutely massive toad that breaks his fall. Naruto may have gone a little overboard though, cause this isn't just any frog, but Gamabunta, the chief frog. Even Jiraiya isn't able to control this guy, but the giant toad respects that Naruto had the strength to summon him in the first place, so he drops off an exhausted Naruto at the hospital. Naruto then wakes up in a hospital bed to see Shikamaru there, because he happened to be there supporting Choji with a tummy ache. It's very lucky timing, because at that moment, Gaara is sneaking into the hospital to try and kill a defenseless Rock Lee. Shikamaru freezes him just in the nick of time with his shadow possession, and he and Naruto prepare to face this terrifying sand monster. The boys ask Gaara why he's trying to kill Lee, and the guy responds, just cuz. Shikamaru tries to scare Gaara off with false confidence, but inside, he knows Gaara could destroy him. Naruto, on the other hand, genuinely believes that he can win, thanks to the monster inside of him. Gaara says he's got a monster inside of him too. He was literally created to be the most powerful sand shinobi possible, but the process took the life of his mother during his birth. He's basically the reincarnation of a powerful sand god named Shukaku, the same way Naruto possesses the fox spirit. Because of this, Gaara's father, the Kazekage, raised him not with love, but with brutal training. But Gaara got so powerful that his own father became afraid of him, so when he isn't sending Gaara on missions, he's kinda trying to kill his own son. Naruto feels like he's basically looking at an evil, darkest timeline version of himself and desperately wishes that he could help Gaara. Then, Guy Sensei enters the room and Gaara decides to back off. For now. Finally, the day of the tournament arrives. Early in the morning, Naruto heads to the place where Team 7 had their first training with Kakashi and runs into Hinata. Naruto's first fight is gonna be against Neji, and he asks Hinata if she thinks he can win. He actually starts to open up about his doubts and insecurities, and says that his confident attitude is really just to cover up for his embarrassment and fear. Hinata says that's exactly what makes Naruto so brave to her, and that she believes in him. At the arena, every fighter is present except Sasuke. As the tournament begins, the Hokage welcomes the Kazekage to the Leaf Village. It's pretty tense, since they both know that the Kazekage is plotting something dastardly. There, everyone is wondering where Sasuke is, but Gaara is the only one who knows, because he went and paid Sasuke a visit during his training. We can only hope Sasuke isn't in a sand coffin somewhere. The first match between Naruto and Neji begins, but the ninja in the audience get the feeling that something bigger than just a tournament is gonna go down today. Naruto knows that he can't let Neji hit his Tenketsu chakra points, so he'll keep his distance and attack with clones. His technique is so advanced that even the Byakugan eye can't tell which is the real Naruto. Still, Neji is so perceptive that he can dodge and counter every attack the clones make. At the same time, Kabuto is sneaking through the Leaf Village, taking out the Black Ops soldiers. Not great. Neji figures out that the Naruto that is staying far away from him is the real one, but that was a trap set by Naruto. The real Naruto launches forward with an attack and tells Neji the reason he's gonna win. He came into this fight prepared to lose. Naruto finally lands a solid hit, or at least he thinks he does. Neji is able to rotate his body at a high enough speed to make any normal attack attack just reflect off of him. It's a technique that's only supposed to be taught in the Hyuga main branch, but Neji was able to recreate it just by watching. Neji shows Naruto another part of this hidden technique called 8 trigrams, 64 palms. With his technique, he rapidly hits 64 of Naruto's chakra points. Naruto is knocked down, but still gets back to his feet. He tells Neji that he'll never give up to a jerk who was so mean to his own cousin. And with that, Neji says he will tell Naruto the true story of the Hyuga clan. Neji takes off his headband to show Naruto a curse mark on his head. This mark is placed on all members of the cadet branch by the main Hyuga branch. See, the ninjas in the cadet branch are supposed to devote their lives to protecting the members of the main branch, and the curse mark serves as a way for the main branch to keep the cadet branch under control. If Neji were to die, the curse mark would seal away his abilities so no one could learn the secrets of the Byakugan Eye, but the mark can also basically just be used to torture anyone that has it. Anyway, when Neji was young, there was an incident that almost led to war between the Leaf Village and the Land of Clouds. In order to make peace, the Land of Clouds demanded the life of Hinata's father, Hiyashi. But since the main branch is so important, the Hyuga clan instead decided to kill Neji's father and use him as a body double. So I'd say Neji has a pretty good reason to be pissed at the main branch. Naruto tells Neji, sorry about your dad, but that's no reason to be a jerk to everyone. And Naruto understands exactly what it's like to feel like you've been cursed from birth. Also, since Neji almost killed Hinata in the last round, his whole monologue about being forced to protect her kinda rings hollow. Meanwhile, in the stands, Hinata has passed out from the intensity of watching all this, but the Black Ops ninja that is treating her seems pretty sus. Anyway, while Neji thinks that he's secured his victory by blocking Naruto's chakra flow, he actually just shot himself in the foot big time. Without access to his regular chakra, Naruto is able to call on the fox's chakra once again. Naruto lets out a huge burst of energy and starts attacking. Neji's rotation defense is able to keep up, but Naruto keeps getting faster. Naruto tells Neji that when he's Hokage, he'll reform the Hyuga clan so it's not so messed up. They clash, and when the dust settles, both boys have been knocked into a crater. Neji is the first to get to his feet, and he stands over Naruto triumphantly. Have you guessed it already? That Naruto on the ground is just a decoy, and the real one shoots out of the ground to deliver a knockout punch. Naruto wins, and it'll be a lot harder for anyone in the village to call him a failure after this. The crowd cheers for Naruto, and I'd say it's pretty well deserved. Neji is carried off by medics and thinks about what Naruto told him, when suddenly his uncle arrives. Hiyashi tells Neji that it was actually Neji's father who insisted that he be killed instead of Hiyashi. It wasn't a cold-blooded murder, but a noble sacrifice that Neji's dad made to protect his family. Neji isn't gonna change overnight, but it seems like these words have quite an effect on him, and he might not be such a miserable jerk going forward. Up next is Gaara versus Sasuke, but Sasuke is still nowhere to be seen. The Kazekage suggests that they save this match until later, hoping Sasuke will show up, especially since this is the match everyone is most excited to see. They move on to Kankuro against Shino, but Kankuro doesn't want to reveal any of his abilities before they launch their evil plan, so he withdraws from the tournament. This is not what the crowd came here to see. Next up is Temari against Shikamaru. Temari figures out exactly how far Shikamaru's shadow can stretch out and stays far enough away that it's not a threat. She uses a giant fan to blast sharp wind at Shikamaru, who wishes he was doing anything else right now. He really only wants to become a ninja so that he can live his life however he wants, which doesn't seem like great logic to me. Wouldn't a better job for a chill life like that be like a fisherman or something? Anyway, in the stands, Shikamaru's teacher Asuma says his true strength lies in his strategic brilliance and his IQ of over 200. Shikamaru waits for the sun to move a little lower so that his shadow gets longer, but Temari catches on before he can possess her shadow. Shikamaru even tries creating a parachute out of his own vest, just to create create more shadows to work with, but Temari still keeps a safe distance. But as Temari is about to launch a big attack, Shikamaru reveals he's already got her possessed. He sent his shadow underground, through the same tunnel Naruto used for his final attack. Everything else was just a diversion. Shikamaru walks right up to the paralyzed Temari and forfeits the match. Yeah, he doesn't want to have to do another round of this crap. A lot of people in the crowd are disappointed in Shikamaru for this lazy display, but that's just his ninja way. Then Rock Lee shows up on crutches to watch the rest of the matches, but there's still no sign of Sasuke, and his is the only match left in this round. Then, in a whirl of leaves, Kakashi and Sasuke make their dramatic entrance. Everyone is pumped for the main event, except Lee, who's miserable to just be watching and not fighting himself. Gaara has his bloodlust up and is ready to tear Sasuke apart. Then, out of nowhere, two really stupid ninjas stop Gaara before he enters the arena and ask him to throw the match because they bet on Sasuke. It goes pretty poorly for them. They're gonna be finding sand in their underwear for days.
Oh, what? Oh.
They're super dead. As the match starts, Gaara is muttering crazily and talking to his dead mother. He attacks Sasuke with a sand clone, but Sasuke hasn't been slacking off this month. Using pretty much the same strategy that Lee did in his match against Gaara, Sasuke relies on pure speed and strength to overcome Gaara's sand defense and land the first hit. Sasuke starts chipping away at the sand armor, but everyone watching is getting worried. Sasuke is using all the same moves Lee did, and we all remember how that ended up for him. Meanwhile, Naruto realizes how much danger Sasuke is in and decides he has to try to stop the match. He tells Kakashi that Gaara is a complete psycho and asks him to intervene, but Kakashi tells Naruto that Sasuke has got another trick up his sleeve. Gaara encases himself in a perfect sphere of sand. His comrades from the sand village are worried he's gonna go on an absolute rampage, which would mess up their evil plans, but Shino overhears them saying this. These sand ninjas are not so good at secrecy. Down in the arena, Sasuke manifests his chakra in his hand physically as a bolt of lightning, the same attack Kakashi used against Zabuza way back when. Sasuke launches forward, his hand literally chirping with energy, and hits the sandball with Chidori 1000 birds. The attack is also known as Reikiri or Lightning Blade. Okay, that's one too many names. Nobody can see whether or not the attack connected with Gaara's main body inside his sandball, but then a horrible scream from Gaara pretty much confirms that it did. Sandboy is bleeding for the first time in his life, and I don't get the vibe that it's an enjoyable experience for him. A massive sand claw emerges from the sphere, but when the sandball melts away, it's still just normal Gaara standing there, wounded on his shoulder. That's the exact moment that the Sand Sound Alliance launches their true attack. Sound ninjas disguised as Black Ops ninjas cast a coordinated spell that knocks out everyone in the crowd. Only the Jonin and Sakura are able to protect themselves, and it's about to pop off. 3 gigantic snakes smash through the wall to the Leaf Village and start destroying everything. It's absolute chaos in the arena as ninjas start fighting, and the Kazekage takes the Hokage hostage. He brings the Hokage onto a temple roof and creates a barrier to keep everyone else out. Gaara's team has their own role in this surprise attack, but getting injured seemed to really throw Gaara off his game, and he's in no state to follow orders. Kankuro and Temari grab Gaara and retreat with him, but Sasuke chases after them, and yeah, of course that's not the Kazekage at all, but Orochimaru that's holding the Hokage at knife point. Orochimaru then tells the Hokage that he's going to die right here. As the third arc begins, we see some other rando leaf ninjas talking about Orochimaru's past. Apparently, he used to be a student of the third Hokage, but when he wasn't chosen to be the fourth Hokage, he swore vengeance vengeance and ran away from the village. Wait, jeez. All of this was because he was passed over for a promotion? These leaf ninjas then realize they're under attack from giant snakes and hop into action. And back in the arena, Kakashi and Guy are fighting back to back, protecting their students from the sound and sand assassins. Meanwhile, Orochimaru starts to tear up, not because he's about to kill his former teacher, but because he's tired. He stabs himself in the hand to wake up and to farm some aura. Kakashi then tells Sakura to wake up the students that were knocked out, because he has an important mission for them. Kakashi tells Sakura to grab Naruto and Shikamaru and chase after Sasuke. To help her out, he summons a talking ninja dog with excellent tracking abilities named Pa-kun. Sakura wakes up the boys and tells them it's up to them to save Sasuke from those sand creeps. Over on the roof, the duel between the Hokage and Orochimaru has begun. Orochimaru raises 2 corpses from the dead to fight for him, and the Hokage can't believe who they are. The 2 coffins open to reveal the first and second Hokages, and even though the 3rd Hokage is their bro, by the rules of corpse reanimation, they have to follow Orochimaru's orders to kick this old man's ass. Meanwhile, Pa-kun tells Sakura that they have 9 elite shinobi on their trail. Shikamaru's battle genius tells them that they can't outrun these shinobi forever, and standing their ground to fight would be a death sentence. The only logical move is for one of them to stay behind as a decoy while the others keep moving. Shikamaru nominates himself to make this sacrifice, since his technique gives him the best chance at escaping. He creates fake paw prints on the ground to lead the shinobi away, and possesses all 9 of their shadows at once. Legend! Unfortunately, this much possession is draining Shikamaru's chakra fast, and to make things worse, he realizes he only possessed 8 shinobi, meaning there's still 1 up in the trees. Shikamaru wonders how a lazy, normal guy like him wound up in such a dangerous situation, and right when he thinks he's toast, his teacher Asuma shows up and knocks out the 9th shinobi. Asuma easily takes out the other 8 paralyzed shinobi, and lets Shikamaru take a much-needed break. Back in the village, Orochimaru uses some more forbidden magic to make his undead Hokage soldiers even stronger. The 3rd Hokage charges forward before Orochimaru can pull any more bullcrap. The 3rd Hokage blasts his opponents with a fire attack, but the 2nd puts it out with a water technique, while the 1st grows a giant tree that wraps around the 3rd. Then, the 3rd Hokage summons the Monkey King to help him out, because that's just the kind of thing these legends can do. Unfortunately though, no matter what he tries, his attacks are ineffective against 2 dudes who aren't even alive. The 3rd Hokage decides he has no choice but to use the ultimate jutsu of the 4th Hokage. Before he can launch his ultimate jutsu, Orochimaru peels off his own face to reveal a much younger version of himself. He reveals to the Hokage that he perfected the technique he's been chasing his whole life, the art of immortality. He can transfer his soul into younger bodies to keep on living forever, and Sasuke is gonna be his next vessel. The 3rd Hokage feels personally responsible for letting his former student go down this dark path, so he's determined to make up for it by wiping Orochimaru off the face of the earth here and now. He uses the 4th Hokage's jutsu to summon a god of death that only he can see. Orochimaru uses a technique that shrouds the 3rd Hokage in darkness, but he doesn't even care. He's fighting for his village, his family, his lifelong friends. He can't lose here. The 3rd Hokage then casts the sealing jutsu Reaper Death Seal. This is one jutsu that even the brilliant Orochimaru doesn't know about. 2 clones of the 3rd Hokage rush forward and each grab one of the reanimated corpses. He uses the Death Seal to pull their souls out of their corpses and return them to the earth. And then there were 2. The 3rd Hokage attacks, and while Orochimaru tries to fend him off with his snakes, the Hokage is able to grab hold of his student. Orochimaru stabs the Hokage from behind, and the old guy doesn't even try to evade. See, this is one of those jutsus that you don't perform twice. He was ready to die from the moment he started the Death Seal, and he's taking Orochimaru with him. Orochimaru then realizes that this this must have been the same jutsu the 4th Hokage used to seal the 9-tailed fox. The Hokage explains that the fate awaiting them is not a fun one. Both their souls will spend all of eternity battling each other within the belly of the god of death. Orochimaru desperately tries to finish off the old man before he can complete the jutsu. Elsewhere, Jiraiya shows up on a giant toad and helps take down the giant snakes. Then, we see that Sasuke has finally caught up to the sand ninjas, and Shino is there too. Shino is tired of people calling him the creepy bug guy. Yeah, that's on me, sorry. And says he'll take on Kankuro while Sasuke handles the other two. Kankuro takes out his wooden puppet and Shino summons his bug army. At the same time, Sasuke catches up to Temari and Gaara, just as Gaara is starting to go through puberty, I assume? He unleashes his inner sand god and begins to morph into a terrible beast. Meanwhile, Shino makes a decoy of himself and circles behind Kankuro, but Kankuro catches on and launches a poison gas bomb. Back on the roof, the Hokage tries to pull out Orochimaru's soul, but he just doesn't have the strength left. Age is one thing that no shinobi can fight. Well, except Orochimaru, I guess. At that moment, Iruka is protecting Konohamaru and the other kids when they all see the 3rd Hokage's sculpture on the giant rock wall has started to crack. Not a good omen for sure. Back in the forest, Shino's bugs have crawled inside Kankuro's puppet to jam it up, so Kankuro just makes his puppet shoot its own head off toward Shino with a poisoned covered needle in its mouth. But at the last second, his bugs save him again by reaching Kankuro's real body and severing the strings he used to control the puppet. Shino passes out from the poison gas, but he's clearly won this fight. Bugmate. Sasuke is still facing Gaara in his sand monster form. He then flashes back to a couple days ago when Gaara showed up at his training with Kakashi. Gaara told Sasuke that they were very similar, as they both only know pain and suffering. He suggested that they test their resolves by having their match be a fight to the death, to see whose suffering has given them more strength. All this time, Sasuke didn't know if his suffering even had a point, but now he's figured it out. His brother Itachi left him alive and in pain for one reason, so that someday Sasuke could destroy Itachi. Sasuke summons another Chidori in his fist and launches at Gaara. Gaara is wounded, but that only gets this psycho even more excited. He grows another monstrous sand arm and begins to move even faster. Sasuke tries a fire attack, but I guess it wasn't hot enough to turn Gaara into glass. Chidori is the only thing that seems to affect him, but sadly, Sasuke has already reached his Chidori limit for the day. Kakashi said if he tries to do 3 in a day, it won't work. It'll drain his chakra, and it might even kill him. So definitely don't try it. Well, he doesn't really have any other options, so he tries it anyway. Sasuke's curse mark starts spreading again, and he collapses. Before Gaara can take advantage of his vulnerability, Naruto and Sakura arrive to save the day. Naruto knows exactly how much of a monster Gaara is, so for maybe the first time ever, he actually suggests that they retreat. Sakura tries to protect Sasuke's body, but Gaara just smashes her into a tree. But seeing all of these people putting their lives on the line to protect their friends confuses Gaara, since he can't understand caring about anybody else. He thinks back on his childhood, which was dark as hell. All the other children were understandably terrified of him, and Gaara even tried to hurt himself, but the sand would always automatically protect him. There was only one person who ever treated Gaara like a real person, his uncle Yashamaru. Despite the fact that Yashamaru's sister, Gaara's mother, died giving birth, he never held any visible anger towards Gaara. He tried his best to teach Gaara that his life was a gift given to him by his mother, and that she wouldn't want her son to feel guilty just for being alive. Unfortunately, these lessons just weren't enough to overcome the monster inside Gaara, and he continued to hurt the people around him. One day, a shinobi tried to assassinate Gaara, and he responded by killing him. When he removed the mask, he saw that the man who tried to kill him was his uncle, the one person he thought he could trust. I guess I really don't blame the guy for going full monster then. In his dying moments, Yashimaru told Gaara that it was his father who ordered the assassination. Then, to really drive the knife in, he tells Gaara that part of him was eager to kill Gaara, because deep down, he had always resented the kid for his sister's death. Yashimaru then says all that nice stuff he said in the past was crap. Gaara is nothing but a manifestation of his mother's hatred for the world. If that wasn't enough trauma for the poor kid, Yashimaru then blew himself up to try and take Gaara with him. Jesus, why hasn't Gaara just killed his horrible dad already? Back in the present, Naruto decides to stand his ground, and his best bet against this monster is to summon Gamabunta. He tries, but all he gets is a normal-sized wisecracking toad. Sakura is slowly being crushed by sand, and Gaara is continuing to look less human. Naruto looks into the monster's eyes and knows that he could end up exactly like this if he lets the fox take over. He piles his clones onto Gaara, but they all just get shredded. Naruto thinks about all the people who helped prevent him from becoming like that, and knows he can't back down here, even if it kills him. Naruto has his clones throw him forward like a human cannonball, and he vaults over Gaara to land right behind him. He then unleashes the ultimate move Kakashi taught him, probably the most powerful technique in the verse, sticking a kunai up Gaara's ass. Not just any kunai though, an explosive one. Gaara is blown away, but slowly reforms and gets back on his feet. Just then, Sasuke stands back up as well, and tells Naruto to free Sakura and run away with her. In that moment, Naruto understands something very important. True strength doesn't come from fighting for yourself or fighting to prove everyone wrong. It comes from having people to defend. Naruto taps into his fox chakra and fills the forest with hundreds of clones. Naruto's clones hit Gaara with shuriken from every angle and rain down a barrage of 2,000 blows. Just as Gaara is being overwhelmed, he achieves perfect possession. Shukaku, the evil spirit inside of him, gains total control. He turns into a gargantuan beast that towers above the trees. I don't think a kunai up the butt is gonna cut it now. Naruto is encased in sand, but he bursts out by successfully summoning Gamabunta. Naruto asks the giant toad to help him fight, but the toad says, nah. Fortunately, the smaller toad that Naruto summoned earlier is Gamabunta's son, Gamakichi. He tells his dad not to be a jerk and asks him to kick Gaara's ass. The two titans start to duke it out. Gamabunta pulls out a giant dagger and rushes forward, but the sand beast's armor is too tough. Naruto can see Gaara's body sticking out of the top of the beast, but Gaara makes himself fall asleep so the evil spirit can have full control. So while the two giants shoot each other with water and air bullets, Naruto tries to figure out a way to wake Gaara up and weaken Shukaku's control. Gamabunta and Naruto use their combined chakra to briefly transform the giant toad into a giant fox that bites the sand monster. Naruto leaps onto the monster's head and heads straight for Gaara. Unfortunately, walking across a giant sand monster is not an ideal situation, and Naruto starts to sink into the big guy like it's quicksand. Naruto reaches deep inside for more of the fox chakra and explodes with power again. He runs forward and hits Gaara with a simple headbutt, but it's strong enough to wake Gaara up and cause the giant sand beast to start melting away. The toads disappear as well after running out of energy, leaving just Naruto and Gaara, both exhausted but ready to end this. Back at the temple, the Hokage Hokage is still trying to pull out Orochimaru's soul before his own life ends. It's like the world's longest game of tug-of-war, but with an immortal ninja's soul. The Hokage says he will have to leave his village, but Orochimaru says the village is already doomed. The old man tells him not to underestimate the leaf ninjas. All across the village, everyone is fighting back against the sand and sound ninjas. The Hyuga clan is there. Shikamaru's dad is using his own shadow possession skills. This is what they've all been training for their whole lives. The Hokage realizes if he doesn't have the strength to pull out Orochimaru's whole soul, he can at least take part of it. He yanks the soul out of Orochimaru's arms, taking away his ability to perform any kinds of jutsu with hand signs. The Reaper Seal is over, and the Hokage will soon die, but he took away his enemy's greatest tool in the process. The Hokage dies right there on the roof, while Orochimaru rages at his now paralyzed arms. He decides to pull a tactical retreat and escapes with his sound ninja. Kakashi briefly encounters Kabuto, but he gets away as well. In the forest, Naruto and Gaara have been going at it bare-fisted, with no technique until they're both left panting on the ground. Naruto tells Gaara that he understands his pain very well, but he can't let Gaara hurt the ones he loves. Sasuke arrives to tell Naruto that Sakura is safe and he can rest now. Kankuro and Temari swoop in to grab their comrade and escape. The Leaf Ninjas really need to get better at not letting their enemies escape, but a win's a win. The fourth arc begins with two imposing ninjas watching over the destruction of the Leaf Village. One of them looks a lot like Sasuke, so I'm guessing this is the Itachi we've heard so little about. And 2 days after the attack, the village holds a funeral for the third Hokage. It's a tough day for everyone, but especially Iruka, Konohamaru, and Naruto. Jiraiya is there, and he remembers long ago when he first started training in a team with Orochimaru and a fiery young girl. Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and that girl became a legendary ninja team known as the Three Great Ninja, before Orochimaru went all evil, of course. At the funeral, Iruka acknowledges how much Naruto has grown and thinks to himself that the third Hokage would be proud to be succeeded by Naruto. Back in Orochimaru's lair, Kabuto is trying to console his master. He says it's pretty impressive that Orochimaru was able to kill the Hokage, but he doesn't want to hear it. Without his ninjutsu, Orochimaru feels like a real tool. Then, we learn that the Sand Village didn't really betray their allies in the Leaf Village. The whole time, it was just Orochimaru posing as the Kazekage and manipulating the Sand Village. I'm not sure they should really be forgiven so easily, but they did lose their real Kazekage, so I guess we'll just call it even. The elders of the Leaf Village gather to decide on a new Hokage, and they've chosen Jiraiya since he's the strongest. But the pervert turns it down, which is probably a good idea. There's one other person who would be much better suited. The third great ninja, Tsunade. Nobody knows where she is these days, so Jiraiya offers to take Naruto on a trip to track her down. Meanwhile, Itachi enters the Leaf Village. He quickly reveals himself to two Jonin, Asuma and Kurenai, the teacher for Shino, Hinata, and Kiba's team. The creepy guy with Itachi is Kisame, an outlaw shinobi from the Land of Water who's wanted for assassination and conspiracy. Asuma asks what two wanted fugitives are doing strolling into the Leaf Village so nonchalantly. Before they can get much talking done, Kisame attacks with his Buster Sword. Kurenai gets knocked into the water, and Asuma is almost overwhelmed when Kakashi arrives to help. Kakashi starts fighting Itachi, but after a couple of clone fakeouts, Itachi is done warming up. He reveals the true power of the Sharingan Eye, Tsukuyomi, the power to send his enemies goes into the nightmare realm. This ability is a genjutsu, basically a technique that affects an enemy's mind instead of their body, tricking them with lifelike illusions. Kakashi warns his comrades not to look Itachi in the eyes. Kakashi believes his own Sharingan will help protect him, but Itachi's power is too great. The second Kakashi looks into his eyes, he finds himself in the nightmare realm, tied to a cross and surrounded by Itachi clones. For what feels like 72 hours, Kakashi is stabbed over and over, and when it's over, he finds that only a moment has passed in the real world, and it was basically just an advanced form of hypnosis. Itachi is surprised that this brutal torture didn't destroy Kakashi's mind. Itachi then reveals he isn't here for Sasuke like they expected, but for Naruto. A couple days earlier, Kakashi had a conversation with Jiraiya. The pervy sage explained that Orochimaru is part of an evil shinobi organization called the Akatsuki. Itachi is also part of that group, and while their ultimate goal is unknown, it seems like they're trying to collect all the most powerful techniques in the world, and the nine-tailed fox certainly fits that description. In the present, Kakashi collapses from fatigue, but Guy-sensei shows up to help his rival out. Guy is raring to go, but Itachi tells Kisame that they should retreat before more shinobi show up. Then, we see that Jiraiya and Naruto are setting off on their trip to find Tsunade. Jiraiya tries to get Naruto to stop calling him pervy sage, but it's really futile. Pretty soon, they reach the town where Jiraiya thinks they will find Tsunade and check into a hotel. Back at the village, Sasuke enters the hospital room where Kakashi is recovering, and some rando accidentally lets it slip that Itachi was the one responsible, and that he is after Naruto. Now, Sasuke was already feeling upset that Naruto was the one who saved him against Gaara, and learning his big brother is after Naruto just makes him even more jealous of the blonde brat. Sasuke hurries to try and catch up to Naruto before Itachi does, but looks like big bro Itachi is faster, and he knocks right on Naruto's hotel room. Moving on, it's finally time for us to learn more about the night the Uchiha clan was wiped out. Years ago, Itachi was at the top of the class in ninja school, but seemed to be an otherwise normal kid. He was a little distant from Sasuke, but didn't seem evil or anything. Then, one day when Sasuke was coming back from school, he saw all the members of his clan dead. He rushed to check on his parents, but was yelled at to stay outside the house. Sasuke entered anyways, and saw Itachi standing over his parents' bodies. Back in the present, right as Itachi and Kisame are about to snatch up Naruto, Sasuke arrives, ready to finally get his vengeance. Also, back on that fateful day when the Uchiha died, Sasuke asked his brother why he did it. Itachi simply responded that he wanted to measure his own capacity. Itachi then told his brother he was pathetic and not even worth killing. Damn, what the hell was his problem? In the present, Sasuke charges forward with a Chidori. Itachi easily deflects it into the wall, then grabs and snaps Sasuke's arm brutally. Naruto tries to help, but Kisame reveals that his giant sword has the ability to steal chakra, and Naruto is powerless. At that moment, Jiraiya arrives to protect his protege. Sasuke struggles back to his feet and says that he's the only one allowed to kill Itachi, but he's in no position to be making threats with his broken arm. Itachi pounds on his little brother, and Sasuke begins to feel terrified that he hasn't gotten any closer to beating his brother in all these years. Then, this sadistic bastard uses the Nightmare Realm technique on Sasuke, forcing him to relive their parents' death for what feels like 24 hours. Give him a break. Naruto charges forward to help his friend, and suddenly, Jiraiya does something pretty disgusting. He turns the entire hallway they're fighting in into the inside of a frog. Yeah. Itachi does not like being inside a giant amphibian. amphibian, so he tells Kisame that it's time to dip again. But Jiraiya says that nobody has ever escaped from this move, and the fleshy walls start to close in on the baddies. Itachi manages to break through the wall using a mysterious blast of black flame called the Amaterasu. Jiraiya uses a quick spell to seal the remaining black flames into a scroll. Then, Guy-sensei shows up, albeit fashionably late, and kicks Jiraiya right in the face, thinking he's the enemy. Once Jiraiya has recovered, Naruto wants to chase after Itachi, but Jiraiya tells him he's way too weak for those guys. And with Kakashi, Sasuke, and Rock Lee all seriously injured now, Guy says it would be great if they could get help from a certain medical specialist, who just happens to be the very woman they're here to find. Guy-sensei throws Sasuke on his back and brings him back to the Leaf Village while Naruto and Jiraiya continue their search. Naruto asks Jiraiya more about Tsunade, and he says that she is a vain, unpleasant, degenerate gambler who uses ninjutsu to make herself look younger. Oh, okay, yeah, that sounds like the perfect person to be the next Hokage! Tsunade, while she loves gambling, is so bad at it that she's known across the world as the legendary loser. It might be tough to track her down, but Jiraiya promises he will use that time to train Naruto and get him much stronger. Next, Naruto and Jiraiya reach a bustling town and split up to gather information, which means Naruto buys some food while Jiraiya goes straight to the nearest brothel. Naruto finds his teacher perving out again and gets mad, accidentally spilling food onto a dude nearby. The guy goes to punch Naruto, but Jiraiya sends him flying with a cool palm strike that Naruto needs to learn like now. Jiraiya says Naruto won't be able to do something like that until he's able to pop a water balloon in his hand purely by streaming chakra into it. Naruto practices for days until he's finally able to move around the water in the balloon just a little bit. Heck yeah, progress! He starts getting really bored with water balloon practice, but Jiraiya says once he masters this, he can learn a super advanced ninjutsu that was a specialty of the 4th Hokage. 3 days later, after getting some inspiration from a cat, Naruto figures out how to pop the balloon. Turns out he has to use both hands to do it, but Jiraiya never said he couldn't do that. By emitting steady streams of chakra, Naruto can rotate the water in the balloon in multiple directions at once, bursting the balloon. The second stage requires Naruto to do the exact same thing, but this time with a rubber ball. It's not that bad, only like 100 times harder. Naruto struggles for days and days, and Jiraiya is not very helpful. He mostly just takes Naruto's money to spend on women in town. Eventually, Naruto is able to make a small hole in the ball. Still a long ways to go. While Naruto continues training, trying to focus all his chakra in just one tiny point on his hand, Sakura watches over Sasuke in the Leaf Village hospital. Meanwhile, Orochimaru is being a big baby, refusing to take medicine for the pain in his arms. He tells Kabuto to track down Tsunade, since her medical skills are the only thing that can restore the usage of Orochimaru's arms. At the same time, Jiraiya learns where Tsunade is. So, it looks like everything's heading to a big old clash. Naruto focuses really hard, like really hard, and is finally able to burst the rubber ball. Meanwhile, Tsunade and her apprentice Shizune approach the town of Tanzaku, only to watch Tanzaku Castle crumble to bits, thanks to a giant snake. When the dust settles, Orochimaru and Kabuto stand there menacingly, while Naruto and Jiraiya head towards Tanzaku. The sage explains that the last stage of training is control. Naruto needs to make the air inside a balloon swirl around without popping it. If he can do that, he'll have enough control of his chakra to use it in devastating attacks. In Tanzaku, Orochimaru asks Tsunade to heal his arms. I'm not sure why she would though, because he also brags about killing the Hokage and taunts Tsunade for a tragedy in her past when 2 people close to her died. Orochimaru says out loud, "Cackle, cackle," and starts starts taunting Tsunade about these deaths. Shizune leaps forward and uses an arm-mounted cannon to shoot poison needles, but Kabuto catches them in mid-air, and Tsunade tells her apprentice to stand down. Orochimaru makes her an offer she can't refuse. If Tsunade heals his arms, he'll use a forbidden jutsu he learned to revive the two loved ones that Tsunade lost, her younger brother and her lover. While Naruto and Jiraiya keep getting closer, Orochimaru levels with Tsunade. If she fixes his arms, he's totally gonna use them to destroy the Leaf Village. Surprisingly, that's not enough to make Tsunade shut the guy down. Shizune says Tsunade is crazy to be even considering this. Kabuto says she has 1 week to consider the offer, and if she chooses to take it, she'll need to also provide 2 sacrifices to be used as vessels for her reanimated family. Is it just me, or is this clearly a horrible deal? Shizune says they should just kill Orochimaru for now, but Orochimaru reveals that he knows Tsunade's weakness. She can't fight because she's terrified of blood. Well, this great ninja keeps getting better and better. Jiraiya finally finds Tsunade that night, drinking in a bar while considering the offer. Jiraiya comes right out and says that they want her to be the next Hokage, and she refuses immediately. What? That offer you don't even need to think about? Naruto is pissed. He had no idea this is why they were looking for Tsunade, and he doesn't think there's any way this drunk woman could be the next Hokage. Jiraiya says that there would be nobody better, since Tsunade is both the first Hokage's granddaughter and the world's greatest expert on ninja medicine. Tsunade talks crap about the last 2 Hokages, saying that anyone who would give up their life for their village is a fool. Naruto jumps on the table and almost punches her out. Tsunade then challenges Naruto to a battle outside. She destroys him easily, knocking him to the ground with just a flick. Naruto says he respects the Hokage title because it's gonna be his someday, and for a second, in Tsunade's eyes, Naruto looks exactly like her little brother. Naruto then uses all his chakra training to charge up energy in his hand and rushes at Tsunade again. Before Naruto can reach her though, Tsunade uses a single finger to crack the ground and send Naruto tumbling into a crevice. Tsunade tells Naruto he will never master that move, known as the Rasengan. Naruto says he could master it in just 3 days. Tsunade decides to make it interesting. She gives him 1 week to master the Rasengan. If he can, she'll admit that he's worthy of becoming Hokage and give him a necklace that belonged to the first Hokage. If Naruto fails, she'll take all his hard-earned money. I get the feeling there's a lot more on the line than that, though. Naruto accepts and goes straight back to training. Meanwhile, Jiraiya knows Tsunade very well, so he's already figured out that Orochimaru offered her a deal and that she's considering it. He tries to convince Tsunade not to take the offer, while Shizune pays a visit to Naruto. Shizune tells Naruto that Tsunade wasn't always a grumpy old woman like this, but she changed after the day when she lost everything. Story time! Tsunade gave her brother Nawaki the Hokage's necklace as a gift on his 12th birthday. And yeah, the kid looked exactly like Naruto, and it was his dream to become Hokage too. The day after his birthday, Nawaki ran into a battle eagerly and was blown up by an explosive. Then, Tsunade met a fellow shinobi named Dan and fell in love with him, but he also died in battle right in her arms, giving Tsunade her fear of blood. That's sad. Over the next few days, Tsunade continues to think about the offer, while Naruto trains non-stop. He gets better at using the Rasengan, but still struggles with keeping his chakra contained in a perfect sphere. Shizune eventually finds Naruto passed out, exhausted from overexerting himself. And the day before the deadline, Tsunade and Jiraiya are drinking together when she slips something into his drink, seemingly drugging him to prevent him from interfering in her deal with Orochimaru. Shizune makes one last plea for Tsunade to not take the deal, but Tsunade makes it clear that she's the boss in their relationship and heads out to meet Orochimaru. Naruto wakes up, fully recovered from his exhaustion, just as Jiraiya stumbles in, all drugged up. Shizune then takes them both to stop Tsunade from going through with it. Tsunade tells Orochimaru she will take the deal as long as he leaves the Leaf Village alone. He agrees, but there's absolutely no reason to trust him on that. Orochimaru holds out his arms, and Tsunade prepares her healing magic. Suddenly, Kabuto throws a kunai in between them, but he's not betraying Orochimaru, he's warning his master of Tsunade's betrayal. She was never really going to heal him, even if she could see her loved ones again, because it would go against everything their lives meant. She was going to use the opportunity to finish Orochimaru off for good, and Kabuto just saved his life. Orochimaru says he'll have to force her to heal his arms, and Tsunade attacks with an earth-shattering kick. Orochimaru knows that without his arms, he's no match for the other two great ninjas, and Kabuto will have to do most of the fighting. Kabuto is pretty good though, and shows he has a medical knowledge rivaling Tsunade. He targets vital muscles, stripping her of her impressive strength. Tsunade then kicks Kabuto with a technique that swaps the controls for all the limbs in his brain, but he's such a genius, he can adapt to it almost immediately. Then, Jiraiya, Naruto, Shizune, and a pig arrive. I probably should have mentioned this, but Shizune has a pet pig named Tonton. Naruto is surprised to see Kabuto, because nobody ever mentioned to him that the helpful guy from the Chunin exam was actually a spy for Orochimaru. Kabuto uses the momentary confusion to attack. He sprays his own blood on Tsunade, causing her to freeze up, and he punches her out. And now, it's down to a drugged-up Jiraiya against a jutsuless Orochimaru, and Naruto and Shizune go up against Kabuto. Jiraiya tries to summon a big toad, but thanks to the drug, he only gets little Gamakichi. So, Naruto decides he'll be the one to summon a giant toad and impress everyone, but he's only able to summon Gamatutsu, Gamakichi's same-sized brother. Orochimaru has his giant snakes attack, and one of them chomps down on Naruto. He manages to escape, but injures his leg in the process. Tsunade sees everyone getting hurt trying to protect her, but her fear of blood is just too strong. Naruto gets back to his feet and blocks a punch from Kabuto with his forehead. This kid is tenacious. Naruto charges up a Rasengan, but Kabuto easily dodges and knocks Naruto down. But Naruto just gets back to his feet and charges up another one. He really wants to win that necklace. Naruto summons clones and gets in close to Kabuto by taking a kunai right through his hand. It hurts like hell, but now Kabuto is in the perfect position for a fully charged clone-powered Rasengan. Everyone expects Kabuto to be dead from that hit, but apparently he gathered all his chakra in his stomach to block it, and he's pretty much fine. He has an incredible regenerative ability, and no simple attack could nah, just kidding. He totally underestimated how much damage Naruto did and collapses to the ground. Naruto falls as well, and Tsunade realizes that he tore a heart muscle in all the fighting. She puts the Hokage's necklace on him and begs him to stay alive. Orochimaru sees this as the perfect opportunity to get rid of the brat and dives towards Naruto with a sword in his mouth, but he ends up hitting Tsunade and drives the sword through her chest. Tsunade is so inspired by Naruto's tenacity that she slowly starts to overcome her fear of blood. She keeps getting up, no matter how many times Orochimaru hits her. She then reveals a killer new healing technique. She expends chakra she'd been storing up for years and uses it to instantly heal all of her injuries. Now this is a great ninja. Then, simultaneously, all three of the great ninjas summon their giant creatures. In addition to the toad and the snake, we've now got Tsunade's giant slug thrown into the mix. Shizune Sasuke takes Naruto to safety while these three former teammates have a kaiju fight. It's like Slugzilla versus Toad Kong here. The three giant animals go all out, completely destroying the landscape around them. Gamabunta manages to drive his giant knife right into the snake's mouth. Orochimaru shoots out his nasty tongue to grab Tsunade, but she just uses it to yank Orochimaru towards her and delivers a righteous punch. Everyone is pretty much at their limits, so the cowardly Orochimaru decides to do what he always does, which is run away when the fight gets tough. But he tells his former comrades that he has one last way to restore his arms, getting himself a whole new body. In the aftermath, Tsunade accepts the position of the 5th Hokage. Everyone goes out to celebrate, but somehow Naruto and Tsunade still end up fighting in the street. But instead of a flick on the head, this time Tsunade gives the kid a kiss instead. They head back to the Leaf Village the next day, and Tsunade is happy her younger brother's dream is living on through Naruto. The next arc begins with Naruto and company arriving back at the Leaf Village. Tsunade immediately goes around checking on the conditions of all the injured ninjas. She's able to help with Kakashi and Sasuke's recoveries greatly. Also, the results of the Chunin exam come out, and Shikamaru was the only one who got promoted to Chunin. Yeah, the guy who threw his match in round 1 of the finals. Anyway, when Tsunade goes to check on Rock Lee, she can't believe what she's seeing. Tsunade tells Lee that the damage to his body is far too extensive. He shouldn't even be moving, let alone fighting. There's absolutely no chance whatsoever. Well, except for this one chance. It's a super risky surgery with a 50% chance of death. And even if it's successful, recovery will be hell. So, Lee goes for a walk to think about it. No, did you not hear what she just said? Naruto decides to go pay Sasuke a visit in the hospital, but Sasuke isn't excited to see him. He's tired of Naruto always staying ahead of him, and that even his own brother is more interested in Naruto than Sasuke. Sorry, bud, but the manga is called Naruto, not Sasuke. Moving on, before going to the hospital, Naruto gets a bowl of ramen with Iruka. Iruka says Naruto needs to start pulling his weight around the village by taking on missions again. Also, we see Ino body-shaming Choji, and Shikamaru proves how cool he is by telling his bro he looks perfect just the way he is. King! And when Naruto gets to the hospital, Sasuke immediately challenges Naruto to a fight. Oh, so we're just skipping hellos now? Fine. Naruto doesn't want to fight someone who's in the hospital, but Sasuke rudely taunts him until Naruto's pride gives him no choice but to accept the duel. Sakura tries to get the two teammates to stop this nonsense, and wonders if the curse mark is causing Sasuke to become more aggressive. Naruto and Sasuke go up to the roof and call each other losers until their fight meters are filled up. Naruto starts with a barrage of clones that knock Sasuke into the air. Naruto charges up a Rasengan, Sasuke charges up a Chidori, and Sakura jumps in between them, screaming at them to stop. But before somebody gets seriously hurt, Kakashi arrives and tosses both boys at a water tank. Their hits are redirected into the tank, and Sasuke is furious to see that Rasengan did a lot more damage than his Chidori did. Kakashi asks what the hell is going on, but Sasuke just stomps away angrily and Naruto follows suit. Jiraiya arrives too, and he talks with Kakashi about their rivalry. They compare the two boys to Jiraiya and Orochimaru when they were younger, and realize their rivalry is transforming from a positive motivator into something dark and ugly. Afterwards, Sasuke is trying to figure out how he can become stronger and leave Naruto in the dust when some sound ninjas show up. Before the assassins attack, they see Kakashi try to have a heart-to-heart with Sasuke and convince him that revenge won't make him happy and he should try to appreciate his friends. But Sasuke isn't in the mood to hear it. That night, once Sasuke is alone, the assassins reveal themselves. They introduce themselves as the Sound Four. Sasuke tries to take on these 4 assassins at once, but they juggle him around with their sound techniques and soon have him beaten. However, they aren't here to kill him, just to extend an invitation from Orochimaru for Sasuke to join him in the Sound Village. Angry at being beaten again, Sasuke lets his curse marks start to grow, but the Sound Four just reveal that they all have curse marks too. They're all Orochimaru's pets. They tell Sasuke that there's nothing left for him in this village, and that the only path to more strength lies with Orochimaru, before leaving as suddenly as they came. Meanwhile, Rock Lee is still trying to decide whether to have that risky surgery or not, but thinks back on the first time he met Guy Sensei. In the present, Guy visits Lee, and instead of telling him it's okay to not become a shinobi, he straight up tells Lee to get the dangerous surgery. He knows Lee is exactly like him, and would never be happy if he couldn't reach his ninja dreams. Guy promises that if the surgery fails, he'll die too, which is not the most reassuring thing, but I guess it's exactly what Lee needed to hear. The next night, Sasuke sneaks out of town under the cover of darkness, but encounters Sakura guarding the only road out. She asks him to stay and have fun like Team 7 used to, but he insists that his only desire in life is revenge. Sakura confesses her love for Sasuke and begs him to stay, but there's no stopping him. He appears behind Sakura and says simply thank you before knocking her out. Sasuke meets up with the Sound Ninjas outside the villages and heads to go meet his new dad, Orochimaru. In the next morning, some Leaf Ninjas find Sakura sleeping outside and wake her up. She rushes to tell the new Hokage what happened. Tsunade summons Shikamaru and assigns him his first Chunin mission, to bring back Sasuke before Orochimaru can steal his body. It's a high priority mission, though not high enough for them to send any Jonin. Apparently, most of the other shinobis are busy, so Shikamaru is only allowed to bring along Genin as his comrades. Shikamaru picks Choji, Kiba, Neji, and also Naruto, but only because Tsunade made him. As the boys set out, Shikamaru uses his high battle IQ to create the perfect formation for them, as well as signals to communicate quickly. The guy's a natural leader. Sakura sees them off and entrusts Naruto with her wish to see Sasuke again. Even though it breaks Naruto's heart to know how much his crush loves another guy, he just reassures Sakura with a huge grin on his face. This knucklehead sure has grown a lot. And deep in the forest, Sasuke is walking with the Sound Four when they tell him he has to die. Don't tell me, was he betrayed by the obviously evil guys? Well, not quite. The Sound Ninjas give Sasuke a pellet that they say will bring out the power of his curse mark and increase his strength dramatically. However, his body won't be able to handle all that power, so they'll need to put him in a state of suspended animation until they reach the Sound Village. Sasuke takes them at their word and gobbles down the pellet. The Sound Ninjas seal him into a barrel where he's apparently neither alive or dead. That sounds familiar. Back in the Leaf Village, Rock Lee tells Tsunade that he wants her to perform the surgery. Then, as the Sound Ninjas carry Sasuke in a barrel towards Orochimaru, they happen to stumble into some Leaf Village shinobi returning from a mission. There, the Sound Four all activate their curse marks. The Sound Four completely decimate these Leaf shinobi off-screen. Meanwhile, the Sasuke recovery team isn't far behind, and Kiba's dog can smell the blood, so they're prepared for anything. Soon, Shikamaru tells everyone to stop. From here on, the forest is filled with booby traps left by the Sound Ninjas. Naruto steps over an obvious tripwire, but is about to trigger a much more hidden one right next to it. Shikamaru possesses Naruto's shadow just in the nick of time to stop him. With his Byakugan eye, Neji can tell the Sound Ninjas are just ahead, taking a little break. Sasuke's heavy Hey man! Using the full power of their curse marks took a toll on the Sound 4, making it the perfect time to ambush them. Shikamaru and Neji break off from the group and get closer, but one of the Sound Ninjas quickly draws them out of hiding with an explosive kunai. The rest of the team is exposed as well, and Shikamaru realizes the double tripwire trap was even trickier than it seemed. The entire area got covered in thin wires that are even harder to see than the first two. They're good. Shikamaru possesses all 4 of their shadows at once, but the white-haired one reveals he has a similar technique that lets him cancel out the possession. The one with the mohawk, Jirobo, is an earthbender apparently, and traps Shikamaru's whole team in a dome made of dirt. Jirobo is confident enough to tell the others to go on while he finishes up here. Kiba tries to break out of the dome, but it's no use. Neji realizes that the dome isn't just unbreakable, it's also slowly draining away their chakras. Kiba and Akamaru give everything they've got trying to break free, but every dent they make is instantly repaired, and Naruto's chakra is being drained faster than he can charge a Rasengan. Shikamaru tries a new approach, admitting defeat and begging for his life. He asks Jirobo to let him out, but the guy refuses. Naruto is pissed, but Neji has already realized that Shikamaru only did this to learn where the enemy was standing outside. He asks Choji to target the part of the wall furthest from Jirobo, where it would be the weakest. Choji blimps up and is able to bust right through the wall. And just as soon as they're out, Jirobo picks up an enormous ball of dirt and hurls it at the Leaf Ninjas. Choji just rolls right through it, bursting it apart, and hits Jirobo head on. Jirobo is strong enough to stop Balloon Choji and knock him away. Shikamaru says they don't have time to waste, so he and Naruto will fight Jirobo while everyone else goes on ahead. But Choji is adamant that this is his fight. He can beat Jirobo alone, and he's got his clan's secret weapon to do so. Sanshokugan, pellets that give a ninja extraordinary power in exchange for some nasty side effects. Choji pops the first of the 3 pellets, a green one that gives him increased strength. He's able to send Jirobo flying into a tree, but he's already in pain from the side effects. He uses his expansion jutsu to balloon up again, but this time with kunai stuck into his rolls of fat. Jirobo makes an earth wall to protect himself, but Choji breaks through. Then Jirobo's curse mark starts spreading across his body, and his strength goes up too. Choji starts to doubt himself. He's no main character, just a ninja who loves to eat. But his friend Shikamaru is counting on him here. He pops the second pellet and is able to use the art of super expansion, making himself into a literal giant. He belly flops onto Jirobo, but incredibly, Jirobo is able to hold up the gigantic Choji with just one arm. This is the full power of the curse mark, Jirobo's second state. Choji is tossed aside and shrinks back to normal size. Jirobo looks like an ogre now and claims to have 10 times more strength than before. Choji is feeling the side effects of 2 pellets now and can barely move. He only has 1 pellet left, the red one, and using that means certain death. Every ninja has a move like that apparently. Meanwhile, the rest of the team is super confident that Choji will win and catch up to them, but we'll see about that. Jirobo is mercilessly stomping on Choji, stealing all his snacks and calling him names. Choji then has a flashback to when he was bullied for his weight as a kid. Shikamaru was the only one who was actually nice to Choji. And back to the battle, Choji eats the red pellet and sprouts enormous wings made of pure chakra. He's 100 times stronger than he was before, and he drives an astounding punch into Jirobo's stomach. Jirobo is knocked out and returned to normal. Choji walks away victorious, but the side effects of the pellet hit him hard, and he collapses against a tree. Shikamaru can feel it instantly. Something has happened to his best bro. Next, we see Jirobo catching up to the other Sound Ninjas and asking if he can carry the Sasuke barrel for a bit, but the other 3 catch on immediately that this isn't Jirobo, but Shikamaru. This time, it's Kidomaru, the 6-armed ninja ninja with spider powers who will stay behind to hold them off. Kidomaru shoots a web out of his mouth that wraps up Shikamaru. Spider Ninja moves incredibly fast, and his chakra webs are ultra sticky. Pretty soon, he's got Neji in a cocoon, and a bunch of Naruto clones caught like flies. Kidomaru sadistically starts taking out the clones one at a time while looking for the real Naruto, until there's only one left. He hurls his spiked ninja boomerang at what must be the real Naruto. But nah, that was a clone too. While the real Naruto distracts Kidomaru, Neji cuts through the webbing and frees everyone. He'll be fighting this spider freak one-on-one. Kidomaru tries to stop the others from leaving the webs, but Neji is fast enough to slash the webbing in mid-air. Kidomaru tries sticking Neji to a tree so he can't move his arms, but Neji can just radiate chakra out from his entire body and shred the webs again. Neji gets in close and activates his 64 palms technique. Neji starts slapping those chakra points, but Kidomaru is able to secrete metal from his body that acts as armor. Wait, hold on, that's not spider themed. Kidomaru knows that Neji has the advantage up close, so he tries keeping his distance and throwing projectiles. Of course, Neji can just block them all with his rotation technique. Kidomaru then activates his curse mark and summons a crap ton of spiders, including one giant one. Neji tries to keep them all off by constantly rotating, but all that webbing is starting to slow him down. Neji tries his best to keep up with constant projectiles and spiders coming at him, but he's getting overwhelmed. Spider Ninja's kunai are starting to find their mark, but Neji just keeps getting back up every time. Kidomaru enters his second state, a terrifying monster with a gigantic bow. Kidomaru fires the bow, leaving a massive crater where the arrow hits. Neji dodges just enough so the arrow misses his vital organs, but it tears a big hole through his shoulder. Kidomaru realizes Neji has been surrounding himself in a field of chakra, so he can automatically sense any projectile that gets close to him. Neji only has one tiny blind spot on his back, but that's all Kidomaru needs. He fires another arrow, one that he can control with a cord, and directs it right at the blind spot. Suddenly, the arrow rips through Neji. Heavily injured but still standing, Neji grabs the cord attached to the arrow and sends his chakra flowing through it. It races all the way back to Kidomaru and stuns him, knocking him off his perch. Neji thinks back on his fight with Naruto in the exam and knows he has no excuses to lose here. He pulls the arrow out of his stomach and runs forward to catch the falling Kidomaru with a powerful hit. Neji reveals that he knows about his own blind spot, but when you know where an enemy will aim, it's easy to make sure the shot doesn't kill you. Both ninjas are at their limits, bleeding on the ground. Kidomaru says none of this matters because they will never get Sasuke back. Neji has confidence that if anyone can get through to Mr. Emo, it's Naruto. The ninjas both pass out, and once again, I'd call that a draw. Who's up next? Over in the Sound Village, it looks like Orochimaru is running out of time. The damage done by the third Hokage is catching up to him, and if he doesn't get a new body soon, he'll be dead for real. Kabuto offers his own body because he's like insanely loyal for some reason, but Orochimaru really wants an Uchiha body for their powerful eyes. In that case, Kabuto says in order to make sure Sasuke's retrieval goes smoothly, they'll have to use someone called Kimimaro. Then Kabuto goes into some terrifying dungeon, lets out a bunch of people, and tells them all to fight to the death. Whoever is left standing at the end has a very important job. Afterwards, Kabuto goes to visit Kimimaro, a young ninja with a curse mark of his own, who's hooked up to all kinds of machines. He's clearly very sick and apparently will die soon no matter what. Damn. Apparently, Kimimaro was another pet project of Orochimaru, and he was gonna serve as Orochimaru's new vessel before he got sick. Kabuto asks Kimimaro to help make sure Sasuke gets there in time. Kinda awkward to ask a guy to help with securing his own replacement, especially when you know it's gonna kill him, but Kabuto has never been a very sensitive guy. Meanwhile, in the dungeon, one man is left standing, surrounded by the other prisoners he was forced to kill. Turns out, Orochimaru ran out of time, so he is gonna take this guy's body, even though it's probably nothing special. He can't transfer again for a couple of years, but they can spend that time making sure Sasuke is nice and ready. Finally, Naruto and company finally catch up to the remaining two sound ninjas. The white-haired sound ninja Sakon lunges at the pursuing leaf ninjas. Naruto counters and throws Kiba forward, aiming for Sasuke's barrel. They grab the barrel and decide to get the hell out of there, but Sakon activates his curse mark and chases after them. Kiba sends Akamaru to plant some explosive traps behind them, but the mutt trips on a branch and Kiba has to go back for him. Sakon catches up, and he ends up tumbling off a cliff with Kiba and Akamaru. Shikamaru tells Naruto to go on ahead carrying Sasuke when Kimimaro arrives. Kimimaro quickly snatches the barrel. The last of the Sound 4, Tayuya, is shocked to see Kimimaro. See, he used to be a part of the Sound 4 back when they were the Sound 5. Kimimaro tells Tayuya that he won't kill her if she deals with Shikamaru and Naruto. I can see why they stopped working with him. Kimimaro leaves with Sasuke, while Naruto and Shikamaru team up against Tayuya. Except it's only a fake Naruto, and the real one is pursuing Kimimaro. Meanwhile, Orochimaru adjusts to his new body. He regrets not being able to take Kimimaro's body, but Kabuto tells him it's only a matter of time before they find the perfect one. Elsewhere, Naruto catches up with Kimimaro and Sasuke in a field. Kimimaro explains just what Orochimaru is planning with Sasuke's body, and Naruto swears he'll never let that happen to his friend. Elsewhere, Kiba is learning just what Sakon's deal is. He's actually two twin ninjas, Sakon and Ukon, who share one body. It's the perfect matchup for a ninja who can turn his dog into his doppelganger. And according to Orochimaru, the twins are the strongest of the Sound 4, so Kiba has a tough fight in front of him. At the same time, Naruto has surrounded Kimimaro with literally hundreds of clones. Sakon and Ukon waste no time entering their second state, becoming a horned, two-headed monster. Akamaru suggests that they use their one super powerful move that is guaranteed to use up all their chakra and maybe kill them. I told you, every ninja has their desperation move. Meanwhile, Shikamaru is fighting three monsters called Doki that Tayuya summoned and is controlling with a flute. Pretty overwhelming for a guy who likes to strategize from the shadows. And back with the dog lover, Kiba and Akamaru perform a combined transformation into their massive two-headed wolf form, Sotoro. And just like that, they start treating Sakon and Ukon like the world's ugliest chew toy. Kiba and Akamaru's attacks literally split the twins apart, but it turns out that's just another part of their abilities. Now separate, they summon a huge door. The two-headed wolf crashes into it and reverts back to normal Kiba and Akamaru. Now, not only can these twins fight independently, but they can also fuse with other beings. Kiba learns this the hard way when Ukon gloms onto his body and announces that he'll slowly kill Kiba from the inside. With no hesitation, Kiba pulls out a knife and stabs himself. As long as he can take Ukon with him, Kiba has no problem injuring himself. Kiba says his next stab will be a fatal one, and Ukon believes he's crazy enough to do it, so he jumps out of Kiba's body. Kiba takes this chance to throw a smoke bomb and regroup with Akamaru, but they're both pretty beaten up. Sakon and Ukon merge together again and start hunting down the wounded ninjas. Meanwhile, Kimimaro is slicing through wave after wave of Naruto clones. Kimimaro's Kakai Genkai is one of the most horrific techniques we've seen yet, shooting his own bones out through his skin and using them as blades. Yeah, I can see how a true freak like Orochimaru wanted this body. With a badass bone sword and his sick dance moves, it seems like there's no way Kimimaro is letting Naruto get anywhere near Sasuke's barrel. At the same time, Sakon and Ukon follow a trail of blood, but it only leads them to Kiba's jacket that he left behind as a decoy. As for Shikamaru, he's having major difficulty evading the 3 Doki monsters at once. If he could understand how Tayuya controlled their movements with her flute, he could predict exactly what they're gonna do, but he's never had much of an ear for music. It's not the kind of thing that they teach in ninja school. Suddenly, the melody changes, and all 3 Doki attack. With this new tune, the Doki's spirits leave their bodies and attack Shikamaru with increased speed and range. Shikamaru knows his only move is to attack Tayuya directly, using every last ninja tool in his arsenal. Eventually, Shikamaru figures out how the Doki move and uses a flash bomb to extend their shadows and possess them all. Tayuya asks how Shikamaru figured out the music, but he didn't. He just focused on the way Tayuya's fingers moved on the flute. There's that 200 IQ. Now in control of the Doki, Shikamaru says he's gonna turn them against Tayuya. She dispels the monsters in a puff of smoke, but that's what Shikamaru really wanted. He got close enough to grab Tayuya's shadow in all that smoke. Tayuya then enters her second state and is strong enough to break out of the shadow possession. Shikamaru tries to use a more powerful possession technique, but Tayuya plays a new melody on her flute that hypnotizes him. Affected by this powerful genjutsu, Shikamaru feels like he's tied up and that his flesh is literally melting off of his bones. He tries to throw a kunai, but it clatters in front of him uselessly. Tayuya approaches him to kill him with his own kunai, but again, that's just all part of the plan. Shikamaru uses his shadow to break his own finger, and the pain snaps him out of the hypnosis. With Tayuya right in front of him, he possesses her shadow again. Shikamaru tries to suffocate Tayuya by wrapping his shadow around her neck, but her chakra from the curse mark is so powerful that she's able to resist. In the field, Kimimaro has just destroyed Naruto's final clone when Sasuke's transformation completes. His barrel explodes and Sasuke emerges. He looks exactly the same from behind, but he starts cackling an evil laugh and just runs off. Sasuke? Laughing? Something's seriously wrong. Naruto is thrown off, and Kimimaro takes the opportunity to deliver a fatal blow, but it gets intercepted by none other than Konoha's handsome blue beast, Rock Lee. Looks like the surgery was a success. Naruto chases after Sasuke, while Lee faces off with Wolverine here. Back in the village, Guy Sensei runs into the hospital and asks Tsunade how the surgery went. She says it was a complete success, and he'll be back to fighting state after just a little recovery, and he's gone. It also turns out that in his rush, Lee accidentally mixed up his medicine with Tsunade's personal potion, the kind of potion that gets you wasted. Guy warns that if Lee drinks even a single drop of alcohol, something terrible will happen. Back in the field, Lee chugs the whole bottle. See, this happened once before, when Lee accidentally had some sake at a restaurant, and when he gets drunk, he enters a berserker state known as the Drunken Fist. Although, some English translations tried to censor this by calling it Potion Punch. Come on, we're seeing a ninja using his own bones as weapons. I think we can handle the mention of alcohol. In Kimimaro's eyes, Lee just suddenly became sloppy and incoherent, and should be easy to finish off now. But to his surprise, Lee starts moving faster than ever, relying on pure instinct to evade and counter every move. In response, Kimimaro shoots spiky bones out from every part of his body, meaning no matter where Lee strikes him, he'll be the one getting injured. Kimimaro's defense is nearly perfect, and worse, Lee is starting to sober up. Elsewhere, Kiba is still in hiding. Ukon wears Kiba's jacket to cover up his own scent and is able to sneak up on him, and Shikamaru has reached the limit of his shadow possession, leaving Tayuya free to kill kill him. Things are looking pretty bad for all 3 Leaf Ninjas when some unexpected allies arrive. Kiba is saved by Kankuro, Shikamaru is saved by Temari, and Lee is bailed out by Gaara. The Sand siblings have arrived, and the alliance between Sand and Leaf has been restored. Lee is surprised to be saved by the same guy who beat him within an inch of his life, but he'll take the help where he can get it. Gaara says he owes the Leaf Village a great debt, thinking of his final fight with Naruto. Apparently, Gaara did some deep reflecting after that fight, and is much less of a bloodthirsty killer these days. So he's super grateful to Naruto. That, and he probably wants some payback after Orochimaru murdered his Kazekage and tricked the entire Sand Village. Shikamaru suggests to Temari that they retreat, but she is not interested. She uses her giant fan to blast away the sound of the flute and stands her ground. Over with Kiba, Sakon tries to merge with Kankuro to take him out quickly, but it's actually his puppet, and Sakon can't merge with a lump of wood. Kankuro's puppet starts tearing Sakon apart, but he just hops into his brother's body to recover. Kankuro doesn't give them a break though, and captures them both inside the puppet as though it were a coffin. The puppet's many limbs break off and stab through the coffin, killing Sakon and Ukon. Meanwhile, Temari summons a massive weasel with an eye patch. With one swing of his giant scythe, the weasel cuts down miles of forest and leaves Tayuya trapped underneath the debris. 2 down, 1 to go. Lee tells Gaara that they should team up against Kimimaro, but Gaara just holds Lee down with sand and tells him not to interfere. Kimimaro shoots bone fragments out of his fingertips, but Gaara just blocks them with his sand shield and encases Kimimaro into a sand coffin. Gaara tries to crush him to death, but Kimimaro activates his curse mark and is able to withstand the pressure. Gaara tries again, this time with a tsunami of sand, but again, Kimimaro climbs out. In his second state, Kimimaro is able to do what very few others have, break right through Gaara's sand shield. Lee tries to kick Kimimaro, but he's just smacked away by a tail, and he realizes he's not ready for this smoke. Kimimaro then pulls out his entire freaking spine to use as a greatsword, which is one of the most metal sentences I've ever said. Gaara summons a smaller version of Shukaku to act as an even stronger shield. And back with Orochimaru, he explains that Kimimaro has even more in common with Sasuke. He's also the last surviving member of his clan. The Kaguya clan was a bloodthirsty group, and they all attacked the Mist Village and were completely wiped out. Orochimaru took in the only survivor, Kimimaro. As the battle keeps raging on, it looks like we're finally gonna answer the age-old question. What's stronger, bone or sand? The answer's sand. Gaara is able to hold Kimimaro's bone sword in place, immobilizing him. Kimimaro says it doesn't matter if he dies here, because he will always live on in Orochimaru's heart. Aww. Gaara tells Kimimaro that he's been pretty much brainwashed and sucks him into a sand whirlpool. Just when they think it's over, spiky bones shoot out of the ground, covering the entire field. Gaara barely saves himself and Lee by rising up on floating sand chunks. Kimimaro attacks from behind, but his illness catches up to him, and he dies at that second. Afterwards, Gaara realizes that the reason Kimimaro was so strong was because he was fighting for someone he loved, even if that someone was only using him as a tool. Then, right at the Valley of the End, at the nation's border, Naruto catches up to Sasuke. Naruto and Sasuke stand atop 2 gigantic statues that mark the entrance into the Land of Sound. The curse mark has started to spread on Sasuke's left side, and he's acting different from usual. Naruto explains how everyone risked their lives for Sasuke. Choji might even be be straight up dead. But Sasuke says he doesn't care and just tells Naruto to go home. Naruto tackles Sasuke to the ground and punches him in the face. He reminds Sasuke that Orochimaru is literally just using Sasuke for his body, but Sasuke doesn't even care about that. As long as he can gain the strength to kill his brother, he'll do anything. Naruto says he'll just have to bring Sasuke back by force. Since their last fight was interrupted by Kakashi, the boys are ready to settle things once and for all. With a single punch, Sasuke sends Naruto flying off the statue and into a river. He's amazed at the new strength that the awakened cursed mark gives him, and he feels like he made the right decision in taking Orochimaru's offer. Suddenly though, Naruto leaps back up, makes a human chain of clones, and swing kicks into Sasuke's smug face. But of course, Sasuke just knocks Naruto off the statue again. Then, in a flashback, we see a day long ago when Lil Sasuke accompanied Itachi on a training session. Sasuke was impressed by his older brother's moves and asked Itachi to train him, but as always, Itachi just brushed the request off and flicked Sasuke in the head. On their way home, Itachi explained the legacy of the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan founded the Konoha police force in the Leaf Village and have been protecting the village for generations. Sasuke told his brother he wanted to join the ninja police when he grows up, just like their father, Fugaku. At home, Fugaku talked to Itachi about a mission he had coming up. Fugaku said if Itachi did well enough on this mission, he would enter into the Anbu Black Ops. Itachi turned the mission down because he would rather be in the village for Sasuke's first day of ninja school. What a great big bro! But Fugaku insisted that Itachi go on the mission and said he would take Sasuke to school instead. At Sasuke's orientation ceremony, everyone told him how incredible Itachi was as a student, and Sasuke started to feel the pressure of all those expectations. Sasuke was the best student in class, but he still wasn't as good as Itachi, who graduated in just 1 year. And once Itachi entered the Black Ops, he started to become colder and more distant from Sasuke. He believed that Sasuke only saw him as an obstacle to overcome, not as a role model. One day, the Konoha police force arrived at Sasuke's door. Itachi's friend Shisui was found dead, and they suspected that Itachi may have had a hand in it. Enraged by the accusation, Itachi easily overpowered the police officers, but Fugaku stepped in and asked his son what was wrong with him. Itachi said the Uchiha clan was pathetic and only holding him back. Sasuke begged his older brother not to say things like that, and Itachi finally apologized. But that look in his eyes tells me he's not really sorry at all. After that day, Fugaku began to lose faith in Itachi and started placing his focus on Sasuke as his new favorite son. Of course, this caused the distance between Sasuke and Itachi to grow larger. Finally, the day of the Uchiha tragedy arrived. Sasuke had a conversation with his mother, and she assured him that Fugaku loved both of his sons. Then, Sasuke had a final conversation with his father, and Fugaku told him about an advanced Sharingan technique called the Mangekyo Sharingan. That night, Sasuke found his entire family murdered. Oh hey, we've seen this part before. Itachi used the Mangekyo technique to give Sasuke nightmarish visions and torture him mentally. Afterwards, Itachi told Sasuke that there is only one way to awaken the Mangekyo in a Sharingan user. You have to kill your best friend. That's a specific requirement for sure. Itachi confessed that he was the one who killed his friend Shisui in order to awaken the Mangekyo. He told Sasuke about a hidden place under a shrine, and that Itachi would understand more if he went there. Itachi called his little brother pathetic and encouraged Sasuke to get stronger so he could one day be the one to kill Itachi. Sasuke visited the shrine, but we don't get to see what he found just yet, cause in the present, Sasuke tells Naruto that he's fully planning on killing him. Not because he hates Naruto, but the opposite. He has to kill Naruto because he's his best friend. I know the Mangekyo seems cool, Sasuke, but, and hold on, have you maybe considered therapy? Naruto is pretty confused. On the one hand, it's nice that Sasuke finally admitted they were friends, but on the other hand, he's about to try and kill him. Still determined to bring Sasuke back home, Naruto charges up his Rasengan, while Sasuke prepares a Chidori. The best friends charge at each other, their attacks colliding in a massive explosion. The boys are both blown backwards, and Naruto can tell from the intensity of the explosion that Sasuke wasn't messing around about killing him. Sasuke charges again, and Naruto reflects back on their friendship. The whole time, Naruto called Sasuke his rival, but deep down, Sasuke was really his idol. Naruto was so happy when he was finally able to fight Sasuke as an equal, but now he's wondering if Sasuke just hated his guts the entire time. Sasuke then rushes in with another Chidori as a finishing blow. Back in the Leaf Village, Kakashi returns from a mission, and Tsunade explains to him what's going on. Kakashi immediately sends out his ninja dogs to go track down Naruto and Sasuke, but he has a terrible feeling that the boys are going to kill each other. Then, we see that Sasuke's fist has punched straight through Naruto's shoulder, barely missing his heart. Sasuke starts choking Naruto, prepared to do whatever it takes to get stronger. Suddenly, Naruto calls upon the fox's chakra and Sasuke is thrown back. Naruto's injury heals itself, and Naruto says that he will be bringing Sasuke home, even if he has to break every bone in Sasuke's body to do so. Sasuke is shocked by this sudden burst of powerful chakra and asks Naruto what he even is. Naruto responds he's a friend. Naruto launches forward and starts beating Sasuke with blinding speed, trying to literally pound some sense into him. Sasuke tells Naruto that he could never understand what it's like to lose your family because Naruto never had one. That's a low blow, dude! But Naruto says that isn't true because he considered Sasuke his brother. Damn, man, this one's pulling at my heartstrings. Sasuke doesn't give in and says he'll sever the bond between them for good. Sasuke puts on his Konoha headband and says he at least respects Naruto enough to fight him as an equal. But Sasuke is confident that he will win this fight and that Naruto won't be able to put so much as a scratch on his headband. Throughout this intense fight, Sasuke's Sharingan has started to evolve, and he now has a much easier time following Naruto's movements. Naruto is sent flying into the water again, but deep inside of Naruto, the nine-tailed fox is amused and decides to give Naruto even more of his power. Naruto jumps out of the water on all fours, with the outline of a fox around him made of pure chakra. Is this his second state? Seeing Naruto's new form, Sasuke finally starts to understand why Itachi was after him. His Sharingan isn't able to predict the movements of the chakra around Naruto, and it moves independently to smack Sasuke around. Sasuke tries a fire blast, but Naruto's chakra repels it entirely. Sasuke quickly realizes that he is no match for this form, and there's only one thing left to do: unleash his second state. At the same time, Kakashi is sprinting towards the boys, praying he makes it in time. Sasuke becomes a white-haired demon with fleshy wings sprouting from his back. In their advanced forms, the two boys seem to be evenly matched, but the forms are putting an enormous strain on both their bodies. They decide to end this now with one final attack, a Chidori versus Rasengan, one last time. The two attacks clash in midair and create an enormous ball of chakra around both of them. Inside the ball, Naruto puts a single scratch onto Sasuke's headband. The mad lad actually did it. But when the chakra dissipates, Sasuke is left standing over an unconscious Naruto. Sasuke's headband falls off and he starts to cough up blood. When Kakashi arrives, he finds Naruto alone. Mission failed. Kakashi picks up Naruto and finds he's still breathing. Sasuke couldn't bring himself to finish his friend off. He knew it would make him stronger, but he also knew it was exactly what Itachi wants him to do. Kakashi looks up at the two giant statues in wonder. Apparently, those statues were built to commemorate a battle between two warriors that was so intense it literally created this valley. Naruto and Sasuke's battle was very similar, and Kakashi thinks to himself that this cycle will just go on forever. Thanks to some sudden rain, Sasuke's trail is washed away and Kakashi can't follow him, so Kakashi just turns back, carrying Naruto, and heads towards Konoha. Then, a super scary dude who looks like a giant Venus flytrap emerges and comments on the battle. Naruto wakes up on the way back, and Kakashi fills him in on how the rest of his teammates are doing. Tsunade is currently operating on Choji, trying to save his life after the intense backlash from his power pellets. Kiba and Akamaru are just scratched up, and they're doing some crazy ninja healing ritual on Neji. Shikamaru only has a broken finger, but his confidence as a team leader is shot since they failed to save Sasuke. He says he wants to give up as a ninja since he couldn't protect his friends, but his father points out that if he quits as a ninja, he really can't protect his friends. Good point, Dad. Tsunade lets Shikamaru know that everyone from the mission will survive, and he vows to be an even better mission leader next time. For what they put him up against, I think bro did pretty damn well. Shikamaru lets Tsunade know that the mission could have gone smoother if they had a medical ninjas or mednin on the team. Tsunade says good mednins are hard to find because they require something special. Later, Shikamaru visits Naruto in the hospital, and they talk about how they failed to save Sasuke. Sakura overhears this just outside the room and is devastated, but walks in the room like she hasn't heard anything. Naruto tries to apologize to Sakura for failing, but Sakura can tell just how hard Naruto tried and tells him that next time they'll bring Sasuke back together. Afterwards, Sakura visits Tsunade and asks how she can become a mednin. Seeing that Sakura has this special something, which is a desire to protect her loved ones, Tsunade agrees to teach her. Moving on, we see Kakashi speaking to the gravestone of someone named Obito, saying he's worried about the future. Then, Jiraiya visits Naruto in the hospital and asks him to become his full-time apprentice. With just 3 years of training, Jiraiya will turn Naruto into a world-class ninja. Naruto wants to go try and rescue Sasuke right away, but Jiraiya is confident that Orochimaru can't take Sasuke's body for at least 3 years. But Jiraiya also says that Naruto should just forget about Sasuke. He doesn't want to see Naruto go through the same thing he experienced with Orochimaru. He tops it off by telling Naruto that he's a fool for wanting to save someone who almost killed him. Naruto says if abandoning your friends is smart, he's the biggest fool in the world. Jiraiya likes this answer and says he'll take Naruto out of the village and train him as hard as possible for the next 3 years. Next, we see Orochimaru welcoming Sasuke to the Sound Village in his younger, hotter body. Sasuke states that he is only there to gain more power, but Orochimaru can barely keep from drooling over the body that he'll take in 3 years. Sakura then begins her medical training with Tsunade, while Shikamaru tells Shino about the crazy mission he missed. He was probably out there polishing his ant farm, if you know what I mean. You know, cause his ant farm was dirty. Neji is training to try and eliminate his blind spot and takes a break to have tea with Hinata. It seems like Neji has become a nicer cousin after the Chunin exam, and he asks Hinata if she's going to say goodbye to Naruto before he leaves. She would love nothing more, but she's way too nervous. Choji and Lee are also both amped up to train some more after this last mission, and Shikamaru says thank you and goodbye to the 3 sand ninjas for saving all of their lives. Naruto has one last meal with Iruka and says goodbye to his home for the next 3 years. Hinata watches him leave from afar, resolving to work hard herself. Then, we see the evil Akatsuki organization having a meeting. They say that in the next 3 years, they will eliminate Orochimaru and collect all the most powerful chakra spirits, including the 9-tailed fox. The next arc takes us far in the past to give us a little bit of ninja history. Over 10 years ago, political instability led to a massive war between the 5 ninja territories. This would later be referred to as the Third Great Ninja War. The first 2 ninja wars, none of our damn business. During this war, a young ninja bearing the Uchiha family crest is running through the forest. This boy is Obito Uchiha. He meets up with his ninja team, which includes a younger Kakashi. Kakashi had just reached the Jonin rank, so all their other teammates got him gifts. Their team leader, an unnamed man who will later become the 4th Hokage, got him a cool custom kunai. Their teammate Rin got him a personalized medkit, and silly Obito forgot to get him anything at all. Considering they're in the middle of Ninja World War, vibes are pretty good. Their mission today is to destroy a bridge to disrupt the supply chain of their enemy, the Stone Village. As they head to the bridge, Kakashi notices they are being followed by a stone ninja. Kakashi says he'll take this guy out with a new technique he's been coming up with, the Chidori. The 4th Hokage tells him not to be reckless, but Kakashi charges towards the enemy ninja anyways. He ends up being unable to control his speed and is vulnerable to the enemy, but the team leader swoops in to save Kakashi. During this, Obito seems to not have any of the natural talent that the other Uchiha do. He seems terrified to even be in battle. Kakashi even calls him the spineless crybaby of the Uchiha. What? Kakashi was a bully? The team leader explains to Obito that Kakashi is especially sensitive about who gets to wear a Konoha headband. See, Kakashi's father, Sakumo, was a legendary ninja known as the White Fang, right up until a certain incident. One day, Sakumo chose the lives of his teammates over the success of a mission, a big no-no in the ninja code. Everyone turned against him, even the people he saved, and Sakumo eventually took his own life. This is why Kakashi wants his teammates to be cold as ice. The future 4th Hokage tells his team they can handle the rest of this bridge-destroying mission on their own, while he goes to provide support on the front lines. Obito, Kakashi, and Rin head towards the bridge, but run into 2 more stone ninjas who are looking for their buddy. These 2 stone ninjas grab Rin and disappear, presumably wanting to interrogate her. Obito wants to save her right away, but Kakashi's daddy issues make him insist that the mission comes first. Obito snaps and punches Kakashi in the face, saying he will save Rin on his own if he has to. Kakashi believes that emotion is just a weakness, but Obito believes it's exactly what makes a ninja strong. In Obito's eyes, Kakashi's father was a hero for choosing his teammates. On the front lines of the ninja war, the future 4th Hokage arrives, and his comrades couldn't be more relieved to see him. They believe that this guy, known as the Yellow Flash of Konoha, can single-handedly turn the tide of battle. Meanwhile, Obito has gone off by himself and found the stone ninja hideout where Rin is being held. One of the stone ninjas spots him, but Kakashi arrives and saves his teammate just in the nick of time. Guess he isn't so different from his father after all. The stone ninja survives and slashes Kakashi's left eye, but Obito is able to awaken his Sharingan for the first time and finish the enemy off. Together, Obito and Kakashi confront the one remaining stone ninja inside his cave hideout. They're able to defeat him and untie Rin, but the stone ninja reveals he's still alive and causes the entire cave to collapse on them all. Obito pushes Kakashi out of the way of a falling rock, and Obito's entire right side is crushed. It's clear this injury is fatal, but he wants to provide his team with one final gift. He asks Rin to perform a transplant, giving his Sharingan eye to replace Kakashi's injured one. Kakashi accepts, and Rin performs what has to be an excruciating procedure on both ninjas. ninjas. Kakashi steps out with his new Sharingan eye, ready to defeat the last stone ninja for real this time. Kakashi uses the Chidori again, but now he's able to control his speed much better thanks to the Sharingan. He kills the stone ninja quickly and returns to the side of his dying friend. The cave is still collapsing, and Obito tells Kakashi to take Rin and get out of there. Kakashi reluctantly leaves his friend to die, and Obito perishes with the regret that he was never able to tell Rin he loved her. Damn. Outside the cave, Kakashi tells Rin about Obito's feelings for her, but she reveals that she has feelings for Kakashi. Is every ninja team just a love triangle? Kakashi responds by saying that he is trash, since he didn't even think that they should have rescued Rin. The pair are then attacked by a horde of stone ninjas, and Kakashi passes out. But when he wakes up, he finds that their team leader has returned to save the day. They finished their mission by destroying the bridge, and soon after, the Third Great Ninja War came to an end. Kakashi became a legend, the only non-Uchiha to possess the Sharingan, and Obito's sacrifice was immortalized on a memory stone. After that badass side story, it's back to our boy Naruto for the next arc. After training with Jiraiya for the last 2.5 years, Naruto is finally returning to the Leaf Village. He first encounters Kakashi and gifts him with a pervy book that Jiraiya wrote during their training. Aw, you shouldn't have. Really, you shouldn't have. Jiraiya tells Kakashi that he's going to investigate the Akatsuki and asks him to take over Naruto's training from here. Naruto then sees Sakura, who's surprised that Naruto has grown a bit taller in the last couple years. Taller and maybe a little bit more handsome. Their reunion is interrupted by Konohamaru showing off his own ninja centerfold move. Any hope that Naruto had matured goes out the window when he says he has even pervier moves to show Konohamaru. Sakura punches Naruto with incredible strength, showing that she's been training hard under Tsunade all this time. Kakashi says in order to test their new strength, they're gonna do the same exercise they did on their first day as a team. Try to snatch the bells from Kakashi. Kakashi brings them to the place where they first did their exercise. It's a bit somber for them without Sasuke, but they're ready to show just how much they've grown. Kakashi makes a serious effort from the very beginning to keep the bells away from them. It's clear how much better they both are, but there's still no match for Kakashi. The exercise continues into the night until Naruto comes up with Kakashi's greatest weakness. Naruto threatens to spoil the ending of Jiraiya's book, forcing Kakashi to cover his ears and creating the perfect opportunity for Naruto and Sakura to snatch the bells. A little underhanded, but all's fair in war. After their success, what's left of Team 7 takes a stroll through the village. They run into Shikamaru and Temari, who are helping to run this year's Chunin exam. Apparently, in the last couple years, every genin in Naruto's class managed to pass the Chunin exam, meaning Naruto is the only one left behind. Well, I guess Sasuke is too, technically. Neji, Temari, and Kankuro are actually already at the rank of Jonin, and as for Gaara, he not only became a Jonin, but he's also the Sand Village's next Kazekage. Sure, he used to be a murderous psycho, but there's no denying that he's the strongest around. Over in the Sand Village, Gaara meets with the village council to talk about the Akatsuki. Jiraiya has been warning all the villages that this shadowy organization may attack them to steal their powerful techniques. A sand ninja named Yura is acting a little strange during this meeting, because he's actually a sleeper agent for the Akatsuki. Two mysterious individuals then approach the Sand Village, and Yura slaughters his own comrades at the gates to let them in. The two Akatsuki members, Sasori and Deidara, are here for the sand spirit inside of Gaara. Deidara is a sketchy blonde ninja who's completely obsessed with the idea of art. He creates a giant bird out of clay and rides it over to the Sand Village, taking out their scouts with little explosive clay bugs thugs. I guess blowing up people's heads counts as art to this guy? Gaara spots the strange bird quickly and starts chasing after it on his flying sand chunks. Gaara goes all out from the jump, summoning a massive wall of sand to crush Deidara. Deidara throws out explosive clay birds, but Gaara's sand defenses are too strong. Eventually, Deidara's left arm is utterly crushed by Gaara's sand coffin move. Deidara notices that even though Gaara is able to manipulate all the sand in the desert around them, he can only use the special sand from his jug for attacking and defending. This means that when Gaara attacks, he has less sand for his shield and leaves himself slightly open. Down on the ground, Kankuro watches the fight and thinks back on how Gaara got to this point. Basically, his epic battle with Naruto completely changed his life. Gaara felt truly understood for the first time in his life, and he made his goal the same as Naruto's, to become the Kazekage and protect the Sand Village, but then accomplished that goal in just 2 years. In the present, Deidara takes advantage of Gaara's newfound compassion and throws a bomb down on the villagers. Gaara protects them with a sand shield, but leaves himself wide open. Gaara is quick enough to block another explosive bird, but Deidara is dastardly. He reveals that while his arm was being crushed, he slipped little grains of explosive clay into Gaara's special sand. Gaara is then blown up from within his own sand ball. Deidara grabs Gaara with his big bird and flies off. Damn, this village just cannot hang on to their Kazekages. Kankuro chases after Deidara, while the other sand ninjas rush to inform the Leaf Village about what just happened. Kankuro catches up to Deidara and Sasori and attacks with 3 badass wooden puppets. Sasori whips out some kind of tail and blocks the attacks easily. In the Leaf Village, Tsunade gets word of Gaara's kidnapping. She immediately assigns Kakashi, Naruto, and Sakura to go investigate and try to rescue Gaara. Team 7 is back in action! Next, we see Kankuro on the ground, his 3 puppets utterly destroyed by Sasori. Sasori explains that Kankuro never stood a chance. Sasori himself was the one who invented those puppets years ago. He apparently is a former Sand Village shinobi who turned against his people 20 years ago, and it looks like he's about to murder Kankuro, just when I started to like the guy. But Sasori says that he doesn't even need to finish Kankuro off, because he's already been afflicted with an incurable poison. He'll die on his own in a couple of days, and there's nothing anyone can do to stop it. Kankuro passes out, and the bad guys leave with Gaara. Later, some sand shinobi find Kankuro and bring him back to the village. In Konoha, Team 7 sets off on their mission. Jiraiya warns Naruto that no matter what happens, he must not use that jutsu. Well, I for one can't wait to see whatever he's talking about. Then, we see Deidara and Sasori, saying that with Gaara captured, they have just one more target on their list. On their way to the Sand Village, Team 7 runs into Temari, who hadn't heard about Gaara's kidnapping yet, and then joins them on their journey to help rescue her brother. Naruto says he hates the Akatsuki because they see people like him and Gaara just as interesting specimens, not as people. Well, yeah, they're an evil organization. At the Sand Village, a sand shinobi asks an old woman named Chiyo to try and help cure Kankuro from the poison that's slowly killing him. At first, she refuses, until she learns that the one responsible was Sasori, who just so happens to be Chiyo's grandson. Meanwhile, Sakura is eager for this mission. She thinks that tracking down Akatsuki members will lead them to Itachi, and finding Itachi will get them closer to bringing back Sasuke. I'm not so sure you really want that smoke, sis. Next, Tsunade learns that she won the lottery. Given her famous bad luck, this is a sign that things are about to go very wrong in the world. It's just unnatural. At the Sand Village, Chiyo says there's nothing she can do about Kankuro's poison. The only person who could potentially help is Tsunade. Hopefully, a student of hers is pretty close. Just then, Team 7 arrives. When Chiyo sees Kakashi, she freaks out and attacks, mistaking Kakashi for his father, the White Fang. Ooh, clearly there's some history there. Sakura is able to remove the poison from Kankuro's body, but she says to fully heal them, they'll need to make an antidote. Then, back in the Leaf Village, Tsunade worries Team 7 alone won't be enough to rescue Gaara, so she dispatches Team Guy, Neji, Tenten, and Rock Lee, led by the devilishly handsome Guy Sensei. With Chiyo's help, Sakura is able to make an antidote, even creating extra doses in case anyone else gets poisoned fighting Sasori. Once Kankuro starts to recover, he provides Team 7 with a scrap of Sasori's clothes that he tore off, which they can use to track him. Kankuro asks Naruto to bring his brother home, and Naruto swears Gaara will come back in one piece. Then, Chiyo says she will accompany Team 7 on their mission instead of Temari, since she wants to give her evil grandson Sasori a piece of her mind. Finally, we see Deidara and Sasori arriving at a secret Akatsuki base inside a mountain. The Akatsuki members assemble and begin a ritual to extract the sand spirit Shukaku from inside Gaara. This ritual will apparently take 3 full days. A member named Zetsu, the Venus flytrap guy, is given guard duty to make sure nobody disrupts them. Meanwhile, Kakashi's ninja dogs have tracked Sasori's scent to the Land of Rivers, which Team Guy happens to be much closer to. Zetsu senses Team Guy approaching the hidden base and warns the other Akatsuki members. Kisame says he'll handle this personally, because last time he encountered Guy in Konoha, Itachi made him run away without fighting. Kisame confronts Team Guy holding his gigantic Buster Sword, and Guy has literally no memory of who this lizard-looking clown is. Kisame shoots a giant amount of water out of his mouth, turning the dry, dusty desert into something, much wetter. He attacks Guy directly, but the sensei is protected by his students. Meanwhile, Chiyo explains to Team 7 what the Akatsuki are after. See, within this crazy ninja world, there are 9 different powerful spirits known as Biju, or tailed beasts, each with a different number of tails from 1 to 9. The one-tailed beast is Shukaku inside of Gaara, and of course, we are very familiar with the 9-tailed beast inside of Naruto. All the beasts in between are unknown for now, but it's safe to say that the Akatsuki are after every last one of them. Suddenly, Naruto freezes. Blocking their path is Itachi Uchiha himself. Kakashi quickly warns his team not to look Itachi in the eyes, or he will use genjutsu on them with the Mangekyo Sharingan. Kakashi asks Itachi how much of his eyesight he's lost from using the Mangekyo. Itachi is actually surprised by this, and it seems like Kakashi might know more about the ability than he's letting on. If you'll remember, he did watch his best friend Obito die, so anyway, Kakashi starts forming a plan with Team 7 to take down Itachi together. Meanwhile, Kisame continues fighting Team Guy, but he quickly has his water clones trap the 3 younger ninjas inside water bubble prisons. Now, it's just one-on-one. Kisame versus Guy. Water ninjutsu versus purely physical taijutsu. With Team 7, Itachi says he's taking Naruto with him, which just pisses the kid off. He charges forward with a Rasengan, but what he hits is just a shadow clone. Naruto looks around and sees the rest of his team has already been laid out, and now they're all turning into Itachi. This can't be good. Elsewhere, Guy realizes he needs to get serious to save his students. He opens 6 of the 8 chakra gates inside himself to channel immense strength. Neji is able to use the Byakugan to free himself and his teammates, but there was no need. As soon as they're out, they witness their sensei brutally piecing Kisame apart with a barrage of blows. Kisame is knocked out, but when they inspect his body, something surprises Guy. Surrounded by Itachi clones that are seemingly invulnerable, Naruto realizes he must be caught in Itachi's genjutsu. Itachi reveals reveals that making eye contact isn't the only way to activate his genjutsu. He was able to get Naruto simply by pointing at him, although it isn't quite as powerful. He can't use the full effect of the Mangekyo. Naruto thinks back on when Jiraiya taught him a technique to break out of genjutsu. The key is to disrupt your own chakra flow, or to have somebody else send chakra into your body to disrupt it. Naruto focuses and tries to break his own chakra flow, while Itachi torments him with visions of his own teammates, calling Naruto a failure. Fortunately, Sakura and Chiyo are able to send chakra into Naruto's body and break him out. Kakashi then asks Naruto for help taking Itachi down, for real this time. Itachi attacks with a massive fireball attack, which Kakashi uses as cover to travel underground and pop out with a nasty uppercut. Up close, Itachi traps Kakashi inside his genjutsu, but nah, that's a shadow clone, son. While Itachi is distracted, Naruto and a clone of his charge in with an extra powerful Odama Rasengan. And of course, Sakura watches from the sidelines doing nothing, just like old times. Naruto's attack hits dead on, and Itachi is defeated. When they get a closer look, they discover the same thing Team Guy did with Kisame. These were two completely random dudes. Itachi and Kisame used a technique that allowed them to possess other shinobi and basically fight using a body double, but only at 30% of their full strength. So you're saying that was easy mode? The real Itachi and Kisame are back at the secret base, disappointed that their doubles were beaten so quickly. Apparently, though, they bought the Akatsuki all the time they needed to finish their ritual. Moving on, as they consider their next move, Chiyo dumps a bit more exposition onto Team 7. She explains that people like Naruto who are possessed by Biju are called Jinchuriki. Oh, and there's one little extra wrinkle that nobody told Naruto yet. If the Biju is ever removed from its host, that host immediately dies, meaning Gaara is in deep trouble right now. Just as the ritual nears completion and Gaara's consciousness begins to fade from his body, Team Guy bursts into the Akatsuki base. Well, they try to at least. There's sort of an enormous boulder blocking the door with barrier magic, so it might take a second. Naruto urges his team to move faster, desperately hoping to save his fellow Jinchuriki before it's too late. Chiyo then reveals that she was the one who sealed Shukaku inside of Gaara as a baby. She did it to save the village, but is starting to feel regret now that Gaara is being targeted for it. Just then, Team 7 catches up to Team Guy. Next, a shadowy figure orders Deidara and Sasori to kill everyone coming after them, all except for Naruto. Outside, the ninjas realize that in order to get through the barrier, they'll need to simultaneously peel off 5 talismans that are hidden somewhere in the forest. Neji locates them all instantly with his Byakugan, and Team Guy splits up to hit each one. They remove the talismans, and Sakura, of all people, shatters the boulder blocking their way with a single punch. I didn't know she had it in her. Nice! Destroying the barrier also triggers a trap, and each member of Team Guy finds themselves facing a copy of themselves. Team 7 enters the hideout, but all they find are Deidara and Sasori standing over Gaara's dead body. They're too late. Deidara taunts Team 7 for their failure, causing Naruto to charge forward in a rage. Kakashi holds him back and tells him if he loses his head here, they'll likely all die. Deidara grabs Gaara's body and flies outside on his clay bird. Naruto and Kakashi chase after him, leaving Sakura and Granny Chiyo to face Sasori. If she hadn't just demolished that giant boulder, I would have serious doubts about this plan. Sasori takes off his cloak, revealing a grotesque scorpion body. Unfortunately for them, it sounds like he has zero problem with killing his own grandma. Pure evil. Team Guy continues to struggle with the mirror version of themselves, each ninja seemingly at a stalemate with themselves. At the hideout, Chiyo tells Sakura that the scorpion body they're seeing is just a puppet, and the real Sasori is inside of it. She also says that she's much more than a sweet old granny, and with all her experience, taking down Sasori will be a piece of cake. Outside, Deidara tells Kakashi that Sasori is even stronger than he is, but Kakashi is still confident the women can handle this. Sakura is able to dodge all of Sasori's attacks with ease, and lands an incredible punch on the scorpion puppet. Sasori's main body is now exposed. He realizes that Chiyo was actually puppeteering Sakura, using her knowledge of Sasori to help Sakura evade all of his attacks. And back at the Sand Village, one of the counselors said it would be for the best if Gaara never came back. After all, a guy with an evil spirit inside him may not be the most stable leader, regardless of how strong he is. Did you forget he basically let himself get captured in order to save the village? The council then decides to call off official rescue efforts. Similarly, Deidara is confused why the Leaf Ninjas are trying so hard to rescue Gaara. In his experience, Jinchuriki are usually feared and hated by everyone. He clearly doesn't know Naruto. Back in the hideout, Chiyo is shocked to see her grandson hasn't aged a day since she last saw him. He then brings out his strongest puppet, a puppet of the Sand Village's third Kazekage. See, the third Kazekage was a legend, supposedly stronger than either of his predecessors. But many years ago, he suddenly vanished and his body was never found. It turns out Sasori was the one responsible. But wait, 'cause there's more. He was also involved in the death of Gaara's father, the fourth Kazekage. And including Gaara, that makes 3 Kazekages that this creep has killed. What a menace! Fortunately, he was only able to turn one of them into a puppet, but that's still enough to be very concerning. Chiyo continues to control Sakura's movements to help her dodge, but the Kazekage puppet attacks with hundreds of arms, overwhelming them both. Sasori blasts a cloud of poison gas at Sakura, and she only barely escapes by blowing herself up to dissipate the gas. With Sakura injured, Chiyo brings out 2 puppets of her own, the very first puppets Sasori ever created, the mother and the father. Apparently, Sasori's puppets died when he was very young, so he created 2 puppets to replace them. Pretty creepy, but also sad as hell. The 3 puppets start fighting at blinding speed, matching each other in strength and ability. Sasori reveals that this puppet is able to use the third Kazekage's jutsu, Satetsu, the Iron Sand. Basically, the same power that Gaara had, but instead of controlling regular sand, he uses magnetic grains of iron. Sasori's puppets shoot out a barrage of iron sand, and Chiyo is just barely able to block. She and Sakura are unscathed, but the father was crippled by the attack. Sasori attacks Sakura and Chiyo again, knowing that the mother can only protect one of them, and the other will surely die. Mother protects Sakura, leaving Chiyo also fine. Turns out, Granny installed a shield in her own arm just in case a situation like this came up. That's thinking ahead. But the iron sand cripples her shield arm, so they're kinda back to square one. Chiyo tells Sakura to flee, but instead, Sakura comes up with the genius idea of Chiyo using Sakura as a puppet, which, weren't they already doing that? Well, I guess this time they give it 110%, and Sakura uses a punch to obliterate Sasori's iron sand weapons. Next, we see that Kankuro has almost fully recovered from the poison, and he sets out with Temari to aid the rescue efforts. Gee, who's gonna tell him that this is now just a corpse retrieval mission? Naruto and Kakashi are still chasing after Deidara, and Sakura is starting to get even better at reading Sasori's movements. Sasori attacks with a massive iron sand spikes that fill the entire chamber. Sakura is only scratched, but Sasori reveals the iron sand was soaked with poison, and Sakura collapses to the ground. He moves in close for the finishing blow. Then, Sakura gets back up and destroys the third Kazekage puppet. She had apparently already taken one of her extra antidote doses and is immune to Sasori's poison. Well, look who's actually starting to become a Badass! The antidote will only be effective for the next 3 minutes though, and there's only 1 dose left, so this is the best time to end things. Realizing that a med nin like Sakura is the worst opponent he could go up against with his poison, Sasori decides to get real serious. He takes off his second cloak to reveal that his real body is just a living puppet. Kinda defeats the whole point of having puppets do your fighting for you, but whatever floats your boat, man. Meanwhile, Kakashi tells Naruto he has a plan to take down Deidara, who's clearly outclassed them in speed and range. Back at the hideout, Puppet Sasori shoots a harpoon out of his stomach that hits Sakura in the side. While she's down, he launches himself right at Granny. At the last second, Sakura grabs the harpoon that's still attached to Sasori, yanks him back towards her, and smashes his puppet body to bits with a single punch. Goddamn! I want Tsunade as a teacher next. But it's not over yet, as Sasori's body begins to reform itself from the broken pieces. How the hell do you kill a puppet that might not even be alive? Now, Granny Chiyo decides to get really serious. She summons Chikamatsu's 10 puppets, each one controlled with just a single finger. These bad boys were built by the original puppet master Chikamatsu, way long ago. Sasori isn't about to be beaten by his own grandma though, so he pulls out 100 puppets, and I don't even want to know how he's controlling all of them. Sasori's 100 puppets swarm Chiyo's 10 and quickly overwhelm them. Sakura heads for Sasori's main body and hurls out some kind of trap that sticks Sasori to the wall and seals away his chakra. Now, where the hell was this thing at the start of the fight? It looks like Sasori is trapped, but that turns out to be just a decoy body. The real one lunges towards Chiyo with a sword, but Sakura blocks the blade with her own body. No! She was just getting cool. Sakura knows she's been stabbed by a poison blade, and her previous dose of antidote has already worn off. Regardless, she tries to get Granny Chiyo to take the last dose of antidote instead of taking it herself. A true med nin to the end. Chiyo ignores this and injects the antidote into Sakura's leg. Chiyo then collapses herself, having been hit with poison by one of the 100 puppets. Sakura is able to hold the sword in place and start healing her wound, even though the blade is still inside of her. Sasori disconnects the arm holding the sword. Wait, couldn't he have just let go? And tries to finish Sakura off. At the last second, Chiyo controls the mother and father puppets, so they stab Sasori in the chest, right through the only human part of him left. Sasori can no longer move his body, so Chiyo goes to heal Sakura. Sasori says that no med nin in the world could save Sakura's life. Chiyo reveals she has one last trick up her sleeve, a technique that will transfer her own life force into Sakura, letting the younger girl live at the cost of her own life. That's a good granny. Chiyo finishes her technique, and apparently, since Sakura wasn't dead yet, the technique brings her back to life without even taking Chiyo's life. Seems like a bit of a cop-out, but good for them. Sasori is disappointed that he wasn't able to kill anyone and blames his last little piece of humanity as the reason for his failure. In his last moments though, he decides to give Sakura a little reward for defeating him, a vital piece of information. He tells her that one of Orochimaru's henchmen is secretly a spy working for Sasori. If Sakura goes to the Hidden Grass Village in 10 days, she can meet with this spy and learn where Orochimaru and Sasuke are hiding. Then, Sasori dies, held in a loving embrace by the puppets of his parents. Chiyo speculates that her last attack only worked because some small part of Sasori still cared about his parents, and he didn't want to hurt them, even as puppets. Chiyo stumbles, still feeling the effects of Sasori's poison. Sakura suggests returning to the Sand Village to make more antidote, but Chiyo says there's still something she needs to do. Meanwhile, Naruto and Kakashi are about to execute their master plan. Kakashi confirms what we expected. He also possesses the Mangekyo Sharingan. How effing long has he been hiding that thing? Kakashi uses an ability of the Mangekyo called Kamui, a technique that can literally send an opponent to another dimension. Kakashi tries to hit Deidara directly, but his aim is a bit off, so ends up just essentially vaporizing Deidara's right arm. Naruto takes this opportunity to destroy the clay bird with a Rasengan. Naruto recovers Gaara's body, and Deidara considers retreating, when another Naruto surprises him from behind with a righteous right hook. Naruto absolutely pummels Deidara with his clones, but Deidara pulls an Uno reverse card and reveals that Naruto is just punching a clay double. Enraged, Naruto begins to leak chakra from his body, just like all the way back in his fight against Haku. The nine-tailed chakra forms a fox shape around Naruto. This was exactly what Jiraiya was worried about, and he gave Kakashi a way to stop it before Naruto goes full feral. Kakashi slaps a sealing talisman on Naruto's forehead to keep his chakra on the inside. Then, we see Team Guy has finally succeeded against their mirror selves, and Sakura catches up to the rest of her team with Granny Chiyo. The real Deidara is hiding nearby, and when he learns that Sasori was beaten by a Mednin and an old woman, he decides maybe he should get the hell out of there. But before he can, Team Guy arrives, and Neji locates Deidara instantly. Outnumbered, Deidara decides there's only one thing left to do: a massive, explosive self-destruct attack. Everyone scrambles to get out of the way, but it's clear they can't escape the blast radius in time. So, at a great cost to his own body, Kakashi uses the Kamui to send the entire explosion to another dimension. Now that the two Akatsuki are defeated, they're finally able to inspect Gaara's body. Naruto cries and rages over a fellow Jinchuriki being killed, just because he happened to be born with something inside of him. But Granny Chiyo tells Naruto to save those tears. She's bringing Gaara back. If Granny ends up surviving this too, I might just lose it. Chiyo tries to transfer her own life force into Gaara's body, but after using the technique once on Sakura, she's running low on chakra. Naruto begs Chiyo to use his chakra, not realizing that what he's proposing will probably cost Chiyo her life. Together, Naruto and Chiyo start to revive Gaara. Chiyo asks Naruto to continue looking after Gaara and tells Sakura to use her strength to help those she cares about, not sacrifice her life for stubborn old women. Gaara wakes up surrounded by friends who risked everything to save him, and it's not just them. The citizens of the Sand Village said screw the council and all came out to rescue Gaara themselves, along with Kankuro and Temari. Dozens of villagers stand around Gaara, people who truly believe in their Kazekage. The Sand Villagers celebrate Gaara's miraculous revival, and Kankuro and Temari thank Naruto for saving their brother's life. Naruto says they should really thank Chiyo when she wakes up, and Kankuro is the one who has to let him know Granny isn't waking up. She gave her life for Gaara's, and Naruto helped her do it. Naruto thinks of all the people who have sacrificed themselves so the younger generation could live, and vows to make a future they would all be proud of. Meanwhile, we see that Deidara somehow managed to escape from that, and what he self-destructed was just another clay double. He starts looking for his Akatsuki ring that fell off when his arm went glorb, and then we see Zetsu and a creepy masked guy named Tobi at the aftermath of Sasori's battle. Tobi picks up Sasori's ring and says he'll happily take Sasori's place in the Akatsuki, and then clumsily drops the ring. Who the hell is this Tobi freak? Next, back at the Leaf Village, Tsunade gets a report on the rescue mission. Shizune asks Tsunade if it's smart to send Naruto on missions when they know the Akatsuki are after him, but Tsunade says only a Jinchuriki can understand and save another Jinchuriki. A few days later, after Granny Chiyo's funeral, the Leaf ninjas say goodbye to their sandy friends. Naruto and Gaara just shake hands, a silent understanding of their immense responsibility hanging between them. Kakashi is wiped out after using Kamui twice, so Guy has to carry him all the way back. Elsewhere, Tobi finds Deidara's ring too, still on his severed hand. Sweet, so now he can be in the Akatsuki twice. Yay. Deidara appears and asks for his hand back. When he doesn't comply immediately, Deidara attacks, but they just kinda look like kids roughhousing. Back in Konoha, a mysterious bandaged man addresses a young ninja named Sai and tells him he's being assigned to join Team 7 in Sasuke's place. As the next arc begins, Sakura tells Tsunade about the spy Sasori mentioned. Tsunade is worried it might be a trap, but Sakura believes meeting with a spy in Orochimaru's ranks is worth the risk. Kakashi is in no shape to fight currently, so Team 7 is gonna need some new blood. We'll see how that works though, as the Konoha Council tries to convince Tsunade that Naruto shouldn't be allowed to go on any missions. While Naruto searches for new strong teammates, he runs into Shino and Kiba, along with a much bigger Akamaru. Hinata is instantly flustered seeing Naruto after 3 whole years, so as he just casually walks up to her, he causes her to faint. Unimpressed by Bug Boy and Dogman, Naruto next tries to recruit Shikamaru. Shikamaru says he's still busy administering the Chunin exams, but Choji overhears and says he'd be happy to help out. Naruto remarks that Choji has gained weight in the last 3 years, and Choji instantly attacks, but he's not aiming at Naruto. A tiger made out of ink came out of nowhere and was sneaking up behind them. This strange ink creature was created by Sai, who just keeps sending out more cartoon beasts. Naruto charges at Sai and asks just who the hell he is. Sai responds by saying Naruto seems weak and asks him if he's a girl. Wow, not a great first impression, Sai. Elsewhere, Tsunade is still meeting with the Konoha Council. She insists that she believes in Naruto, but to compromise, she says the council can choose the other shinobi that will join Team 7. It seems like this is what they were planning all along. Kazin walks in Danzo, the bandaged man who was talking to Sai earlier. Danzo is a high-ranking officer in the Anbu division, and insists that his young student Sai joins the team to replace Sasuke, and in place of Kakashi, they get Yamato, another member of the Anbu Black Ops. That's not his real name, of course, because a good Black Ops ninja never reveals his real name. Tsunade asks Yamato to keep an eye on Sai because she's a little suspicious of Danzo. A long time ago, Danzo rebelled against the third Hokage and created a mysterious subdivision of the Anbu called the Foundation. He's supposedly a loyal, good little leaf ninja now, but Tsunade has her doubts. Naruto and Sakura meet with these new teammates, and Sai immediately calls Sakura ugly. This guy sucks at meeting new people. Naruto and Sakura aren't too happy to be working with this rude, foul-mouthed jerk, but they're also excited that this mission could bring them closer to Sasuke. While everyone is packing for the mission, a masked member of the Foundation approaches Sai, bringing him secret orders straight from Danzo. Something tells me that the secret orders aren't have fun and stay hydrated. Apparently, ninjas within the Foundation are expected to be completely cold and emotionless, even more so than the regular Black Ops members. So, it's not all Sai's fault that he's being rude. He was taught not to give a crap about other people's feelings from birth. Team 7 2.0 meets up at the village gate and sets out on their mission. Naruto has lots of trouble getting along with Sai, and has no problem letting the guy know he's a major downgrade from Sasuke. Sai says that Sasuke is nothing but a traitor to Konoha, who abandoned his village just for more strength. Well, he's actually got a good point there. Naruto is pissed at Sai for bad-mouthing his friend, but Sakura stops him from attacking. She wants to knock this clown out herself. Yamato breaks up the fight by showing that he can summon giant cages out of wood. Cool party trick. Yamato says they'll need to work on their teamwork for this mission to be successful, so they'll spend the night bathing at a hot springs together. Ah, how relaxing. And even better, Jiraiya isn't here to make it weird. The next morning, Sakura wakes up to find Sai drawing outside. She compliments his artistic talent as he just doodles on the page. He brushes it off and says thanks to his complete lack of emotion, he's unable to feel pride or give titles to any of his creations. Later, Sakura finds a picture book that Sai drew, but he tells her not to open it and claims it belongs to his older brother. Then, Yamato discusses their plan of action. When they get to the grass village, the spy will be expecting to meet with Sasori, so Yamato will disguise himself as the creepy puppet master. Should be easy enough. He was just a smaller living puppet hiding inside a larger scorpion puppet wearing 2 cloaks, after all. Yamato knows there's a good chance his disguise won't work, so he has the team do simulations to practice capturing the spy. In each of the simulations, Sai completely ignores Naruto's safety and does whatever he needs to capture the spy alive, even if Naruto gets hurt in the process. Naruto is angered and again compares Sai to Sasuke, saying that Sasuke wouldn't betray his comrades. Wait, no, what? He literally did try to kill you. Is that not betrayal? Sai wonders why Naruto is so defensive of Sasuke, and Sakura tells him it's because Naruto sees Sasuke as a brother. Sai has a brother of his own, so he should know what that feels like. Sai responds that, no, he may have a brother, but that doesn't mean he has feelings. Anyways, his older brother is dead now, so why waste any time feeling anything about him at all? Ooh, he's definitely not just coping. The next day, Yamato puts on his Sasori disguise and meets with the guy on the bridge. Big surprise, it's Kabuto. So, he's never truly been loyal to Orochimaru? Kabuto tells Sasori that Sasuke is currently at a safe house on an island in the north, but will be moving in just 3 days. Unbeknownst to Team 7, Orochimaru himself is watching the entire exchange. It looks like he got a makeover for his new body, cause he's back to just looking like his old self. Somebody's getting betrayed here, but who that is really anybody's guess. As they're talking, Kabuto tells Yamato, "You know what I came here for." Well, Yamato has absolutely no idea what Kabuto came here for, so he prepares to try and capture him. Before he can move though, Orochimaru appears on the bridge. Yamato has no idea what to do here. Should he maintain his disguise and convince Kabuto to turn on Orochimaru, or just retreat entirely? Suddenly, Kabuto rushes forward and makes a choice for him, slicing away Yamato's disguise. Kabuto reveals that he's actually a triple agent and he's been loyal to Orochimaru all along. Outnumbered, Yamato calls out his team, and Naruto is ready for revenge. Naruto immediately demands that Orochimaru return Sasuke to them, but Orochimaru just says, "Make me." Naruto manifests his fox chakra form and lunges forward, sending Orochimaru flying into the forest behind him. This form only has 1 tail right now, but apparently it can keep getting stronger until it reaches all 9 tails. During his training with Jiraiya, the most Naruto ever reached was 4 tails, and that was the point where his rage began to completely take over his rational mind. If he ever reached all 9, the fox would take over completely and everyone would be in, real deep doo-doo. Part of Yamato's job on this mission is to make sure that doesn't happen. It's a job he's perfect for, because he carries the DNA of the first Hokage inside him, and he has the power to partially control Biju. Wait, what? Orochimaru makes it back to the bridge, and we see Naruto has torn away part of his disguise. He's basically just wearing a skin suit to try and look like his old self. Orochimaru reveals that he is the one who gave Yamato his abilities. As part of an experiment, he kidnapped 60 ninja babies and injected the first Hokage's cells into them. And that's just a normal Tuesday for the guy. Naruto doesn't care about any of this. He just wants to destroy Orochimaru, and he reaches his three-tail state. Everyone is shocked by the immense chakra Naruto is releasing, and to Orochimaru, it feels like he's staring down the nine-tailed fox itself. Kabuto tries to attack, but in response, he gets swiped away by Naruto easily, and the entire bridge is destroyed. Sakura tumbles off the bridge into the ravine below, but Naruto doesn't even notice. Of course, Sai couldn't be less interested in saving a teammate, so that leaves Yamato to catch Sakura. Despite all this power, Orochimaru insists that Naruto is not as strong as Sasuke, causing a fourth tail to emerge. Naruto chases after Orochimaru into the forest. Deep inside his subconscious, Naruto willingly gives himself up to the fox. He's willing to do whatever it takes to catch up to his brother Sasuke. Ironically, that's the exact same line of thinking that caused Sasuke to leave in the first place. Yamato makes sure Sakura is okay and sends a wood clone after Naruto. Suddenly, there's a massive explosion from the forest. Turns out, Naruto has fully reached his four-tail state. Orochimaru unleashes a giant, writhing mass of snakes at Naruto, but he just obliterates them in this new monstrous form. Even Orochimaru seems entirely outclassed. The Snake Lord's attacks do nothing, and Naruto is fast enough to stop him from escaping. While the others all sit this fight out, Kabuto asks if the real Sasori is dead. Sakura confirms that he is, and Kabuto says he's glad. Then, Naruto prepares a massive attack, a bubbling ball of pure black chakra, and even Orochimaru is worried about what's coming. The gigantic Fox-Naruto hybrid swallows the ball of chakra, then lets it out in a single destructive blast. Orochimaru summons 3 massive doors to block the blast, and even then, he's left buried in the rubble. Naruto is temporarily stunned by the blowback from this attack, and Orochimaru attacks with his mouth sword. He drives Naruto all the way back to the bridge, where Sakura is growing worried that she will lose Naruto for good if he keeps this up. Sakura can't help but feel responsible that Naruto has turned himself into a monster. After all, she made him promise that they would bring back Sasuke no matter what. She runs forward, shouting at Naruto to stop his rampage, but Naruto is not in control, and the fox slashes Sakura on the arm. Yamato uses his wood jutsu to restrain Naruto. Kabuto then approaches Sakura, but it's apparently to heal her, not to kill her. Kabuto says they all have a common enemy in the Akatsuki, and he's hoping they'll continue to eliminate members like Sasori. Then, Yamato uses the first Hokage's jutsu to seal the Biju back away inside Naruto. Elsewhere, Orochimaru has collapsed from pushing his body too hard. Sai approaches him and tells Orochimaru he has a message to deliver from Danzo. Naruto returns to normal, and Sakura starts treating his many injuries. She asks Yamato if she could learn that sealing technique, but he says only a ninja with the first Hokage's cells can perform it. When Naruto wakes up, he has no memory of what happened, and no clue that he's the one who injured Sakura. Who's gonna tell him? Meanwhile, Orochimaru agrees to hear Sai out. His only condition is that he wants to talk directly with the real Sai, not the obvious ink clone he's talking to now. Kabuto arrives and tackles Sai to the ground, but Orochimaru tells his loyal dog to stand down. Sai is coming with them willingly. Fortunately, one of Yamato's wood clones saw all this going down and is following Orochimaru back to his base. Meanwhile, nobody nobody tells Naruto what actually just happened, and Sakura picks up the picture book Sai left behind. Team 7 assumes that Sai is betraying the Leaf Village on Danzo's orders, so they decide to follow and try to stop him. Unfortunately, Naruto's rampage took a toll on his body, and he'll really need to push his limits just to even keep up. At the same time, Yamato's clone finds something shocking. Sai's body dangling from a tree. Yamato figures out that it's fake immediately and just keeps moving. Team 7, meanwhile, decides to take a break to let both Naruto and Sakura recover for a bit. Sakura doesn't want Naruto to know he hurt her, but Yamato takes Naruto aside and tells him outright. He thinks it's important that Naruto knows what he's capable of and warns him not to rely on the fox to solve everything. Sakura decides to take a look inside Sai's picture book, and she's surprised by what she sees. Sai's book is a unique one. There's a drawing of a boy on each cover, one with white hair on the front and one with black hair on the back. Each boy's story starts on one end of the book and shows them fighting different monsters until their stories meet in the middle, which just shows an incomplete drawing of a ninja with no face. I'd say the plot needs some work. 7 out of 10. Elsewhere, Orochimaru, Kabuto, and Sai reach their hideout, with Yamato's clone not far behind. Sai suddenly finds himself face to face with Sasuke Uchiha. Sai says that he thinks he and Sasuke will get along very well, but Sasuke has no interest in this rando. Sasuke uses his Sharingan to overpower Sai with pure fear. Sai tells Sasuke that Naruto and Sakura will never stop looking for him, but since this conversation doesn't have anything to do with killing his older brother, Sasuke isn't even listening. Definition of a one-track mind. Sai delivers a package from Danzo to Orochimaru, a file containing the identities of every member of the Anbu. Outside, Team 7 arrives at the hideout. Yamato gives Sakura and Naruto tiny trackers to swallow so they can't get separated, and they prepare to break in. Team 7 starts tunneling underground until they're inside the subterranean hideout. Before long, they find the room where Kabuto told Sai to stay put. There, Naruto asks Sai what he's plotting, and accuses him of helping Orochimaru to destroy Konoha. Sai just admits it, and says that his secret orders absolutely told him to help get rid of the Leaf Village. Danzo is happy to betray his village if he can become the next Hokage, but he doesn't exactly trust the Snake Lord to keep his word. He basically wanted Sai to become a spy working for Orochimaru, so that when Orochimaru did attack again, Danzo would learn about it and manipulate the situation to take power himself. Sai himself says that he has literally no feelings about this, because his entire existence is dedicated to following the missions he's given. Sakura points at the picture book and says it proves Sai had feelings of love for his brother before he died, but Sai says he isn't even related to the other boy in that book. He was just a friend that got sick and died before Sai could finish making the book as a present. After that friend's death, he felt absolutely nothing. Team 7 extracts Sai and leaves him tied up outside, then prepares to go back in for Sasuke. Sai tries to tell them that going after Sasuke is a death sentence, and that Sasuke doesn't even care about his so-called friends. Naruto says that no matter what Sasuke says or does, they will always be friends, and he will never stop trying to save his friend. Kabuto shows up before they can head back in and throws kunai to keep Team 7 away from Sai. He unties Sai and asks him to team up against the others, but Sai immediately turns on Kabuto and ties him up. It looks like once again, Naruto's positive attitude and winning smile have cured a complete psychopath. Sai was so moved by Naruto's words about his bond with Sasuke that he honestly just wants to see what happens when they reunite. Kabuto just laughs and says there is no world where they get Sasuke to come back with them. Team 7 infiltrates the base again and splits up to search for Sasuke. Naruto and Sai go together, and Sai thinks about how Naruto is a lot like the friend he drew that book for. Suddenly, he remembers what he wanted to draw at the center of the book, a picture of both boys holding hands and smiling. Aww. Just then, Orochimaru appears in front of the boys and asks Sai which side he's really on. Orochimaru attacks with some snakes, and Naruto tells Sai to keep searching while he holds off Orochimaru. Sakura and Yamato then arrive to give backup, while Sai searches the entire base using a horde of ink mice. Orochimaru decides to retreat, clearing the way for a beautiful, heartwarming Team 7 reunion. But just then, Yamato finds Danzo's orders and realizes that Sai lied to them. His orders weren't to become a spy, they were to get close to Sasuke and assassinate him. Danzo was putting the village's safety first, after all. He's just willing to kill kids in order to do it. Naruto refuses to believe Sai would do that because he just smiled at him. You can't fake that. Fortunately, he's completely right. Sai decides that protecting Naruto and Sasuke's brotherly bond is more important than completing his mission. He finds Sasuke and tells him he's here to bring him back to Konoha. Of course, Sasuke doesn't take that very well. He's just mad someone interrupted his nap and attacks immediately, destroying part of the base and creating a giant crater in the ground. Team 7 runs towards the commotion. Naruto and Sakura are both completely speechless when they find themselves standing in front of Sasuke after 2.5 years. Sasuke has truly turned full villain. I mean, just look at the costume change. He's amused by the fact that he was replaced on Team 7 by a weakling like Sai, and rejects the idea that he has any kind of bond with Naruto. Sasuke moves faster than anyone can even see, and he's gonna finish what he started years ago, killing Naruto. Sasuke draws a sword, but Sai immediately steps in to block his swing, so Sasuke decides to show off his upgraded Chidori stream, emitting Chidori from his entire body rather than just his hands. He easily knocks out Sai and pins Yamato to a rock. There's no contest here. Inside Naruto's subconscious, the nine-tailed beast once again offers his power to Naruto, but Naruto hesitates. He doesn't want a repeat of what happened last time, and tells the fox he doesn't need his power to be strong. Suddenly, Sasuke appears inside Naruto's subconscious, revealing that his Sharingan can now see the beast inside Naruto. The nine-tailed fox is surprised to see another person here, and says that Sasuke reminds him of Madara Uchiha, whoever that is. Sasuke is actually able to suppress the fox's power to prevent Naruto from using it, and as the fox fades away, it warns Sasuke not to kill Naruto, or he'll regret it. Back in the real world, Yamato tries to capture Sasuke with wood, but Sasuke leaps out of the crater. He declares that he would gladly give his body to Orochimaru if it meant he gained the power to defeat his brother. Sasuke prepares a new jutsu to finish his old team off, but Orochimaru appears and tells him to stand down. In the future, Team 7 might be useful in defeating the Akatsuki, so for now, they'll just retreat with Kabuto. And the game of cat and mouse continues. Naruto and Sakura are devastated that they failed to save Sasuke once again. Sai actually tries to cheer them up, saying that they still have 6 months before Orochimaru can take Sasuke's body, and that Sai will help them out next time. Bro did a real 180. Team 7 returns to the Leaf Village and reports their failure, but they ask to be sent on another mission to try again right away. Sai reports into Danzo and asks if he can stay with Team 7. Danzo is a little troubled that Sai is starting to develop emotions, but he allows him to stay with the team anyways. So maybe he's not such a bad guy. Sai goes back to his house to do some more more emo painting by himself, but Naruto invites him to come train for the next mission, and Sai goes outside to join his new friends. The next arc starts, and Sai does some research at the library about how to be a good friend. He reads that giving your friends nicknames is a good way to get closer, so he comes up with the perfect name for Sakura. Homely. That means butt ugly, if you didn't know. He's clearly gonna need some more practice at this. Then, Team 7 visits Kakashi in the hospital and tells him about their encounter with Sasuke. Sakura asks how they can ever catch up to Sasuke's level when he's learning all these forbidden jutsus from Orochimaru. Kakashi says he has one idea, a way to make Naruto even stronger than Kakashi himself. Naruto will need to develop a brand new ultimate jutsu, even more powerful than Rasengan, designed solely for Naruto. This would normally take years, but Kakashi has a way to do it in a short amount of time. It clearly won't be easy though. Just then, they are interrupted by Shikamaru's team. Kakashi tells his students to go enjoy a delicious lunch with their friends, and they'll talk more about Naruto's special training later. Having learned from his mistake with Sakura, Sai decides to give Ino the nickname Beautiful, but of course, that only pisses off Sakura even more. Elsewhere, we meet two new Akatsuki members, Hidan, a handsome ninja with a triple-bladed scythe, and Kakuzu, another masked creep. They're hunting down a woman from the Hidden Cloud Village, the Jinchuriki host of the two-tailed beast. The woman, Yugito, reveals to this evil pair that she isn't being chased by them, but she actually lured them right into her trap. She detonates explosives at the entrances and traps them all inside a large chamber. Hidan, it turns out, is a bit of a religious freak. His religion, the Church of Jashin, is a rather unconventional one that commands him to slaughter as many people as he can. The mission here is only to capture Yugito, not kill her, so Hidan is already annoyed. Yugito transforms herself into the two-tailed beast, a giant jaguar-like creature made of pure chakra, but the two Akatsuki members seem unconcerned. Back in Konoha, Asuma tries to tell something to Kakashi, but gets interrupted. Then, we see that Yugito has been utterly defeated, and is brutally pinned to the wall by her hands. They have just one target left to capture, someone in the Land of Fire. Yeah, that's where Konoha is, remember? Zetsu arrives on scene to pick up Yugito's unconscious body. We learn that where Hidan is motivated by his faith, Kakuzu is only interested in cold, hard cash. Being in the Akatsuki must pay well, I guess. The pair heads to a temple in the Land of Fire to confront the head monk there, Chiriku. Apparently, before this guy became head monk, he was an elite ninja, and they're here to claim the bounty on his head. In Konoha, Naruto starts his new training with Kakashi. For his new ultimate technique, Naruto will need to change the very form his chakra takes, something he can barely understand. Then, we see Asuma visiting the grave of his father, the third Hokage. So, he's Konohamaru's uncle, I guess? Meanwhile, Hidan and Kakuzu have been putting in work off-screen. The temple is destroyed, and Chiriku is already dead. As they pick up the body to go collect the bounty, a surviving monk realizes he needs to warn the Leaf Village about these two. In Konoha, Kakashi teaches Naruto the one simple trick that Jonin don't want you to know about: clone training. Basically, if Naruto creates 10 clones that all train at the same time, he can learn new techniques 10 times faster than he would alone. This is possible because Naruto inherits all of his clones' memories as soon as they disappear. The clone training will be exhausting, but it's only possible because Naruto has access to a limitless reserve of delicious fox chakra. Next, Kakashi explains that there are 5 fundamental types of chakra: fire, wind, water, lightning, and earth. Naruto had no idea about this, which really raises the question, what the hell are they teaching in ninja school? We know that Sasuke can use both fire and lightning attacks, but so far Naruto hasn't shown an affinity for any specific type. They do a test to see which type is more natural for Naruto, and it looks like he's a wind user. I mean, he did beat Kiba with a fart once. Naruto is eager to get started, but first he needs to sit through some more lectures from Kakashi and Yamato. See, by combining different chakra types, a ninja can develop new techniques. Yamato's wood ninjutsu, for example, is a combination of earth and water techniques, but the ability to use multiple types at once can only be passed down genetically as a Kekkei Genkai. Anyway, for the first part of his training, Naruto and his clones need to practice slicing leaves with chakra. Meanwhile, Shikamaru plays shogi with Asuma. Asuma compares the game pieces to different ranks of shinobi. He says that Shikamaru is like a knight. Shikamaru asks if the Hokage would be the king, but Asuma says someone else is the king. Something Shikamaru will only understand when the time is right. Why in the hell is this guy being so cryptic out of nowhere? Speak English, dog! Elsewhere, the Akatsuki hunt continues. One armed Deidara is now teamed up with the swirly masked Tobi, and they're confronting the three-tailed beast. It's supposed to be Tobi's first official assignment as a full member of the Akatsuki, but this wacky ninja just runs away in fear. The first villain we've seen who doesn't seem to give a crap about looking tough. Meanwhile, Naruto makes slow progress in his training, practicing with hundreds of clones at once. Kakashi suggests that Naruto go ask Asuma, a fellow wind type, for tips. Naruto sends one clone to talk to him and learns that wind has the greatest offensive capability of all the types. Neat. Next, Tsunade gets a report about the destruction of the temple. She orders Shizune to gather the 20 platoons. Tobi has finally defeated the three-tail, claiming he did it all by himself, but Deidara says that he actually did most of the work. Then, Naruto finally figures out how to use wind chakra to slice a leaf in two, and his next step is to use that wind slice to cut a waterfall. I'm not even sure how that would even be possible. Meanwhile, the 20 platoons gather, a special anti-Akatsuki task force that was made up of 20 four-man teams. Tsunade explains to them all that their mission is to find the Akatsuki members within the Land of Fire and bring them in, dead or alive. One of these teams is Asuma, Shikamaru, and two new faces. They head directly towards the temple to investigate. Asuma's team leaves the village, and Kurenai watches them go. Definitely something going on with Asuma and Kurenai. Naruto continues his training, but runs into a problem. The waterfall isn't big enough. It's only wide enough to fit about 10 clones, and at this rate, he'll never finish training in time. Kakashi is hesitant to push Naruto any harder, but ultimately asks Yamato to make the waterfall wider. Yamato stretches out the waterfall across what looks like miles. While Sakura cries over a picture of the old Team 7, Naruto trains relentlessly with hundreds of clones until they're able to halt the flow of the waterfall completely. Success! Asuma's team reaches the destroyed temple. They learn that the head monk had a bounty on his head, so they decide the next place to search is the nearest bounty collection office. One of the monks there notices that Asuma is a former member of something called Guardian Shinobi 12. Chiriku was also a part of that group, and every former member has a bounty on them, including Asuma. Back home, Kakashi and Yamato celebrate Naruto's success by taking him out for ramen. Kakashi tells Naruto that he has something very interesting to show him. But first, a couple more lectures. Naruto is now able to use the Rasengan, a technique that rotates chakra at high speeds to make an attack, along with his new wind slice technique. If he could combine those two moves, he could create a Super Rasengan with unparalleled destructive power. However, this is so incredibly difficult to do that Kakashi doesn't even know if it's possible. The fourth Hokage spent a long time trying to master this very technique and never achieved it. So, from here on out, Naruto is pretty much on his own. There's nobody who can teach him how to do this. He just has to figure it out. No pressure though. Elsewhere, Shikamaru tells Asuma that he's noticed he's been acting strange since learning about Chiriku's death. Mainly, it's strange that he's stopped smoking. Asuma says that Chiriku was a close comrade of his in the past, but I get the idea there's a lot more to this story. Then, we see Kakuzu collecting Chirizu's bounty. He reveals the reason he's partnered with Hidan specifically. In the past, Kakuzu killed everyone he's been partnered with, because he's just that kind of guy. His partnership with Hidan only works because, well, according to Kakuzu, Hidan is unkillable. But we'll see about that. Naruto continues trying to add wind chakra to his Rasengan. The pressure he's putting on himself, though, keeps causing the fox form to take over, so Yamato has to keep sealing it away. Then, outside the bounty office, Asuma ambushes Hidan. Shikamaru possesses Hidan's shadow, and the other two ninjas on their team slash him with killing blows. However, Hidan only looks slightly annoyed. Maybe bro really is unkillable. Since their attacks were completely ineffective, Asuma tells the team their new goal is to capture Hidan and bring him back alive. Then, Kakuzu attacks Shikamaru from behind, forcing him to release Hidan's shadow. Hidan draws a circle on the ground with his own blood, and Kakuzu seems content to just sit back and watch the show. Asuma attacks Hidan, believing decapitation is the only way to kill him, but Hidan manages to cut Asuma with his triple scythe. Hidan licks Asuma's blood off the scythe, stands in the blood circle, and tells Asuma he's just been cursed. Hidan transforms, but it really just looks like he put on a skeleton Halloween costume. Hidan stabs himself in the leg, and Asuma is the one who experiences the pain. It seems like Hidan's technique makes it so that he and Asuma will feel each other's suffering, but Hidan is such a freak that he loves feeling other people's pain. And since he's seemingly immortal, he can do whatever he wants to himself, just to inflict it on Asuma. Hidan goes to stab himself in the heart to kill Asuma, but Shikamaru grabs his shadow at the last second. Shikamaru tries to calmly analyze the situation and figure out how to break the connection between Hidan and Asuma. His battle IQ doesn't fail, and soon Shikamaru realizes what he needs to do. It's surprisingly simple, actually. Shikamaru realizes Hidan's technique will only work while he's standing in the circle of blood, so he uses shadow possession to force Hidan out of the circle. With the jutsu nullified, Asuma just marches forward and chops Hidan's head right off. But the guy still isn't dead though. Hidan's severed head yells at Kakuzu for not helping out, and Kakuzu picks up the head. Unfortunately, Asuma is injured, and Shikamaru is at his limit for shadow possession. There are two other guys on their team, but they are truly just nameless fodder. Kakuzu quickly sews Hidan's head back onto his body, then turns his focus on Asuma's team. Kakuzu's technique allows him to detach his arms and shoot them forward to smack ninjas around. Asuma desperately tries to help his team, but Hidan is back on his feet inside the blood circle. Shikamaru watches horrified and helpless as Hidan stabs himself straight through the heart. Asuma collapses to the ground, dead. Hidan can feel the sensation of Asuma's death, and the freak is loving it. Seriously, therapy jutsu would go a real long way in this world. Kakuzu prepares to finish off the rest of the team, but backup arrives just in time. Choji, Ino, and two other shinobi help Shikamaru and the others escape with Asuma's body, and somehow Asuma's heart is still beating just a tiny bit. Kakuzu chases after them, eager to collect Asuma's bounty, but suddenly Hidan and Kakuzu are telepathically contacted by the head of the Akatsuki. He tells them they're needed for the ritual to extract the three-tailed Biju, and they can't even take the time to clean up here. Shikamaru just got lucky as hell. Hidan and Kakuzu tell the ninjas they'll be right back and not to move. Pff, yeah, right. They poof away and Shikamaru hurries to bring his teacher to a hospital. Asuma tells him it's not worth it. He can feel that this is the end for him. Asuma calmly delivers his final words to his students. He tells Ino to look after Choji and Shikamaru and to not let Sakura beat her in ninjutsu or in love. He tells Choji that he needs to be more confident in himself and that he should go on a diet. Damn. And finally, he tells Shikamaru that he's proud of him and pulls him in close to whisper in his ear. Remember when Asuma said the real king wasn't the Hokage, but someone else? Well, the real king is... Actually, we don't get to hear. Come on! Is it friendship? Shikamaru helps his teacher have one last smoke and tragically dies right there. Konoha lost an excellent soldier that day and an even better teacher. Back home, Naruto is still unable to combine techniques. He says it is as difficult as looking left and right at the same time. Kakashi points out that that's easy to do. Just make a clone look to one direction for you. This gives Naruto a brilliant idea. Over at an Akatsuki hideout, the extraction of the three-tailed beast is well underway. Finally, the mysterious leader reveals his ultimate goal in collecting all the Biju. He wants to use them as weapons to turn nations against each other and start a new era of global war. From there, it's just a hop, skip, and a jump to destroying all the shinobi villages and dominating the entire world. This guy thinks big. Next, Shikamaru's team reports the tragic news of Asuma's death to Tsunade. Meanwhile, Naruto has figured out the Super Rasengan. Finally! It's something he honestly should have thought of a long time ago. Having two clones make the Rasengan while he adds in the wind chakra. Kakashi is impressed and tells Naruto that he's finally starting to like him. This backhanded compliment annoys Naruto and causes him to disperse the Super Rasengan before he can test it out. Just then, Yamato arrives with the sad news about Asuma. The whole village gathers for his funeral, except Shikamaru. He honors his mentor the best way he can, by studying, sharpening his mind, and preparing to do even better on the next mission. Later, Shikamaru, Choji, and Ino try to head out to get revenge for their teacher, but Tsunade stops them at the village gate. She says they need to wait until she can assign them a new team leader, and that their emotions are making them reckless. Shikamaru says they don't need a new leader because Asuma is always with them. That's really sweet and all, but I don't know how he's gonna be much help in a fight. Just then, Kakashi shows up and offers to become their temporary team leader. At the same time, the ritual to extract the Three Tails has just completed, and now they're moving on to the Two Tails. I guess they've figured out how to do it faster than 3 days. Kakashi's new team heads out and makes a plan to find Hidan and Kakuzu. Tsunade is still worried about them and considers sending Team 7 out as backup, but only if Naruto can fully master his new technique in the next 24 hours. Nothing like a deadline to bring out his best. Shikamaru explains to his team his brilliant plan to defeat the ninja who seemingly is unkillable. Meanwhile, the Akatsuki finish extracting the Two Tails. Sadly, Yugito is dead. Dang, she seemed pretty cool. With the rituals done, the teacher sends Hidan and Kakuzu to Konoha for an unknown mission. They soon run into Shikamaru's team and are ambushed. Shikamaru uses kunai bombs to force the ninjas back, then throws Asuma's blades at their shadows to capture them. Yeah, this dude doesn't even need to touch them with his own shadow anymore to freeze them. This is for sensei! Shikamaru's plan goes into action as he forces Hidan to attack Kakuzu. Somehow, at the last second, Kakuzu is able to break free of shadow possession and duck the attack. He had sent his arm underground to remove Asuma's knife from his shadow. Choji balloons up and rolls at Hidan, creating a huge crater in the ground. Back in Konoha, Naruto hasn't quite mastered his technique yet. Yamato teaches Naruto that each kind of chakra is extra effective against one other kind, like Pokemon types. Naruto's wind is unfortunately weak against Sasuke's fire, but it's extra powerful against his lightning. At that same moment, Kakashi is putting this into practice, using his lightning chakra effectively to demolish Kakuzu's earth chakra. Kakashi punches right through Kakuzu's heart, seemingly taking him out. He turns towards Hidan, but Kakuzu gets right back up and kicks Kakashi away. Kakuzu reveals he has 4 extra hearts stored in masks on his back, and Kakashi only destroyed 1. So both of these jokers are unkillable? Shikamaru then reaches his shadow possession limit, so now both Akatsuki members are free. Kakuzu summons 4 oozing black chakra monsters, each with a mask corresponding to one of the extra hearts. The one for the heart that Kakashi had already destroyed just dies as soon as it's summoned. The remaining monsters each use different types of chakra, hitting Shikamaru's team with lightning and wind blasts. Is this part of the plan? The team is getting quickly overwhelmed. Shikamaru offers to try and draw Hidan away so the others can focus on destroying Kakuzu's remaining hearts. Apparently, Hidan has gotten used to Shikamaru's tricks and is good at avoiding his shadow and throwing knives. But he's so focused on the shadows, he doesn't notice Shikamaru sneaking up behind and attacking. And with that, Shikamaru possesses Hidan's shadow once more. Shikamaru then moves Hidan away from the others. Kakuzu is impressed and says this fight is reminding him of the time he fought the first Hokage. Whoa, this guy's old as hell. By stealing hearts from shinobi that he defeats, Kakuzu has extended his own lifespan and gained control over all the different chakra types. He then merges the monsters that can use fire and wind chakras together, creating a beast that is twice as deadly. Meanwhile, Shikamaru has brought Hidan to an area completely covered in explosive tripwire traps. Hidan says this is an amateur move. The second Shikamaru hits his possession limit, Hidan attacks and licks a bit of Shikamaru's blood. Their bodies are now connected, and Hidan wastes no time in stabbing himself in the heart. There's just one catch. That wasn't Shikamaru's blood that he licked, but Kakuzu's. Shikamaru tricked him into linking his body with his own partner, and he just destroyed another one of Kakuzu's hearts. I knew it was part of the plan, and while Hidan believes that he has killed Shikamaru, the boy genius sneaks up and tries to behead Hidan. Hidan reacts quickly enough to escape with just a shallow cut in his neck. Shikamaru manages to capture Hidan's shadow again, but the more times he uses this technique, the less effective it's becoming. Elsewhere, Kakuzu fuses with his 2 remaining monsters to become a mecha chakra hybrid. He then blasts his foes with a massive beam of different chakra types, but at that moment, Team 7 arrives and deflects the attack with their own elemental techniques. Naruto has mastered the Super Rasengan. Kakuzu looks at the backup that just arrives and sees an all-you-can-eat ninja heart buffet. Sai, Sakura, and the ninja dog Pakun go to assist Shikamaru, while Naruto and Yamato are helping out here. Naruto wants to show off his new technique and asks to fight Kakuzu by himself. However, according to Yamato, the move still only works about half the time. Let's hope he gets lucky this time. Over with Shikamaru, Hidan is about to finish him off, but Shikamaru uses his shadow to pull all the tripwires towards Hidan and wrap him up. Shikamaru then reveals a deep pit underneath Hidan that he had prepared earlier. Then, like the absolute badass that he is, Shikamaru pulls out a cigarette and shares a smoke with the ghost of his fallen teacher. He ignites his lighter, tosses it at Hidan, and sets off the explosive tags wrapped all around him. Legend! Hidan is blown to pieces, and his remains fall into the pit. He's still alive down there, but he's gonna have a hell of a hard time pulling himself out as just ahead. Shikamaru has won this fight. He triggers a collapse in the pit, burying Hidan under a mountain of dirt and stone. Meanwhile, Naruto sends his clones at Kakuza to distract him and charges up his new attack. He creates a wind-style Rasen Shuriken, a massive wind shuriken with a Rasengan right in the center. If that's not good for taking out 2 or 3 hearts, I don't know what is. While Naruto charges up, Choji and Ino try to help distract Kakuzu, but Yamato warns them to just stay out of the way. Naruto rushes forward with the attack, and it dissipates just before making contact. Naruto is nearly killed in this moment, and his teachers just barely pull him back to save him. Disappointed, Yamato says they'll all need to work together after all. Naruto asks them to let him try one more time. He'll never catch up to Sasuke if he can't make this work, so Kakashi agrees to give him one last chance. Naruto forms another Rasen Shuriken and creates more clones to distract Kakuzu. This time, Kakuzu heads straight for the real Naruto, but the real Naruto was inside the group of clones. He's able to land the Rasen Shuriken directly on Kakuzu. The attack is crazy powerful, leaving a smoking hole in the ground where Kakuzu lays. Finally, his last 2 spare hearts have been destroyed. Sakura and Sai finally reach Shikamaru, only to learn that he didn't need their help at all. Naruto is wiped out from the 2 Rasen Shurikens, but Kakashi silently acknowledges that Naruto has officially surpassed him. Kakashi approaches Kakuzu on the ground, whose original heart, the only one he has left, is about to give out. With his Chidori fist, Kakashi finishes him right there. Total victory. The team returns to the Leaf Village and reports on their mission success. Later, Shikamaru plays shogi with his father and reveals who it was that Asuma said represented the king piece. It was the children of Konoha. The future of the village must be protected above everything else. And that's beautiful. Speaking of the children of the village, Sasuke is still training with Orochimaru, and it looks like he just single-handedly took out hundreds of shinobi as practice. He didn't kill any of them though. Maybe there's hope for him yet. The next arc begins, and Orochimaru is disappointed that Sasuke took out hundreds of men without spilling a drop of blood. Still, he's forced to admit that Sasuke's ninja genius rivals his own. In Konoha, Team 7 gets some ramen together, but Naruto's right arm is busted from the Rasen Shuriken attacks, so he has to be fed by Sakura. It's basically a dream come true for Naruto until Sai and Kakashi take over the feeding. Oh, come on! He's at least earned the right to be fed ramen by his crush. Meanwhile, Orochimaru's newest body is starting to reject him. They're getting a little closer to the point where he can take over Sasuke's body as his own. Suddenly, a chakra blade shoots into the room where Orochimaru is resting and stabs his arms. Sasuke steps out, prepared to kill Orochimaru. He says that Orochimaru has taught him everything he can, including how to be completely merciless. Sasuke believes he's stronger than Orochimaru now, and sees no reason why he should give up his body to this sick old man. The way Orochimaru schemes, murders, and steals bodies just to see how strong he can get reminds Sasuke of Itachi, and it disgusts him. As he tries to finish Orochimaru off, the Snake Lord leaps out of his body and reveals his true form, a giant white snake made out of smaller white snakes with what looks like a bad wig. The snake attacks Sasuke, but Sasuke activates his curse mark, entering his second state. In a flashback, young Orochimaru finds the molted skin of a white snake near his parents' gravestone, because of course he has dead parents. In the present, Sasuke has chopped the big snake up and believes he's defeated Orochimaru, but Orochimaru just gets back up and reveals that his snake blood started poisoning Sasuke the minute it was exposed to the air. Orochimaru swallows Sasuke whole, and when he next wakes up, Sasuke finds himself inside the Snake Lord's subconscious. Orochimaru initiates the body swap, and Sasuke starts getting dragged down by goopy white snakes. Sasuke attempts to reject this and activates his Sharingan against Orochimaru. Later, Kabuto enters Orochimaru's room to find only Sasuke's body. Kabuto asks, who is in control. Whoever it is, they activate the Sharingan to show Kabuto exactly what happened during the ritual. Essentially, Sasuke dominated Orochimaru completely. I mean, they were both pretty evil, but thank God. Sasuke's Sharingan let him see through Orochimaru's technique, and he reversed the swap so that Sasuke would be the one to absorb Orochimaru while staying in control of his body. Kabuto is stunned to learn his master, the great Orochimaru, is basically gone for good just like that. Back in Konoha, Tsunade tells Kakashi that he must not let Naruto use the Rasen Shuriken anymore. If he does, he could damage his body so much that he could never use ninjutsu again. So, we all know you just fix him up with some sort of miraculous surgery. Sasuke then enters Orochimaru's secret lab and breaks open a pod with a guy inside who's seemingly made out of liquid. Sasuke calls this guy Suigetsu and says he is the first to join Sasuke's army. Apparently, while he's been hanging out with Orochi, Sasuke identified some shinobi that he thought would be the most useful to him, and now plans to break them all out to form a new team. Oh, now he wants to be on a team. In addition to the sharp-toothed Suigetsu, he's gonna go get people named Jugo and Karin from other hideouts. Suigetsu isn't crazy about teamwork, but he agrees as long as he can make a pit stop along the way. In the Leaf Village, Konohamaru shows Naruto that he can now create shadow clones of himself, which he naturally uses for some pervy ninja centerfold shenanigans. Never change, kid. Then, Sasuke and Suigetsu reach the destination of their detour. It's the Great Naruto Bridge. More specifically, the grave of Zabuza, the mist ninja that Team 7 fought all the way back on their first mission. Suigetsu wants to collect Zabuza's huge sword that's resting on his grave. See, Zabuza was one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, and Suigetsu's dream is to collect all 7 of their swords. Next, they head for Karin, and whoever she is, she can sense their approach. Sasuke and Suigetsu reach Karin's location, a prison where Orochimaru kept his enemies and potential test subjects locked up. Karin isn't a prisoner here though, but the warden. At first, she refuses to join Sasuke's team since she has a job here. Sasuke says there's no point in keeping everyone locked up now that Orochimaru is gone, and orders Suigetsu to free all the prisoners. Once Suigetsu is gone, Karin tries to seduce Sasuke and says she'll help him if they can get rid of Suigetsu. This has to be the least trustworthy team of all time that he's assembling. Suigetsu returns, and with no reason to stay here, Karin agrees to tag along. As they make their way towards the final member, Jugo, Karin warns Sasuke that Jugo cannot be trusted no matter what. See, in a world of bloodthirsty psychos, Jugo is, well, the bloodthirstiest. He gave himself to Orochimaru as a test subject voluntarily, hoping to find a cure for his murderous impulses. The curse mark that Orochimaru used to control people was developed from his research on Jugo. With Orochimaru gone, the curse mark is no longer effective, meaning those with the mark can now run wild, and one of them just happens to be at the research facility where Jugo is, slaughtering the guards that were previously holding him captive. As Sasuke approaches the facility, this guy charges at Sasuke, but he's cut down like paper. In Konoha, Tsunade summons Naruto and Sakura to share the report that Sasuke killed Orochimaru. Naruto believes this means Sasuke is gonna come home to them, but Tsunade's report isn't quite finished. At the research facility, Sasuke, Suigetsu, and Karin find a horde of escaped test subjects, all transformed into their second states. Sasuke and Suigetsu Suigetsu effortlessly defeat them all, while Karin finds the key to Jugo's cell. The moment that Sasuke enters the cell, Jugo attacks. In the nick of time, Sasuke activates his own curse mark to protect himself from the attack. Jugo is excited to find an opponent with such good control of their curse mark, but before he can start fighting Sasuke for real, Suigetsu takes Jugo on. Sasuke is then able to freeze them both with just his pure murderous intent. I mean, this is the guy who ate Orochimaru that we're talking about. Jugo's bloodlust starts to fade, and he returns to his prison cell. He asks Sasuke to leave him alone, because he's tired of his urges forcing him to kill people. Sasuke says he will use his strength to prevent Jugo from killing more random people, but Jugo says that's not enough. He says the only person he can control his murderous urges around is another test subject who he grew close to at this facility, Kimimaro. Sasuke explains that Kimimaro died, giving his life to try and retrieve Sasuke's body. Jugo believes in Kimimaro. Kimimaro believed in Orochimaru, and Orochimaru is technically inside Sasuke, so the logic is good enough for Jugo. He decides to put his faith in Sasuke. Now that he has his team together, Sasuke explains that he wants their help to kill Itachi. Suigetsu is excited because Itachi's partner Kisame carries another one of the 7 swords he's collecting. Jugo agrees because he wants to see what kind of a man Sasuke is, and Karin agrees because she doesn't want to be left out. Also, just like half the women in this series, she finds Sasuke super dreamy. Sasuke names his team the Hebi, and they set out. At the same time, Naruto and Sakura realize if they want to find Sasuke, their best bet is tracking down Itachi as well. Next, Itachi and Kisame discuss the Akatsuki's progress in collecting the Biju. Kisame just caught the 4 tails and offers to help Itachi with his assignment to collect the 9 tails. Itachi says there's no rush, because apparently these things need to be collected in order, so Naruto is last. Then they are summoned to an Akatsuki meeting, where the leader tells everyone about Hidan and Kakuzu's defeat, and Orochimaru's death. He warns Itachi that his little brother will likely be coming for him next, and is bringing some very powerful allies with him. Next, Kakashi says that if they're planning to search for Itachi, they're gonna need Team 7 to group up with at least one other team. Meanwhile, the Hebi visits an underground black market run by talking cats to stock up on supplies for their mission. Yeah, you heard me right. We're halfway through the series, and this manga really doesn't stop surprising me. We then see the Akatsuki have finished extracting the 4 tails. Deidara says he wants to get revenge on Team 7 for killing Sasori, but tells Tobi that they'll be going after them. Finally, Team 7 sets out with their new allies from Team 8, Shino, Kiba, and Hinata. The Find Itachi Joint Task Force splits up to look for information on Itachi's whereabouts. The Hebi split up as well to find Itachi, while Deidara and Tobi just look for someone to kill. Pretty soon, they find Sasuke, while Naruto, Hinata, and Yamato are found by someone else. Kabuto reveals himself to Naruto's group. They immediately go on the defensive, but Kabuto says he's only here to talk to Naruto. Meanwhile, Sasuke is confronted by Tobi, who is merely distracting him while Deidara drops bombs on him from above. Back with Naruto, Kabuto gives him a book containing all the information Orochimaru gathered on the members of the Akatsuki. He says he is grateful because Naruto has shown him how to believe in himself. He felt lost after Orochimaru died, not knowing who to serve. Eventually, he decided to be like Naruto and fight for himself. And he also decided to take some of Orochimaru's flesh and fuse it into his own body. That's something Naruto would do, right? Apparently, the bits of Orochimaru that Kabuto grafted onto himself are just as stubborn as the Snake Lord himself. Every day, Orochimaru's cells try to completely take over Kabuto's body, and Kabuto's resistance is proof that he can surpass his old master. Naruto says that that's cool and all, but he's still gonna arrest Kabuto for his crimes against ninja kind. Kabuto just retreats and says he won't fight Naruto until he's completely mastered Orochimaru's power as his own. First, he needs to kill Sasuke to avenge his beloved Orochimaru. He clearly has a very complicated relationship with the man. Meanwhile, Sasuke stands in the center of a crater, completely unscathed by Deidara's bombs. Sasuke attacks Tobi, but strangely, his sword seems to pass right through the guy. Deidara realizes his regular bombs aren't gonna cut it here, so he pulls out his largest piece yet, a clay dragon. Deidara flies up on his dragon and attacks with smaller bombs from a safe distance. Sasuke transforms into his second state. Meanwhile, Tobi takes the opportunity to bury a bunch of bombs around Sasuke, trapping him in a minefield. Deidara believes Sasuke has nowhere to go and swoops down to destroy him with a massive bomb. Sasuke leaps off of his own sword into the air, slices off one of the dragon's wings, and uses it to trigger the entire minefield. As they all outrun the explosion, Deidara looks into Sasuke's Sharingan eyes and remembers how he came to join the Akatsuki. He was recruited by Itachi, but at first, he didn't want anything to do with this whack job organization. Itachi used the Mangekyo to trap Deidara in a genjutsu and make him feel like his clay masterpieces were turning against him. Deidara was utterly crushed and agreed to join the Akatsuki, but he's held a grudge against the Uchiha clan from that very day. And there aren't many of them left to grudge against. In the present, Deidara unveils his ultimate masterpiece, a giant clay statue of himself. The statue just explodes in a thoroughly underwhelming way, and Sasuke thinks it must have been a misfire. But Deidara claims that he just won the fight. See, the explosion released a bunch of microscopic bombs that essentially disintegrate anything they touch. And just like that, Sasuke's body turns to dust. Just as Deidara starts to celebrate, Sasuke attacks from behind. The dying Sasuke that Deidara just saw was actually just a genjutsu illusion. In reality, Sasuke uses his Sharingan to spot all the minuscule bombs and dodge them. He punches straight through Deidara, but that is just a clay double. The real Deidara knew that Sasuke was using genjutsu on him all along, thanks to his experience with Itachi, and he pops up to grab Sasuke by the leg. Now, he's in the perfect position to land a direct hit with his tiny explosives. Deidara traps Sasuke in a sphere filled with the microbombs, and once again, Sasuke seemingly disintegrates. But again, he escapes and attacks Deidara directly. It's no genjutsu this time, but apparently Sasuke figured out he could defuse the tiny bombs by running electricity through them. He used a Chidori on himself to nullify the bombs. No truth can hide from the Sharingan. Sasuke tells Deidara that it's over and demands to know where he can find Itachi. Deidara refuses to be beaten by an Uchiha again, but it seems like he's at his limit. Sasuke turns off his Sharingan, taunting Deidara by claiming that he can still win without it. Enraged, Deidara is ready to resort to his desperate self-destruct attack, a real one this time. He apologizes to Tobi, who will also be caught in the 10-kilometer blast radius, and blows himself up. Now, both Sasuke's new teammates and all the ninjas from Konoha see the massive mushroom cloud in the distance. Zetsu, who watched the whole battle from afar, reports to the Akatsuki that Deidara, Tobi, and Sasuke are all dead. Elsewhere, Suigetsu summons Orochimaru's pet snake and Sasuke climbs out from inside. Yeah, at the last second he protected himself by crawling inside a giant snake. Nasty, but genius. The snake dies from its injuries, but his sacrifice will not be forgotten. Ugh, who are we kidding? Sasuke doesn't give a crap about any man, woman, or snake. Next, we are finally introduced to the Akatsuki's shadowy leader, Pain. He kinda looks like an older Naruto, with a lot more piercings, and it looks like he's gonna be hunting the nine-tailed beast himself. Next, Kisame asks Itachi how he feels about his younger brother brother's death. But somehow, Itachi already knows his brother is still alive, but if he weren't, he wouldn't really care. Meanwhile, Naruto's team reaches the blast site where Deidara self-destructed, and Kiba is able to pick up Sasuke's scent. And finally, we see Pain being warned not to underestimate Naruto. Pain has never lost a fight, but he still knows he needs to take this mission seriously. And while Pain is the leader of the Akatsuki, there's someone even more shadowy above him giving the orders. And that person is Tobi. What the? Only Tobi isn't actually Tobi. All along, he has actually been Madara Uchiha. His goal is to restore the power of his Sharingan. Hey, does anyone have an Uchiha family tree I can look at? Ugh, this is getting confusing. While Sasuke rests from his battle with Deidara, Karin senses that the Kohona task force is quickly closing in on them. The Hebi quickly start moving and spread around bits of Sasuke's clothing so nobody can follow his scent. Kiba realizes this, so Naruto creates clones to follow each possible scent trail. One of those trails leads a clone directly to Itachi, and he asks Naruto if they can have a little chat. Itachi asks Naruto why he's so persistent in searching for Sasuke, and Naruto says he's more of a brother to Sasuke than Itachi could ever be. Naruto attacks, but Itachi quickly catches him in a genjutsu and repeats that he only wants to talk. Then, Jiraiya visits Tsunade and tells her that he's tracked Pain down to the Hidden Rain Village. The Rain Village is currently in the middle of a nasty civil war, which has made it easier for the Akatsuki to hide their activities there. Jiraiya tells Tsunade that he'll infiltrate the village alone to confirm this intel. They reminisce about the passage of time and how the third great ninja has died. Elsewhere, Itachi tells Naruto he has important business to attend to and poofs away, and he then appears right in front of Sasuke. Itachi tries to make some chit-chat, but Sasuke's not having it. He attacks immediately, skewering his big brother on a Chidori lightning sword. In Konoha, Jiraiya says goodbye to Tsunade, knowing how dangerous the mission ahead is for him. For the first time, we actually hear a little bit about Naruto's parents. Naruto's dad, Minato, was a ninjutsu genius that Jiraiya once trained. And yes, you might have already guessed it, Minato Uzumaki was the fourth Hokage. No wonder everyone keeps saying Naruto reminds them of him. And his mother, Kushina, is the one who gave Naruto his fiery personality. Back with Sasuke, he has defeated his brother, only to learn it was merely a clone. Itachi tells his brother to meet him at the Uchiha hideout, where they will finish this. In the Rain Village, Jiraiya infiltrates the industrial, skyscraper-filled city, and Pain detects his presence immediately. Now, in the 11th arc, Pain instructs his comrade, a woman named Konan, to smoke out the intruder in their city. At a bar in town, two men discuss Pain, but the bartender reveals himself to actually be Jiraiya, and the bar itself is revealed to be a giant toad. Jiraiya then captures both men to question them about Pain. Meanwhile, Konan uses a technique that turns her body into a swarm of origami butterflies that search the city for Jiraiya. And inside the toad, Jiraiya begins his interrogation with the worst kind of torture. Tickling. When the tickling doesn't work, he kicks things up a notch and turns one of the ninjas into a toad. The other one finally cracks and reveals that Pain lives in the tallest tower in the village. The man also tells Jiraiya that the village's civil war already ended. Pain single-handedly defeated the previous government and took over the village. Quick side note, Pain is just a codename, and his true identity is shrouded in mystery. He's basically like a god to this village, watching over them without making himself visible to anyone. Jiraiya is impressed that anyone was able to defeat the previous ruler of the village, Hanzo. Jiraiya fought Hanzo in the past along with Tsunade and Orochimaru, and even all three of them weren't enough to beat this guy. At the same time, Pain wakes up in a chamber containing 6 pods, each with a clone of Pain inside. He's ready to hunt down the intruder. Once it's clear his captives don't know anything else, Jiraiya prepares to face off with Pain. These preparations involve summoning a new toad named Gerotora and pressing the storage release seal, which sounds cool. Jiraiya tells this new toad that if anything happens to him here, Gerotora should go store himself inside of Naruto. Gerotora thinks that's a terrible idea, because this little frog literally possesses the key that would unlock the seal on Naruto's stomach. Putting the key right next to the lock is incredibly dumb, and makes it super likely that the nine-tailed fox will be released. But Jiraiya believes that Naruto's dad must have made the key for a reason. The 4th Hokage must have believed that one day his son would be able to fully control the nine-tailed chakra. Jiraiya even wonders if Minato may have purposely summoned the Nine-Tails for that very reason. However, there's only one person who has ever been powerful enough to summon the Nine-Tails: Madara Uchiha. Allegedly, Madara was killed generations ago by the first Hokage. That was the battle represented by the 2 statues at the Valley of the End. It would be absolutely crazy if Madara was somehow still alive, but Jiraiya can't shake the feeling he's still out there. Meanwhile, Itachi and the Hebi head towards the hideout where Sasuke will face off with Itachi. On the way, they're spotted by one of Naruto's clones, so the Konoha team is not far behind. In the Rain Village, Jiraiya makes his way through the city in disguise, but Konan spots him and figures out his identity right away. When she tells Pain about him, Pain prepares to go kill him, but Konan assures her master she can take care of it. Konan then appears in front of Jiraiya with a hurricane of paper. Jiraiya tells her he's impressed with how much she's grown. Leave it to Jiraiya to have illegitimate kids in every village. Okay, so she's not really his daughter, just a former student of Jiraiya. She only tells her old teacher that she has orders to kill him and attacks with a flurry of sharp paper. Jiraiya blasts her with some sticky toad oil so that the papers all stick together. Work smarter, not harder. Jiraiya tells Konan that he thought her and her 2 comrades were dead. Then we flash back to Jiraiya, right after the end of the Second Ninja World War. When Jiraiya met them, he took all 3 in but refused to teach them ninjutsu. The other 2 were a brash blonde boy named Yahiko and a crybaby named Nagato. One day, a rogue shinobi attacked the 2 boys. Nagato's instincts kicked in and he killed the man, using a special eye ability of his own. Jiraiya saw the pattern in Nagato's eye and he knew he possessed the Rinnegan, an ocular jutsu said to be more powerful than both the Sharingan and the Byakugan. The Rinnegan was originally possessed by the father of all shinobi, the creator of ninjutsu. Jiraiya was determined to guide Nagato so that he could use his incredible power for good. Something tells me that he failed at that big time. But anyway, Jiraiya started teaching the 3 orphans ninjutsu, and after 3 years, Jiraiya had taught them all he could, and returned to the Leaf Village. A few years after that, Jiraiya heard that all 3 of them died, but he never could have believed that they would join the Akatsuki. Back in the present, Pain appears in front of Jiraiya. The Toad Sage sees the Rinnegan in his eyes and knows he is facing Nagato. Pain summons a giant crab to free Konan and tells her to leave Jiraiya to him. Jiraiya asks what happened to Yahiko and why Nagato became evil. Pain responds that Yahiko is dead and that he no longer even considers himself human. He has ascended into godhood. He He believes that by completely dominating the world, the Akatsuki can ultimately create world peace and make sure that there are no more war orphans. World domination will be easy once they have all 9 Biju, because they can create weapons capable of destroying entire nations in an instant. Building nukes to save the world. When has that ever worked out? Really, Pain just wants the entire world to go through the same pain he did. Jiraiya tells him he's crazy, so Pain summons a giant chameleon, and Jiraiya summons a giant toad. Jiraiya asks the toad to buy him some time while he goes Super Saiyan. Sage mode. Pain hides inside his invisible chameleon and summons a massive, many-headed dog that can split apart into smaller dogs. As the toad fights them off, Jiraiya thinks about how strange this is. With the Rinnegan, Nagato should be able to use any kind of jutsu he wants, but so far he's only done summoning. Whatever the reason, Jiraiya finishes preparing his Sage mode and joins the battle with 2 new toads. These are the 2 great sage toads, Ma and Pa. Despite their small size and quirky attitudes, these little guys are powerful tools that boost Jiraiya's stats, and they're married to each other, which is really sweet. The toads immediately spot the invisible chameleon and shoot out their tongues at it, forcing Pain from his hiding spot. Then we flash back to when Jiraiya first met the Great Toad Sage, the only toad above Ma and Pa. The wise toad had a prophecy that one day Jiraiya would meet a student with the power to either save the world or destroy it, and Jiraiya himself would be responsible for which way it goes. In the present, Jiraiya realizes he's failed, and the only option left is to bring his student down. Pain summons 2 bodies beside himself, each seemingly possessing the Rinnegan. Jiraiya sends one of the bodies flying with a kick and hits the other with a fire-breathing attack. The fire seems ineffective, so Jiraiya tries a giant Rasengan, but that fails too. He realizes Pain's clones are absorbing any attacks thrown at them, and that all 3 of them share the same vision. Tough to sneak up on an opponent with 6 eyes around the room. Since none of their attacks are working and Pain hasn't taken so much as a scratch yet, Jiraiya decides to retreat. He flees with the toads down a tunnel and tries to make a plan. It shouldn't be possible for Pain to make clones that are also capable of using the Rinnegan, yet somehow it seems that he did. Their only hope now is to split the 3 bodies up and take them on one at a time. Since Pain trained with Jiraiya, he knows all his moves, so they'll need to resort to an ancient toad technique that nobody knows about. Ma and Pa can sing a duet together that will trap their enemies in a powerful genjutsu. The toads start singing, and the 3 Pains run towards them to stop them from finishing their song. But that was just a decoy to draw them in. Now, Jiraiya uses his fire breath to split the 3 up. Jiraiya is able to fight one of the bodies long enough for Ma and Pa to finish their duet. All 3 Pains are trapped in a genjutsu, physically unable to move. Though it brings him great pain, Jiraiya kills each of the 3 bodies. He thanks Ma and Pa for their help when Pain appears behind him again. Jiraiya's left arm is instantly severed off, and he's sent flying backwards. God damn! Not only are the 3 Pains they killed already back in the fight, but there are also 3 more. Together, they are the 6 Paths of Pain. Each has the Rinnegan as well as their own specialty jutsu. As he looks in their eyes, Jiraiya finally figures something out. Jiraiya assumed that he was looking at Nagato because he had the Rinnegan, but now he looks closer and he realizes none of these 6 look like Nagato, and one of them is Yahiko. Pain denies this and just repeats that he's now a god before all 6 Pains attack. Back in Konoha, Tsunade is worried Jiraiya will never return. She hopes she gets one more chance to tell him her true feelings. Meanwhile, the Hebi reaches the rendezvous point where Kisame is waiting for them. He tells them that only Sasuke may go on ahead to face Itachi, and Sasuke agrees. While Sasuke heads down into the Uchiha hideout, Suigetsu prepares to fight Kisame for his cool sword. And elsewhere, Naruto's team is stopped in their tracks when they run into Tobi. Naruto quickly hits him with a Rasengan, but again, the attack just passes right through Tobi. Finally, Sasuke comes face to face with Itachi. No clones this time, just two brothers ready to finish things. Back in the Rain Village, Jiraiya is injured, but he's managed to capture one of the pains and retreat inside a giant toad to catch his breath. He wonders if Yahiko managed to somehow steal the Rinnegan from Nagato, but that wouldn't explain the other 5 bodies. He notices a scar on the pain he has captured and realizes this body belongs to a random ninja he fought a long time ago, or at least it used to. Jiraiya tells Ma and Pa to go home while he steps outside the toad to confirm his suspicions. They tell him he'll be killed if he goes outside, but Jiraiya is determined to face the Great Toad's prophecy head on. Pa insists on staying with Jiraiya, and Ma leaves with the captured pain. Jiraiya and Pa leave the toad and inspect the remaining 5. Every single one is a shinobi that Jiraiya has encountered at some point in the past. And just as Jiraiya figures out Pain's true identity, one of the bodies leaps out of the water and crushes Jiraiya's throat. No, not our favorite perv. Jiraiya desperately wants to convey to his allies who Pain really is, but his life force is fading fast. As he reflects on his life, Jiraiya feels like a failure. He wasn't able to save the 3rd or 4th Hokages. He wasn't able to save his old friend Orochimaru. He never told Tsunade he loved her. And now, in his final moments, he's failing again. Then, he suddenly remembers a conversation he had with the 4th Hokage. Minato read a book that Jiraiya wrote, and enjoyed it so much that he vowed to name his child after the book's brave main character, Naruto. Minato asked Jiraiya to become Naruto's godfather. Realizing he can't give up for Naruto's sake, Jiraiya summons the energy necessary to write a final message on Pa's back. As the Toad Sage dies, he has confidence that his godson will get this message and save the world. Elsewhere, Tobi continues to block the path of the Kohona ninjas. He's completely intangible when attacked, but is still able to land hits of his own on Naruto. Back in the Rain Village, Pain tries to smush Pa, but the toad successfully escapes with Jiraiya's message. The last of Jiraiya's consciousness fades away, and he thinks to himself that his story may be ending, but Naruto's is just beginning. Actually, it began about 380 chapters ago, but rest in peace, Jiraiya the Gallant. Zetsu, who I guess just really loves to watch other people fight, reveals to Pain that he saw the whole thing. Now, he needs to hurry if he wants to catch the next big match, Sasuke versus Itachi. The next arc begins, and brings with it the showdown we've all been waiting for. These two brothers launch at each other and start fighting up close. No tricks, no techniques, just blades. Well, okay, there are actually a lot of those. Sasuke distracts Itachi with a Chidori stream and lunges forward to stab him through the chest. Sasuke says he has one last question before Itachi dies, but Itachi reveals that it was just a clone. Sasuke already knew this and was only attacking with a clone of his own. The real Sasuke stabs the real Itachi, who's sitting in a throne, and repeats that he has something to ask his brother. Sasuke thinks back on a time when Itachi told him that if he learned the Mangekyo, there would be 3 Uchiha left who could use it. Sasuke asks who this 3rd Uchiha is, and whether they helped to slaughter the clan. Itachi gives him the name he's looking for, Madara Uchiha, one of the founders of the village hidden in the leaves. Sasuke asks how he could still be alive after all these years, but Itachi doesn't provide any answers. Sasuke then reveals he already knows he isn't stabbing the real Itachi. Itachi then says it isn't worth his time to fight his little brother, since he hasn't yet awakened the Mangekyo and isn't strong enough. Regardless, he decides to tell Sasuke the truth about Madara and the Mangekyo. Apparently, every user of the Mangekyo will progressively lose their eyesight until they go fully blind. In exchange, they gain the power to control the Nine Tails. See, Madara was the first man to ever tame the fox, and somehow uncovered the secret of immortality. And look, if you thought we were gonna get some big epic fight between brothers and not some long exposition, then you just haven't been paying attention. Long ago, when Madara was young, he also had a little brother. Both boys had incredible potential and trained relentlessly until they both eventually awakened their Mangekyo Sharingans, something that no Uchiha had ever done before. They used their power to unite and strengthen the clan, and Madara became their leader. However, over time, his use of the Mangekyo caused Madara to lose his eyesight, and nothing he did could prevent it. Desperate, he did the only logical thing one could do in that situation. He stole his little brother's eyes. By implanting his brother's eyes, Madara somehow overcame the Mangekyo's limitation and was able to use them without limits, and apparently got immortality too as a nice side effect. Madara continued to lead the Uchiha and eventually founded Konoha along with the first Hokage. They disagreed about what kind of village it should be, leading to their big fight. Madara was supposedly killed at the Valley of the End, but he somehow survived and has been living in the shadows ever since. The only time he's popped up since then was 16 years ago, when he summoned the Nine Tails to attack the Leaf Village. Quite a story! It's basically a super long way for Itachi to say that he plans on stealing Sasuke's eyes so that he can stop himself from going blind, surpass Madara, and become the ultimate immortal shinobi. Sasuke takes all of this in and prepares to defend himself. He's fed up with people just using him for his body. Itachi repeats that Sasuke has no chance of winning without Mangekyo, but Sasuke believes he has something more powerful: pure hatred. The brothers hurl barrages of throwing weapons at each other, but they all cancel each other out. Sasuke runs the Chidori through his sword and swings at Itachi, but Big Bro summons a murder of crows to distract. Soon, Itachi gets the upper hand and pins Sasuke to the wall. Then, horrifically, Itachi plucks out his little brother's left eye. Sasuke reels from the pain, and Itachi prepares to grab the second eye. Then, Sasuke transforms into his second state, and suddenly, the illusion breaks. That was all just a genjutsu, and Sasuke managed to break out of it with sheer force of will. He still has both of his eyes. Thank God. Zetsu, watching this from the shadows, thinks that it shouldn't be possible for an ordinary Sharingan to break a Mangekyo Genjutsu. But Sasuke is so talented, he made it happen anyways. Itachi is not deterred though. He's gonna get those tasty eyes no matter what. He prepares to use Amaterasu, the black flame attack that we've only seen once before. Sasuke rushes to strike Itachi before he can launch his black flame and throws a giant shuriken. Itachi dodges the shuriken as well as the one hiding in the shadow of the first. But the move isn't over. Both shurikens explode and shoot out their blades. Itachi's eyesight is starting to fail him, and he's hit by one of the blades. The brothers shoot fireball attacks at each other, completely evenly matched, until Itachi is able to launch an Amaterasu. Sasuke tries his best to evade, but he's soon engulfed by the black flames. Itachi moves to pluck the eyes from Sasuke's burning body, but of course it's just a clone. Sasuke takes the opportunity to blast Itachi with as much fire as possible, destroying the ceiling and using up almost all his chakra. And while storm clouds gather around the hideout, Sasuke announces that he has only one technique left: an instantaneous, unavoidable surefire deadly attack. See, Sasuke wasn't just shooting fireballs randomly, he was firing them into the air to raise the temperature and create the perfect conditions for a lightning storm. By incorporating the power of nature itself, Sasuke can boost his lightning chakra to incredible levels of destruction. He calls this jutsu Kirin, an attack as fast as light itself. Itachi is struck by a massive lightning bolt, and the area around him is completely vaporized. When the dust clears, however, Itachi is still standing, safe inside the ribcage of a ghostly skeleton. Itachi says that attack would have killed him for sure if he didn't have this, the Susanoo. As the storm clouds drift away, Sasuke re-enters his second state. After using up all his chakra, the bit of Orochimaru inside Sasuke is able to come to the surface. Sasuke hears Orochimaru's voice, telling him to use his power to fulfill Sasuke's dream. White snakes shoot out of Sasuke and attack the spectral warrior beside Itachi. Susanoo is basically a giant avatar of Itachi, a being made of pure chakra that protects its user and fights on their behalf. It's the final technique granted to those who master the Mangekyo. Susanoo quickly chops off the head of every snake. Then, Orochimaru himself emerges from one of the snakes. He thanks Itachi for this opportunity to return and steal Sasuke's body. But then, just as soon as he appeared, Orochimaru is stabbed through the chest by Susanoo. And apparently, Susanoo's sword is a special sealing blade. So, nice try, Orochimaru, but you're still dead. Orochimaru is sealed away, meaning that Sasuke loses his curse mark and his second state. It looks like there's no way for Sasuke to beat his brother now. Sasuke is out of options, as his brother steps forward to take his eyes, but it seems like summoning Susanoo has taken its toll on Itachi, as he starts coughing up blood. Sasuke throws explosive kunai at his brother, but Susanoo continues to protect him with a chakra shield. Soon, Itachi reaches his brother and lifts up his hand, pokes Sasuke on the forehead, then collapses to the ground. As the black flames begin to fade away, Zetsu realizes something shocking. Itachi is actually dead. Despite the odds, Sasuke somehow won. Zetsu is confused though. It shouldn't have been this easy. Itachi must have been weakened prior to the fight, or maybe the usage of the Mangekyo just finally caught up with him. Either way, Sasuke's dream has finally been achieved, and he smiles before collapsing right next to his brother. Meanwhile, Naruto's team still can't figure out why all their attacks are going right through Tobi. Tired of being left out of the action, Shino summons a swarm of beetles to try something out. Shino completely encases Tobi inside his beetle swarm, and Hinata's Byakugan can confirm that Tobi is definitely inside all those beetles. But when Shino orders the bugs to crush him, somehow he's gone. He didn't teleport or turn invisible, he just vanished. Before they can figure out how to deal with this, Zetsu appears and tells everyone about Itachi's death. Naruto asks where Sasuke is now, but Zetsu isn't giving that information up. Tobi reveals his Sharingan eye to the Leaf Ninjas and tells them they'll continue this fight later. Hinata can see the black flames of Amaterasu far in the distance, so the teams try to hurry and reach Sasuke before anyone else can. Unfortunately, Tobi is already at the site of the battle. By the time the Leaf Ninjas get there, Sasuke and Itachi are both gone. After all this time, the best chance they had at getting Sasuke back just slipped through their fingers. Next, Sasuke wakes up in a cave, where his injuries have all been treated by Tobi. He claims that he is not Sasuke's enemy and that he has something important to tell him about his older brother. Then, Tobi removes his mask, showing Sasuke his Sharingan and revealing that Sasuke is not the last Uchiha. Ooh, family reunion! Yay! The second that Sasuke sees the Sharingan, his own eye somehow awakens the Mangekyo. He uses Amaterasu on Tobi, causing the guy to drop his mask and run off in a panic. Sasuke wonders what the hell just happened, until Tobi calmly comes back in, unharmed, to explain things. See, when Itachi tapped Sasuke's forehead, right before dying, he gave his Amaterasu to Sasuke. That was his final gift, a way to protect his younger brother. Sasuke says his evil brother would never do something like that, but Tobi tells him that he does not know everything about Itachi. Tobi finally drops the act and reveals to Sasuke that he is Madara Uchiha, and he has quite the story to tell about Itachi, who, according to Madara, is actually a hero that risked everything to save his village. Tobi says that Itachi never wanted anyone to know the truth about why he slaughtered his own clan, but Tobi is gonna tell Sasuke anyways. Sasuke is so overwhelmed by the idea that he could have been wrong about his brother this whole time that he passes out. When he wakes back up, Tobi is ready to keep talking. When Itachi destroyed the clan, he was doing it under direct orders from Konoha. To really explain everything, Tobi needs to go back 80 years to the founding of the Leaf Village. The world was in a state of constant war, and two shinobi clans were feared above all others: the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan of the forest. The head of the Senju clan, and the only other ninja Madara ever truly respected, was Hashirama, the man who would become the first Hokage. The two clans were constantly clashing with each other, with their leaders Madara and Hashirama evenly matched. And as we know, Madara took his younger brother's eyes. But it wasn't as bad as it sounds. Little bro actually offered his eyes to Madara to ensure their clan would be the strongest. One day, Hashirama offered a ceasefire, and everyone in both clans agreed it was time for peace. The only one who disagreed was Madara. He felt that that would mean that his brother's sacrifice was wasted and wanted to keep fighting until they destroyed the Senju. Madara was outvoted, and the two clans came together to create Konoha. Madara was later forced out by his own clan, and when he came back, he declared war on the entire village. This led to the epic battle at the Valley of the End between Madara and the first Hokage, where Madara was thought to have died. To prevent this from happening again, they turned the Uchiha clan into the Konoha police force, basically a way to keep them busy without giving them any power in governing the village. Things stayed that way until 16 years ago, when the nine-tailed fox attacked the village. Madara says he didn't have anything to do with that, but the village elders suspected that an Uchiha was responsible anyways. The clan was placed under even more scrutiny until eventually the Uchiha got tired of being blamed for everything. The Uchiha clan actually began plotting a revolution to overthrow the Konoha government and take control. The Konoha council sent in a spy to make sure their revolution never came to pass, aka Itachi. Itachi agreed to spy on his own clan, on his own family, because he believed that a revolution would only lead to more death. See, Itachi was a child during the Third Ninja War, and he saw firsthand how horrific war can be. An Uchiha revolt could even cause a fourth ninja war, and Uchiha was determined to prevent that. So while Itachi's father thought that Itachi was spying on the Anbu for the clan, he was actually spying on the clan for the Anbu. So you can understand why he didn't have time to train his younger brother. Eventually, it became clear that the Uchiha clan would never back down, and the Konoha elders felt they had no other options. They ordered Itachi to wipe out his entire clan, just to prevent a potential war. The third Hokage was against this, but Danzo managed to convince the rest of the council. Itachi knew he couldn't do this mission by himself, so he sought out the one man he knew held a grudge against the Uchiha clan: Madara. Itachi told Madara that he would help him wipe out the clan to get revenge, but in exchange, Madara had to promise to leave the rest of Konoha alone. Madara agreed, and with his help, Itachi carried out his horrific, bloody mission, all in the name of peace. The only snag was that he couldn't bring himself to kill Sasuke, and asked the third Hokage to protect him. Itachi could never forgive himself for what he did though, which is why he has always acted so evil around Sasuke. All he ever wanted was for Sasuke to kill him, as punishment for his unforgivable crime. After this long, insane story. Sasuke is shocked and refuses to believe it. Madara isn't even close to done dropping massive truth bombs. Itachi planned pretty much everything that happened. He guided Sasuke into siding with Orochimaru, knowing that Sasuke would eventually absorb him. Then, Itachi used Susanoo to remove Orochimaru from Sasuke's body, effectively forcing Sasuke to literally lose the person closest to him. It feels like a bit of a technicality, but apparently this was enough to awaken Sasuke's Mangekyo. Orochimaru was his best friend? That's kinda sad. The only part of Itachi's plan that went wrong is this: Madara revealing everything to Sasuke. Sasuke demands proof that what Madara is saying is true, and he says the fact that Sasuke is alive should be proof enough. If Itachi wanted to, he could have killed Sasuke at any point in the past, so he obviously kept him alive for a reason. For the first time in years, the intense hatred Sasuke has towards his brother starts to fade, and he finally accepts that his big brother put himself through absolute hell just for Sasuke's sake. Maybe the biggest sacrifice in manga history. Sasuke thinks back on all the good times he had with Itachi before their lives went to hell. Itachi was always poking Sasuke's head and telling him he'd train him another time, but all along, he was really just trying to protect his little brother from the agony of war. Sasuke exits the cave with Madara crying, realizing that his brother has always been a good person. He tells the Hebi, along with Madara, that they are officially rebranding as the Taka, meaning hawk. Their new mission is to destroy the real source of Sasuke's pain. The people who forced Itachi to slaughter his own family and set him on his dark path. They're going to destroy Konoha. To avenge his brother, Sasuke will do the exact thing that Itachi went through hell to prevent. Now that's some sick irony. Back in the Leaf Village, Naruto is brooding over his latest failure. He thinks back to his encounter with Itachi and the conversation they had that we didn't get to hear. Naruto said he would never give up on Sasuke, but Itachi asked Naruto what he would do if Sasuke attacked Konoha. Naruto said he would stop Sasuke without killing him, an answer that seemed to make Itachi happy. Itachi knew that Naruto was the only one capable of bringing his brother back from the darkness, so he shared some of his power with Naruto, which came in the form of a crow flying down Naruto's throat. That doesn't look very pleasant. Elsewhere, Sasuke thinks back on the day he lost his family and remembers something he had suppressed. As Itachi fled from his massacre, he was crying. In the present, Madara asks Sasuke if he's going to take Itachi's eyes to get stronger and rebuild the clan, but Sasuke says he has another idea to restore the Uchiha name. Next, Tobi meets with Kisame at an Akatsuki hideout. Tobi reveals his true identity as Madara and apologizes for deceiving Kisame for so long. Kisame immediately swears loyalty to Madara. Meanwhile, Naruto is summoned to a meeting with Tsunade. There, he finds Sakura and Kakashi, as well as a bunch of toads, including Pa. Pa then delivers the tragic news of Jiraiya's death to Naruto. It hits him hard. For as much as we make fun of the guy, Naruto never imagined his teacher would actually be defeated in battle. Over with Sasuke, his team meets up with Kisame and Madara. Sasuke shares his ambition to kill the elders of Konoha, not really caring what happens to anyone else. Madara says they share a common goal, so the Akatsuki will team up with the Taka, but only if they help capture the last two Biju. Madara tells the Taka to find the Eight Tails, while the Akatsuki takes care of Naruto and the Nine Tails. Then, Madara meets with Zetsu and reveals that gaining Sasuke's trust is an important part of his plan for world domination. In Konoha, Pa shares the final message Jiraiya left behind. It's just a series of numbers, a code. Naruto gets mad at Tsunade for letting Jiraiya go on such a dangerous mission alone and storms out of her office. Pa notices how much Naruto Naruto loved Jiraiya and believes that the child the prophecy refers to isn't Pain, but Naruto. Iruka bumps into Naruto and offers to take him for ramen, but Naruto's too sad to even slurp down noodles. Iruka finds Naruto again later that night, crying on a bench, and comforts him. Then, Tsunade gives Shikamaru the important job of cracking Jiraiya's code. Once she's alone, the mask finally drops, and Tsunade begins to cry for the life she and Jiraiya will never get to have together. The next day, the Leaf Village gets hard to work, taking advantage of everything Jiraiya left for them. The Rain Shinobi he captured are interrogated, and the Pain body he captured is studied. Shikamaru asks the village's eggheads for help with the code, but they say it's impossible to solve without a key. So Shikamaru asks the people closest to Jiraiya for help until he gets to Naruto. Naruto is too depressed to help, so Shikamaru brings Naruto on a little field trip. He shows Naruto that Kurenai is pregnant with Asuma's baby, a child that will never get to meet their father. Naruto isn't the only one in this village grieving. Shikamaru reminds Naruto that they can't waste any time moping around because they need to live up to their late teacher's expectations. Naruto finally pulls himself together and takes a good look at the code. He notices the first number isn't a number at all, but a Japanese letter. This points them towards Jiraiya's books, and Kakashi just happens to arrive at that moment with a copy of Jiraiya's make-out tactics. I've heard good things about that one. Soon, they crack the code. It reads, "The real one is not among them." Elsewhere, the 6 Paths of Pain have replaced their captured member. They set out for Konoha with their sights set on Naruto Uzumaki. Moving on, the Takas search for the 8 Tails brings them to the hidden Cloud Village. They interrogate a Cloud Shinobi and learn that the Jinchuriki they're looking for is a man who wields 8 blades. Now that he has a Mangekyo, it's no problem for him to find the guy instantly. In Konoha, Naruto asks Pa what Jiraiya's message could mean in relation to Pain. I mean, to me, it's pretty obvious, but Pa says he has no clue. Dumb frog. While they continue investigating the other clues Jiraiya left behind, Pa offers to train Naruto in Sage Jutsu. Naruto says goodbye to his friends and heads back to the mountains for some more toad training. Pa teleports Naruto to a beautiful toad paradise, and after eating some delicious home cooking from Ma, he starts learning Sage Jutsu. Unlike all other ninjutsu, Sage Jutsu requires a ninja to manipulate organic chakra that naturally occurs in the world. Basically, Naruto needs to become one with nature, and doing so will give all his other techniques a power boost. In order to prove his point, Pa uses natural chakra to lift an enormous boulder all by himself. The quickest and easiest way for Naruto to become one with nature, he has to die. Are you sure about this? Is this all a toad prank? Meanwhile, the Taka finds the Jinchuriki they're looking for. Suigetsu is the first to attack the 8-tailed Jinchuriki, a rapping cloud ninja with 8 swords who calls himself Killer Bee. The hip-hop ninja repels Suigetsu's attack easily. Meanwhile, Pa explains that Naruto doesn't actually have to die, he was just being dramatic. He only needs to sit really, really still for a long period of time. Pa gives Naruto some special toad oil to help him sense natural chakra, but warns that if Naruto can't figure out Sage Jutsu, he'll turn into a toad forever, and then eventually become a statue of a toad. In fact, the toad statues all around them are previous students who failed. Damn, this toad sanctuary's dark as hell. Pa gives Naruto one last chance to back out, but you already know Naruto's answer. In the Cloud Village, after his lackeys have failed, Sasuke prepares to fight Killer Bee himself. Killer Bee just keeps rapping at the Taka, which kind of annoys everyone, while Sasuke attacks with his own sword. This is one of the strangest fights in the series, with Killer Bee pausing to write new raps mid-fight and holding swords in his armpits. Sasuke is shocked that this total weirdo can actually keep up with him, so he tries out a Chidori blade. Killer Bee says that's a cute trick, but he can do that too. Killer Bee runs electricity all through his blades and stabs them into Sasuke. Then, Karin quickly does a super uncomfortable technique where Sasuke can heal his wounds immediately by biting Karin, and she loves it. Yeah, moving on. Meanwhile, Naruto's new training might be the toughest yet. How the hell can this hyperactive knucklehead sit still for so long? Pa whacks Naruto with a stick every time he moves, but still, Naruto refuses to give up. Then, the Taka all attack Killer Bee at once and start to put pressure on him. He then realizes he'll need to get serious and prepares to let out the eight-tailed beast. Killer Bee takes on the chakra form of the Eight Tails, reminding Sasuke of the last time he fought Naruto in his feral fox mode. As Sasuke evades, Killer Bee remarks that Sasuke is the first person to dodge his attacks in this form since Killer Bee's brother. Sasuke uses his Mangekyo to put a genjutsu on Killer Bee, but even that doesn't work. Killer Bee just stands right back up and severely injures Sasuke with a clothesline of all things. Killer Bee says that genjutsu won't work on him because the Eight Tails will always snap him out of it. There's a trick Naruto could definitely use. Jugo starts healing Sasuke by transferring his life force into him. Killer Bee isn't gonna let him catch a break though and transforms into the gigantic, fully unleashed eight-tailed beast. And it looks like an ox with 8 squid tentacles. I don't even think you could call those tails. The Taka realize that with Sasuke injured, they are absolutely no match for this beast. Jugo manages to save Sasuke's life, but he gives up so much of his life force that Jugo now looks like a child. The Eight Tails charges up a massive chakra blast, and Suigetsu prepares to sacrifice himself for the team by turning into a giant wall of water to block it. Then, Naruto finally has a breakthrough and is able to use nature chakra. He's gonna need it. Anyway, the Taka are not doing well. One is a child, one is a literal puddle, and one is a mostly useless fangirl. Despite this, the team reminds Sasuke of his time with Team 7, and he refuses to let them die here. Sasuke faces the Eight Tails and activates Amaterasu. The Eight Tails' giant ox head is engulfed in black flames. The beast bellows in pain and starts rampaging around, nearly crushing Karin with one of its tentacles. But Sasuke manages to sever it at the last moment with a blast of lightning. Some of the Amaterasu flames still land on Karin, and Sasuke immediately extinguishes the flames on her with his eyes. He didn't even know he could do that. He puts out the flames on the beast as well, and when the smoke clears, Killer Bee is laying unconscious in his human form. The Taka gather up Killer Bee and their injured members and leave the scene. Some Cloud ninjas who saw all this go to report Killer Bee's capture to the Cloud Village's leader, the Raikage, who just so happens to be Killer Bee's older brother. Meanwhile, Naruto has mastered natural chakra while using toad oil, but now he needs to practice without the oil. Pa also gives Naruto a gift, Jiraiya's first book, Tales of a Gutsy Shinobi. Imagine our boy's surprise when he opens the book up and finds that it's the story of a brave leaf ninja named Naruto. Naruto is brought to tears and thinks back on a conversation he had with Jiraiya. He asked the sage about why Orochimaru became evil, and Jiraiya explained that Orochimaru basically just never got over the death of his parents and blamed the whole world around him. Jiraiya then asked Naruto to carry on his dream of trying to someday create a truly peaceful world. And back in the present, Sasuke delivers Killer Bee to the Akatsuki. Madara asks Sasuke if he's having any doubts about destroying Konoha, since after all, protecting it was Itachi's lifelong goal. Sasuke says that his grief over what Konoha did to his brother is stronger than his desire to follow Itachi's wishes. Sasuke also reveals that even though he earlier said he didn't care what happened to most of the villagers, he's actually planning to murder them all by himself. Good lord, Sasuke! A lot of them never even knew your brother. In the Cloud Village, the Raigake vows goes to save his brother Killer Bee. Naruto continues his training and moves on to the step of sitting super still on the tip of a pointy rock. Thrilling stuff. Meanwhile, the Taka are chilling at their hideout when Karin senses the presence of cloud ninjas spying on them nearby. Sasuke takes care of them real quick. When the Raigake learns that his spies were defeated, he calls a meeting of the 5 shadows, the leaders of each of the villages. He also calls for one of his squads, Team Samui, to go to Konoha and let them know that they'll be taking care of Sasuke personally. Moving on, Naruto is finally able to enter Sage Mode without using Toad Oil. In Sage Mode, Naruto is faster, stronger, and more durable. He begins sparring with Pa to truly test the limits of this new mode. In Konoha, the Leaf Ninjas continue trying to figure out Pain's secret. They better work fast though, because the 6 Paths of Pain just arrived outside the village. The main Pain, the one in Yahiko's body, who goes by Tendo, lays out the plan of attack. Half of the bodies will create a diversion, while the other half, plus Konan, will hunt down Naruto. He also gives each of his bodies fun names like Ningendo and Chikushodo, but it's not really worth the time to introduce each one. The diversion team enters the village and immediately starts causing complete chaos and destruction. In the Cloud Village, the Raigake assures everyone that they'll find his brother alive and well, but I wouldn't speak too soon. At that moment, Killer Bee is undergoing the ritual to extract the Biju inside him, but maybe I spoke too soon, because that's just a fake Killer Bee. This rapping legend took the tentacle that Sasuke sliced off and disguised it as his own body. The real Killer Bee is still hiding out in the place where he was defeated. Apparently, he's just super excited about this opportunity to get away from his overbearing brother. As a Jinchuriki, Killer Bee is usually forbidden from leaving the village, but now that everyone thinks he's captured, he's gonna go get some special training from a dude named Sabu. In Konoha, Tendo finds Iruka and interrogates him for Naruto's whereabouts. When it's clear he'll never give this boy up, Tendo prepares to execute Iruka, but he's saved at the last moment by Kakashi. Tendo and Kakashi start fighting, but for some reason, Kakashi is unable to land any hits. In the mountains, Pa explains the limitations of Sage Mode. He can only use it for about 5 minutes at a time, and in order to activate it during a battle, he'll need to fuse with Ma and Pa like Jiraiya did. Then, Shizune, who's studying the captured Pain, makes a discovery. The piercings these creeps have all over their faces aren't just a fashion statement. They're chakra receivers, meaning someone is providing them with all of their energy and techniques from a distance. Just then, all the Leaf Ninjas realize their village is under attack, and Tsunade says they need Naruto to come back home ASAP. The Leaf Shinobi all mobilize to protect the villagers. Tsunade is about to send a toad to retrieve Naruto, but the village elders stop her. These effing elders, man. The real big bads, I swear. They do kinda make a point though. Bringing the Ninetales directly to the Akatsuki could be a really bad move. Tsunade then insists that she has faith Naruto can beat them, and the elders give in. I gotta say, it feels really good to see a Hokage who finally recognizes Naruto's true value. Meanwhile, Kakashi is now fighting 2 Pains, and he can't figure out the trick to beating them. Then, tragically, the toad who was sent to get Naruto is killed by Danzo. He'd rather let this village fall than let the Ninetales get into the wrong hands. Pain's rampage continues, and the dude is single-handedly giving Konoha a run for their money. But he does have 12 hands, so it's a bit easier. Tsunade summons her giant slug, then splits it up into smaller slugs so that she can heal any injured villagers. Kakashi keeps fighting 2 Pains, but with their shared vision, it's almost impossible for him to find a weakness. One of the bodies in front of him transforms into a 6-armed beast mode, and the other pulls Kakashi towards them. Kakashi starts to deduce the unique abilities that each body has, and before he can get impaled on a blade, Kakashi is replaced by a clone, courtesy of Choji and his dad. I see where the boy gets his appetite from. Kakashi tells the newcomers what he's figured out. Tendo has the ability to control gravity, but needs to recharge after every use. Kakashi comes up with a quick plan. He travels underground with his groundhog style and pops up under Tendo, but he just gets repelled back. Choji and his dad then roll at Tendo from opposite sides, but he repels them as well. Only, they weren't trying to hit him, they were just looping a chain around him to hold him in place. Kakashi launches a Chidori at the immobilized Tendo, but his other body jumps in to take the blow. They missed their chance, and Tendo quickly takes down all the lead shinobi. And to make sure Kakashi can't get back up, Tendo fires a nail right into his head. Please tell me that was a clone. While Tsunade focuses all her energy on controlling her slug nurses, Danzo plots to use this opportunity to overthrow the first woman Hokage. That's messed up, man. He goes underground with all his shinobi from the Foundation, and basically just plans to wait it out until the Six Paths gives up searching for Naruto and leaves. Then, the Foundation can easily take over the weakened village and force out Tsunade. Meanwhile, Shizune is getting really close to figuring out the truth behind pain, but I'm not sure how much good it'll do at this point. Kakashi somehow survived a nail in the head, but the other shinobi weren't as lucky, including Choji's dad. God damn, things are getting serious here. Choji cries over his father's body, but Kakashi tells him he needs to report to Tsunade on the abilities they figured out. The six-armed pain, barely alive, fires a projectile at Choji. Kakashi uses Kamui to send the projectile to another dimension, but doing this takes all the effort he has left. Kakashi thinks about his old teammates Obito and Rin and accepts his death. What the hell is going on? Beloved characters are dropping like flies. After his death, Kakashi finds himself in a dark void with his father, Sakumo. There, the White Fang asks his son to tell him the story of his life. And in the mountains, Naruto has no idea any of this is happening. He tries to fuse with Pa to enter Sage Mode, but the Ninetales rejects Pa and won't let the fusion complete. So what was the point of all that training? Meanwhile, Tsunade's office is attacked by the pain who can summon giant monsters. In another part of the village, Konohamaru, who isn't such a little guy anymore, sees one of the pain bodies interrogating ninjas about Naruto. And this one has the terrifying ability to literally rip people's souls from their bodies. Ebisu jumps in to protect Konohamaru and absolutely refuses to reveal a single thing about Naruto. Just as the pain is about to kill Ebisu, Konohamaru reveals himself and challenges the pain to a fight. Konohamaru thinks about the day he declared himself Naruto's rival and knows he can't back down here. In the mountains, Naruto finally cracks how to activate Sage Mode during a fight, and the answer is the same as always. Just use clones. Choji reaches Tsunade and tells her what they learned. She tells Choji that her slugs reached his dad in time and he's still alive. Kakashi, on the other hand, battles rage all across the village, and Team Guy is just returning from a mission to join the fight. Then, Tendo confronts Tsunade. Konohamaru's fight does not last long. Within moments, he's up against the wall getting his soul pulled out, but Konohamaru thinks back on everything Naruto has taught him and is able to pull off a clone-assisted Rasengan against pain. Nice going, kid! Meanwhile, Tendo tells Tsunade to hand over Naruto because once the Akatsuki have all the Biju, they can achieve world peace. Kinda skipping over the part where you have to destroy the world first, but alright. Then, Shizune finally realizes what anyone with half a brain has already realized. The real pain, Nagato, is controlling all 6 of these bodies from a remote location. No duh. But before she can tell Tsunade, Shizune is captured by one of the 6 paths. This one is able to read her mind and learns that Naruto is up in the mountains. Now that they know Naruto isn't here, the 6 paths prepare to leave, but not before messing up Konoha even more. Mercilessly, Shizune is killed, while Tendo leaps into the air and prepares an attack that will wipe Konoha off the map. Right then, Naruto learns about the death of the messenger toad and realizes something big is going down back home, but it's too late. Tendo fires a massive gravity blast right at the center of the village that completely demolishes most of the town. Jesus. Konoha lost? Naruto teleports right into the center of the village with an army of toads, only it takes him a while to recognize that he's in Konoha because it's now mostly just a big crater. It looks like all of the named characters survived, but we've still lost Kakashi and Shizune, and presumably thousands of NPC villagers. The Six Paths immediately sense Naruto's presence and return to the village. Naruto and Tsunade face off with all 6 of them in the crater, ready to get vengeance for their home's destruction. Naruto obliterates one of the pains with a single blow and tells everyone to stay out of it. This is his fight. After his massive village-destroying blast, Tendo needs a while to recharge, but Naruto isn't looking to give them a break. He's in his super serious Sage mode now. Naruto is so in touch with the chakra around him that he can immediately tell Kakashi's chakra is not in the village. Tsunade's silence just confirms to Naruto that another teacher of his has died, but he doesn't crack for a moment. He has his toads escort Tsunade to safety and prepares to fight. Pain summons a gigantic rhinoceros that charges Naruto, but he calmly stops and flips the rhino with one hand. Ma and Pa paralyze 2 other summons, and Naruto hits them with 2 giant Rasengans at once. As for the pain that absorbs chakra, Naruto just dismantles the guy with pure physical attacks. He's unstoppable. Naruto announces that his new jutsu will end this in one hit. Tendo sees the Sage mode and tells Naruto that they are both students of Jiraiya, and both are trying to achieve Jiraiya's goal of a peaceful world. Naruto doesn't want to hear about peace from the guy who killed his teachers and destroyed his home. He hurls a massive Rasen Shuriken that expands right before hitting the 6 paths. He completely destroys the mind-reading pain. 1 down. Then Gamabunta swallows Naruto and the summoning pain just to separate them from the others. Inside the toad, Naruto obliterates the summoner with a Rasengan barrage, but when Gamabunta spits Naruto back out, Pain notices that his Sage mode has just run out. Fortunately, Naruto has already figured out the cheat code for unlimited Sage mode. See, he's got 2 clones chilling back at the Toad Sanctuary, sitting still and gathering natural chakra. The toads summon one of the clones, and when Naruto dispels that clone, all the gathered chakra goes rushing into him. Genius! Naruto re-enters Sage mode and throws another Rasen Shuriken, but it's intercepted by the chakra-absorbing pain. Naruto had already beaten that guy, so one of these pains must have the power to revive the others. Naruto focuses on the one that can pull out souls, and with some classic clone trickery, he takes it out with another Rasengan barrage. There are only 2 pains left, but Tendo's gravity powers have now returned. He uses his gravity blasts to send the big toads flying away, and Pa says their only chance is to hit Tendo with a genjutsu. Naruto's friends all know he's currently fighting Pain alone, but they worry they would only get in the way if they try to help. Kid's come pretty far, hasn't he? But maybe not far enough. Tendo pulls Naruto towards him and has his chakra absorber suck Naruto dry. The kid passes out and Tendo thinks he's won. The absorbing pain is holding Naruto so that he can't move, but not moving is exactly what Naruto needed. He starts pulling in the natural chakra around him. The absorber receives a massive amount of chakra that he can't control and straight up turns into a toad statue. Instant karma. Pa is preparing a genjutsu to take down the last Pain standing, but Tendo won't go down without a fight. He pulls Pa towards him and skewers him on his blade. no! Meanwhile, Shikamaru realizes the only way they could help is by finding the real pain. Then, Tendo grabs Naruto, slams him into the ground, and stabs him through his hands. Ino's dad, who hasn't really done anything of note yet, suddenly says he's figured out where pain is controlling the bodies from. He must be nearby for the technique to be effective, and there must have been a reason he lived inside the tallest tower in the Rain Village. Being at a high altitude must help pain to transmit his chakra better, so they should check the highest points in the Leaf Village. Back at the fight, Tendo monologues to the pinned down Naruto. He says that in the past, Konoha was responsible for the war that killed his parents and destroyed his home, so this is all justified. Naruto has had a difficult life full of losing loved ones, so he should understand that. Then we finally see the real pain. Nagato. He's hooked up to some machine, pushing himself well past his limits to send his chakra to Tendo. Konan tells him to rest, but Nagato will do anything for peace. Naruto tells Tendo he's insane and that Jiraiya would absolutely hate this crazy plan. But Tendo insists that the only kind of world peace that is possible is one implemented through force. He might be right, but the cost isn't worth it. Tendo then stabs blade after blade into Naruto's body. Ma encourages him not to give up, saying her husband gave his life believing Naruto could win, but Tendo smacks her away. Suddenly, Naruto's guardian angel arrives, Hinata Hyuga. Naruto tells her to get out of here, since this fight is miles above her level, but she's not moving. She tells Naruto that he has helped her find her ninja way so many times that she would be happy to die here defending him. She also tells Naruto that she loves him. Aww. Before he can even respond though, Hinata charges at Tendo, but he just executes her without mercy. Jesus Christ, what is this arc? Naruto snaps and explodes into his most grotesque Nine-Tails form yet. Remember how Naruto was never supposed to get past 3 tails? Yeah, he's at 6 now. The first Hokage's necklace, the one Tsunade gave Naruto long ago, automatically activates to try and restrain the Nine-Tails, but Naruto smashes the necklace. The fox doesn't want to go back inside. All the other Leaf ninjas realize what is happening and worry Naruto could destroy what little is left of Konoha. Elsewhere, Yamato is on a mission, but he senses that the fox is loose and hurries back to try and seal it. Then, Tendo starts to flee from the village. Naruto chases after him, assuming that Tendo realized he was outmatched, but in reality, Tendo was just moving closer to Nagato to boost the power of his next move, catastrophic planetary construction. That sounds bad? Konan warns Nagato that this move could kill him, but he truly believes this world will never know peace as long as Naruto is alive to try and save it. Real backwards logic there. This gravity technique basically creates a black hole in midair. Naruto is sucked in and crushed beneath tons of rocks and debris that get ripped up from the ground, creating a miniature planet. Naruto desperately tries to break free, but he's not strong enough. Pushed to his absolute limit, having lost so many people close to him, Naruto turns to the fox for help. The Nine-Tails tells Naruto he can give him even more power in exchange for Naruto's soul. The seal on Naruto's stomach bursts wide open, and Naruto reaches 8 tails. The beast bursts out of the planet, no longer resembling Naruto or even a fox, just a true nightmarish terror. Inside his subconscious, Naruto reaches to remove the final seal and fully unleash the beast but someone stops him. The fourth Hokage. Minato explains that he included a failsafe in the seal so that he would appear if Naruto ever got to 8 tails. He hoped it wouldn't come to this, but he's pretty happy to meet his son. Naruto, say hi to your dad! Naruto is overjoyed to meet his father, and Minato brings them to a quieter part of Naruto's psyche to talk. Now, let's get something straight. It's not the real Minato exactly. More like a vestige of his chakra he left behind, but it's close enough. Naruto cries tears of joy, and then sucker punches his dad for putting a monster inside him and abandoning him. It's a roller coaster of emotion for sure. Minato says that he gave the fox's chakra to Naruto for a reason. See, there was a mastermind behind the fox's attack 16 years ago. Minato wanted to make sure someone was strong enough to defeat this mastermind when he returned, and he trusted his son could become that person by making the Nine Tails power his own. That mastermind was none other than Madara. You mean the evil mastermind behind everything lied? Minato says that pain is only a tool being manipulated by Madara. He is just a product of his messed up life. Minato encourages his son to find a better solution to all this than just beating each other up. With the last of his chakra, Minato restores the seal on Naruto's stomach. Then he fades away, grateful he got to meet his son one final time. Outside, the Biju is gone. All that's left is Naruto staring down at Tendo, knowing what it is he has to do. Nagato has run out of energy to create his black hole, so all the debris comes tumbling back down with an earth-shattering crash. When Naruto transformed, he automatically dispelled his last chakra-gathering clone, so he's already back in Sage mode. Naruto is worried he might have killed someone while in his feral state, but one of Tsunade's slugs pops out of his shirt and assures him he didn't. Also, she informs him that Hinata is still alive. Naruto asks Tendo to bring him to Nagato so they can talk face to face. Tendo refuses, so Naruto dashes forward and rips out one of his chakra receivers. Naruto stabs it into his own body and can immediately tell where Nagato is sending his chakra from. And Naruto is literally the first one to think of this? Then, Naruto tries to get Tendo out of his way by throwing another Rasen Shuriken. Tendo repels it, but Naruto took a page out of Sasuke's book. There was another Rasen Shuriken hidden in the shadow of the first. Tendo's energy blast is on cooldown, so he's forced to dive out of the way of the second shuriken. He lands amidst a pile of rubble, but all that rubble was actually Naruto clones waiting to strike. Unfortunately, Tendo recharges just before they all reach him and blasts them all back with a gravity wave. All the clones team up to push Naruto forwards, withstanding the immense gravitational pressure. One by one, the clones fall away, but the real Naruto marches on, motivated by the memories of Jiraiya, Kakashi, and his father. He charges up one last Rasengan and hits Tendo dead on. Naruto has done what even his teacher could not. He defeated all 6 paths of pain by himself, and is still determined to find a peaceful resolution. He removes all of Tendo's receivers so he can't be controlled again, and makes his way towards Nagato. Naruto's friends learn of his victory, and hurry to give him backup at Nagato's location. On his way there, Naruto runs into a squad of ninjas, including Shikamaru's dad and Neji's dad. It's the dad squad! Naruto asks them to let him speak with Nagato alone. They tell Naruto there's no point in trying to reason with the guy who destroyed Kohona, but he insists he can break the cycle of tragedy and revenge. He can never forgive Nagato for what he did, but he can at least talk to him. man to man, and soon Naruto reaches Nagato. Nagato still refuses to admit defeat. He fires a chakra receiver into Naruto in an attempt to control him, but it does nothing. Nagato quickly realizes Naruto let himself get hit just so he could prove how easily his chakra can overpower Nagato's. Naruto says he wants to understand how students of Jiraiya could become so twisted, and asks to hear the story of Nagato and Konan. Nagato obliges. When he was a child, Nagato's home was turned into a battlefield. His parents, innocent villagers, were murdered by Leaf Shinobi right before his eyes. In response, Nagato's Rinnegan activated, and he slaughtered his parents' killers. After this, Nagato wandered the war-torn Rain village looking for food. Right when he was about to starve to death, he was found by Konan and Yahiko, who shared their food with him. The three quickly became like a family. Yahiko vowed that someday he would rule the world to force peace on everyone. One day, the three kids got caught up in another battle between the three great ninja and Hanzo, the leader of the Rain village. Nobody even noticed them there, and their dog was tragically killed by an explosive kunai. This was the last straw for Nagato, and he agreed to help Yahiko achieve world domination. When Jiraiya offered to take the orphans in, they accepted it, only so they could learn ninjutsu from him and become stronger. In their hearts, though, they saw Jiraiya as nothing more than an enemy, a soldier in the army that destroyed their home. However, as they started training with Jiraiya, Nagato came to genuinely respect his teacher. Jiraiya told Nagato about the prophecy, and he started to believe that he truly was the chosen one who would save the world. Jiraiya was able to temporarily rescue the kids from their dark path, but not for long. After their training was complete, three orphans started creating an organization designed to end all wars through pure strength. Hanzo, the Rain village leader, saw this organization as a threat. He organized a friendly meeting with them, but then betrayed their trust and took Konan hostage. Hanzo told Nagato to kill Yahiko, or else he would kill Konan. Nagato had no idea what to do, but Yahiko made the choice for him and betrayed their trust and took Konan hostage. Hanzo told Nagato to kill Yahiko, or else he would kill Konan. Nagato had no idea what to do, but Yahiko made the choice for him and took his own life. Just like that, Nagato was back to the dark side. The only path to peace for him was through the complete destruction of everyone who opposed him. After watching Yahiko die right in front of him, Nagato awakened to the true power of the Rinnegan. He summoned a giant demon statue called the Gedo statue that granted him the 6 paths, and used that power to massacre Hanzo's men. Hanzo got away, and over time, the peaceful organization that the orphans created turned into something much darker, the Akatsuki. Now that his story is over, Naruto feels like he understands Pain a lot better. He will still never forgive him, but he's not gonna kill him here either. That's not what Jiraiya would want. Naruto is basically asking Pain nicely to stop being evil. Pain says that Naruto is a fool and too much of an idealist to ever truly change the world. Naruto responds with a quote from Jiraiya's first book. He reveals that the person the main character was based on, the person Naruto was named after, was Nagato. Even if Nagato has now transformed into Pain, Naruto still chooses to believe in the values he once had and tells Pain it's not too late to be that person again. Naruto's words get through to Nagato, and once again, the kid's greatest ability isn't his strength, but his ability to understand others. Nagato agrees to put his trust in Naruto and try his method of achieving peace. And to help Naruto get a head start on the whole world peace thing, Nagato decides to do a very nice thing. In addition to the 6 abilities he gave to each of his bodies, Nagato has one last jutsu up his sleeve: Rebirth. Nagato revives everyone who died in the village during his attack. Pa, all the villagers, and Kakashi is having a nice chat with his dad in the afterlife, getting some real solid closure on his daddy issues when his soul is yanked right back into his body. Oh, thank God. I knew we couldn't lose Kakashi. Sadly though, the ability takes a toll on the already weakened Nagato, and he knows it will kill him. In his final moments, he tells Naruto that the path he's chosen will not be an easy one, but he believes that Naruto is the only one who can walk it. Konan collects the bodies of Nagato and Yahiko and tells Naruto she's bringing them back to the Rain Village for proper burials. Konan will take over as head of the village, and she promises to help Konoha out anytime they need. So, Naruto not only defeated the head of the Akatsuki, but gained the help of an entire village? Make this kid Hokage already! Naruto is now completely exhausted and gets a ride back to the village on Kakashi's back. When they get back, it's pretty much Naruto's greatest dream come to life. The entire village welcomes him as a hero, and everyone who used to look down on him has to admit he's become the realest ninja there is. I hate to interrupt this joyous moment, but Sasuke is still plotting to destroy Konoha. Man, they just got destroyed! Madara orders Kisame to go track down Killer Bee since the Taka failed. The Cloud Ninja team that Raikage sent out, Team Samui, arrives at the Leaf Village and are surprised at how little of it is left standing. Tsunade exerted so much chakra in trying to heal everyone that she is now in a coma. The council meets to choose a new Hokage, and Shikamaru's dad nominates Kakashi. But Danzo argues that this whole mess was caused by Jiraiya, and since Kakashi's master was taught by Jiraiya, they can't choose him. It's a flimsy argument, but it works, and Danzo is named the new Hokage instead. Damn politics. Next, Konoha begins to rebuild. It's not as hard as it sounds, especially when you have wood jutsu users who can build an entire house in seconds. Thanks, Yamato! They also get helped out by some old friends, Mr. Tazuna, the bridge builder, and his grandson Inari. They ask where Sasuke is, which leads to pretty awkward silence. Naruto just deflects the question, but can't stop thinking about Sasuke. After his conversation with Nagato, Naruto feels like he understands Sasuke even better and wants another chance to bring him home. Meanwhile, Team Samui deliver their news to Danzo. They tell the new Hokage that Sasuke kidnapped the Raikage's brother and that Konoha may be his next target. Danzo issues an order allowing all shinobi to kill Sasuke on sight. That's not unreasonable. Naruto and Sakura want to try and convince Danzo to take back the order, but Kakashi tells them they need to be smarter in dealing with a snake like Danzo. At the same time, Danzo is ordering Sai to keep an eye on Naruto for him. I wonder who he'll choose. Naruto and Sakura ask Sai to help them out by sharing Danzo's secrets, but Sai says he can't talk about it. Literally, there's a curse mark on his tongue that physically prevents him from revealing any information about Danzo or the Foundation. When suddenly, they're confronted by Team Samui holding swords. They overheard people talking about Sasuke and demand any information that could help them kill him. They fight at first, but once the Cloud Ninjas explain how Sasuke joined the Akatsuki and kidnapped their master, Naruto worries about just how low Sasuke has sunk. While the Taka is making their way to Konoha, they encounter Madara. He tells them that there's no point in destroying Konoha because it's already been destroyed. Plus, since they completely failed to secure the Eight Tails, they owe the Akatsuki a debt. Madara's got a new idea that will make everyone happy. He wants the Taka to go to the summit of the Five Shadows and assassinate Danzo. Honestly, win-win all around. Sasuke's down since Danzo was heavily involved in the planning of his clan's demise. Meanwhile, Naruto tells the Cloud Ninjas that he won't help them kill Sasuke, but he will help them rescue their master. The next arc begins with the 5 shadows preparing for their final meeting. Each Kage leaves their village, accompanied by 2 bodyguards. The Tsuchikage of the Stone Village is a tiny old man, and the Mizukage of the Mist Village is a gorgeous, although vain, woman. And we already know about the other 3, Gaara, Danzo, and the Raikage. In Konoha, the Cloud Ninjas are still demanding that Naruto tell them about Sasuke's weaknesses. Naruto refuses and even offers to let them beat him up if they really need someone to take their anger on. The Cloud Ninjas oblige him and smack Naruto around, while Sai watches creepily from behind a tree. Also, Danzo orders the Anbu to prioritize finding Kabuto, but only because he thinks Kabuto might have some medical knowledge that could help him improve his right arm and eye. Is that the reason he wanted to be Hokage so bad? Danzo leaves for the Gokage summit with 2 foundation guards and orders that Naruto not be allowed to leave the village. Naruto is still taking an absolute pummeling, just standing there and taking it, when Sai steps in and tells the Cloud Ninja to stop. Team Samui leaves, and Sai brings Naruto to Kakashi and Yamato to get bandaged up. Naruto tells them all about his conversation with the 4th Hokage, and how Madara is the mastermind behind everything. Kakashi and Yamato decide they will accompany Naruto to the summit, where Naruto will try to convince the Raikage to forgive Sasuke. Elsewhere, Danzo and his guards are attacked on the way to the summit. Danzo declares he can handle this himself and reveals a Sharingan eye. What the? I thought these things were supposed to be rare! These attacking ninjas are just random enemies from Danzo's past, and he uses his Sharingan to dispatch them all effortlessly. Meanwhile, Naruto, Kakashi, and Yamato make preparations to leave. They ask Sai not to tell Danzo what they're doing, and Naruto congratulates Konohamaru on how strong he's gotten before saying goodbye. The 3 of them trail behind Team Samui from a distance, following them back to the Raikage. Pretty much everyone is on a collision course to meet at the 5 Shadows Summit in the frozen Land of Iron. A land that doesn't have any ninjas of its own. It has samurai. The Land of Iron is a remote and politically neutral nation, which is why they choose to meet here. While the Taka look for the perfect opportunity to assassinate Danzo, Naruto reaches the Raikage on his way to the summit. He asks the man to please forgive Sasuke for kidnapping his brother so they can end the cycle of revenge. The Raikage refuses and tells Naruto that he's acting very un-ninja-like. The Cloud Ninjas leave the Leaf Ninjas behind and continue on towards the summit. The 5 Gokage meet and the summit commences. The meeting is mediated by the general of the Land of Iron samurai, Mifune. Gaara starts the meeting off by saying how frustrated he is that it took this long for them to discuss the threat of the Akatsuki collecting all the Biju. There's a whole lot of politicking until the Raikage gets sick of it and smashes the table, causing everyone's bodyguards to jump out. The Raikage accuses all the other villages of working with the Akatsuki in the past, and both Gaara and the Mizukage have to admit that, yeah, their predecessors definitely did that. Danzo tries to get things back on track by telling everyone that Madara is the head of the Akatsuki and proposing a solution, a united ninja army made up of mostly elite shinobi from each of the 5 villages. And who exactly would be in charge of this powerful force? Well, I'm guessing Danzo has his eyes on that position as well. Back in Konoha, Sai tells Sakura about Naruto's mission. He tells her that Naruto is putting himself through absolute hell to try and bring Sasuke back, and Sai has figured out why. It's all because Naruto made a promise to Sakura, and his love for her has made him determined to keep it. Sai says that Sasuke himself is basically a curse mark for Sakura and Naruto, holding them back from ever truly being happy. The sad thing is, he's not wrong. Mifune, a guy who's supposed to be neutral, nominates Danzo to lead the joint task force. The Raikage protests, and everyone starts to get a little suspicious about this impartial judge. Back in Konoha, Naruto's friends have made a decision. Shikamaru, Choji, Kiba, and the rest of the Leaf Gang are sick and tired of Sasuke's emo ass. Everybody has put their lives on the line to save him, but time and time again, he rejects their help and just becomes more evil. Even Ino has to admit he's far too gone. Shikamaru comes to Sakura as she's talking to Sai and tells her that they've all agreed they need to kill Sasuke themselves to break the cycle of war and revenge. Sakura is heartbroken, but she's ultimately convinced. Sasuke has caused her loved ones far too much pain, and he's shown no signs of stopping. The only one left to convince is Naruto, but that's gonna be a real tough nut to crack. Back at the summit, one of the Mizukage's bodyguards accuses Danzo of using his Sharingan to manipulate Mifune. Apparently, he stole the Sharingan eye from Shisui, Itachi's friend that he was accused of killing. Before a fight can break out, Zetsu suddenly appears in the center of the Hokage and warns them that Sasuke is in the building. The Raikage demands that Zetsu tell them more and then snaps his neck when he doesn't answer. No way it's that easy. Then, the Raikage tells everyone else to keep an eye on Danzo while he goes to deal with Sasuke himself. The samurai of the Land of Iron are all ordered to search for Sasuke. Elsewhere in this frozen land, Naruto is confronted by Madara. Naruto, Kakashi, and Yamato all spring into action immediately, but Madara reminds them they have no idea how to actually hit him with any attack. Besides, he's just here to talk about Sasuke. And at the summit, Sasuke slaughters the samurai hunting him. Man, they looked so cool. Karin notices that Sasuke's chakra has changed, becoming colder and stronger. Just then, the Raikage arrives, shirtless, ready to get his revenge. The Taka face off with the Raikage and his guards, but they're no slouches. The guards blast Sasuke back with water jutsu, and the Raikage snaps Suigetsu's greatsword with pure strength. Inside, the Hokage keep bickering and accusing each other. This is how the Five Shadows act. Outside, Jugo enters his second state to protect Sasuke. And Jugo is defeated on the first panel of the next chapter. They didn't make this guy Raikage for nothing. Jugo reveals he only let the Raikage get close to hit him with a point-blank chakra blast, but even that does nothing to him. Meanwhile, Madara has just finished telling Naruto the whole truth behind Itachi's massacre of the Uchiha clan. Naruto asks why Madara manipulated Sasuke to go down this dark path, but Madara says it was his fate all along, part of a cycle that has been going on for hundreds of years. See, the father of all shinobi, also known as the Sage of Six Paths, had two sons. The older one got his father's powerful eyes and chakra. The younger got his father's speed and strength. On his deathbed, the sage chose his younger son as his successor because he believed he was the more peaceful of the two. The older brother was enraged and declared war. Over time, the younger brother founded the Senju clan, and the older created the Uchiha. This rivalry has played out countless times throughout history, including Madara versus the first Hokage, Jiraiya versus Pain, and now Naruto versus Sasuke. Hatred is Sasuke's destiny. It's his ninja way. While Sasuke continues fighting the Raikage, Naruto insists to Madara that he will be the one to break this cycle and save Sasuke. Kakashi asks Madara why he's doing all this. World domination was Pain's goal, but what does Madara really want with the Biju? He cryptically responds that he wants to become a complete form and leaves. Back at the fight, Sasuke tries using Amaterasu, but the Raikage is able to teleport away to dodge the flames. He attacks Sasuke, but Sasuke uses Susanoo for the first time to protect himself. The Susanoo gives Sasuke a chakra shield covered in black flames, but the Raikage doesn't even care. Sacrificing his left arm, he punches Sasuke straight through the flames. Suddenly, Gaara interrupts the fight by putting a wall of sand between the two fighters. The Raikage uses his other hand to chop off the arm covered in black flames. Oh, so he's that guy. Gaara tries to relate to Sasuke, saying that he used to be angry like Sasuke before Naruto changed his way of thinking. Sasuke has no interest in hearing how great Naruto is, and attacks Gaara with Amaterasu. Gaara blocks with sand, and his guards Temari and Kankuro attack along with the Rain Ninjas. Sasuke blocks them all with an even more developed Susanoo. Sasuke's badass new skeleton warrior friend smashes the chamber walls, causing everything to come crashing down. Sasuke grabs Karin in all the chaos and asks her to bring him straight to the Kage meeting room. As soon as he enters, he's attacked by Mifune. Danzo escapes, and when Sasuke tries to go after him, he's stopped by the Mizukage. The head of the Mist Village, surprisingly, can shoot lava out of her mouth, and Sasuke is only saved by his Susanoo. Sasuke is starting to get worn out from constantly fighting and developing the Mangekyou's techniques, and just when things seem hopeless for him, he gets a power boost from Zetsu, who absorbs chakra from everyone and gives it to Sasuke. Hey, thanks mysterious villain we know nothing about. The Tsuchikage, whose name is Onoki, then decides to step in and show everyone he's not just a useless old man. He uses particle style, atomic dismantling jutsu, which honestly just looks and sounds OP as hell. He claims that he just took Sasuke apart on the atomic level. All the sand and rain ninjas arrive thinking that Sasuke's dead, but just then, Madara appears holding Sasuke's body and tells the Hokage he wants to share his master plan with them. In Konoha, Sakura, Kiba, Sai, and Rock Lee are setting off for the Land of Iron. They're committed to killing Sasuke, but first they're gonna talk to Naruto and try to get him on their side. At the summit, Madara teleports Sasuke away so he can talk to the Hokage. His plan, which has the super cool codename the Eye of the Moon, is to achieve the ultimate form of being, one that unites Madara with all living things. So remember the night that Itachi killed his family, when he told Sasuke to go read a stone tablet in a secret room? That tablet, which can only be read by a ninja with ocular jutsu, was left behind by the Sage of Six Paths himself. It tells the story of a being so powerful that it threatened the world itself. That monster was the Ten Tails. The sage possessed the Ten Tails inside him, but he was worried that when he died, there would be nobody strong enough to tame it, and it would destroy the world. So, right before he died, the sage sealed the Ten Tails chakra and split it into 9 pieces, which became the Biju. After taking away the monster's chakra, he threw its body into space, where it became the moon. So, all this time, the moon has been a sleeping god? Cool. Now, Madara wants to reunite all the Biju so he can take the power of the Ten Tails for himself, and put every human on Earth under one giant genjutsu, the infinite Tsukuyomi. He will control the thoughts and actions of every single person, and the world will be peaceful. Boring, but peaceful. Madara asks the Hokage to help him with this plan by handing over the last 2 Jinchuriki, Killer Bee and Naruto. The Hokage refuse, of course, so Madara announces that this is the official start of the 4th Great Ninja War, and God, I hope it's the last. Madara declares war on everyone and dips, leaving the Hokage pretty much shocked. They go back to the idea of creating a united ninja army, but since they don't trust Danzo at all, Konoha won't be allowed to join until they pick a new Hokage. Good call. The Raikage is happy to learn that his brother is still out there somewhere, and Gaara suggests that they place Naruto and Killer Bee under protective custody. Once they find them, at least. At that moment, Naruto is training some more with Sage Mode when Sakura and her team arrive to talk with him, and Killer Bee is practicing his singing with Master Sabu when Kisame arrives to end these men's music careers. While Kisame starts fighting this very odd hip-hop group, Danzo and his men are fleeing from the summit. They're being followed by a guard from the Mist Village, but Danzo throws him off their scent with a trap. At the meeting, they decide the Raikage would be the best option to command the joint ninja army, and with Naruto, Sakura takes a very unexpected approach to convincing Naruto. She tells him she loves him. Damn, that's twice in 1 week this kid's been confessed to by a girl. She claims that she realized she was being silly for holding on to her feelings for Sasuke all this time, because Naruto is obviously the better choice. Naruto is unconvinced. But Sakura is persistent. Why wouldn't she love Naruto? He's strong and kind and is always there for his friends. Still, Naruto pushes Sakura away. He knows she's not just lying to him, she's lying to herself. Naruto tells Sakura that even if she doesn't care about Sasuke anymore, he has his own reasons for wanting to bring Sasuke back. Sakura and her team leave to try and find Sasuke by themselves, and Sai secretly leaves an ink clone behind to watch Naruto. Over at Killer Bee's fight, things are getting crazy. Killer does some John Wick jutsu and throws a pencil with enough force to blast through a tree, but Kisame dodges it. Killer tries to summon his 8 Tails chakra cloak, but Kisame's sword can absorb all his chakra instantly. This might be the single worst matchup for Killer Bee. Remember the mist ninja that was following Danzo? Well, he has a Byakugan eye, and Danzo really wants it because he loves collecting eyes. So apparently, Danzo has sent one of his guys to try and take the Byakugan, and he's struggling. It's basically a B-plot that we don't need to spend too much time on. But in the Killer Bee plot, see what I did there? Kisame's sword is growing bigger the more chakra it eats. Killer Bee enters a hybrid version of the full 8 Tails form, where he's still in full control of his body. Kisame is seriously injured by this stronger form, but he can heal himself with the chakra his sword has collected. Also, he fuses with his sword and becomes a shark. So there we have it. It's a rapper fighting a shark. The 4th Ninja World War, folks. Kisame creates a giant dome of water, and he's able to move around easily in his new shark form. Killer Bee and Sabu can't even breathe, so Killer tries to escape, but Kisame can just move the water dome to keep his enemies in the center. Killer Bee manages to get his master out, but Kisame takes the rest of his chakra. The water dome is dispelled, and Kisame is about to chop off Killer Bee's feet so he can't move when his own sword rebels against him. Apparently, the sword really liked the tasty chakra it got from Killer Bee, so much so that it decides to transfer the chakra back to him. Kisame kicks his sword away and prepares to finish Killer off with a normal dagger. At the last second, the Raikage arrives to save his brother. Apart, they're formidable. Together, these brothers are unstoppable. In a single attack, the legendary double lariat, Kisame is beheaded. That was quick as hell! In the Land of Iron, Suigetsu and Jugo were left after Sasuke got teleported away by Madara. They try stealing samurai suits to blend in, but are quickly captured. And meanwhile, the Mizukage saves her bodyguard with the Byakugan eye, foiling Danzo's plan again. Then, Sai's clone approaches Naruto to tell him something that Sakura chose not to. Sai reveals to Naruto that Sakura was so busy pretending to be in love that she forgot to mention they're planning on killing Sasuke. In fact, Sakura believes it is all her responsibility to kill Sasuke herself, which is bold. She's gotten tougher, but what chance does she have against the Mangekyo? Sai says he had to tell Naruto this out of loyalty to Team 7. Before Naruto can fully process this, the Sand siblings arrive to talk to Naruto. And elsewhere, Madara confronts Danzo. I know it's a lot of confrontations, but we're almost to the good part of Ninja World War IV, I promise! After hearing that Madara declared war, Kakashi and Yamato decided to return to Konoha to make a plan of action. Gaara says he will protect Naruto from here on out, but if Naruto is resolved to face Sasuke again, Gaara will support him. Meanwhile, Danzo prepares to fight Madara. As expected, Madara wins easily due to his intangibility. He phases through all the attacks that Danzo's men throw at him and uses some kind of vortex jutsu to warp them away. We're starting to get a better idea of what his ability is. It seems to involve traveling between dimensions. Elsewhere, immediately after saying he would protect Naruto, Gaara and his siblings head back to their home village. Wow, thanks man! Then, instead of just attacking Danzo himself, Madara warps in Sasuke and Karin from the dimension they were being held in. Madara encourages Sasuke to take his revenge by killing Danzo. And, as if Sasuke needed any more motivation, Danzo reveals his right arm, one that's implanted with many Sharingan eyes. I told you, this guy loves to collect them. Sasuke already knows the answer, but he asks Danzo to confirm that he ordered Itachi to slaughter his own clan. Instead of answering, Danzo charges forward, but is immediately grabbed by Susanoo's giant ghostly hand. On the other side of things, Kakashi decides he will chase after Sakura to make sure she doesn't get herself killed, while Yamato takes Naruto back to the village. Naruto thinks about how he's the only one who still believes in Sasuke after everything he's done. Suddenly, he begins to hyperventilate and collapses to the ground. Then, Danzo admits to Sasuke that he gave Itachi the order, but says it was a necessary sacrifice to maintain peace. Enraged, Sasuke squishes Danzo with Susanoo's giant hand, but somehow, Danzo appears behind Sasuke and says this will be a battle of the eyes. Sasuke smashes Danzo again, but he just appears somewhere else unharmed. Amaterasu, same thing. This is no genjutsu. He's actually somehow surviving these fatal moves. Sasuke summons a giant bird, because I guess that's something he can do now. Danzo taunts him, telling Sasuke that he's throwing away everything Itachi fought for. Karin realizes each time Danzo uses this ability to survive attacks, the eyes on his arm close one by one. Then, Danzo turns around and finds himself looking directly at Itachi. This is just a genjutsu, of course, and Sasuke tries to take the opportunity to skewer Danzo, but he freezes. At some point in the fight, Danzo placed a paralysis mark on Sasuke's body. Sasuke gets so angry that his Susanoo grows even stronger and fires a massive arrow. Danzo dodges the arrow, but Karin deduces that if he dodged it, he must have been worried that it could kill him. Therefore, he's vulnerable right now. She yells this to Sasuke, and this time Susanoo hits Danzo with an arrow head on, but he still survives it and appears somewhere else uninjured. Madara realizes he must be using an ability of the Sharingan that is forbidden even by the Uchiha, Izanagi. Izanagi is without a doubt the most busted, reality-altering ability that we have seen yet. For a few seconds after it's activated, Izanagi can take anything bad that happens to its user and rewrite it as a dream. Essentially, it makes it so that even serious injuries or death just never happened at all. To be honest, that could have come in super handy for the Uchiha clan. Why'd they forbid it? Are they dumb? Well, it does come with a pretty heavy cost. Using it can cause a Sharingan eye to shut permanently, so it's only super useful if you happen to have 10 eyes on your arm. Also, it can only be used by someone with Uchiha and Senju blood. Danzo can only use it because he's a freak who loves implanting other people's body parts into himself. Danzo is down to just 5 eyes now and needs to beat Sasuke before they all close. Sasuke figures this out and knows it's just an endurance battle. He uses every technique he has against Danzo, and pretty soon Danzo is down to just 1 eye. The two ninjas clash and stab their swords right into each other. Danzo believes that Izanagi was active during this, so he should be unarmed while Sasuke is severely wounded. But Sasuke used a genjutsu to make Danzo think he had 1 eye open on his arm, when in reality, it was already closed. Karin heals Sasuke's injuries, and Danzo begins to die. All the different abilities he implanted into himself over the years go berserk, and Danzo has to chop off his own right arm to stop himself from turning into a tree. Just normal battle stuff. Desperate, Danzo takes Karin hostage. Sasuke then does perhaps the most unforgivable thing he's done yet. He doesn't even try to save Karin and just fatally stabs a Chidori blade through her into Danzo. Did all of those times you bit her mean nothing? Danzo is Dunzo. He thinks back on his life and is frustrated that for all these years, he was always second best to the third Hokage, even though Danzo was more willing to make the hard decisions to protect his village. He was passed over as Hokage for someone he considered weaker. Wanting to be more like the late Hokage, Danzo declares that he will at least make himself useful in death by taking Sasuke and Madara with him. Of course, as we've learned over the last 500 chapters, self-destruct attacks pretty much never work. Meanwhile, Sakura's team is getting closer to Sasuke's location. Sakura tries to knock out all of her comrades so she can face Sasuke alone, but Sai stops her, and as predicted, Madara and Sasuke are completely fine, and Sasuke is ready to continue on towards the Leaf Village. Madara tells Sasuke he should return to their hideout. He's been overusing his eyes, and they're starting to lose vision. At the same time, Naruto wakes up to find Kakashi gone. Yamato tells Naruto he's taking him back to the village, but Naruto just sneaks out to chase after Sakura, and over with Sai, he's being a real one, telling his comrades that he won't let them kill Sasuke for Naruto's sake. Kiba and Lee act to get away from him, but in the chaos, Sakura manages to actually knock all her teammates out with a gas bomb. Back with Sasuke, Madara encourages him to finish off Karin, who's barely alive on the ground. Madara warps away, leaving Sasuke alone. Karin remembers the first time she met Sasuke, when he saved her from a giant bear attack. Aww. Right as Sasuke is about to execute Karin, Sakura arrives, and she tells Sasuke that she wants to join him. Are you serious, Sakura? Kakashi is hot on Sakura's trail and comes across the teammates she knocked out. Sakura tells Sasuke she'll do anything to be by his side, even if that means destroying her home village. Again, Sasuke says she needs to prove herself by killing Karin. Sakura, obviously, would never actually betray Konoha. She ain't that kind of girl. She walks towards Karin, trying to come up with a way to kill Sasuke, but then Karin tries to warn Sakura that Sasuke is about to kill her. Sakura is narrowly saved by Kakashi, who is deeply disappointed that his former student had no hesitation about killing Sakura. Kakashi tells Sakura that as his teacher, it's his responsibility to take care of Sasuke, not hers. And as Naruto gets closer, Kakashi prepares to fight his once favorite student, now greatest failure. We're now in the 14th arc. I know, it's been a journey. The countdown to the final war. Sakura is healing Karin while Kakashi faces Sasuke. Sasuke is enraged by Kakashi's Sharingan, saying it's proof that the whole Leaf Village only ever used the Uchiha clan for their powers, then discarded them. He attacks with Susanoo, but Kakashi counters with his own Mangekyo. Just then, all the constant usages of his eye catches up to Sasuke, and he goes blind. Sakura takes the opportunity to ambush Sasuke from behind, but right before her kunai reaches him, she hesitates. Sasuke whirls around to kill her, and Kakashi won't make it in time. In the nick of time, Naruto arrives and pulls Sakura out of the way. OG Team 7 reunion! Naruto tells Sasuke that he knows the whole truth about Itachi. And hey, having the leaders of your village tell your brother to slaughter your whole family just because they might cause a war at some point? That's no picnic. But Sasuke is far too gone for Naruto's talk jutsu to have any effect. He says killing Danzo made him feel incredible, like he was finally restoring the Uchiha name. Kakashi insists that this is still his responsibility, but Naruto ignores him and charges forward. The two boys clash with another Chidori versus Rasengan. Then they find themselves in a white void, where Naruto tells Sasuke that he's happy he knew him. Sasuke just says that Naruto has two options: get killed by Sasuke or take Sasuke's life and return to Konoha as a hero. Naruto rejects both options. Back on the physical plane, both boys are thrown backwards by the force of their attacks. Sasuke is caught by Zetsu, who, as usual, was peeping the whole fight. Madara warps in too, and tells Sasuke that this fight isn't part of their plan. Before they retreat though, Naruto tells Sasuke that he already knows what the outcome would be if they fought at full strength. They would both die. And if beating each other to death is what it takes for them to finally understand each other, so be it. That's what friends do. They're both ready to throw down right there, but Madara warps himself, Sasuke, and Zetsu away. Probably a good call, since, as you'll remember, Sasuke can barely even see now. He tells Madara that he's made up his mind to implant Itachi's eyes in his head to get even stronger and shut Naruto up for good. Team 7 then heads back to Konoha with an injured Karin. In the Cloud Village, the Raikage returns victorious with Killer Bee carrying Kisame's sword. They don't know is that the Kisame they all killed was just a fake, and the real one's hiding inside his sword. This was his plan all along. Yikes. Meanwhile, there's another player on the board ready to make things even more chaotic. Kabuto has gotten really good at using Orochimaru's powers as his own, and he's ready to launch his own master plan. Moving on, there's some more boring political stuff as they begin to assemble the United Ninja Army. Team 7 picks up the comrades that Sakura knocked out and returns to the village, where Naruto tells them to back off of Sasuke for their own good. He's the only one capable of handling Sasuke's hatred. Next, Kakashi finally agrees to become the next Hokage for the sake of the village. But right before it's made official, Tsunade wakes up from her coma. And on the dark side of things, Sasuke's operation is complete. He's got a brand new set of eyes and can't wait to use them. Remember Gerotora, that toad that holds the key to the Nine-Tails seal? The one that was supposed to find Naruto if anything happened to Jiraiya? Well, he's still not sure that it's such a good idea, so he asks the Great Sage Toad what he thinks. He asks for Naruto to be summoned there so they can decide for themselves if he's ready. In Konoha, Karin plays the victim card and pretends like she was forced to work for the bad guys, but no one's really buying it. Kakashi thanks Tsunade for waking up because he did not want the responsibility of being Hokage. Then Tsunade calls a meeting to discuss Madara's declaration of war, while Naruto is teleported back to Toad Mountain. The Great Toad Sage says he had a dream that Gerotora stored himself inside Naruto, and that's good enough for them to go ahead with it. Finally, Kabuto pays a visit to Madara and asks for an alliance. Madara asks Kabuto what he can offer, and turns out it's actually a lot. Using Edo Tensei, the same forbidden jutsu that Orochimaru used to reanimate the past Hokages, Kabuto resurrects all the Akatsuki members that have died so far. This war just got a lot tougher for the good guys. Kabuto has just reanimated Itachi, Sasori, Deidara, Nagato, and Kakuzu. In exchange for his help, Kabuto asks for Sasuke to be handed over to him for research purposes. Madara refuses at first, but Kabuto resurrects one more person. And when Madara sees him, he has no choice but to agree to Kabuto's terms. I wonder who that is. Madara says Kabuto can do whatever he wants with Sasuke, but only after they win the war. Meanwhile, Naruto hesitates to accept the key to the Nine-Tails seal. He's worried about losing control and hurting his loved ones again, but he knows he'll need the power of the Nine-Tails to beat Sasuke. So ultimately, he accepts the key. In the Cloud Village, Kisame is still hiding inside his sword, listening in on all the Raikage's war plans. After Naruto disgustingly swallows Gerotora to store the key, the Great Toad Sage tells him about another dream he had, where Naruto was trained by an octopus. Naruto is teleported back to the Leaf Village and is immediately asked for his autograph by two randos. Kid's getting famous! A few days later, the five shadows meet again, but it goes a lot smoother this time with Tsunade instead of Danzo. They agree to protect Naruto and Killer Bee by hiding them on a small island in the Land of Lightning. Oh, wait, looks like finding this octopus will be easier than he thought. Naruto can't wait to just chill on an island paradise, but when they get there, they find it's a terrifying hellscape of jagged rocks and creepy crawlies. Aw, man. His ship is attacked by a giant octopus, but of course it's just Killer Bee waiting to greet them. Naruto is astounded by how much control Killer Bee has over his Biju, but he's not crazy about the rapping. Apparently, Killer Bee has already tamed all the creatures on this island, including a giant King Kong gorilla. Naruto asks Killer to train him in controlling the Nine-Tails, but Killer would just rather enjoy his island vacation. Naruto tries rapping, but he's so bad that it actually offends Killer Bee. He even tries his ninja centerfold technique on the guy, but Killer Bee just won't budge. Naruto asks the island's caretaker Motoi for help, and the guy agrees to bring Naruto to Killer Bee's training grounds. Naruto arrives at the Waterfall of Truth and is told that if he enters the waterfall, he will face his inner self. Naruto steps in and finds himself inside his own mind, facing a dark, evil version of himself. This dark Naruto represents all the hatred and anger in Naruto's heart, feelings spawned from years of loneliness and rejection. Naruto tries to kick his own ass, but I don't think this is that kind of fight. The two Narutos are evenly matched, but until Naruto can defeat this guy, the Nine-Tails power will be corrupted by hatred. Naruto returns to the real world and asks Motoi how Killer Bee overcame his dark side. Apparently though, Killer Bee has always been a cheerful guy. Having the Raikage as his older brother definitely helped a lot. Motoi also says he probably isn't the best guy to be talking about Killer Bee, cause, well, 30 years ago, Motoi tried to kill him. Hey, it happens. See, the previous Jinchuriki for the Eight-Tails was a lot worse at keeping the beast inside. It broke out many times and attacked the Cloud Village, including, at one point, killing Motoi's father. Motoi knew that Killer Bee was going to be the next Jinchuriki, and he thought that by killing him, he could prevent the Eight-Tails from causing any more harm. Of course, Motoi was only 5 years old at the time and decided he couldn't go through with it. At first, Killer Bee was hated by his village, but as he gained more control of the Eight-Tails and protected the village, he started to become a hero. Motoi has always worried that Killer Bee hates him because he almost killed him as a child. A while after Motoi tells this story, he's attacked by a real giant squid, and Killer Bee saves him. It turns out he had no idea Motoi tried to kill him, but when he finds out, he doesn't even care. What a chill dude. Naruto is surprised by the fact that Killer Bee fully trusts a man who once tried to kill him. He returns to the Waterfall of Truth and faces Dark Naruto again. Instead of fighting him, Naruto tells his dark self that he never would have gotten to where he is today without those bad feelings, but he doesn't need them any longer. He embraces his dark side, literally, and Dark Naruto fades away. Wait, that was all it took? Killer Bee is impressed and agrees to teach Naruto the next step in controlling the Nine Tails. He brings Naruto inside a massive chamber and tells him this is where he'll be fighting the Nine Tails. First up, Naruto needs to stick his head inside the mouth of a scary statue. If his heart isn't pure, his head will be chomped off. Naruto sticks his head inside, but nah, it was just a prank. Wait, do we really have time for this? Killer Bee then tells Naruto to undo the seal on the Nine Tails, then use his own chakra to yank out the fox's chakra. Basically, it's a big old game of spiritual tug-of-war. Naruto opens the gate inside him, holding back the fox, and tries to grab its chakra, but the fox isn't given up easily. Inside his own subconscious, a huge battle rages between Naruto and the fox. Killer Bee helps him out a tiny bit. Naruto enters Sage Mode and uses a giant Rasen Shuriken to weaken the fox, then grabs his chakra again and pulls. The Nine Tails' hatred starts to leak into his chakra, poisoning Naruto's mind. Just when he can't take it anymore, a woman appears in front of him. Naruto has already met his dad inside his subconscious, so it's really only fair he gets to meet his mom too, right? Naruto embraces his mother Kushina and tells her there's a lot he wants to ask her about, but first they need to finish taming the fox. Naruto's joy at meeting his mom overpowers the fox's hatred, and he manages to calm the fox for now. Afterwards, Kushina explains that her being there is another precaution Minato took, designed to appear whenever Naruto opened the seal. Naruto asks his mom how she and his father met. Kushina's family moved to Konoha when she was a kid, and on her first day of school with Minato, she boldly declared that she would be the first female Hokage. Her fiery personality earned her the nickname Red Hot Habanero, and she quickly grew close to Minato, who had the same dream of becoming Hokage. Apparently, Kushina has a unique kind of chakra, so one day she was kidnapped by cloud ninjas. Minato found and rescued her by following strands of Kushina's red hair that she left as a trail. After that day, she fell in love with Minato, and they became inseparable. Naruto says that since he's the product of Red Hot Habanero and the yellow flash of Konoha, that makes him Konoha's Orange Hokage. Well, this has been a beautiful reunion and all, but Naruto still needs to claim that fox chakra for himself. With the power of motherly love, plus a ton of clones and about 100 Rasengans, Naruto is finally able to pull out all of the Nine Tails' chakra. Naruto puts the fox back in its cage and closes the gate again, but promises he won't leave him alone in there for long. Before she says goodbye for good, Kushina says she needs to tell Naruto about the day of his birth, when this whole fox mess began, starting with the fact that the Nine Tails Jinchuriki before Naruto was Kushina herself. Kushina originally came from a place called the Land of Eddies and belongs to the Uzumaki clan. They were a clan that specialized in sealing jutsu, and their crest is the one that has always been on the back of Naruto's jacket. During one of the Great Wars, Kushina's home village was destroyed, and they were forced to find a new home. Since Kushina's chakra was so especially powerful, she was invited to come live in Konoha and become the next Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Before her, the Nine Tails was held by the first Hokage's wife, but she needed a successor. After the Biju was transferred into Kushina, Madara waited for the perfect opportunity to release the monster and destroy Konoha. See, there's only one time when a Jinchuriki's seal naturally weakens: during the act of childbirth. When Kushina got pregnant, the village took precautions and had her give birth outside the village, protected by Black Ops ninjas. However, Madara managed to get past the guards and took Naruto hostage just seconds after he was born. Madara tossed Naruto back to his father, but not before sticking an explosive tag on him. Minato managed to save his son, but Madara took the opportunity to kidnap Kushina and release the Nine Tails from inside her. The fox came out, and right as it was about to crush Kushina, Minato arrived to save her. He brought his wife back to their house and told her to stay there with Naruto while he took care of the Ninetales. All of the Leaf Ninjas sensed the fox approaching and mobilized to try and stop it from destroying the village. Minato tried to draw away the fox's attention by attacking it, but Madara kept getting in his way. With Madara seemingly invulnerable, Minato realized the only time he could land a hit was at the exact moment Madara attacked him. They charged at each other, and Minato managed to fake out Madara by swapping places with a kunai. He hit Madara in the back with a full power Rasengan. Madara accepted his defeat and retreated, but they still had the issue of the giant fox kaiju to deal with. Minato summoned Gamabunta to hold the fox in place, then teleported them all far away from the village. To his surprise, Kushina was already waiting there with Naruto. She said she wanted to use the last of her strength to reseal the fox inside her, then die, taking the beast with her. Minato says he has a better plan, one that will kill both of them. Okay? It sounds insane, I know, but Minato knew that Madara would never stop trying to destroy Konoha. The only hope they had was to seal the Ninetales inside their son, and hope that someday he would use that power to save everyone. Minato used all his chakra to seal the beast inside Naruto, adding in the safeguards that would allow him and Kushina to talk to their son one last time in the future. He was only able to put half the fox's immense chakra inside Naruto, and planned to take the rest with him to the grave. Minato and Kushina then delivered their final words to their sleeping baby, and died with Naruto in their arms. Back in the present, Kushina apologizes for placing this huge responsibility on Naruto's shoulders, but he tells her there's nothing to be sorry about. As Naruto's mother fades away, she thanks him for giving her and her husband the greatest gift imaginable. Naruto returns to the real world with the nine-tailed chakra at his disposal. When he taps into it, he enters this badass form of pure flaming energy. And with his new abilities, he's able to immediately sense Kisame hiding inside Killer Bee's sword. Kisame reveals himself, but before he can even act, Naruto teleports next to him and hits him with a powerful strike. Naruto isn't quite used to his new power though, so he gets stuck in a wall and Kisame runs away. Meanwhile, Might Guy, who is one of Naruto's guards, arrives at the Waterfall of Truth looking for him. He decides that he hasn't had enough screen time lately, so he enters the waterfall to face his own dark side. Before he can really confront Dark Guy, Kisame bursts in through the waterfall, still merged with his sword. Guy assumes this is his dark self, and does not like how ugly it is, but prepares to fight it anyways. Killer Bee arrives and lets everyone know this isn't a reflection of Guy's psyche, but an escaped Akatsuki member. Kisame tries to escape, but Guy opens 6 of the 8 gates and has Killer Bee launch him forward. Kisame reaches the island's shore and hides a scroll containing vital intel inside the mouth of a shark. He hopes he can at least get a message to Madara telling him the location of this island. Then he summons 100 sharks to hide the one with the scroll. There's only one way Guy can hit them all at once. He opens the 7th gate and launches a giant tiger-shaped chakra attack. Kisame counters with his own giant shark attack. Kisame feels confident that he can absorb the chakra from Guy's tiger, only it isn't actually a chakra-based attack. It's just a normal punch, but one that's so powerful that it creates a powerful aura just from Guy's exertion. Kisame is laid out flat, and Guy brings him back to the others. They put Kisame into a stockade, and one of the guards with mind-reading jutsu starts searching through Kisame's memories for information. Before he was in the Akatsuki, Kisame was the bodyguard for a group of code-making mist ninjas called the Cipher Corps. One day, they were surrounded by leaf ninjas, and rather than let any of the codes fall into enemy hands, Kisame slaughtered all of his own comrades. His own people frowned upon this, but soon after, Madara came to recruit Kisame Kisame into the Akatsuki, surrounded by other psychopaths. Kisame finally felt like he found a place where he belonged. In the present, Kisame bites down on his own tongue to wake up and interrupt the mind reading. He thinks about how much he believes in the world Madara wants to create and breaks out of his restraints. Kisame immediately creates a sphere of water around himself and summons sharks for protection. He thinks back on the first time he met Itachi. Kisame said that he and Itachi were both horrible, depraved people, but Itachi said, "You never know your true nature until the moment of your death." In the present, Kisame decides to make his final moments worthwhile. He orders his sharks to tear him to pieces, just to prevent any information from falling into enemy hands. Damn, at least he's consistent. Seeing this, Naruto realizes that the Akatsuki aren't as different from him as he thought, because Kisame gave up his life to protect his friends. Guy Sensei says that even though he was an enemy, Kisame lived and died as a true shinobi, and they should all remember his name. Guy opens the scroll Kisame left behind, but obviously it was just a shark booby trap. The real scroll is carried off by a shark, meaning it won't be long before Madara knows where the last two Jinchuriki are. Meanwhile, in the Rain Village, Madara confronts Konan. He's come here to retrieve Nagato's Rinnegan eyes. Madara asks Konan why she and Nagato betrayed the Akatsuki to help out Naruto, and she answers that Naruto is the only person who's allowed them to have hope. Konan points out that her friends were the ones who founded the Akatsuki in the first place, but Madara says that they've just been pawns all along. Madara was the one who implanted the Rinnegan into Nagato as a child, and Madara manipulated them into creating the Akatsuki. Enraged, Konan surrounds the area in a swirling typhoon of paper clips, each one explosive. She thinks about her fallen friends and how she promised she would always support them in their quest for peace, and she actually manages to do what nobody else has: hurt Madara. She slices up his mask and severs his right arm, then uses her paper to split the very lake beneath them. After watching him for so many years, Konan has figured out the weakness to Madara's ability. He can slip between dimensions and materialize wherever he wants, but only for 5 minutes at a time. Madara is surrounded by 600 billion explosive bits of paper, and Konan plans on detonating them all non-stop for 10 minutes. When the attack is over, Madara just stabs her from behind. Yeah, I didn't think it'd be that easy. Madara tells Konan that he used the Izanagi to rewrite his own death. Konan says he shouldn't be able to use that since he doesn't have any Senju DNA, but now she's not so sure. Konan questions whether this truly is Madara Uchiha. The guy says that he is Madara, but he also has the power of the first Hokage, and he sees himself as the second coming of the Sage of Six Paths. Konan tries to kill him one last time, but fails. Before killing her, Madara uses genjutsu to force Konan to tell him the location of Nagato's body. Madara then finds what he was looking for, and reveals that Nagato belongs to the Uzumaki clan. Madara teleports away with Nagato's body, and Konan is left bleeding out in the water. In a flashback, Jiraiya and the three orphans are wearing frog suits for some reason. Jiraiya explains to them a secret code that uses tiles to communicate whether they're home or not. It's a beautiful, emotional chapter that goes through flashes of Konan's life with Yahiko and Nagato. In the end, we see inside their old, abandoned house, all 3 of their tiles are flipped over. These 3 poor orphans whose lives were filled with tragedy and pain, they've all returned home at last. Now, they can all rest in the afterlife with Jiraiya. Beautiful. And back at the Akatsuki hideout, Madara announces that it's finally time to collect the Nine Tails. Back on the island, everyone is worried about their location being leaked, but Motoi tells them not to worry. This isn't just any island. It's a giant goddamn turtle that they're riding on the back of. they can just move somewhere else. Meanwhile, Kabuto volunteers to go collect the last 2 Biju himself. He says he wants to snatch up Yamato as well for his experiments. Madara takes Kabuto deep underground to show off his own experiments. One is a giant Gedo statue with cells from the first Hokage implanted inside. So that's how he got the power of the Senju clan? The other is the army that Madara has been creating for the upcoming war. 100,000 Zetsus. I mean, we've never even seen him fight, but that's a lot of Zetsu. Next, Kabuto heads towards the island/giant turtle on the back of a clay bird. Yeah, he's bringing with him the reanimated Deidara, cause we haven't seen enough of this guy's clay animals, I guess. The Tsuchikage and his guards are flying there as well to provide backup for the Jinchuriki. On the turtle, Naruto and the team are guiding all the animals into caves, so they'll be safe when the Akatsuki attack. When Kabuto and Deidara reach the place where the island should be, the Tsuchikage punches Kabuto out of nowhere. Kabuto's pet snake, a clone of Orochimaru's pet snake, has already found the real island though. Kabuto and Deidara head there with the Tsuchikage chasing them. Deidara sets off a huge bomb underneath the turtle, causing him to flip over on his back. Inside the caves, Naruto and Killer Bee say they'll take care of this themselves, but it looks like the Tsuchikage is committed to being a hero here. While the Tsuchikage fights Kabuto and Deidara, Yamato convinces Naruto to stay in the cave while he goes outside. It kills him to let another teacher risk himself for Naruto's safety, but Naruto puts a smile on his face and agrees. Yamato goes outside, but is quickly captured by Kabuto. Kabuto and Deidara retreat with his prize and return to Madara. Kabuto says he can use Yamato in his experiments to make the Zetsu army stronger. Madara tells him to hurry up because his new Rinnegan eye is itching for battle. Next, to get the island even further away, the Tsuchikage straight up carries the entire turtle back to the Cloud Village. Naruto is still inside the cave, unaware of what happened to Yamato, training with his new chakra. Madara prepares to interrogate Yamato to learn whatever he can about his enemies, but at the same time, Leaf Ninjas led by Anko have found Madara's hideout. All across the land, ninjas put on new headbands, symbolizing the allied shinobi forces. All of Naruto's friends and allies from the last 4 years prepare for battle, but the forces of evil are no joke. With the Edo Tensei, Kabuto has not only reanimated the Akatsuki members, but also all the Jinchuriki that they killed, and a bunch of former Kage, and pretty much just anyone who's died at this point in this series. Granny Chiyo is there, Asuma, Zabuza, and who could forget the 100,000 Zetsus? The stage has been set, and now, for real, the Fourth Great Shinobi War has begun. We're in a giant war now, so there's about to be a lot of simultaneous scenes to jump between, but bear with me. The next arc starts with Anko and a small group of Leaf Ninjas outside Madara's base. Inside, Kabuto forms a group called the Diversion Platoon, made up of Sasori, Deidara, and 2 other randos that they killed. The reanimated shinobi still have their original personalities, but they have no control over their bodies, so they're essentially just strapped in for the ride. Kabuto says he could erase their personalities if he wanted to, but this will just add even more chaos and frustration for their enemies. The Zetsu army travels underground towards Konoha, and Kabuto's platoon attacks Anko's squad. Meanwhile, Gaara is delivering a speech to the allied troops. He talks about how Naruto saved him, and he's now asking all shinobi to lend him their strength to protect Naruto in turn. The troops are all fired up. Speaking of Naruto, he's still training with Killer Bee as the war's first battles start popping off. Kankuro leads the surprise attack unit, which includes Sai and Omoi, a cloud ninja that was part of Team Samui. The unit enters enemy territory to set traps and launch surprise attacks, while other allied forces evacuate the surrounding areas. Kankuro explains to his squad that the only way to deal with the reanimated corpses is to capture Kabuto and force him to undo the Edo Tensei. One of Shino's bug-loving relatives is sent out to do some scouting with his beetles, but Sasori uses his puppeteering jutsu to make the guy attack his own comrades. It gets worse because Deidara planted explosive clay inside the guy and blows up the entire surprise attack unit's base. That was quick. Sorry, Shino's cousin. Everyone but the bug guy makes it out alive, but they're attacked by more reanimated shinobi. Sai realizes that one of these is his brother, the close friend that he made that picture book for. Omoi says he'll show no mercy to these undead warriors. Omoi slashes through all of Sasori's puppet strings, and Kankuro faces Sasori directly for a puppet versus puppet showdown. Deidara is able to use the reanimated ninjas as bombs, and once they're blown apart, they just come right back together again. They really need to deal with Kabuto fast. Sai is forced to fight his own brother, but he drops the picture book on the ground, and it conveniently opens to the picture that Sai finally finished. Him and his brother holding hands and smiling. When his brother sees it, Kabuto's control over his soul is broken. Kankuro manages to trap Deidara and Sasori inside his Iron Maiden coffins, telling Sasori that a true puppet master can never let himself be manipulated by others. Sasori hears these words, and they start to free his soul as well. Turns out, all you need to do to beat these guys is talk it out. As his body crumbles, Sasori tells Kankuro he's giving him the mother and father puppets so he can keep their memories alive. Meanwhile, Anko has been defeated soundly by Kabuto, and on the turtle's back, Naruto is still training. He tries entering his full Biju form, but he's only able to become a tiny fox. This is because he hasn't truly tamed the Ninetales, just taken its chakra. If he uses the Biju form for too long, he'll die. Though I'm not sure how relevant that is when he can't even do it yet. The Eight Tails tells Naruto about a chakra blast move called the Biju Bomb, but he says it's too risky for Naruto to try. However, when Naruto tries a Rasengan using the fox's chakra, Killer Bee realizes it's the exact same move as the Biju Bomb. While Naruto keeps practicing, Madara tells Kabuto to execute Anko right on the spot. Kabuto wants to keep her alive for experiments, saying he can use her to make his Edo Tensei even stronger. But Madara is starting to get suspicious and demands that Kabuto tell him all the secrets of how this forbidden jutsu works. Kabuto knows he can't beat Madara in a fight, so he's forced to accept. Madara brings him two Foundation members, one dead, and tells Kabuto to reanimate the dead one into the body of the living one. Kabuto does it and explains all the specifics of the technique, but it's nothing too surprising. Still though, an ability that gives them an endless supply of unkillable zombie ninjas is maybe the most powerful thing we've seen yet. The Allied forces learn about the underground Zetsu army, and battles rage across the land. Kabuto tells Madara that only he can stop the Edo Tensei and leaves. Before he goes though, Madara sneakily plants a spore from Zetsu onto Kabuto, so I see betrayal in the future. The Allied forces use some Earth-style jutsu to force the Zetsu army out of the ground and begins fighting them. The surprise attack division is under attack by a group of undead that includes Zabuza and Haku. When Kakashi's unit arrives to lend a hand, Zabuza and Haku ask what happened since they died and are proud to learn how far Naruto has come. Aww, that's sweet. Right then, Kabuto starts erasing their personalities to turn these zombies into pure killing machines. Zabuza and Haku then beg Kakashi to end their torment and return their souls to the afterlife. Kakashi's squad, including Sakura, Rock Lee, and Guy, prepare for battle. In the Land of Iron, Suigetsu and Jugo have been locked up, but since everyone left to go fight in the war, they're able to break out easily. Back at the fight, things aren't going great, and they get much worse when Kabuto summons the undead corpses of all 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist. We haven't heard much about the 7 swordsmen, just that they're a legendary group of mist warriors that Zabuza belonged to. They are the one with the cool swords that Suigetsu wanted to collect. Suigetsu is a big fanboy and gives us a brief rundown of all 7 of them. There's one with an explosive sword, one whose sword is a needle that sews people together, one whose sword is a hammer, which makes him not a swordsman, and finally, there's Hozuki, the strongest, who could wield all 7 swords and just happens to be Suigetsu's older brother. Kakashi's squad is fighting all these dudes using pretty much every technique we've seen from the Leaf Ninjas. Kakashi almost hits Zabuza, but Haku blocks him and holds Kakashi in place for a lethal counterattack. Kakashi barely avoids a fatal blow, and Haku is straight up chopped in half. Kakashi accepts that there is no shred of the original Zabuza still in control of his body, because the real Zabuza would at least hesitate a tiny bit before chopping Haku in half. Kakashi is done holding back. He quickly overpowers Zabuza and seals his body inside an unbreakable cocoon of sealing tags. Elsewhere, the allied forces fight the Zetsu army, and these things are terrifying. Humanoid Venus flytraps that grab ninjas and suck out their chakra, and there's thousands of them. And in the desert, Gaara is about to face the reanimated second Tsuchikage. In his lifetime, the second Tsuchikage was also known as the Null Man because he had neither form nor chakra, but his real name was Mu. Mu summons 3 other former Kage, and they all immediately start bickering. Even in death, these old dudes are holding grudges. One of them is the Raikage's dad, which really pisses him off. Tsunade's ex-boyfriend is there, and generally all around, everyone is really annoyed they have to fight every ninja that has ever died. Then, there's a whole lot of war planning that happens. And finally, the OG Zetsu shows up to attack the leaders of the 5 nations, the 5 daimyo. But they haven't really done anything at all this series, so I say let Zetsu have them. The Mizukage, whose name is Mei, is protecting the daimyos. She's prepared plenty of decoys and traps, so Zetsu doesn't find it as easy to capture them as he thought. Elsewhere, Kankuro's division is confronted by reanimated Granny Chiyo and her squad. The current Tsuchikage arrives to help out Gaara, and a cloud ninja named Darui prepares to fight 2 reanimated guys called the Gold and Silver Brothers. Sheesh. Hey, are we sure we don't want to edit this down to maybe following like 2 fights at a time instead of 100? This is getting hard for me to follow. What about them? Back in the war planning room, Tsunade and the Raikage explain the history of these 2 brothers. Apparently, a long time ago, they were eaten by the Ninetails, lived inside him for 2 weeks, then got vomited up, and somehow are able to use a little of the Ninetails' power now. Cool! They also have a very specific technique. They have a sword that can take an enemy's spirit word hostage. Your spirit word is whatever word you've said the most during your life, and once they've taken it hostage, you can't say that word without being instantly captured. One ninja says the word hot and gets sucked into the brother's gourd. Darui assumes that his word is probably drab because he's always unimpressed by things. Darui also realizes that he'll automatically be captured if he stays silent for too long. But how hard is it to talk without saying drab? Well, almost immediately, he calls his enemy a timid rabbit. And if you put those words together, it sounds like drab in the middle, so yeah, harder than I expected. While he's getting sucked into the ground, Darui apologizes to everyone that he has failed. Just then, sorry becomes his new most said word. He escapes the gourd and grabs the brother's sword to turn their technique against them. The silver one calls out his brother's name, but that just so happens to be his spirit word, so he's gone into his own gourd. The remaining gold brother uses his Nine Tails chakra to enter a hybrid Biju form. Meanwhile, Naruto is still training in the caves, but he can sense that someone else out there is using the Nine Tails chakra. Darui is having trouble against a miniature Nine Tails, so the generals send him a special jar used for sealing Biju. All they need to do to activate it is to say the target's name and get them to respond. Shikamaru's team gets involved, and Ino is able to use her possession jutsu to take control of the beast, make it respond to Darui, and seal it inside the jar. I know this manga has always been about the power of talking, but when did it get so literal? Right after their success, Shikamaru's team is confronted by Kakuzu, the guy with all the extra hearts. Kakuzu taunts them and shows them that they'll have to fight their fallen teacher, Asuma. Instead of running away, the three ninjas resolve to put down their teacher before he can hurt anyone else, because that's what Asuma would want. Meanwhile, Kankuro's squad is immobilized by poison gas. Hanzo, the reanimated leader of the Rain Village, is about to finish them off, but they're saved by Mifune, the leader of the samurai. Shikamaru asks Asuma to tell the team that he's proud of them one last time before they destroy him. So sad. Mifune and his samurai are helping out the surprise attack squad, but I bet you're as eager as I am to get back to characters we actually care about. So I think we can hit fast forward on Mifune versus Hanzo. They have a lot of history together and spend a big chunk of time comparing philosophies, but in the end it looks like Mifune takes the upper hand. Then it's revealed that Hanzo inflicted a poison attack on Mifune, so now he's winning. But Hanzo has so much respect for Mifune's samurai ways that he gives him the antidote and stabs himself in the chest. This releases a poison gas that paralyzes Hanzo himself, and the allied forces are able to wrap his body with seals. Meanwhile, Asuma is being forced to fight his students, but the whole time he's giving them tips on how they can beat him. Choji almost lands a devastating hit, but stops at the last minute because he can't bring himself to hit Asuma. Grow up, man. Asuma even tries calling Choji Fatso to try and enrage him into fighting, but he still can't do it. Ino projects her mind into Choji's body and fights for him, until finally Choji is reminded of the vow they all made together, aka his responsibility as a true shinobi of the Leaf Village. Choji powers up and creates a beautiful pair of chakra wings, and this time he doesn't need a little blue pill to do it. Choji, a character who's been ridiculed and made fun of for almost all of his screen time, is finally proving himself as worthy to stand among his friends. Ino possesses two Zetsus and makes them attack Asuma, while Choji pummels his own teacher. Shikamaru ends up pinning Asuma's shadow down using his teacher's own knife. Asuma tells his students that their Ino-Shikacho teamwork was flawless, and that he has nothing left to teach them before they seal his body. But Choji is not done yet. Meanwhile, Naruto is starting to get restless. They haven't told him that everyone is desperately fighting for his sake, but Naruto isn't as dumb as he once was, so he's already figured that out. He tries to leave the caves, but his path is blocked by a group of Leaf Shinobi, including Iruka. Iruka continues to lie to Naruto, telling him he has a really important mission here that involves cataloging new species of animal. Ugh, give me a break. Naruto isn't nearly that stupid, so he enters Sage Mode to try and escape by force. Once he's outside, he's immediately able to sense everyone's chakra all over the world, and he just knows how insane this war has gotten. Iruka tells him the truth, but insists Naruto needs to stay here to prevent Madara from collecting the last two Biju. Iruka tells Naruto that he's like a little brother to him, and he needs to keep him safe. But Naruto rejects this and says his role in all this is more than just hiding and waiting. Naruto flies off to try and end this war himself, but he finds a note from Iruka in his headband. He knew Naruto would never stay put, so all he asks is for Naruto to please come back alive. Killer Bee tells Iruka that he will follow after Naruto and keep him safe while continuing to train him in Biju mastery. Naruto and Killer Bee break through a barrier that has been placed around around the island and heads towards the battlefield. Once they're outside the barrier, Zetsu can immediately sense their chakra and tells Madara about them. Madara says that it is finally time for him to join the fight. Back on the battlefield, Choji has used his incredible power to lead the allied forces to total victory. The Zetsu army is defeated, and all the reanimated ninjas have been sealed. Before they can even take a single breath of relief, Madara arrives and summons an enormous demonic statue. This is the Gedo statue, the vessel for all of the extracted Biju that Madara has been collecting. The allied forces throw everything they have at it, but the statue simply ignores their attacks and sends everyone flying with an explosion of chakra. Naruto taps into the Nine Tails chakra to try and reach the battle faster, but Killer warns him not to use up his energy before the fight. The Raikage decides that he will personally try to intercept the Jinchuriki and stop them from getting involved. Madara uses the chaos caused by his statue to collect the items that were used to seal the gold and silver brothers. Shikamaru worries that if he adds the brothers' Nine Tails chakra to the statue, he'll have collected chakra from all 9 Biju. Remember, they never got Killer B, but they did get one of his tentacles, and I guess that's enough. Madara retreats with the items, and night begins to fall on the first day of the battle. It's estimated that both sides lost half their forces in the first day. Jeez. I'm not sure I see what's so great about this fourth ninja war. Naruto continues to use the fox's chakra to move faster, and inside his subconscious, the fox insults Naruto for wasting his precious chakra. The fox tells Naruto he's naive if he thinks he can win this war and undo Sasuke's hatred all by himself. Naruto has a flashback to the first time he and Sasuke ever sparred together in school. This is a very specific ninja handshake you're supposed to do before and after sparring to show your comrade you respect them as a fighter. Sasuke always refused to do the handshake because he never saw Naruto as an equal. Despite this memory, Naruto is undeterred. He confidently walks straight into the fox's cage, looks him dead in the eye, and declares that he will win this war and bring Sasuke home. Naruto even says that after helping Sasuke, he'll do something about the Nine Tails' hatred too. Back at the battlefield, which is now much quieter, Neji is using his Byakugan to scout for enemies. He collapses from using it too much, and Kiba insists that he go to the medical tent. Reanimated Itachi and Nagato are together, and they're both worried about how much destruction Kabuto can cause by manipulating their ocular jutsu. I mean, this Edo Tensei power is insane. Both these guys have had their real eyes stolen from their bodies, but in their reanimated forms, they still have them? That's just not fair. Over in the medical tent, multiple Mednin are found dead, and the allied forces suspect an enemy in their midst. Sakura refuses to stop treating people, so Neji volunteers to find whoever is doing it. Unfortunately for everyone, the person doing it is Neji. Ooh, this boy better be under some kind of mind control or I'm gonna be so mad at him. Neji enters a tent where Sakura is thinking about Sasuke. Then we see the real Neji is still back at the battlefield, refusing to go to the medical tent. Sakura and the fake Neji talk about how some patients are doing, and Sakura states that fortunately, Tauntaun will still be able to fight. The fake Neji asks Sakura to examine his arm, but tries to assassinate her when her back is turned. She was totally onto him already. Tauntaun is a pig doofus, and you didn't blink when Sakura mentioned a pig fighting. She slams Neji to the ground, and it's revealed to be one of the Zetsu clones. She realizes that when a Zetsu absorbs someone's chakra, it can become a perfect replica of that person. They're using that to their full advantage tonight, launching sneak attacks with Zetsu imposters all across the allied forces. Watch out, guys! Zetsus are among us. Naruto and Killer B get closer to the battlefield, but they're stopped by Tsunade and the Raikage. The Raikage refuses to let them risk losing their Biju to Madara, and Naruto refuses to let anyone else die protecting him. Naruto charges at the Raikage, but apparently he's the fastest shinobi alive ever since Naruto's dad died. The Raikage says Minato made a mistake by not killing the Ninetales 16 years ago. Naruto says his father made no mistakes. Killer Bee steps in to protect Naruto, but the Raikage is willing to kill Naruto or even his own brother if it'll stop the resurrection of the Ten Tails. Killer Bee tells his brother that he isn't just a weapon, he's a man. Killer reminds his brother of the day that they met. See, they're not actually brothers. B is just a title given to the Raikage's partner and bodyguard, the strongest ninja in the village who's capable of bringing out the Raikage's full power in a fight. Killer Bee was chosen for this role at a young age because he showed incredible fighting potential. He fought for the Cloud Village with the future Raikage at his side, but they kept losing comrades to the Eight Tails rampages. Eventually, Killer Bee was chosen as the next Jinchuriki, but the Raikage promised he would always be there for Killer as a person, not just a vessel. One day, the Raikage got in a fight with Minato and was barely saved by Killer Bee using his Eight Tails power. Minato was impressed with how well Killer controlled the Biju's power, but said that they needed to figure out what was most important to Killer. Naruto interrupts this lovely flashback by attacking the Raikage. Killer Bee uses a lariat on his brother, and together with Naruto, they force the Raikage back. Seeing how they fight together, Tsunade changes her mind and announces she'll let the two Jinchuriki join the fight. But the Raikage still needs to finish his flashback. On the day his father died and Guy officially became the Raikage, he started to push Killer Bee away and treated him like a tool. Is that it? Get that out of your system? Killer Bee overpowers his brother in the present, and the Raikage is forced to admit that his brother is the stronger one. The allied forces keep working on their little Zetsu imposter problem, while Naruto cools things down. He explains to the Raikage how his father gave him the Nine Tails power intentionally, so he could use it to defeat Madara one day. Why didn't you say so earlier? The Raikage still isn't convinced and prepares to use his full power to kill Naruto. Naruto taps into the Nine Tails chakra and is able to move faster than the Raikage, even matching his father's top speed. The Raikage finally respects Naruto's resolve and tells him to go forth. Easy to say that now that you're beaten. Elsewhere, Madara thinks about how Naruto has the same ability to detect evil that the first Hokage's wife had. This will allow Naruto to detect who is actually a Zetsu imposter. At the Allied Forces Research Center, they discover that each Zetsu is essentially a weaker clone of the first Hokage. That's why Kabuto kidnapped Yamato. If they could give his powerful wood jutsu to these clones, they'd be even stronger. Now, the Allied forces know that Madara is basically shoving the Hashirama's cells into everything they can, but that doesn't help them. In fact, it just confirms that Madara may truly be immortal. Naruto and Killer Bee then run into a group of allied shinobi, but Naruto sees through their disguise immediately. He attacks the Zetsu imposters, and since there's no need to hold back against these cloned freaks, he wipes them out almost instantly. The Zetsus all fuse together to create one big old Zetsu, but Naruto just summons a big toad to squash it. Then Naruto creates a bunch of clones and sends them all out to hunt down the imposters. Naruto's zip across the battlefield, kicking undead ass and taking undead names wherever they go. Gaara is facing 4 previous Kage, including his own father. He sends out a massive wave of sand, but his father, who can control metal, nullifies it with a wave of gold dust. You'd think that there'd be a lot more sand around than gold dust, but apparently it's a tie. Gaara faces his father, who asks how Gaara could still be alive without his Biju. Gaara responds that he is no longer the Jinchuriki that his father created. Gaara explains how he lost his Biju and was brought back to life by a nice old woman. The previous Kazekage was shocked by all of this, but most of all by the fact that Gaara actually actually seems to have friends now. Gaara also says he doesn't resent his father because he was only doing what he thought he had to do to protect the village. But this just confuses his dad even more. The two start battling, sand versus gold dust. In the end, Gaara is simply far too powerful and traps all the previous Kage in an embrace of sand. Gaara's father then realizes he should have trusted his children more and tells Gaara that his mother truly loved him. Gaara breaks down in tears at this revelation. Even his uncle Yashamaru didn't hate him. It was just all his father's manipulation. The former Kazekage apologizes for everything and entrusts the future of the Sand Village to his son. It's incredibly therapeutic for Gaara, but two of the Kage are able to escape from his sand. Elsewhere, Naruto and Killer Bee run into Itachi and Nagato. Nagato tells Naruto that he's clearly changed a lot since their fight. Naruto and Itachi both have things they want to ask each other, but rude Kabuto forces his undead puppets to attack. While fighting, Naruto tells Itachi about how Sasuke has gone full evil and is trying to destroy Konoha. Itachi tells Naruto he believes he can be the one to save Sasuke and end the cycle. As the fight continues, Itachi is forced to activate his Mangekyo Sharingan, and a crow flies out of Naruto's mouth. Itachi is about to use Amaterasu on Naruto, but the crow looks him in the eye and stops him in his tracks. Instead, Itachi uses Amaterasu on Nagato's summoned creatures. Itachi explains that his crow is a failsafe designed to break him free from genjutsu and manipulation. This is only possible because he implanted a Sharingan eye into the crow, a final gift from his friend Shisui. The last time Itachi saw his friend, he had already had one eye stolen by Danzo and asked for the other one to be used to help protect Konoha. Now, Itachi is no longer under Kabuto's control. Back in his hideout, Kabuto realizes that Itachi broke free, but he's mostly just excited to learn there's another Sharingan eye out there for him to steal. Nagato is still a threat though. He grabs Naruto and uses the Six Paths ability that allows him to remove a target's soul. Naruto realizes this version of Nagato can use all of the Six Paths techniques: gravity control, absorbing chakra, summoning. He's a real menace. He's tough enough to hold back Killer Bee while pulling out Naruto's soul. But Itachi saves the day with his Susanoo. Nagato uses his black hole technique and starts sucking everyone in. Itachi suggests that instead of trying to escape its pull, they should focus their attacks on the black hole. They manage to destroy it, and Itachi seals away Nagato's body. As he crumbles away, Nagato tells Naruto he must reach Jiraya's dream so that everyone forgets about the stain on Jiraya's legacy that Nagato was. Once Nagato is gone, Itachi says he will focus on finding Kabuto and stopping the Edo Tensei. Naruto is so focused on ending this war himself that he refuses Itachi's help at first. But Itachi warns him that trying to do everything alone will lead him down a dark path, and Itachi would know about that. Itachi goes to find Kabuto and leaves Sasuke's fate in Naruto's capable hands. Then, over at the big battle, Gaara's forces are still fighting the last few Kage. Gaara then notices a Rasengan coming in from behind Mu. Naruto has finally reached the battle, but Mu manages to dodge his Rasengan barrage. Mu has an incredibly high perception of chakra, so he's essentially impossible to hide from or sneak up on. This would matter if Naruto wasn't fast enough to just hit him directly with another Rasengan before he can do anything. Mu is sent flying, and Gaara holds him down with sand while they wrap up the body. Gaara asks Naruto if he's sure joining the battle is a good idea, but Naruto tells Gaara to trust him. Next up is the Raikage's father, and Naruto's ready to take him out too. Then, all the way back at Madara's hideout, Sasuke finally recovers from his surgery to implant Itachi's eyes. He kills Azetsu with his terrifying completed Susanoo and reveals his perfected Mangekyo Sharingan. Meanwhile, Naruto throws a Rasen Shuriken at the third Raikage, but he dodges it easily. Naruto planned on that though, and the attack changes direction. The third Raikage dodges again, but Naruto counted on that. He's waiting to slam the Rasen Shuriken in at point-blank range. Allied ninjas rush in to seal his body, but the third Raikage starts to prepare his ultimate jutsu before they can. A devastating lightning technique that blasts electricity from his fingertips. Y'all, it's freaking force lightning! One ninja tells Naruto that the third Raikage is legendary for his durability and was only injured once while fighting the Eight Tails. Naruto realizes the only thing that could beat him now is something as powerful as the Eight Tails, a Biju bomb. Sadly, the Biju bomb falls apart while Naruto is trying to form it, because he's barely had any time to practice it. Naruto contacts Killer Bee telepathically to ask the Eight Tails how it injured the Raikage. The Eight Tails says it was a Biju bomb, but both him and the Raikage collapsed before he even used it. Naruto realizes the only attack that ever injured the third Raikage was his own. Naruto lures the Raikage in, and the old guy attacks with his most powerful lightning thrust. Naruto uses Sage Mode to dodge the attack and drives the Raikage's thrust into his own chest. It's a thing of beauty. Elsewhere, Gaara is still fighting the second Mizukage. I'm getting real tired of these Kage, so let's go through this fight double time as well. Gaara and the Tsuchikage work together against the second Mizukage. He has a giant, unbreakable clam that generates mirages and makes him hard to find. Once they finally do break the clam, it releases a giant burst of steam. There's a whole lot more mirage shenanigans, but after a lot of blood, sweat, and sand, Gaara gets the upper hand. He ends up mixing his father's gold dust into his sand and melting it down to trap the Mizukage in an impenetrable gold shell. Or at least a clone of him, but the real one is also trapped in sand. Yay! And now, the Kage have all been returned to the afterlife. Well, not quite. Apparently, they only sealed a clone of Mu, and the real one is still out there regenerating from Naruto's last Rasengan. Naruto himself sends a clone to update Gaara on the situation. Naruto clones are really putting in the heavy work in this war. One arrives to help Shikamaru's team root out the imposters, and another one saves Sakura from being ambushed by an imposter. Another clone saves Hinata from 3 Zetsus at once. Things are looking good with Naruto on the board, but Mu is performing another summoning. Mu summons another reanimated ninja on Kabuto's behalf. We don't see who it is yet, but by judging from the buildup they're giving it, it's probably someone real nasty. Naruto continues to help the allied forces turn the tide of this war, but soon, this newcomer arrives to fight Gaara's unit, and shockingly, it's Madara Uchiha. Hold up a damn second, then who the hell is Toby? The final war arc begins with Madara, the actual Madara, asking Mu who is behind his resurrection. Kabuto speaks directly to Madara through Mu and tells him that his current form should be even stronger than when he was alive. That's enough for Madara, and he instantly attacks the allied forces with a great wall of fire. The allied forces counter with water jutsu, but Madara gets in close and becomes a hurricane of pure destruction, tearing through the troops. The Tsuchikage holds him in place for Naruto to land a Rasengan, but Madara protects himself with a giant Susanoo. Naruto tries a Rasen Shuriken next, but this is the OG Uchiha he's up against. Madara uses Rinnegan eyes to absorb the chakra of the Rasen Shuriken. Kabuto did something to Madara's body to make him even more of a beast than he was in life. But Madara claims this power is all his own. He then summons an enormous goddamn meteor to obliterate all of Gaara's troops at once. Hey, can we have a timeout? Gaara starts evacuating his men from the blast zone, while the Tsuchikage flies up to try and catch the meteor. The old man actually manages to stop the meteor, but Madara asks what they're gonna do about the second meteor. An equally big meteor slams into the first one, and both crash into the ground. The Tsuchikage is severely injured, and Gaara's unit is decimated. It seems that when Madara fought Hashirama way back when, Madara lost the fight, but somehow ended up gaining a bit of Hashirama's power. He uses wood jutsu to attack the survivors with trees shooting out of the ground. The Nine Tails talks to Naruto and tells him he does not like Madara. They have beef from way back, and Madara is always trying to control the fox. So, just this once, he's willingly going to help Naruto fight. With the fox's help, Naruto makes an army of clones to stand against the advancing trees. By this point, all the strongest allied shinobi are exhausted, injured, and at their limits. Meanwhile, Madara looks like he just got up from a really nice nap. Still, the Tsuchikage gets back to his feet and prepares to fight. Madara asks him why he keeps trying, when clearly things haven't improved much all these years if they're having another world war. The Tsuchikage says this time it's different because all the shinobi are fighting together for a better world. Tsunade wants the Hokage to join the battle against Madara as soon as possible, so she uses a risky teleportation technique. It works, and Madara finds himself facing all 5 shadows at once. Tsunade starts healing Gaara and the Tsuchikage, while the Raikage and Mizukage pummel into Madara. The Susanoo blocks pretty much every hit, but the Hokage all have strong defenses of their own. So, this 5-on-1 is actually looking pretty evenly matched. With a combo move from all 5 shadows, they actually manage to break through Susanoo for the first time. Naruto wants to help, but Tsunade tells him he needs to save his strength to fight the other Madara, whoever he really is. Right then, the real Naruto and Killer Bee encounter Tobi. Tobi has 6 reanimated Jinchuriki with him, each one implanted with a Sharingan and a Rinnegan. Naruto is outnumbered, but he doesn't care. He asks Tobi who he really is, but he just replies that he is nobody. All he cares about is carrying out his plan and controlling the world. He says that there is nothing but despair in this world, and 2 Jinchuriki should understand that better than anyone. But Naruto says having a Biju ain't all that bad, and vows to beat the mask right off of Tobi's face. The reanimated Jinchuriki aren't quite as strong as they were in life, but they still have access to their Biju powers. The Rinnegan eyes grant them shared vision just like the 6 paths, so Killer Bee can hardly land a hit on any of them. Naruto notices they have the same chakra receivers that the 6 paths of pain had, and turns his focus to destroying them. It's not working, and Killer Bee says it's too hard to fight this many enemies in a dense forest, so he goes full Biju mode just to level the entire forest. Well, sure, but how does the forest feel about this plan? Someone get the Lorax on the horn. Back at the Allied Forces HQ, it sounds like apart from the fights with Madara and Tobi, the Allied forces have pretty much won all their battles. Shikamaru's dad orders all the divisions to go back up Naruto as soon as their enemies are all sealed. Killer Bee managed to knock down all the Jinchuriki with his massive attack and summons ink clones to pin the 6 of them to the ground. Before they can remove the chakra receivers, all 6 Jinchuriki transform into their own Biju chakra modes. Tobi tries to warp Naruto away so they can all focus on Killer Bee, but right then, Kakashi and Guy arrive to hit Tobi with a combo move. Elsewhere, Suigetsu and Jogo are just wandering around, wondering what happened to their teammates. Are they gonna contribute anything to this war? Anyways, Naruto explains the chakra receivers to Kakashi. It looks like the more the Jinchuriki use their Biju powers, the less control Tobi has over them. The 8 Tails and the 9 Tails have a telepathic conversation, but the 9 Tails just pretends to be asleep and tells 8 Tails to take care of everything. The 9 Tails plays it cool, but Killer Bee realizes that the fox is already lending Naruto his strength willingly. If he wasn't, Naruto would have reached his limit and run out of chakra long ago. Oh, I knew you were a big softy, 9 Tails. The 4 Tails, a giant monkey beast, is trying to crush Naruto in his mouth. Kakashi and Guy want to help, but they've got their hands full with just the 6 Tails. 8 Tails tells 9 Tails that he should lend Naruto even more power, but the fox is sick of being controlled by people, so he only does the bare minimum to stay alive now. Then, Naruto is actually swallowed by the 4 Tails and finds himself facing a smaller, chained-up version of the monkey. He introduces himself as Son Goku and asks if Naruto is here to take his power. Son Goku realizes Naruto already has a Biju, and for the first time, he shares the real name of the fox inside Naruto, Kurama. Naruto tells Son Goku that he wants to be friends with Kurama, like Killer Bee and his Biju are. Son Goku likes this kid's gumption and tells Naruto how to undo his chains. Naruto immediately agrees to free Son Goku, even though Son warns him that you should never trust a Biju. Naruto's just a trusting kind of guy. Then, Tobi tries to absorb the 4 Tails' power while Naruto is inside of it. So, Naruto makes more and more clones until the 4 Tails is forced to spit them all out. Son Goku had told Naruto where his chakra receiver was, so Naruto heads for the monkey's neck to pull it out. He uses the 9 Tails chakra to leap up, but the second he touches the receiver, he is wrapped in chains by Tobi. It was a trap all along. But you think Naruto cares about something like that? He keeps pulling, and with the power of friendship, the power of flashbacks, and the one single clone he left inside the 4 Tails, he keeps trying to get this receiver out. Finally, the chakra receiver comes free. Son Goku gives Naruto a fist bump for all his troubles, but before he can really help out, Tobi reabsorbs the monkey back into the Gedo statue. Naruto has defeated one of the 6 Jinchuriki, but it took almost everything he had. Kurama has been watching all this and starts to realize that Naruto truly is different from other humans. He has no interest in controlling Biju. He genuinely wants to help them if he can. Kurama is now willing to give Naruto even more of his strength, and he also gives Naruto a fist bump inside their subconscious. They merge their chakra together, open Kurama's cage, and are finally ready to work as a team. Just as the enemies are about to launch 5 close-range Biju bombs, Naruto takes a new form of brilliant, pure chakra. He deflects all 5 of the bombs and moves so quickly that for a second, Kakashi swears he's looking at his old teacher, Minato. Naruto transforms again into a giant Kurama form, but this time he's still in control. He also somehow absorbs Kakashi and Guy into his chakra to keep them safe during this insane kaiju fight. Kurama tells Naruto that they'll only be able to keep this form for about 5 minutes, but Naruto says that'll be plenty. Naruto and Kurama, or Narurama as I like to call them, zip around the forest, locating the receiver on each of the tailed beasts. All 5 prepare another giant combined Biju bomb, and Naruto tries to match all that power with just one Biju bomb of his own. Naruto's bomb bounces the other way up in the air, where they both explode. Naruto takes this opportunity to grab all the receivers with his tails, then creates more clones to pull them out all at once. Naruto suddenly finds himself facing all 5 Biju in a void. Thanks to his fusion with Kurama, he's on an even deeper plane than usual, so he's able to also see the human Jinchuriki of each beast. They welcome Naruto and thank him for fighting so hard on behalf of the Jinchuriki. The 4 Tails manage to convince the others to trust Naruto before he was sealed away, and they're all willing to lend Naruto their powers. Naruto meets them all one by one, and they do a group fist bump. Just then, Tobi reseals all of the Biju into the Gedo statue. He tells Naruto nothing has changed, but Naruto disagrees. He just learned a bunch of really difficult names all at once. Never change, Naruto. Tobi is pretty confused by Naruto's response and his unshakable confidence, and for the first time in this war, Tobi starts to sweat. Or maybe it's rain, but either way, he starts to realize he may have underestimated this kid. Keep in mind, while all this is going on, there are still Naruto clones all across the battlefield, including one that's fighting Madara. Back at Allied HQ, they can sense the immense amount of chakra coming from Naruto and send a telepathic message out to all the Allied forces. Naruto is standing strong on the front lines, and victory is within reach. Then why are there still 130 chapters left? All across the land, Naruto's friends put their faith in the orange knucklehead and charge forwards towards victory. But not too far away, Sasuke is also ready to join the fight. Karin is plotting her escape from an allied ninja prison, while Suigetsu and Jogo are just now learning that there's a great war going on. They stumble into a secret room at an old Orochimaru hideout and find a piece of intel that would completely change the course of the war. Sasuke slaughters some more Zetsus on his way towards the battlefield because he wants to try out his brother's eyes. He likes the way they feel, and he's finally ready to kill Naruto once and for all. What he doesn't know is that his older brother is out there somewhere as a zombie, and he would not approve of what Sasuke has become. The Five Shadows continue fighting Madara, facing off against the absolute peak of both Uchiha and Senju techniques. Madara uses a power that creates giant flowers with poison pollen, and before long, the Hokage are overpowered. The Tsuchikage has a really sick flashback, and it gives them the strength to destroy all the flowers with one atomic dismantling jutsu. When the dust clears, the Five Shadows see Madara, with the first Hokage's face sticking out of his chest. Yuck, man! Kabuto says this fusion is his ultimate weapon, the peak of all his experiments. Elsewhere, Sasuke runs into his big brother, seeing him for the first time since learning he was never evil. Sasuke is shocked and calls out to his brother, but Itachi is dead set on his mission of finding Kabuto. While Sasuke chases him through the forest, he asks why Itachi spared him instead of their mother or father. Itachi says he was only using Sasuke, manipulating his hatred so that one day Itachi could be killed by a fellow Uchiha, but he also always hoped Sasuke would find his own ninja way. Back with Madara, he calls out Tsunade for being a descendant of Hashirama. He says she is nothing compared to the first Hokage, who was the only shinobi he ever truly respected. He could heal people without making hand signs, grow trees out of the ground, all kinds of gnarly stuff. Tsunade says she may not be able to do any of that, but she did inherit something from her grandpa, the will of fire. This may sound like some kind of ultimate jutsu, but it's really more of a metaphor than anything else. Madara says he cannot be defeated with willpower alone, but Tsunade disagrees. That iron will is what allowed her to become an incredible Mednin, save lives, and develop her own super special jutsu. It's a technique that can only be used by the ultimate Mednin, one so strong that they can ignore the usual rules and fight directly on the front lines. With her incredible strength, Tsunade is able to punch through Susanoo. All the other Kage pitch in, and Gaara traps Madara in a pyramid of sand. Just then, Tsunade is impaled on Susanoo's sword. They only trapped a wood clone. At the same time, Tsunade's ex-boyfriend Dan is being held in place. He says that the only one who could stand a chance against Madara is Hashirama himself. Meanwhile, Itachi and Sasuke both reach Kabuto's hiding place. Kabuto says killing him won't stop the Edo Tensei, so Itachi is just gonna have to make him stop. When Sasuke sees Kabuto again after all this time, he thinks he's looking right at Orochimaru. Back at the battlefield, Tsunade reveals her ultimate power. She can regenerate her own body without making hand signs. Yeah, a few seconds ago when she said she literally couldn't do that was a bluff. Madara makes a whole bunch of wood clones to fight the Hokage, but he's a fair guy. He says he'll let them choose whether these clones should use Susanoo or not. Over with Kabuto, Sasuke makes it clear that he is not on this freak's side. Any student of Orochimaru's is an enemy of Sasuke's. He agrees to team up with his brother for now to take down Kabuto. They plan to trap him in the Nightmare Realm and force him to undo the Edo Tensei. Kabuto claims to have some kind of protection against genjutsu and attacks with his 4 snakes. The brothers protect themselves with Susanoo while Kabuto hides deeper in the cave. Kabuto explains that in addition to giving himself Orochimaru's powers, he took powers from each of Sasuke's teammates in the Taka: Karin's healing, Suigetsu's ability to become liquid, and Jugo's ability to use natural chakra, which I don't think we knew he had. Also, apparently Karin is an Uzumaki, for whatever that's worth. Kabuto reveals himself and shows that he can use his own Sage Mode. He has surpassed Orochimaru, the White Snake, and become a dragon. Kabuto hits the brothers with a flashbang jutsu, and in his Sage Mode he can fight with his eyes and ears closed, so it doesn't even affect him. Kabuto goes for Sasuke, but Itachi protects his little bro with Susanoo. He knew where Kabuto would aim just by pure instinct. Itachi tells Sasuke that they should use the same strategy they used a long time ago while hunting a giant boar. Sasuke's Susanoo fires a giant arrow at Kabuto, pinning his snake tail to the ceiling. Itachi gets in close, but Kabuto stabs him, revealing he was only pretending to be helpless. But he didn't really stab Itachi. It was a crow clone. The real Itachi attacks Kabuto's head, but only manages to cut off a piece of his horns, because I guess he has horns now. Kabuto finds it amusing that these two are working together, after having one of the most famous sibling rivalries of all time. He tells Sasuke that they should be the ones teaming up, since they both want to destroy Konoha. Sasuke says their goals are completely different. He wants to destroy Konoha because they used his brother as a tool and branded him a traitor. Kabuto wants to destroy Konoha because he's an asshole. Completely different. Kabuto says he understands the feeling of being used, and he'll even become Sasuke's new big bro if he wants, but Sasuke sticks with his real big brother. Itachi says they can't use genjutsu on Kabuto due to his eyes being closed, but there's one more technique that could work. Another forbidden jutsu of the Sharingan Eye, the brother to Izanagi. Where the Izanagi rewrites one's fate, this jutsu, the Izanami, decides one's fate. Okay, that sounds useful as hell. Why the hell do they keep hiding these powers for so long? Kabuto uses a jutsu that allows him to control inanimate objects and impales Itachi on the rocks in the cave. Kabuto says they could never hope to beat him, as he is the closest thing in the world to the Sage of Six Paths. Itachi tells Kabuto that he understands him because they were both used as weapons, and both took on all the responsibility themselves. He tells Kabuto that he needs to learn to trust comrades and acknowledge his own limitations. Kabuto rejects this and says he can rely on nobody. He was found as a child, with no memories of his family or where he came from, but then he was taken in by a really nice lady at an orphanage, so I'm not really sure what he's even complaining about. Oh, his flashback isn't over. One day during the war, Kabuto and his fellow orphans were helping to treat injured leaf ninjas. He met Orochimaru here, before he'd gone gone fully evil. Later, Danzo forced the head of the orphanage, Kabuto's mother figure, to go on a dangerous undercover mission. Apparently, before she started this orphanage, she was a really good spy, and Danzo threatened to close the orphanage if she didn't do this mission. Danzo took Kabuto as well because he was impressed by his skill and wanted to use him as a spy too. Years later, Kabuto was on a stealth mission when he was discovered by the enemy. Kabuto fought back and wounded a ninja, only to discover it was the same woman who took him in as a child. He tried to heal her wounds, but the woman didn't recognize him. Kabuto fled, confused about how his own mother figure wouldn't recognize him, wondering who he really was. It was at this low point that Orochimaru arrived to recruit him. Orochimaru promised he could explain everything if Kabuto came with him. At his base, Orochimaru told Kabuto that they had been manipulated by the Foundation. Kabuto and his adopted mom had gotten a little too good at being spies, and the Foundation thought they knew too much. They were set up to kill each other, and the Foundation even brainwashed his mother into not recognizing him. She was told that Kabuto would be free from the Foundation if she completed one last assassination, and then sent her to kill Kabuto. Jesus. There have been a lot of scumbags so far, but Danzo is no doubt the worst. Kabuto snapped when he learned all of this and viciously attacked Orochimaru, but Orochimaru just told Kabuto that he saw value in him and that he could make himself into something incredible through ninja experiments. Ever since that day, Kabuto had been loyally at Orochimaru's side, trying to improve himself towards perfection. When Orochimaru died, Kabuto tried to become Orochimaru, and now he's becoming something even greater, his own legacy. Back in the cave, Kabuto tells the brothers that nobody can stand against him in this form. Now, he is the one who uses other people as tools. He is able to form his snake body into new versions of the Sound 4. You remember, the conjoined twins, the spider ninja, the earthbender, the flute player, and Bone Wolverine? Man, that arc feels like a lifetime ago. Anyway, Itachi and Sasuke are facing an overwhelming number of different jutsus from all these ninjas and find themselves immobilized. But Kabuto won't let up. He takes the form of Orochimaru next. The brothers cast genjutsu on each other at the exact same time to break free, but Orochimaru catches up and slices Itachi in half. Fortunately, Itachi isn't exactly alive, so he can regenerate. He continues battling Kabuto with his Susanoo while Kabuto slithers around. Itachi attacks Kabuto's head, but only cuts off a piece of his horns, because I guess he has horns now. Wait, didn't I say that already? Kabuto gets a major sense of deja vu and starts to realize he's already trapped in the Izanami. He is trapped in an endless loop of the same battle, unable to break free until he changes fate. Is there anything those magic eyes can't do? This infinite loop is only happening in Kabuto's mind. In the real world, he's standing motionless in front of Sasuke and Itachi. Sasuke asks about this ability, and Itachi gives a needlessly complicated explanation of how it works. Basically, when there was just the Izanagi, there was a risk that two Izanagi users could be trapped in an infinite loop of rewriting their own deaths over and over until they went blind. So they created the Izanami, which could trap someone in an endless loop until they chose to not rewrite their death, but you'd still end up going blind. It's pretty confusing. Apparently, there's a way for Kabuto to break out of the loop. He would have to accept his fate and stop transforming into other people. Sasuke asks what the point is if he can just escape, but Itachi says it's important that they give him the chance to accept who he really is, because Itachi never had that chance in life. Sasuke doesn't want to hear this fortune cookie crap, he just wants to beat his enemies into submission. But Itachi says that Sasuke needs to find someone to keep him balanced and in check. Kabuto is still trapped in the loop, and Itachi prepares to end the Edo Tensei. Sasuke tells Itachi to stop, because ending the Edo Tensei will mean Itachi goes away. Itachi says he's okay with that if it means protecting his village. He must also fulfill his promise to Naruto and end this undead madness, and believe that Naruto will hold up his end of the bargain by saving Sasuke. He then uses the Sharingan to command an unconscious Kabuto into telling him the Edo Tensei hand signs. At the battlefield, remember how Madara made all of those clones? I guess the Hokage chose hard mode because every single clone has a Susanoo. The odds are overwhelming, but the Tsuchikage rallies them to get back every time they're knocked down. The Tsuchikage uses a particle-style attack to vaporize everything inside the area of a massive cube, taking down all the clones. The Mizukage shoots a water dragon at Madara, combined with the power of lightning and boosted by Gaara's sand. It's the absolute peak of each elemental jutsu, used in perfect harmony. But this is Madara Uchiha they're facing. He's been holding back until now. He releases the perfect Susanoo. This is an enormous chakra warrior that dwarfs every attack that we've seen so far. With one swing of his sword, the Titan sends all the Hokage flying and obliterates an entire mountain range behind them. The Tsuchikage is stunned to realize how powerless they are against Madara's full might. He sees them as children, not even worth fighting properly. At that exact moment, Itachi is learning the hand signs to end the Edo Tensei. While he commands Kabuto to form the signs, Sasuke tells his brother that he's glad he got to spend this time with him and remember how things used to feel. But that only makes him want to destroy Konoha even more for what they took. The Edo Tensei is released, and all across the battlefield, the souls of the reanimated ninjas return to the afterlife. Itachi kept his promise and will soon be laid to rest once more. Now it's Naruto's turn. Naruto is still fighting Tobi, who is furious to realize that Kabuto has failed him and his army is crumbling. Right as Madara commands his Susanoo to bring down his sword, he starts to fade away. In Itachi's final moments, he uses the Sharingan to show Sasuke his memories. Sasuke sees how Danzo manipulated Itachi into destroying his own clan, making him believe it was the only way to protect Sasuke. He sees how Itachi worked with Tobi to slaughter the clan, all in the name of protecting Konoha and preventing war. Itachi tells his brother he doesn't have to forgive him for what he's done, but either way, Itachi will always love him. The souls continue returning to heaven, or hell depending. In their final moments, the reanimated ninjas gain control over their bodies again. Dan uses this time to rush over to Tsunade and protect her from Madara's final, desperate attack. Tsunade then gets to have one final conversation with her true love. He tells her that she didn't need to become Hokage to fulfill his dream. She was his dream all along. Aww. But there's just one problem. Madara is such a bad dude that he doesn't plan on letting his soul go anywhere. See, ending the Edo Tensei isn't a problem for someone who already knows the hand signs and can take over as the new caster. He just got a body again after all these years, and he's gonna use it to destroy everything, just because. Sasuke is left alone with a frozen Kabuto, wondering what to do next. Just then, the cave wall breaks down. Suigetsu and Jugo found their boss man. You can't say they aren't loyal. Back at the battlefield, the Hokage are pretty annoyed that even ending the Edo Tensei wasn't enough to stop Madara. The Mizukage suggests they retreat, but the tough old Tsuchikage refuses to back down. Over with Naruto, Tobi is done messing around. He says that he was hoping to steal the 8 and 9 tails so he could resurrect the 10 tails in perfect condition, but he'll settle for any 10 tails at this point. He puts the chakra from the gold and silver brothers into the Gedo statue and starts summoning the 10 tails. In the cave, Suigetsu and Jogo give Itachi the scroll they found, something that will allow them to take over the entire ninja world. Sasuke reads it and immediately says he needs to talk to Orochimaru, the one who knows everything. What's that now? Suigetsu doesn't really want to revive Orochimaru, cause that guy used to keep him in a tube, but Sasuke is committed to this for some reason. Jugo extracts extracts Orochimaru's DNA from Kabuto's body. Conveniently, they also find Anko's body in this cave, and they're able to revive Orochimaru by birthing him out of a curse mark on her neck. Don't ask how, it's not really explained, and honestly, I'm okay with that. I guess each curse mark is like a Horcrux that keeps Orochimaru alive, and he's been watching everything from inside Anko. And guess what? He doesn't give a crap about this dumb war. Sasuke shows Orochimaru the scroll. He says he's still committed to the path of revenge, but there are things he wants to understand first. He has important questions, like what is a clan, and what is a village? Pretty basic stuff, Sasuke. Orochimaru says he will take Sasuke somewhere, and everything will be explained. Back at the battlefield, Tobi tells everyone to witness the resurrection of the Ten Tails and the beginning of his complete world domination. Kakashi is confused and a bit narratively unsatisfied. The whole idea of this war was that if they kept Naruto and Killer Bee safe, they could foil Tobi's plans. But he had a little bit of their chakra already? Damn! This sucks. Kurama says that since he isn't being revived at full power, they might have a chance at beating the Ten Tails. But Tobi doesn't even plan on letting them fight. He's gonna put the entire world under a single genjutsu as soon as he's revived. Naruto hurls a Rasengan at the Gedo statue, but Tobi blocks it. He's gonna have to take down this mysterious, intangible bastard first. Kakashi and Guy warn Naruto that in order to beat this guy, he'll have to use plenty of classic clone trickery and figure out how to counterattack the second he's tangible. Guy-sensei helps out with some sweet nunchuck moves, while Kakashi aims a Kamui at the Gedo statue. His jutsu is somehow nullified by the statue. Naruto and Tobi dance across the battlefield trading blows. At one point, Kakashi uses Kamui to warp a kunai into another dimension so it doesn't hit Naruto. For all this effort, Naruto is only able to put a single scratch on Tobi's mask. Naruto feels confident if they can scratch him, they can beat him, but Kakashi's sharp eyes notice that the scratch looks like it was made by something sharp, not Naruto's attacks, something like the kunai he used Kamui on. Kakashi finally understands the trick to beating this guy. Naruto launches a Rasengan at Tobi, and at first it seems to pass right through him, but then the Rasengan disappears completely, and somehow Tobi is hit by it. Kakashi explains to Naruto and Guy what's going on. Tobi's jutsu allows him to become intangible by stepping between dimensions. But the dimension he uses to avoid attacks is the same dimension that Kamui sends stuff to. Tobi tried to avoid the Rasengan by shifting dimensions, but it was already waiting there for him because Kakashi used Kamui on it. But the fact that both their techniques use the same dimension shouldn't be possible. The dimension a Kamui connects to should be based on its user, unless Kakashi asks Tobi where he got his Rinnegan eye. He says it was awakened at the Battle of Kanabi Bridge, the same battle where Kakashi lost his comrade Obito. Suddenly it all makes sense. Kakashi is speechless, but Naruto doesn't care about who this guy is, only that they stop him. He enters his hybrid Nine-Tails mode and charges at Tobi again. Naruto attacks fruitlessly, while Kakashi considers the implication of Tobi's words. Guy tells Kakashi to snap out of it and help his damn student. Killer Bee protects Naruto while he makes another Rasengan. Kakashi warps the Rasengan to the other dimension right before it hits, but Tobi just stays in the original dimension. Once he thinks it's safe, Tobi steps into the other dimension and is shocked to find a whole ass Naruto in there waiting. He slams his Rasengan into Tobi's face, breaking his mask at last. Have you figured out who it is yet? We then flash back through Obito Uchiha's entire career as a ninja, his first day of school, the Chunin exams, going on missions with Rin and Kakashi. He fell in love with Rin and respected his teacher Minato greatly. Then, as we all know, he died during a mission. But as the mask falls away in the present, it confirms Kakashi's suspicions. Tobi has been Obito Uchiha all along. Obito says that his former identity doesn't mean anything to him anymore, and it doesn't change anything in this fight. Kakashi remembers the day Obito was crushed in the cave-in and gave Kakashi his Sharingan. Kakashi asks why he didn't tell him he survived, and Obito responds that it's because Kakashi failed to keep his promise. He failed to protect Rin. Kakashi is stunned again and is nearly hit by a wave of flames from Obito, but Naruto intercepts them with his tail. Just then, Madara arrives to make things even more chaotic and tells his descendant that it looks like he's having fun. Naruto demands to know what happened to the Hokage, and Madara implies that whatever state he left them in, it wasn't pretty. Tsunade has been straight up ripped in two, but she's somehow still alive and tells her giant slug to gather up the other Kage bodies so she can heal them. Back at the battle, Madara asks Obito why he started summoning the Ten Tails in an incomplete form. It looks like maybe these two have been working together after all. Nagato was supposed to use his power to revive Madara once their plan was nearly complete, but instead he turned good and used it to revive all the leaf ninjas that he killed. Madara says he will now take care of capturing the last two Biju, while Obito focuses on Kakashi and Guy. Kakashi asks his former teammate how he ended up this way, and Obito begins his tragic tale. Sometime after he was crushed in the cave-in, Obito woke up to find himself in an underground chamber without a right arm. Madara Uchiha stood before him as an old man. Obito immediately said he had to leave to find his friends, but Madara told him he would be useless to them in his current state. Madara also explained that the reason he'd been able to live for so long was by feeding off of Hashirama's chakra from the Gedo statue. In fact, he was only able to save Obito's life by replacing his right side with Hashirama's cells. Madara sealed all the exits, so Obito was unable to leave by himself in this state, but at this point, Obito was still loyal to his teammates. Obito spent weeks in this chamber, slowly recovering his strength while being babysat by Zetsus. He got stronger and even grew a new arm. The whole time, he dreamed of reuniting with Kakashi and Rin. One day, Zetsu returned to the chamber and told Obito that his teammates were in trouble outside. Obito tried to punch his way through the rock wall, but he only smashed his new right arm. Zetsu offered to help by letting Obito temporarily wear his body like power armor. Thanks, creepy vine dude! Inside his Zetsu suit, Obito easily busted out and told Madara he would never return. Madara told him not to be so sure. Obito rushed to try and save his friends, all the time seeing strange visions in his right eye, the eye he gave to Kakashi. He saw himself punching straight through Rin, killing her. When Obito reached his friends, his worst fear came to life. He saw Kakashi right in front of him, his arm all the way through Rin's stomach. As both Kakashi and Obito watched Rin die, both their Mangekyo Sharingans awakened at once. She was the most important person in the world to both of them. Kakashi collapsed immediately afterwards, surrounded by enemy ninjas. Obito snapped and slaughtered them all using Kamui, his new dimensional ability, and wood jutsu. The enemy tried to retrieve Rin's body, but Obito mercilessly killed them all until he was left standing in a pool of blood, with horrifying, twisted trees spiraling around him. He looked around and had no choice but to believe that he died in that cave, and this was hell. Obito checked Rin's body to confirm it really was her, and vowed to create a peaceful world where Rin could live again. He then returned to Madara and asked how they could create this world. Madara explained his plan to put the world under a genjutsu. Apparently, Madara just barely survived his fight with Hashirama, but managed to steal the first Hokage's DNA. He spent the rest of his life trying to get stronger and unlock the power to resurrect the Ten Tails. Ironically, his Rinnegan didn't awaken until he was old, feeble, and near death. He was finally able to extract the Gedo statue from the moon somehow and used that statue plus Hashirama's cells to create Zetsu. Madara knew he wouldn't survive to see his plan's completion, so he manipulated Nagato for the specific purpose of reviving him later. Madara died, so Obito took his identity and promised to carry out his plans for him. Next, Obito went to Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan and told them he needed their help to end all war. Obito was the one who released the Nine Tails 16 years ago, killing his former teacher and his wife, aka Naruto's parents. Back in the present, Naruto tells Obito and Madara that he won't let them get away with this plan, and he's not holding back against a dead guy. He goes full Nine Tails and clashes with a wooden dragon created by Madara. Obito attacks Kakashi and sends him to the other dimension. Kakashi still wants to know why Obito is doing this, because he didn't get to see the same flashback we did, and uses the Kamui on himself to return to the normal dimension. Madara's wood dragon starts to absorb the Nine Tails chakra from Naruto, which can't be good. Obito calls Kakashi garbage, and he agrees. He is garbage for failing to protect Rin, but that doesn't mean Obito needs to go down this path and become garbage too. Obito says every shinobi who lives long enough eventually becomes garbage. Madara's Susanoo swings its giant sword at the Eight Tails, but Naruto catches it with a chakra arm. He shouts that he won't let his comrades die, and once again, Naruto's words inspire Kakashi to stop messing around. Kakashi says he will always remember the lesson Obito taught him, that protecting your friends is the most important thing there is, and right now, Kakashi will protect Naruto, whatever it takes. Obito tries to warp Kakashi away again, believing he no longer has enough power to use Kamui. Naruto pushes him back with a headbutt. Kurama is a way better strategist than anyone here apparently. He takes over Naruto's body and throws Kakashi at Obito so that Obito will warp him to the other dimension. Now, anytime Obito tries to step into that dimension, Kakashi is in there waiting to pound him. Kurama also transferred some chakra to Kakashi so he can use the Kamui to leave whenever he wants. Maybe the fox should make all the plans from here on out. While Obito is distracted, Naruto and Killer Bee create one last combined Biju bomb to attack the demonic statue. The statue's chakra then disappears, and they believe they've won, but when the dust clears, the Ten Tails is standing there. The end of the world has begun. Obito and Madara hop on the head of this terrifying 10-tailed monstrosity. It possesses a level of chakra that Naruto has never seen before. In order to start the infinite Tsukuyomi, the bad guys just need to summon the moon, and that'll take a while. Madara says that it would be smarter to have 10 tails crush their enemies first. The 9 tails takes charge, restoring everyone's chakra while laying out the battle plan. The 10 tails attacks, and it's an absolute brawl between three titans, shooting out Biju bombs like they're nothing. 10 tails hits the 8 tails with the chakra beam, seemingly vaporizing him. But really, Kakashi had warped him away at the last second. Once the 10 tails has returned, they bring the giant ox back into this dimension. The 8 tails is right above the 10 tails, with a Biju bomb locked and loaded. Unfortunately, the bomb is minuscule compared to the 10 tails. It's a fraction of the size of his one giant eyeball, and he easily flicks it back at the 8 tails. Both friendly Bijus hit their limits and say they're gonna need some time to charge back up. Naruto prepares to summon more clones to hold his ground, but Madara tells him it's useless. The 10 tails starts to charge up another devastating chakra blast, but For some reason, it misses Naruto and his allies completely. Just then, all of Naruto's comrades from Konoha arrive. Ino was able to briefly possess Obito and force him to change the attack's trajectory. Naruto may want to win this war on his own, but his friends aren't just gonna stand back and watch. Shino sends out bugs to obscure the Ten Tails' vision, and mist ninjas hide everyone in a cloud of mist. All the allies' forces have arrived. Naruto says this is his allied shinobi force's jutsu, a technique even more powerful than an infinite genjutsu. The greatest jutsu is friendship. Everyone stands behind Naruto. Both sides are ready to decide once and for all whose philosophy is stronger, hope or despair. While Madara is monologuing, the allied forces are coming up with a plan. First, every ninja with lightning chakra creates a brilliant flash of light, blinding their enemies. Throw in some more mist and bugs, and hopefully the Ten Tails won't be able to see a thing. Then, the Earth users move the ground beneath the Ten Tails' feet, dropping it into a pit. The water ninjas fill up the pit with water and quicklime, and everyone with fire breath uses it to quickly harden it into cement. It's a beautiful combo move that could only be pulled off by having all the nations of the world working together. Once the Ten Tails is immobilized, the allied ninja forces attack. This time, they're aiming for Madara and Obito. Unfortunately, cement is kind of a joke against the Ten Tails. It breaks out immediately and swats away all the incoming shinobi. Shikamaru's Pops desperately tries to think of a way to immobilize the beast even for just a minute. Meanwhile, the Ten Tails is just being a jerk. It isn't even attacking the allied forces, but instead just lobbing chakra bombs across immense distances to blow up various towns. Shikamaru's dad finally comes up with a plan, but just like any good plan in this series, it'll cost him his life. As soon as he finishes communicating the plan telepathically, the Ten Tails targets the allied forces HQ and blows the entire place up, killing Shikamaru's dad instantly. Checkmate, sir. Checkmate. The Hyuga clan jumps into action, using their rotation technique to deflect all attacks away from Naruto. On the beast's head, Madara says they will only be able to control the Ten Tails a little bit longer, and after that, one of them will need to become its Jinchuriki. Madara can't do it because he's technically dead. Madara is hoping that Obito will sacrifice his own life to fully resurrect Madara using the Rinnegan, but I have trouble picturing Obito doing something like that. The Ten Tails shoots out a hail of sharp wood splinters, overwhelming the allied defenses. Hinata is nearly stabbed while protecting Naruto, but Neji jumps in and takes the hit. The wound is fatal, and Neji dies in Naruto's arms. In his final moments, he feels free from the burdens of his clan. Oof. This is the first real casualty from Naruto's class, and it hits hard. Obito points to the battlefield littered with unnamed dead ninjas, and one that we care about. He taunts Naruto for failing to protect them, and invites Naruto to join the dark side. Naruto's resolve starts to waver, but Hinata grabs his face and reminds him that Neji left everyone's fate in his hands. Right as the Ten Tails is about to fire another bomb at everyone, Killer Bee flies in close on an ink bird and shoots out his own Biju bomb directly into the Ten Tails' mouth. Naruto thanks Hinata for reminding him what was important and gets back to his feet. With his newfound resolve, Naruto figures out how to transfer the Nine Tails' chakra to other people so that they can use the hybrid fox mode. He powers up all his friends, allowing them to actually fight back against the Ten Tails' attacks. Shikamaru prepares to execute their plan, the final gift to him from his father. Ino possesses Obito again and forces the Ten Tails to stop moving. Then, all of Shikamaru's clan members use shadow possession to grab the beast's gigantic shadow. Rock Lee is sobbing over Neji's body, but Naruto reminds him Neji will live on forever in all of their hearts. Naruto continues powering everyone up, and even Kurama is impressed with this level of control. He thinks to himself that Naruto has surpassed both of his parents a long time ago, and this was exactly the outcome Minato wanted. Obito brings breaks the possession and commands the Ten Tails to surround the enemy with his tails. With new power coursing through them, the allied forces are actually able to sever some of the beast's tails. Lee gets in close and hits Madara with a powerful kick, and the allied forces begin to press the advantage. Meanwhile, Orochimaru has brought Sasuke's squad to their destination. Bet you forgot about them, huh? They're back in the Leaf Village, strangely quiet now that everyone is left for war. They go to the ruins where the Uchiha clan used to live and find the secret shrine hidden underground. There, we finally see what scroll Suigetsu found that is so important. It was the Reaper Death Seal release. Remember the jutsu that the third Hokage used to pull out Orochimaru's soul? Well, with this release technique, they can open the Reaper's stomach and free all the souls he's consumed so far, including the soul of Orochimaru's arms. Orochimaru summons the Reaper, and it slices its own stomach open. Performing this jutsu should be fatal to Orochimaru, but you know he always has a trick up his sleeve. As soon as he gets the use of his arms back, he performs the Edo Tensei to bring the souls inside the Reaper back to life. Using some Zetsu spores that they happen to have as bodies, Orochimaru reanimates the first, second, third, and fourth Hokages. Hey, what's up, guys? The Hokages adjust to suddenly being pulled out of a death god's stomach and shoved into bodies, and they catch up a little bit. Hashirama is pleased to meet Minato for the first time, but is a little worried when he learns his granddaughter Tsunade is the current Hokage. For everything we've heard about him, Hashirama is a surprisingly upbeat, wacky guy. Orochimaru interrupts them and says they were only brought back to answer Sasuke's questions. Sasuke tells the third Hokage everything he's learned and asks why he made Itachi do such a horrible thing. The third just admits it all and says it was for the good of the village. Orochimaru suggests that this is really the fault of the second Hokage, Tobirama. He was Hashirama's younger brother, and he was the one who made the Uchiha clan form the ninja police department so he could get them out of government. Tobirama says there used to be a theory that basically the Senju clan was strong because of their powerful love, while the Uchiha clan was strong because of their inner darkness. But Tobirama says it's the opposite. The Uchiha clan loved harder than anyone else, which is why it hurts so much more when they experience loss. When an Uchiha suffers a devastating loss, it releases a special kind of chakra in the brain that awakens the Sharingan. They become stronger as a ninja, but in exchange, they become more evil. Madara is the ultimate example of this. He's so evil that he's basically unstoppable. Wait, so none of this is really Sasuke's fault? It's just evil chemicals in his brain? After hearing this, Sasuke asks Hashirama what it means to be a shinobi. Based on his answer, Sasuke will then decide whether or not to destroy Konoha. Tobirama is ready to throw hands with Sasuke right now to prevent that, but Hashirama freezes his little brother in his tracks with sheer aura. Hashirama asks how long his answer can be, and Orochimaru tells him he should probably not waste too much time because there's a war going on outside. Minato is actually able to detect Naruto's chakra working together with Kurama, and he's very proud of his boy. Orochimaru says he'll either let the Hokages help the allied forces or force them to destroy Konoha themselves. It all depends on Sasuke's choice. Hashirama sits down and begins his story. This story starts at the end. Hashirama's battle with Madara at the Valley of the End. At this point, Madara was in control of the Nine Tails, and he was able to make it wear the Susanoo's armor. A badass combination. Never underestimate the power of wood though. Hashirama was able to pin the monster down with just his wood jutsu. The Nine Tails broke free, and the two legendary shinobi had an absolutely insane battle of chakra blasts, swords, and summons. Hashirama tried to talk Madara into giving up, saying they were friends who could protect the village together, but Madara was committed to destroying everything. So Hashirama summoned a gigantic wooden statue with 1,000 arms on its back to clash with the Nine Tails. Then, a flashback within our flashback. The first time these two met was while skipping stones as little kids. Madara has always had a pretty bad attitude problem, and he became instant rivals with Hashirama after they met. Suddenly, the body of a shinobi appeared in the river in front of them. Hashirama saw that it belonged to someone from a clan called Hagoromo, and told Madara they should leave since there must be fighting nearby. When Hashirama got home, he learned that a young friend of his dad had just died. See, the Senju clan was at war with both the Uchiha and Hagoromo clans, and casualties were frequent. Hashirama shouted at his dad that it wasn't fair for them to keep sacrificing children. His dad just punched him and said his friend wasn't a child. He was a full-fledged shinobi, a 7-year-old shinobi, but sure. Hashirama and his two brothers dreamed of achieving peace with the other clans. Sometime after that, Hashirama lost one of these brothers in a battle against the Uchiha. Devastated, Hashirama returned to the riverside where he encountered Madara again. Madara revealed he also had siblings who died in the war, and he also wanted to find a way for the clans to make peace. Over the next few years, the two boys continued to meet at the riverside, talking, sparring, and making plans for the future. They dreamed of creating a village where kids could go to ninja school, eat ramen, and go on missions together. Somewhere they could both protect the little brother they each had left. Eventually, Tobirama found out about these secret meetups and told their father. Their dad told Hashirama to start spying on Madara for the clan, or to kill him if he ever got suspicious. They didn't trust Hashirama to go through with it though, so Tobirama and his dad tagged along on the next meeting. At the meeting, Hashirama skipped a stone over to Madara with a warning on it that this was a trap. Coincidentally, Madara threw a stone to Hashirama that said the same thing. Madara's father and brother were there too, and now they're about to fight Hashirama's father and brother. This is some real Shakespearean stuff. Madara and Hashirama both begged for their families to stop, but it was no use. Ruthlessly, the fathers targeted the children, hoping to strike a devastating mental blow against their opponent. Upon seeing his brother in danger, Madara started to think that maybe their dreams of peace weren't possible. He returned to his family's side, but told them they should retreat for now, since Hashirama was stronger than him. In that moment, Madara erased his best friend from his mind and awakened his Sharingan. After that day, the two boys only ever met on the battlefield. They fought time and time again until each became the head of their clans. Hashirama never gave up on peace though. He offered a truce one day after injuring Madara's brother, but Madara rejected it like always. Madara's brother died from those wounds, voluntarily giving his eyes to his big bro before he went. Another battle later, Hashirama completely defeated Madara and was helpless. But instead of finishing him off, Hashirama again offered a truce. Madara said that he would only consider it if Hashirama either killed his brother or himself to make things even. Fair's fair. Tobirama said it was insane, but Hashirama considered it for a second. He thanked Madara for giving him a choice, then prepared to take his own life. Just before he could, Madara stopped him. Impressed by his resolve, just like that, Madara accepted the truce, and the two clans found peace between them. They worked together to build the Hidden Leaf Village, bringing their childhood dreams to life. Hashirama nominated Madara to be the first Hokage, and Madara came up with the village's name. Tobirama told his older brother that he was insane for nominating an Uchiha to be in charge, since nobody trusts the Uchiha. Madara overheard this and knew that he would never be fully accepted by this village. He told Hashirama that he felt like over the years, the Uchiha clan would be slowly forced out until they were extinguished completely. Okay, the guy was kinda spot on about that. Madara left the village, saying he now had a new dream to achieve. This brings us back to the climactic final fight at the Valley of the End. The old friends fought until they barely had any chakra left and charged at each other one last time. Hashirama was knocked down, but it was just a wood clone. The real one stabbed Madara from behind. He wasn't going to let anyone destroy the village he worked so hard to create. Back in the present, Hashirama says he doesn't know how Madara came back to life, but he's positive that he killed him that day. He says that maybe Madara was right and he should have done more to prevent the Uchiha's doom. Sasuke has his answer. He's heard everything, from the village's founding to the destruction of his clan. He knows that these men fought to protect what they believed in, and for better or for worse, made the hard choices that they thought were right. Sasuke remembers his brother's final words, the love that he gave him. He decides not to let Itachi's sacrifice be in vain. He'll head to the battlefield and help stop Madara. Let's freaking go! Outside, the squad is joined by Karin, who somehow tracked down Sasuke after breaking free from the allied ninja HQ. As Suigetsu puts it, they now have 4 ultra-powerful zombies, 3 monsters, and an idiot. The third Hokage asks Orochimaru why he's following Sasuke's orders, and Orochimaru says he's really just curious to see what happens. Kabuto tried to do everything the way Orochimaru would have done it, and that failed spectacularly, so he'll try Sasuke's way for a bit. This freak squad heads to the battlefield, but first, just for fun, each Hokage stands atop their giant faces carved in the mountain. It's a pretty good photo. After all of this time spent flashbacking, things haven't changed much at the big battle, but Sakura is worried that he must be nearing his limit. He keeps attacking Obito, ignoring his taunts. Naruto says that as much as he hates seeing people get hurt for his sake, having his friends here with him makes him stronger. Suddenly, Madara senses that his old rival Hashirama is approaching. At that moment, Obito loses control of the Ten Tails, but that really isn't good news for anyone. Obito grabs Kakashi and warps away. Then, the unleashed power of the Ten Tails spawns tsunamis, earthquakes, thunderstorms, and tornadoes all over the battlefield. This truly could be the end of it all. Thanks to Naruto's chakra shields, everyone survives this cataclysmic attack, but it took everything he had, and he's no longer able to share his chakra with everyone. Inside the alternate dimension, Kakashi can't bring himself to kill Obito. Kakashi says that Naruto represents Obito when he was younger, and he believes that part of Obito wants to be beaten by that hopeful kid. Obito rejects this and phases his chest through Kakashi's arm, recreating the moment that Kakashi killed Rin. Kakashi finally understands what made Obito snap, and he has some explaining to do. See, after Obito's supposed death, Rin was kidnapped and forced to become a Jinchuriki for the Three Tails. The Stone Ninjas were planning on releasing the Three Tails inside Konoha to destroy it. Rather than let that happen, Rin chose to end her own life by impaling herself on Kakashi's Chidori. Obito knows all this. He knows Kakashi tried his best to protect Rin, and her death was her own choice, but he doesn't care. He tells Kakashi that he has no heart anymore. He's been living in hell almost his whole life. We might have a new most emo Uchiha here, guys. Kakashi tells Obito that even controlling the entire world will not be able to plug that hole where his heart used to be. Back at the battle, the Ten Tails starts charging up another attack. Without Naruto's chakra to protect them, everyone starts to despair that this is the end. Shikamaru quickly comes up with a plan. He asks an earthbending ninja to teach him the most simple earth defense jutsu there is, then communicates that to all the allied forces. Together, they put up giant walls of earth. The chakra bomb tears through each one, but it is slowed down enough for the Eight Tails to try and deflect it. Even that seems like it won't be enough, but then the attack vanishes. Minato has arrived and asks if he's late to the party. Naruto Naruto tells his dad that he's right on time. After Minato meets Sakura and awkwardly calls her Naruto's girlfriend, the other Hokages catch up. Minato and Tobirama are the fastest because they have the flying Raijin technique, the ability to teleport to anything that touches their chakra. You can tell Madara is hyped to finally fight his rival again after all this time, but Hashirama is focused on taking down the 10 Tails first. Minato tells his son to take a break while the Hokages fight, and also lets him know that Sasuke is an ally now. I can't imagine the relief Naruto felt at hearing that. The 4 Hokages perform a combined jutsu that seals the 10 Tails with a giant cube and pins down its tails. Just then, Sasuke arrives. He shocks everybody by saying he now wants to protect Konoha and become Hokage. Everyone tells him he probably can't on account of all the people he killed, but Sasuke is committed to this course of action. Team 7 is reunited, and this time they aren't even trying to kill each other. All the shinobi from Naruto's class stand together. I mean, Neji is still dead, but he went to a different school, so it's okay. The 10 Tails fires another blast, but it's unable to break through the barrier the Hokages created. Hashirama creates small openings in the barrier for the shinobi to charge through. The 10 Tails starts spawning smaller monsters from its own body to defend itself. The allied forces then charge, led by the rookies. At that moment, Sakura manifests the same mark on her forehead that Tsunade has. She's reached her full potential. She obliterates the 10 Tails minions with a single punch. She's finally caught up to her teammates, and being able to fight side by side with Naruto and Sasuke, it's the best feeling in the world to her. Sasuke and Naruto, meanwhile, are impressed with how strong the other has gotten. All the rookies work together flawlessly. Hinata is able to achieve Neji's 64 palms technique that she never could before, and Team Inoshikacho pulls off a beautiful combo move. Even Sai is there, making ink creatures. Then, simultaneously, Team 7 summons a giant slug, a giant toad, and a giant snake. Looks like there are brand new 3 great ninjas in town. Side note, the toad is Lil Gamakichi, but he's all grown up now. Team 7 then asks their summons to bring them closer to the 10 Tails main body. Sakura uses Tsunade's technique to send out slugs that heal everyone. Sasuke moves in on the ground, and Naruto leaps at the 10 Tails from above. The boys fire off a Rasen Shuriken and Susanoo arrow at the same time, the attacks combining and boosting each other's power. It hits the 10 Tails and causes it to howl in pain. Elsewhere, Sai asks Jugo if Sasuke is truly an ally now, but even Jugo doesn't know for sure. And right then, Orochimaru arrives at the place where the 5 shadows fell. Tsunade is still trying to heal all the Kages with her slug, while still being chopped in half. The slug prepares to attack Orochimaru, but he says he's here to help. Orochimaru puts Tsunade's 2 halves together and heals her. Tsunade asks why Orochimaru is helping, and he says that before he wanted to change the world himself, but now he just wants to be around to see what Sasuke does. And so, the most undeserved redemption in manga history begins. Back at the battle, Sasuke's black flames are weakening the 10 Tails. Gamakichi says he can work with Kurama to pull out the Biju that are still inside the 10 Tails, but Sasuke says they should let them all burn. Sai asks Sakura if she thinks they can trust Sasuke, and she says yes, but Sai can tell she's unsure of herself. Meanwhile, the Hokage are all healed and return to the fight, while Kakashi continues fighting Obito in another dimension. Kakashi and Obito go all out in a close quarters knife fight. Kakashi thinks back on all the time he spent with his old team. As much as it pains him, he knows the best thing he can do now for his students is to kill this twisted version of the Obito he knew. Both fighters stab right through each other. Obito says Kakashi may defeat him, but he won't win the war, and warps back to the battle. Madara Madara is fighting Hashirama's clones when Obito returns, severely injured. Madara says it's finally time for Obito to use the rebirth jutsu, giving up his own life to fully revive Madara and allow him to be the 10 Tails Jinchuriki. Obito's right side turns black, and spikes begin shooting out of him. Hashirama tells Naruto and Sasuke that they must stop Madara from being fully restored. Obito's life force begins to drain away, and Sasuke fires a Susanoo arrow, but it is blocked by the spikes on Obito. Then, Minato teleports Obito and cuts him down. But the shocking thing is, he doesn't even know who it was. He's just now realizing the one who killed him, who orchestrated this whole war, was his former student. Minato is disappointed, but Sasuke remarks that Madara is now the only enemy left standing. Only Obito isn't giving up. He wasn't performing the jutsu to revive Madara. He was becoming the 10 Tails Jinchuriki himself, and he just finished the jutsu. Uh-oh. The 10 Tails suddenly vanishes from the battle. Obito absorbs all its chakra inside him, and the dude looks like a damn lizard person now. Hashirama tries to restrain Obito with wood, but Obito easily breaks out and destroys the entire barrier the Hokages created. Hashirama, as legendary as he is, admits that Obito is even stronger than him in this state. Hashirama prepares a plan that could hopefully end this, but before he can, Obito tears through the bodies of the first 2 Hokages. It's a good thing these undead guys are unkillable and still able to pull off their plan by slapping explosive tags onto Obito. Hashirama holds Obito in place again, and Tobirama sets off the bombs. Apparently, explosives are his specialty, and each boom creates more and more booms. When the dust clears, Obito is still fine though. He has some sort of black substance that he can control at will to protect and attack. Madara, who feels forgotten, says he's tired of waiting for his rival and attacks Hashirama. Minato prepares a super Rasengan, but Obito travels underground for a surprise attack. Naruto is nearly hit and is barely saved by Sasuke's Susanoo. Either he doesn't want Naruto dead anymore, or he still wants to kill him personally. Obito grabs both Sasuke and Naruto by the face, and Minato hopes he can teleport over in time to help them. The penultimate arc begins right there, with Obito about to stab his black goo through both boys' heads. At the last second, Naruto uses his chakra arms to link himself to both his father and Sasuke, allowing Minato to teleport them all to safety. Obito fires a projectile, but it somehow swings all the way around and hits himself. Minato realizes that he barely has any control over the power surging through him. Internally, Obito is struggling against the beast, trying to hold on to his memories of Rin and stay in control. He wins this fight and takes a new form that looks a lot like the Sage of Six Paths. He attacks again, and Minato teleports his boys away, but Obito attached something to Minato's arm first, and I don't think it's friendly. Minato prepares to teleport away with this glowing orb before it can explode, but Tobirama beats him to it and teleports it over to Obito. The orb explodes in Obito's face. Meanwhile, Madara and Hashirama recreate their battle from all those years ago. 2 titans clashing, and Shikamaru keeps his eyes open for even the smallest opportunity to lend his help. Obito completely protected himself from the explosion with his goop, and Minato says he will create an opening for Naruto and Sasuke, but they want to be the ones to create an opening, and charge forward with another Rasengan Amaterasu combo attack. Strangely, they pivot and aim their attack towards Minato, then Tobirama uses his teleportation jutsu to swap Obito and Minato's places. Boogie woogie! Obito is sent flying, and Sakura happily notices that Naruto and Sasuke seem to be enjoying the fight together. Even though this last attack got past his shield, Obito still seems completely unharmed. Minato, on the other hand, isn't regenerating his arm that got torn off. Tobirama deduces that Obito now has the ability to nullify jutsu, meaning his attacks can actually kill the reanimated warriors. Kurama is still charging up for their perfect possession form, and Gamakichi tries one more attack before running out of juice and poofing away. The Toad's attack wasn't completely nullified, meaning Senjutsu is the key here. Naruto enters Sage Mode, and Tobirama teleports him behind Obito. This attack actually seems to be effective, and Minato couldn't be a prouder papa. Just then, the half of Kurama that Minato had sealed inside himself begins speaking to him. This half of Kurama seems pretty chill and tells Minato that he made the right choice by making Naruto a Jinchuriki. Obito gets to his feet, annoyed at his own weakness being revealed. He sprouts giant, evil flowers from the ground that charge up 4 chakra blasts, preparing to wipe out the allied force. Tobirama and Minato can only teleport 2 of the attacks away, and they could really use Hashirama's help, but he's a little bit busy with Madara. To make things worse, Obito traps everyone inside a giant barrier, so they can't even deflect the attack's trajectories. It's teleport or bust. Naruto fist bumps his dad, reuniting the 2 halves of Kurama and sharing their chakra. With Kurama at twice his prior strength, Naruto is able to share his power with all the allied forces once again, protecting them all in chakra cloaks that are even stronger than before. Obito says this won't be enough to protect them and fires his attack. The dust clears, and Obito sees that Naruto and Minato manage to teleport every ninja outside the barrier at the last minute. By connecting everyone with Kurama's chakra, Minato can use the flying Raijin to teleport anyone he wants. Minato tells Naruto he wishes they had more time to talk, but Naruto says they don't need words. He already spoke to Kushina and knows exactly how much his parents loved him. Kurama tells Naruto that he should try entering a form even stronger than any he's been in before, entering Sage Mode while already in perfect possession form. Naruto and his dad become 2 giant foxes and attack Obito as one. Naruto then charges up a Bijou bomb reinforced with natural chakra. Obito transforms into his own perfect possession form and prepares to activate the infinite Tsukuyomi. Obito explodes into an endlessly growing mass of tree branches that grab up allied ninjas and suck their chakra out. The 8 Tails says this is the divine tree, the 10 Tails' final form. Chakra originated from this tree hundreds of years ago, and now it's just trying to take it all back. Madara decides this is a good time for a history lesson and explains the origins of chakra. Long ago, during a time of constant war, the divine tree was a sacred place with a forbidden fruit that grew once every 1,000 years. A princess named Otutsuki Kaguya tasted the forbidden fruit and gained the powers of a god. She ended the war, but soon after, the tree came to life to try and take its powers back. That was the first appearance of the 10 Tails. It was beaten by Kaguya's son, Hagoromo, the man we know as the father of all shinobi, the sage of 6 paths. Madara believes humanity has been cursed ever since Kaguya ate the fruit, and it's only right to let the divine tree take its revenge. Once the flower at the top of the tree blooms, it will reveal a gigantic eye that'll be reflected onto the moon and cast a genjutsu over the whole world. Naruto and company teleport away from the tree to regroup, but the chakra they shared with everyone is getting drained fast, and the divine tree continues growing into the sky. Obito has once again shifted the tides of war in his favor. The allied forces are heavily weakened. All the healers are just about out of juice. Shikamaru is dying, and even Sakura can't do anything for him. Hashirama telepathically connects to all the allied forces and tell them they have about 15 minutes before the divine tree blooms. Their only choice is to chop down the tree or defeat Obito in that time. Everyone despairs, believing it's an impossible task, but not Naruto and Sasuke. They aren't gonna live with any regrets, and they aren't gonna let anyone's sacrifice be in vain. Naruto enters perfect possession again, and Sasuke creates his perfect Susanoo. Apparently, the Susanoo can use natural chakra too because of experiments Orochimaru did on Sasuke long ago, so they both can be effective against Obito. Everyone is astounded by these two boys' refusal to ever back down, but they still feel hopeless. Hashirama shares a memory with everyone telepathically, the first ever Hokage summit. All the way back then, Hashirama's greatest dream was for all the ninjas of the world to unite and find peace. A dream that wasn't achieved until this very moment in history. It's all or nothing. Hashirama rallies all the troops, and the Hokage arrive to rejoin the fight. While Sasuke and Naruto keep fighting Obito, Sakura puts everything she has into healing Shikamaru. Naruto subconsciously transfers more of his chakra to Shikamaru to help him heal, and Shikamaru resolves to survive so that he can be an advisor to Naruto once he becomes Hokage. He sits back up, ready to keep fighting. The Hokage lead a charge to go chop down the divine tree. Everyone is fighting for the future together, and it's all thanks to Naruto. Tobirama focuses on using the flying Raijin to teleport away ninjas that are about to be attacked by the tree, and even Orochimaru is pitching in to bring this sucker down. Tsunade and Sakura summon even more healing slugs so everyone can fight without fear. Meanwhile, Obito grabs both Naruto and Sasuke with giant chakra arms and slams them into the ground. Obito asks Naruto why he keeps standing back up, but hey man, that's just his ninja way. Sasuke puts his Susanoo armor onto Naruto's giant Nine-Tails form, a combo move that has only ever been performed by Hashirama. Kakashi is still in the other dimension, but he can see all of this through his Sharingan eye. Naruto says they should try to end this with one attack. All of Naruto's friends jump into his Nine-Tails, and he gives each comrade a powerful Rasengan. The combined power of Konoha, of friendship, attacks with a single blow. Obito begins to imagine what his life could have been like if he hadn't gone down this dark path. The Rasengans break through his defenses, and the Nine-Tails lands a clean hit with Susanoo's sword. Thanks to his interaction with all the Biju earlier, Naruto is able to pull the captured spirits out from inside Obito. Obito desperately tries to hold on to the Biju, while Naruto tries to yank them out. Gaara arrives and grabs onto the Biju that used to be inside him, and Killer Bee helps pull out the little bit of Eight-Tails chakra that Obito had. Every member of the allied forces that are still standing rush in and grab onto the chakra too, all helping to pull. Obito starts to realize that it's quite literally him against the world, and thinks more about how he wishes he was among them. Naruto and Obito are connected through their chakra and are able to have a conversation inside an empty void. Naruto tells him that he's not nobody, not some faceless monster. He's Obito Uchiha, friend of Kakashi, student of Minato, shinobi of the Hidden Leaf. Naruto does his best to convince Obito, but this guy is really far gone. He doesn't care about anything in a world without Rin. Keep in mind, this is a guy with the ability to bring the dead back to life, but whatever. Naruto persists, telling Obito that it's not too late. He can make amends and be a part of Konoha once again. Obito tries to reject Naruto's hand, but his mind is a jumble of memories and visions of his former teammates. Naruto grabs Obito by the hand, and with the force of almost every ninja on the planet behind him, he pulls. They successfully extract all the Bijus that were inside Obito, leaving him on the ground staring up at the moon. Sasuke rushes in to finish off Obito, but before he can, Kakashi warps right on top of his old friend. He says it's his responsibility to kill Obito. but Minato stops him. It's not too late for Obito. Minato tells Naruto and Sasuke to go help defeat Madara while they wrap things up here. Kakashi and Minato talk with Obito about the past, all their regrets, and their belief that Naruto can truly lead them all to a better world. Naruto sends some clones to the top of the Divine Tree, where they form their biggest Rasengan yet, a beacon that lights the way for the entire ninja world. Feels like we're close to a beautiful ending. How pissed would you be if I told you we haven't even met the true antagonist of this series yet? Hashirama holds Madara in place with a wood dragon, and Naruto throws the massive Rasengan right at him. Meanwhile, Gaara is asking the one-tailed Shukaku to lend him his power once again. This time, he isn't demanding it, but asking nicely. The Biju kinda owe Naruto a lot for freeing them, so they all agree to help out. Then, Obito thinks about Nagato, how he redeemed himself by sacrificing his life to revive everyone he killed. Obito decides to do the exact same thing. He prepares to use his Rinnegan rebirth power to bring back everyone who died in this war, and says that he finally understands why everyone believes in Naruto so much. But right before he can use rebirth, Zetsu manifests beneath him and grabs on. Zetsu apologizes to Obito, but says that this was the plan all along. The very reason Zetsu let Obito wear him like a suit for so long. Zetsu takes control of Obito's body and uses rebirth on only Madara, bringing him back to life fully and back to full power. Sasuke immediately sets his great-grandpa on fire with Amaterasu, but Naruto warns him this is pointless as Madara can absorb ninjutsu. Madara shows Hashirama that he has Hashirama's face sticking out of his chest, which has to be a pretty unsettling sight for him. Madara then launches forward and grabs Hashirama, absorbing his chakra to make the face on his chest even scarier looking. Sasuke stabs Madara through the arm, but Madara just shrugs it off and says he'll be taking Sasuke's eyes once this is all over. Back with Obito, the guy is near death, but Zetsu wraps around his body to control him for just a little bit longer. Kakashi and Minato ask Zetsu what he is exactly, and claims to be the incarnation of Madara's will. Meanwhile, Madara knocks everyone back and sets his sights on the tailed beasts. Gaara leads the Biju in a charge against Madara, and at first it seems like Madara severely underestimated them. Gaara slows him down with sand, and the tailed beasts literally juggle Madara in the air with powerful blows. Gaara traps him in a sand pyramid, but Madara bursts out with his own Susanoo. Naruto arrives and leads a symphony of tail whacking from all the beasts, smacking Madara with what is, by my count, 45 tails! Madara staggers to his feet, but right then, Zetsu arrives with a present for his master, one of Nagato's Rinnegan eyes, one that used to belong to Madara himself. Madara pops that sucker in and prepares for round 2, more like round 82. This is a long-ass fight is what I'm saying. Madara summons the giant Gedo statue to fight for him again. Kakashi tries to Kamui it away, but only tears off an arm. Zetsu is trying to pull Nagato's other Rinnegan eye out of Obito's face, but he's resisting. Madara simply looks at the tailed beasts with his restored Rinnegan and sends them all flying back. What jutsu is that? The Gedo statue shoots chains out of his mouth that wrap around all the beasts, and Madara proclaims he will now extract the 8 and 9 tails from their Jinchuriki. Zetsu reminds Madara that he needs to extract the beasts in order, so he starts by focusing on the one tail, Shukaku. Gaara has some flashbacks about Shukaku and vows that despite all the pain this beast has caused him, he's not gonna let anyone take him again. Then things get crazy. The 8 Tails chops off one of its own tentacles. Kurama asks Gaara for a favor, and Naruto is ejected from his perfect possession form. Naruto falls to the ground, barely conscious, confused about what just happened. Madara successfully pulls all the Biju into the Gedo statue, and it looks as though Kurama ejected Naruto to save him at the last moment. Gaara catches Naruto and retreats with him, while Tobirama attacks Madara again. Hashirama is still immobilized by chakra rods that Madara stabbed into him, but he offers to give Sasuke a new jutsu for binding Madara. Hashirama says that Sasuke is a lot like Madara's little brother, and may be the only one who can stop him without force. Tobirama has been immobilized too, but he tries to keep Madara distracted while Sasuke swoops in from behind. He fails, and Madara stabs Sasuke right through the chest. While all this is going on, the Hokage would love to help, but they're busy fighting Tobi? I don't have a clue who that is at this point. Karin can immediately sense that Sasuke is seriously hurt, and Gaara brings Naruto over to Sakura so she can heal him. Hinata can sense Naruto's heartbeat fading and rushes to his side. Zetsu says that he has lost his Biju, and there's no hope for Naruto to survive. Things look their absolute bleakest, as both Naruto and Sasuke teeter on the brink of death. Gaara tells Sakura that their only chance is to bring Naruto to his father and transfer the other half of Kurama into him. While Gaara flies them over on some sand, Sakura reaches into Naruto's chest and manually beats his heart to keep him alive. Meanwhile, Karin, devastated by the thought of losing her beloved Sasuke, taps into the power of her Uzumaki blood. She manifests chains that shoot out at the Gedo statue, and despite taking many horrific blows, she just keeps biting herself to heal. Madara doesn't care about any of this. He takes in the power of all the tailed beasts he put into the statue and becomes the new 10 Tails Jinchuriki. We gotta do this again? Madara sets out to retrieve his other eye from Obito's body, and Sasuke is approached by an unknown man. While Madara flies to go get his eye back, he throws away the sealing jar that was used to trap the Gold and Silver brothers, and it falls right on top of Guy. Kakashi and Minato are still fighting the Zetsu that's controlling Obito's body when Gaara arrives with Naruto. Minato asks Gaara to take over fighting Zetsu while he transfers his half of Kurama into Naruto. Minato thinks about a conversation he had with his wife, but maybe he should have kept his head in the game. Zetsu jumps in and steals the other half of Kurama's chakra for himself. Right then, Madara arrives. Zetsu tries to separate from Obito's body and bring his Rinnegan to Madara, but Obito is still alive, barely, and he's not letting Zetsu take his eye just like that. Obito tells Madara that he has one question for him. What does Obito mean to him? Madara says that he always saw Obito as just another Madara, someone with the same ideas who would help him achieve his goals. He further says that chakra was originally meant to be a power that linked all of humanity together, and the infinite Tsukuyomi will only help to achieve that. Madara reminds Obito that this world is hell, and only through complete control can they achieve peace. Everyone tries to stop Obito from reaching Madara, but it's no use. Obito stands right in front of Madara and punches through his stomach. Obito is done being used, and done taking the easy path. He regains control over the Zetsu around him. He's going back to being Obito Uchiha, the one who wanted to be Hokage. Madara tries to take Obito's eye by force, but Obito activates his dimensional jutsu, so Madara just phases right through him. Obito somehow connects to Madara's subconscious and tries to release the Biju that are trapped inside. He manages to grab just a small piece of the One Tail and Eight Tails and escape. Obito tells Kakashi to warp Naruto into the other dimension so he can give Kurama back. Obito tries to warp there himself, but he's so weak that it takes a while, and Madara keeps shooting black orbs at him. Kakashi backs Obito up, and finally, these two teammates are together again. Madara shoots an orb at each of them, but they synchronize their eyes to double the power and warp Obito into the other dimension. Kakashi is left standing there to take the full hit. Obito then starts transferring Kurama's other half into Naruto, and Guy arrives just in time to save Kakashi from the orbs. Meanwhile, Karin, Orochimaru, Suigetsu, and Jugo reach Sasuke's body. The person standing over him is Kabuto, because of course it is. It looks like he's trying to absorb Sasuke, but Kabuto explains that he's actually healing him. He was finally able to break out of Izanami's endless loop by accepting who he was and giving up on trying to be someone else. And that was enough to make him stop being evil, apparently. Over at the battle, Guy steps up to the plate. Since Kakashi is exhausted and Minato is missing both arms, it's up to him. He opens the 7th gate and explodes in a burst of blue aura. Madara still easily knocks him down, and Guy is barely saved by Lee just in the nick of time. Guy says that if that wasn't enough, it's time for the Red Beast to emerge. Might Guy tells Lee to sit back and enjoy the show, then proceeds to open the 8th gate, the Death Gate. Guy thinks back on lessons his father taught him. A humble, strong man. Guy's dad might die. Taught him that the true strength comes from within. His dad ultimately used the 8th gate himself, giving his life to protect Guy and his comrades from the 7 swordsmen of the mist. In the present, Guy's aura turns red, and he launches at Madara. Guy's first punch sends Madara flying, and creates a deep crater in the ground. The pain is so immense that Guy hesitates, but he soon adjusts and forces himself to fight through the pain. Lee says he is not sad at all. His master is committed to this path, and any pity for him would be an insult. The others plan to support Guy by having Kakashi warp away Madara's black orbs. Gaara controls some sand that brings Kakashi close to the orbs, while Lee opens the 6th gate to protect Gaara. They're then able to successfully use Kamui on some of Madara's black goo, creating the perfect opening for Guy's next punch. But Madara still gets to his feet, saying he hasn't had this much fun since fighting Hashirama. Elsewhere, Naruto wakes up. Naruto finds himself in a void, facing the Sage of 6 Paths himself, Hagoromo. He tells Naruto the story of how chakra came to be. His mother Kaguya came from a faraway land to consume the fruit of the divine tree. Just like we heard, she gained the power of a god, but the tree became the Ten Tails and fought back. Hagoromo defeated the Ten Tails with the help of his brother and sealed it inside himself. Hagoromo then had 2 kids, Indra, who would go on to found the Uchiha clan, and Ashura, who eventually founded the Senju. Indra was a naturally talented warrior, but Ashura was kind of a dud. Ashura had the power to connect with people, unite different clans, and created strength that way though. Eventually, thanks to his bonds, Ashura gained great strength himself, and Hagoromo chose him to be his true successor. He hoped that Indra would work together with his younger brother and learn from him, but instead he became bitter and hateful. Hagoromo tells Naruto that he is a reincarnation of Ashura. I mean, we knew that metaphorically, but like, he literally is Ashura? This, of course, means that Sasuke is the reincarnation of Indra. The only other true reincarnations of these brothers in the past were Hashirama and Madara. Hagoromo has been watching his kids fight for hundreds of years, getting thousands of people killed with their endless conflicts. Madara has actually broken free from this cycle by stealing Hashirama's cells, giving himself the chakra of both Indra and Ashura. He is less like a reincarnation of Indra now, and closer to Kaguya, a goddess who eventually became a demon. See, Kaguya created the infinite Tsukuyomi herself. Hagoromo asks Naruto to help break this cycle for good, as he is the child of prophecy who will save everyone. Not just him though. Hagoromo is having this same conversation with Sasuke in his subconscious. Hagoromo calls forth the power of all 9 Biju and bestows it upon the 2 young ninjas. Outside, Guy is ready to use his final move against Madara. Naruto and Sasuke return to the land of the living, with cool new sun and moon tattoos on their palms. Then, Kakashi thinks back on the first time he met Guy. Despite the fact that he could never use ninjutsu, Guy always remained cheerful and made up for that weakness with more hard work than any other ninja. Guy proceeds to launch his final attack, Night Guy. He becomes demon-like and literally bends space around Madara with his aura. He drives into Madara with a mighty kick, cracking his ribs. Afterwards, Madara climbs to his feet and laughs victoriously, amazed that he survived the attack. Guy wasn't so lucky. Madara prepares to finish Guy off before he dies on his own and fires a black orb at his head, but Naruto appears out of nowhere and deflects the orb with a single kick. With just a wave of his hand, he keeps Guy's life force from fading away completely. He doesn't completely understand all this power he has now, but he's ready to use it. Naruto is on a completely different level now. With the power of all the Biju, he creates a massive lava Rasen Shuriken and evades every one of Madara's attacks. He throws the Rasen Shuriken, and with one clean sweep, it slices through the divine tree. Madara then hears a voice from the tree, telling him to completely absorb it. Naruto quickly brings Guy to safety and assures Lee that he won't die. Back in the other dimension, Obito is still dying and asks Sakura for one last favor. Outside, Naruto faces off with Madara again, and Sasuke teleports in right behind him. Sasuke has the perfected Rinnegan, and Naruto has the ultimate Sage Mode, but Madara has the powers of both Uchiha and Senju. This is the final battle, almost. Madara throws out some force lightning and jumps around with a jutsu called Limbo. He's amazed that Naruto and Sasuke are able to follow his movements. This Limbo move creates a projectile of Madara that moves through an invisible world, making it seem like his enemies are being hit out of nowhere. But Sasuke can see this projection with his Rinnegan, and Naruto can sense it with his Senjutsu. Our boys hit Madara from both sides with a Rasengan and a Chidori, but he swaps his shadow at the last second. The real Madara heads straight for Kakashi to try and snatch Obito's eye from him. He rips the left eye right out and puts it in his head. Even in his other dimension, Obito can sense what just happened. He asks Sakura to destroy his right eye so Madara can never have it. Madara warps himself to that dimension and hurls a chakra rod at Sakura to stop her from stabbing that tasty eye. Obito quickly warps Sakura out of there, leaving himself with Madara. Sakura immediately tends to Kakashi's wound and informs the others of what just happened. If Madara gets his original right eye from Obito, he'll be unstoppable. At that moment, Madara is tormenting Obito before he takes his eye. He reveals that the plan to kidnap Rin and make her into a Jinchuriki, the plan that led to her death, was all Madara's doing. He's been manipulating Obito since the very beginning. Madara targeted him specifically because of how much he loved his comrades. He just had that much farther to fall into darkness. Outside, Naruto has finished immobilizing Madara's shadow and regroups with Team 7. Sakura has miraculously grown a new eye for Kakashi, and he reflects on how far his students have come. He asks Sasuke what his new dream is now that he's given up on revenge. Does he really want to become Hokage? Sasuke doesn't answer, but Kakashi tells them all to trust each other. This isn't all that different from their first exercise together when they tried to take the bells from him. Except now, the bells are an ultra-powerful eyeball, and just like the real exercise, they failed. Madara returns to his dimension, sporting 2 Rinnegan eyes. Obito is with him, but Zetsu claims to have taken full control of the body again, and says that Obito is no more. Sakura rushes forward to punch Madara with her full strength and create an opening for her teammates. She's impaled on a chakra rod, but reveals that she has the same incredible regenerative ability as Tsunade. She punches Madara, but is stopped by something unseen. Naruto and Sasuke realize that with 2 Rinnegans, Madara can project 4 invisible shadows of himself instead of just 1. Madara floats up into the air and uses planetary construction to create dozens of tiny black holes that suck up the Earth and become mini planets. He rains these planets down on his enemies. Naruto makes clones to deal with each of Madara's shadows, and Sasuke sends his perfect Susanoo to slice through all the little planets. But it's too late. Madara possesses 2 Rinnegan eyes and the 10 tails, and he's looking right at the moon. He takes off his headband, revealing a 3rd eye on his forehead, something not seen since Kaguya. The Rinnegan pattern is reflected off his 3rd eye onto the moon. Tobi, who's been fighting the Hokage all this time, sees the moon's transformation and says he doesn't need that body anymore. Naruto and Sasuke finish destroying all the meteors heading to Earth, but Madara activates the infinite Tsukuyomi. The moon becomes as bright as the sun, and across the battlefield, all the ninjas are grabbed by the tendrils of the divine tree. The only ones who are safe are Team 7, protected by Sasuke's Susanoo and all the reanimated Hokages. This is it. The final arc. Madara's plan has been completed. The entire world is trapped under a genjutsu, powerless to raise a finger against him. Everyone except Team 7. Sasuke tells the team that they're the only ones left. Outside, everyone has fallen into dreams. Beautiful, peaceful dreams where everyone is happy and alive, living out their greatest fantasies. The world is happy, but it isn't real. Team 7 waits beneath the Susanoo until Sasuke confirms that the moon's light is gone and it's safe to go outside. Madara and Zetsu are there waiting for them. Madara says that he is the god who has turned this hellish earth into heaven, and Naruto is trying to take everyone's happiness away. But Zetsu tells Madara that he has it all wrong. Zetsu punches through Madara. He says that he is not a representative of Madara's will, but Kaguya's. Madara begins a horrifying transformation. Madara's shadows all disappear, and chakra from everyone trapped in the genjutsu begins flooding into him. It took nearly 700 chapters, but the true villain has finally revealed herself, and she has no plans to let anyone enjoy their happy dreams. She's going to transform everyone on Earth into a Zetsu, a mindless soldier. All the chakra Madara is absorbing blows him up to an enormous size. Then he shrinks back down suddenly, and the person standing there is Kaguya, the mother of all chakra. She knows immediately that they are the reincarnations of her grandsons, and that Hagoromo granted them immense power. Kakashi asks Kaguya what her end goal is, and she answers that this land is her nursery. Then she teleports everyone straight into a new dimension, the lava dimension. Dropped into a pit of lava, Sasuke quickly summons a bird and catches Naruto with it. Kakashi quickly pins Obito's body to the wall with a kunai and uses a scroll as a rope to hang on with Sakura. Sasuke tells Naruto that if either of them die, it's game over. Only the two of them together can defeat Kaguya. Kakashi's scroll catches fire and he plunges towards the lava with Sakura. Naruto catches them with a chakra arm, but Kaguya knocks everyone off the bird. Then Naruto reveals that yeah, he can fly now. He tucks Kakashi and Sakura away in a safe place and leaves a clone with them, then shoots towards Kaguya with Sasuke. Suddenly, Kaguya teleports in behind the boys and grabs them. They're frozen in place, and the woman begins to cry, looking into their faces and seeing her two sons. See, Hagoromo had a twin brother named Hamura, who Sasuke reminds her of. He's not very important, but interestingly, his bloodline went on to become the Hyuga clan. Anyway, Kaguya begins to absorb their chakra, and Zetsu covers half their bodies. Zetsu then explains how he came to be. Kaguya tried to destroy the world using the power of the Ten Tails, but she was defeated and sealed away by her own sons. See, the Ten Tails didn't attack on its own, trying to take back the chakra Kaguya stole. Kaguya willed the Ten Tails to attack, an attempt to keep all the chakra in the world for herself, so she could rule over it. In the moments before she was sealed, Kaguya created Zetsu with the sole mission to one day revive her. Zetsu has been manipulating events ever since, just to arrive at this very moment. He subtly turned Indra against Ashura, led the Uchiha clan towards their own destruction, and manipulated Madara into using the infinite Tsukuyomi. All this to restore his mother to life. Kaguya, still seeing her two sons in her grasp, tells them she hates them and that their chakra belongs to her. Naruto breaks them both from her grasp and prepares a jutsu to try and end this. Zetsu tells the boys it's hopeless since Kaguya can absorb all jutsu, but Naruto says he's been practicing this new technique a lot. Sasuke hits Kaguya with a Matarasu, and while she's absorbing that, Naruto throws a bunch of clones on her. He uses reverse ninja centerfold jutsu and turns all the clones into beautiful naked men. Sakura believes Naruto is a complete idiot for this, but it seemingly works. Maybe she just couldn't believe what she was seeing, but Kaguya was stunned long enough for Naruto to land a hit. He moves in with Sasuke to seal her away, but before they can, she teleports everyone to a new dimension, an ice one this time. Zetsu suggests that Kaguya split them up and fight them separately. She then grabs Sasuke and warps him away to an endless desert dimension. Obito is also still alive, thanks to Sakura and Naruto's chakra, and he wakes up inside this ice dimension. Outside, the 4 Hokages reach the place where Team 7 teleported away from, and find only the bottom half of Madara's body. They have no idea what to do, when suddenly, the ghost of Hagoromo appears in front of them. Spooky. Obito says that Kaguya's dimensional ability is similar to his own, so the next time she warps somewhere, he should be able to use Kamui to find and retrieve Sasuke. It's gonna take a lot out of Obito, but after everything he's done to unknowingly destroy the world, the least he can do is die for it. Meanwhile, Naruto is making his own plans. If jutsu won't work against Kaguya, he'll just use the Biju power inside him to gain incredible physical strength and use taijutsu against her. He fills the air with hundreds of clones and hits Kaguya with a Naruto ultimate barrage. She tries to warp away, but Naruto follows her through the portal. Kaguya still wants to seal Naruto's power, but Zetsu convinces her it would be safer to just kill him now. She fires white rods at Naruto that tear through his stomach and begin to disintegrate him. Convinced that she's killed the original, Kaguya returns to the snowy dimension, but Naruto's clones are still there. This was all a distraction, sending Kaguya on a wild goose chase so that Naruto's allies could slip into the main hub dimension and find Sasuke. It takes an immense toll on both Obito and Sakura, who's constantly healing him, and they accidentally open a portal to a dimension filled with nothing but acid, which isn't fun. They finally find Sasuke's dimension, and he runs towards the open portal, only barely making it through by swapping places with Sakura's jacket. In the real world, the spirit of Hagoromo explains to the Hokages what's going on. He was able to manifest himself here using all kinds of different chakras inside Madara's lower half. Don't think about it too hard. Meanwhile, Kaguya continues fighting off Naruto's clones, getting more and more frustrated looking for the real Naruto. Sakura and Obito return with Sasuke, and everyone is horrified to watch Naruto get stabbed. But that's a clone too. Gotta go back to basics sometimes. Kaguya sends everyone into a new dimension where the gravity is super strong and the ground is pointy. Who is this dimension even for? Fortunately, the heavy gravity affects Kaguya too, and she's slowed down. She fires 2 chakra rods at Naruto and Sasuke. Kakashi and Obito both bolt forward, ready to give their lives to protect these two. They both have a vision of Rin taking them by the hand, and both prepare to join her in the afterlife. Obito is then hit, but he uses Kamui to warp the other rod away before it hits Kakashi. He tells his comrade that there's still a lot for him to do here, but he and Rin will be waiting for him in paradise. Kakashi is agonized that Obito used the last of his chakra to save him, when Kakashi is probably the most useless person here now that he's missing his Sharingan. Naruto tries to give more of his chakra to Obito, but it's no use. He pushed himself to his limits, and then some. Obito thanks Naruto for saving him and filling the hole in his heart before he died. He thinks about Rin one last time, tells Naruto that he better become Hokage, and crumbles to dust. Most of the bad stuff that happened in this series was his fault, but he was a good guy in the end. In the afterlife, Obito is a child again and reunites with Rin. She tells him that she was watching him all along and that she's proud of him. Enjoy your rest, Obito. Wait, there's more? Alright, seemed like a perfect ending for Obito to me, but whatever. Obito tells Rin that he still wants to go help Kakashi some more. He returns to the dimension Kakashi is in, manifests as pure chakra, and enters Kakashi's body. Inside his subconscious, Obito tells Kakashi that he should become the next Hokage before Naruto, and he's brought him an early gift to celebrate whenever that day comes. Kakashi opens his eyes, and the Sharingan has been restored, now in both eyes. Meanwhile, Naruto uses the Biju power to create 9 unique Rasen shurikens at once and hurl them at Kaguya. The Biju power inside of Kaguya resonates with the Biju in Naruto and Sasuke, and she transforms into a writhing mass of flesh and chakra. Sakura is nearly crushed, but is saved by a Susanoo. Not Sasuke's, Kakashi's. He's not planning on dying here any longer. He's gonna protect his students and save the world. Kakashi imbues the power of Kamui into some shurikens and throws them at Kaguya's writhing limbs to slash them off. Kaguya just begins to form a gigantic black orb, planning to completely erase everything inside this dimension. It's now or never. Team 7's final operation. Kakashi uses his arm as a Kamui lightning blade that slashes through Kaguya and sends her tumbling to the ground. Naruto and Sasuke attack her from both sides, but she shoots Naruto with a chakra rod. That was just a decoy. Sasuke is actually Naruto. She shoots another rod, but Kakashi intercepts with Kamui. Kaguya makes a final desperate dodge, but Sakura is waiting to punch her back into place. Kakashi watches, proud as can be, as all 3 of his students hit Kaguya at that same moment. A perfect combo move. Then, just like her sons did to her so long ago, Naruto and Sasuke perform planetary construction, reverting Kaguya back into the Ten Tails form while extracting all the Biju inside her. The earth rises up and forms itself around Kaguya, sealing her away inside a new moon. Zetsu watches, committed to another 1,000 years of manipulation if that's what it takes to bring his mommy back. But Naruto is breaking this damn cycle, remember? He finds Zetsu clinging onto his mother's severed arm and tosses him into the moon prison as well. In the real world, Hagoromo instructed the Hokages on how they could perform a ritual to bring Team 7 back to this plane. Team 7 then returns, and Hagoromo thanks them from the bottom of his heart for saving the world. The Sage of Six Paths congratulates Kakashi on leading a team that defeated the ultimate evil, but he says his students did all the work. Inside his subconscious, Kakashi says one last goodbye to Obito, and the dude finally gets to rest now. Madara's body has been restored since Kaguya was sealed, but he's powerless and soon to die. He has one last conversation with Hashirama and dies not as his enemy, but as a friend. The reanimated Hokages have run out of time in this world, but Minato gives his son one last happy birthday. Oh wait, it's Naruto's birthday? Hold on, I didn't get him anything! Naruto asks his father to tell Kushina about how far he's come. As the bodies of the 4 Hokages return to dust, Minato promises he will pass on the message. The question now is, what are we gonna do with all these Biju? Most of them want to just go be free in the world, while the Eight Tails wants to return to Killer Bee. Hagoromo says that Naruto will always hold a little piece of each of them so they can all communicate with each other telepathically. He asks Kurama to stay with Naruto, but at this point, Kurama no longer sees Naruto as a prison to hold him, but as a home. Aww. All that's left to do is undo Infinite Tsukuyomi, and it's as easy as Sasuke and Naruto performing a hand sign simultaneously. Only, guess what? Sasuke doesn't want to do all that. While everyone is trapped in a dream, he wants to execute the Hokage and all the Biju. Are you freaking kidding me, Sasuke? He puts all the Biju into the Tsukuyomi with just a look at them. Hagoromo then fades away and tells Naruto that he can take it from here. Naruto promises this will end differently than it did with Hagoromo's kids. Sasuke says he wants to rebuild the world from nothing, reforming the shinobi society by razing it to the ground. He uses planetary construction to seal each of the Biju inside small planets. He turns and prepares to face Naruto one last time for real. Sasuke suggests they take their fight somewhere else, but Sakura shouts after him. She yells that it hurts her that despite how much she loves him, she can't do anything, can't convince him to be good, can't fight by his side, can't be close with him. She begs him not to leave again, but Sasuke tells her she disgusts him and punches her through the heart. Well, that was just a genjutsu to knock her out, but it's still pretty harsh. Naruto and Sasuke return to the Valley of the End and stand atop the statues of Hashirama and Madara. It all hits harder now that we know the significance of this place. The two ninjas argue over what it means to be Hokage. Naruto believes it means you have been given power willingly by those who believe in you. Sasuke has a different understanding of that position. In Sasuke's eyes, Itachi is the only one who truly deserves the title of Hokage, not one who was beloved by all, but one who took on the world's hatred in order to protect it. Since Itachi isn't around anymore, it's up to Sasuke to carry that hatred and make the world he believes in, even if everyone resents him for it. He will sear away the darkness of all 5 villages with only his own flame, then keep living on by eating the ashes. Damn, that's metal as hell. Naruto rejects his ideals and tells Sasuke that he truly doesn't understand what Itachi believed in, but there's nothing left to say. The two friends clash once more. Sasuke starts with a fire blast, but it's just a diversion to strike Naruto from behind and knock him into the water. Naruto goes Sage mode and uses a giant Nine-Tails form to match Sasuke's perfect Susanoo. They think about their entire lives together, their similarities, their differences, and the hatred that has poisoned everything between them. Sasuke asks Naruto why he's only playing defense, and Naruto says it's because he refuses to kill Sasuke, no matter how many times he betrays them like this. Then we get one more monumental Rasengan versus Chidori. The attacks explode and they find themselves talking in a void once again. Despite promising me that they would end this with their fists, they continue to fight with their words. Naruto asks Sasuke why he needs to take such drastic measures to change the world when all of the villages have already united to fight this war. Sasuke says conflict will inevitably return, and only he can change things by watching over everything as its immortal god. The freaking ego on this kid! Sasuke then begins to suck out the chakra from the trapped Biju, absorbing them into his Susanoo. He's not reviving the Ten-Tails, but birthing his own divine creation. A glowing figure forms inside the Susanoo armor. Naruto makes clones of himself, but Sasuke laughs at him for always using that jutsu. Then he makes his deepest cut yet. He says that Naruto's clone jutsu just covers up for his loneliness. I mean, Naruto is genuinely the most popular person in the world now, but okay. Sasuke's new form is devastatingly powerful, but Naruto accounts for it by sending more and more clones of his fox form. Sasuke takes them down and aims an arrow at the last ones, but all this time, Naruto had clones down below collecting natural chakra. He expels them all, returning an impossibly large amount of chakra to himself, and he charges 2 more Rasengans. Both ninjas fire their attacks. The attacks hit and completely destroy the landscape around them. They create a valley in the earth, just like Hashirama and Madara's battle years ago. Both boys land hard on the ground, completely exhausted. Sasuke is starting to lose vision in his left eye, but Naruto piles on with more clones. What follows is the greatest fight in this entire series. No all-powerful attacks, no tricks, no strategy, just 2 best friends saying absolutely everything they need to with only their fists, pounding their feelings into each other. Sasuke trying to convince Naruto that he really does hate him, and Naruto communicating to Sasuke that he will never stop loving him. They shout each other's names and charge, both standing their ground and just giving everything. Damn! Someone should really animate this. The sun goes down and they're still here, both running on fumes. Kurama sends Naruto just a tiny bit more chakra, but Sasuke absorbs it. He prepares for an attack, just enough to finish this, and says goodbye to his only friend in the world. Naruto counters with an uppercut, sending Sasuke flying back. Kurama gives everything he has left to Naruto, but warns that he won't be able to help after this. The boys attack each other one last time and are both knocked out cold. Sometime later, they wake up, unable to move. Sasuke asks Naruto why he refuses to give up. Sasuke has done every horrible thing that he could, said all those terrible things, trying to cut his ties to everyone else. Why won't Naruto let him? Naruto says it's because Sasuke is his friend. It hurts him to see Sasuke alone and in pain, because Naruto has been there. He knows that feeling all too well. Sasuke thinks that all along, he's the one who's been jealous of Naruto. Naruto then asks Sasuke to help him achieve his goal of a peaceful world, but they're gonna do it Naruto's way. In the end, Sasuke is the one who truly breaks the cycle of hatred. He admits defeat. He's ready to start trying things Naruto's way and allowing himself to be loved again. Naruto won, and when Naruto wins, everyone wins, and that's what makes him Naruto. Oh, and also they're both missing an arm, and they had this whole conversation so casually? Eventually, Sakura and Kakashi find the two here, and she heals the worst of their wounds. Sasuke apologizes to Sakura for all the horrible things he's put her through. Naruto and Sasuke sit up, and together they undo the infinite Tsukuyomi. Everyone around the world wakes up, the tailed beasts are freed once more, and the world begins to rebuild. Sometime later, Konoha holds a funeral service for Neji, the one person who really died during the 4th Ninja War. I mean, not really, but they made out pretty well. Tsunade has stepped down as Hokage, and Kakashi has taken her position. He officially pardons Sasuke for his crimes, since he did help save the world, even if he tried to destroy it again after. Sasuke still feels like he can't stay and must go on a journey to try and find forgiveness for himself. On his way out of the village, Naruto hands him back the headband he discarded so long ago. They make a promise that someday they'll have a real fight. And just like that, 15 years go by. The 5 villages are still at peace with each other, and Shino is now a teacher in the Leaf Village. One of his students is a very familiar looking Boruto Uzumaki, Naruto's son. In fact, there's a bunch of kids with identical character designs to their parents. Hinata visits Neji's grave with her daughter. Rock Lee is training with his son, and Gaara is still rocking it as Kazekage. Shikamaru married Temari, and Kiba's dog hasn't even died yet. The daughter that Asuma never got to meet is training with Kakashi and Guy, who's now in a wheelchair. And of course, there's no question who the Hokage is now. Someone alerts the Hokage that the rock wall outside town is being vandalized. Naruto storms outside to confront his son. An older Konohamaru says that everyone is too easy on Boruto, but Iruka says maybe they should all try to have a little more understanding this time around. Turns out, Naruto is married to Hinata, and Sakura has a daughter with Sasuke. Happy endings all around. Naruto then attends a meeting of the Hokage and smiles, knowing that the dream of so many ninjas is finally being realized. Good God. Now that is how you write a manga, folks. It is no wonder so many incredible series have been heavily inspired by this undeniable classic. Click on one of these links to check out another one of my videos, and in the meantime, peace!